On the other side, the second round began. 10 teams entered the dungeon, and finally, 2 teams managed to clear it. The White Tiger Academy and Vermilion Bird Academy successfully passed in succession. Among them, White Tiger Academy cleared the dungeon faster and temporarily ranked first. As for the civilian student teams, they were completely wiped out. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others turned pale, feeling that this dungeon might be even harder. Zhao Linger frowned. Should we discuss tactics first? It might not be an easy fight this time. How do we even discuss without knowing the dungeon? Jiang Xiaoxiao responded. She glanced at Lin Lu and said, Master Strategist, we'll rely on you later. We'll follow your lead. Su Yushuang and Sun Xiaoro also looked at him with full trust in their eyes. After their experiences in the previous matches, Lin Lu had completely won their confidence. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. If you say west, we won't even think about heading east. Lin Lu told them not to worry. Just follow me, and leave the rest to me. Dungeon clearance was what he was most confident about. Others thought his strength lay in PvP, but his real expertise was PvE. He had high area of effect damage, explosive power, almost no cooldowns, and minimal resource consumption. With all these combined, it was nearly impossible for anyone to stop him in dungeons. Not to mention, he still had hidden trump cards, which made it not too difficult for him to secure victory. Time ticked away bit by bit. Midway through the competition, only 1/3 of the teams had cleared the dungeon. Most had fallen at the first boss battle. At this moment, a sudden uproar swept through the venue. Mo City's team had entered the dungeon. Their progress was terrifyingly fast. In just over 10 minutes, they defeated the first boss without any casualties, and they continued to bulldoze their way through the dungeon. Finally, their completion time was recorded as 27 minutes and 31 seconds, catapulting them to first place. Meanwhile, the second-place team lagged a whopping 15 minutes behind. The entire crowd was left in shock. This is insane. The Death Priest truly is the king of PvE. 27 minutes. 15 minutes faster than the second place. Who could ever break this record? The performance gap was so vast that everyone seemed dispirited. Mo City's team displayed a level of dominance in the dungeon that was on another plane entirely. Even the instructors could not help but whisper among themselves in astonishment. Looking at the holographic screen displaying the time of 27 minutes and 31 seconds, the remaining teams began to lose confidence one by one. How do we even compete with that? The Death Priest is utterly broken in PvE. There's no way to catch up. Clearing the dungeon at all would already be an achievement. First place is out of the question. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Zhao Linger also gasped in shock. 27 minutes? That's just absurd, Zhao Linger muttered before turning to Lin Lu. Boss, can you do it? She then felt a bit unrealistic herself and gave a wry smile. Even if you can't, it's fine. After all, your real strength is PvP, and it's not like we absolutely need to rank first. Clearing the dungeon would already be good enough. They shouldn't put too much pressure on themselves. I'm not under any pressure. I don't even care about first place, Lin Lu replied casually. But seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao glaring at him, he quickly changed his tone. Fine, just kidding. 27 minutes is indeed impressive, but we still have a chance. Trust me. As he said this, he patted his chest confidently. Later, I'll show you what real speed clearing looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, the round came to an end with all 10 teams finishing their runs. The referee announced, Teams 61 through 70, get ready. It's our turn, Lin Lu said to the girls, signaling for them to follow him. With the referee's command, the Swordmaster squad entered the dungeon along with the last 10 teams. A flash of white light later, they found themselves in a desolate desert wasteland. The area was filled with fierce sandstorms, the sky a dark red hue, and the air thick with volatile fire elements. The scorching hot sand underfoot was burning and immediately started inflicting continuous damage. Lin Lu remained relatively unaffected, thanks to his high fire resistance. However, the girls were visibly struggling, their health dropping rapidly. Dispel, Su Yushuang called out as she took action. With a wave of her staff, starlight descended, and the burning debuff was quickly lifted. She then followed up with healing spells, swiftly restoring everyone's health. What's next? Su Yushuang asked. Lin Lu gave them a slight smile and said, Simple. We push forward. Before the girls could react, he extended his sword array. Thousands of flying swords appeared simultaneously, their radiance cutting through the sandstorm with shocking momentum. Not far ahead, several massive sand scorpions emerged, their black carapaces glistening and their tails stingers oozing venom. Lin Lu raised his hand and pointed coldly. Go. The flying swords tore through the air, piercing the sand scorpions in an instant. The creatures didn't even have a chance to scream before they were instantly killed. The splash damage from the swords then erupted, taking down a whole cluster of hidden monsters nearby. Enemy desert giant scorpion killed. Enemy desert bandit killed. Enemy killed. Notifications appeared on the screen in rapid succession, leaving the four women utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't even get a glimpse of what the monsters looked like before the fights were over. Stop standing around. Let's go, Lin Lu said coolly. Hurry up and finish this. The group charged deeper in. Corpses of monsters littered their path. There were barely any survivors in sight. The more they saw, the more shocked they became, and Lin Li's abilities felt increasingly outrageous. Being skilled in PvP was one thing, but his dominance in PvE was just absurd. This class seemed almost unfairly all-encompassing. Soon, the Sword God team's progress reached 50%. From beginning to now, only 3 minutes had passed. The spectators outside were left completely stunned. Their speed had already surpassed that of the MO City teams. Doubts began to linger in people's minds. After all, the Death Priest of MO City had always been regarded as the strongest in PvE. Could it be that the final champion was not so easily determined after all? Just then, the Sword God team encountered their first boss. The sandy ground churned violently, and a massive scorpion-like creature, as large as a small mountain, emerged. Its body gleamed with a dark golden hue, pincers resembling battle hammers, and its tail stinger was thick, long, and radiating an aura of terrifying poison. King of the Desert Scorpions, 9-star boss. Level 59. The level wasn't particularly high, but a 9-star boss was clearly not something to be taken lightly. This was a new stage. Many teams beforehand had met their end here. Lin Lu glanced at the Desert Scorpion King, casually asking the girls if they wanted to try their hand at it for practice. However, they feared wasting time on the clear and wanted to rush for the first place, so they all shook their heads firmly in refusal. Lin Lu didn't press them. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of flying swords, encircling the Scorpion King. Sensing the danger, the Scorpion King let out a thunderous roar, whipping up a storm of golden sand that surged towards them. Lin Lu frowned and interrupted its attack effortlessly with Death Coil. Black tendrils bound and immobilized the Scorpion King, as thousands of swords shot forth simultaneously, piercing through its armored shell. Green fluids sprayed everywhere. After a few rounds of flashy attacks, the Scorpion King toppled heavily to the ground, and the battle ended in an instant. The girls were absolutely stunned. A 9-star boss was notoriously difficult, yet they didn't even catch the action. It was over before they knew it. Zhao Linger gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, while Su Yushuang and Sun Xiaoro were left speechless with disbelief. As Lin Lu basked in the praise, Jiang Xiaoxiao, watching him from the side, couldn't help but feel proud as well. With his momentum still strong, Lin Lu decided to keep up the pace. They were aiming to clear the dungeon within 10 minutes. The final stage was located in an underground cave beneath the Gobi Desert. Inside the cavern lay a gargantuan flesh-like worm, its body nearly filling the entire space. It had no eyes, but its mouth was packed with spiraling sharp teeth. White mucus oozed non-stop, its grotesque form enough to churn anyone's stomach. Jiang Xiaoxiao and the other girls took one look and couldn't stand it. They immediately retreated outside, leaving the entire battle to Lin Lu. Before Lin Lu could even sarcastically remark, they had already fled. Without hesitation, the grotesque meat worm launched its attack, opening its sickening mouth to release a torrent of writhing smaller worms. Lin Lu felt a shiver down his spine. He summoned 3,000 flying swords, determined to finish things quickly. Although the small worms were shredded to pieces, their fluids splattered everywhere, drenching him in the process. To make things worse, the larger worm suddenly exploded right before death, sending chunks of meat and pus spewing directly toward his face. In the tight confines of the cavern, there was no escape. Lin Lu was soaked head to toe. He immediately broke. He almost threw up on the spot. The sensation was unnervingly revolting. Far worse than that time he had been pranked as a child and got covered in cow dung. Seething, he cursed out loud, vowing that if ever discovered who designed this boss, he would make them experience it firsthand. At that exact moment, in Longjing University, Ji Hanyan abruptly sneezed, a puzzled look flashing across her face. Rubbing the tip of her nose thoughtfully, Lin Wanqing beside her asked curiously, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Ji Hanyan replied, shaking her head. "Might be someone talking about me behind my back." She quickly changed the subject. "The freshman challenge is nearing its end. When are you leaving?" Lin Wanqing glanced off into the distance. "Right now. So soon. I still have to head to the void battlefield. Time is tight, so I have to leave early." Ji Hanyan's expression shifted slightly, her voice dropping. "That place has been unstable lately. Be careful." "Got it. Goodbye, senior sister." As her words hung in the air, space distorted briefly, and Lin Wanqing vanished. Ji Hanyan stared at where she'd disappeared, murmuring softly to herself. Spatial positioning to this extent. Only someone with her unique class profession could pull it off. Boss Sandworm killed. Instance cleared successfully. Sword God Team's dungeon completion time, 7 minutes, 23 seconds. When the results were announced, the Sword God Team effortlessly clinched first place. Moreover, their time was less than half that of the Mo City team. The entire crowd was left stunned. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Into their dreams. Yet Lin Lu was declining an offer that others would kill for. The crowd hadn't dissipated yet, and their excited discussions about Lin Li's performance continued. Yet now, the focus shifted to his unexpected decision. People were visibly stunned, and an air of disbelief spread amongst the surrounding audience. Even the other participants exchanged startled glances. Who would refuse an invitation from the 4 great academies? But Lin Lu remained firm, his expression calm and unwavering. "Thank you for your recognition," Lin Lu said politely, looking at the mentors with a subtle nod. "I believe opportunities are important, but so is timing. At this moment, I'm content with my current growth environment and feel it suits me best." His words were neither arrogant nor overly humble, but rather carried undeniable confidence, a self-assuredness, as if he understood his own path better than anyone else. "That's really a shame," sighed Bai Qingqing after a long moment of silence, a visible trace of regret flashing across her face. "But if you ever change your mind, the gates of our White Tiger Academy will always be wide open for you. Same goes for Azure Dragon Academy. Our doors are always open to talent like yours," Dongfang Shua added, clearly disappointed, but leaving a professional and polite impression. Even South Phoenix Academy's mentor, Nangong Yun, who had been lively and playful moments ago, softened her expression. "I have to admit, your decision is unexpected, but it's your life, and only you can determine your path." "Thank you, professors." Lin Lu responded sincerely, bowing slightly, not letting his determined demeanor falter. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxiao pulled at Lin Li's sleeve, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Why didn't you agree? With their help, wouldn't it be easier to grow stronger?" "There's more than one way to grow strong," Lin Lu replied quietly, his voice steady. "Besides, at some level, self-determination matters more." His words seemed simple, but Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help pondering them, her admiration growing. Although stubborn and often impulsive, her heart felt lighter knowing Lin Lu followed his convictions. As the mentors regretfully dispersed with promises to keep Lin Lu on their radar, Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others felt the tension ease. The group left the bustling arena, their achievements and decisions stirring waves of discussion in their wake. They didn't need long speeches or grand gestures. For them, it was just another day in a journey full of challenges, victories, and choices waiting to be carved in determination. The place that everyone else would crack their heads to get into, Lin Lu actually rejected outright. "Lin Lu, may I ask for your reason?" Nangong Yin looked at him, with a hint of regret in her tone. Lin Lu was about to speak when a cool and aloof figure walked into the midst of the crowd. "Since you've all heard his decision, what's the point of discussing further? Disperse." "Principal, Principal." The person who had appeared was Ji Hanyan, and several mentors immediately bowed in respect. Lin Lu also looked at her, feeling quite surprised. When he first arrived at Longjing University, admissions mentor Chen Maji had once mentioned that the principal had specifically instructed them to take good care of him. At that time, he found it strange. He had no connection with the principal, so why would she pay special attention to him? Now seeing her in person, perhaps this question would soon have an answer. What surprised him even more was that Longjing University's principal was not the white-bearded old man he had imagined, but a woman with a temperate but cold demeanor. For Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others, it was the first time meeting the principal. Nervousness was evident on their faces, and none of them dared to say much. Ji Hanyan scanned the crowd briefly and spoke softly. "Disperse. I have my own arrangements for Lin Lu." "Understood." Although reluctant, the mentors could only leave. "You know me?" Lin Lu hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his doubt. "Your older cousin, Lin Wanqing, is my junior apprentice sister." In just one simple sentence, Lin Lu was startled to his core. Looking after a relative of my junior apprentice sister is only appropriate. It was only now that Lin Lu understood why Lin Wanqing had seemingly achieved more than he'd imagined at Longjing University. He immediately inquired about her. "Don't worry, she's doing well," Ji Hanyan interrupted. "However, she's currently on an important mission and cannot contact you for now. When she's done, you'll naturally get to meet her." Upon hearing this promise, the weight on Lin Li's heart finally lifted. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. "Principal, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Lu asked, feeling a little uneasy under her constant gaze. Instead of answering directly, Ji Hanyan remarked lightly. "As expected, just as my master said, you have a unique potential within you." "Huh?" Lin Lu was puzzled. "Your master is?" She was one of the original elders of the Qilin Pavilion, Ji Hanyin gazed into the distance. I can't elaborate for now, but when the time comes, you'll understand. Lin Lu thought to himself that these important figures always enjoyed being mysterious and cryptic. Ji Hanyin then asked, "Did you happen to visit the Tower of Myriad Realms recently?" "How did you know?" Lin Lu was taken aback. He hadn't mentioned this to anyone. In the tower's first building, there's a portrait of Wu Songxing. He and I were from the same cohort. He told me about your performance in the tower. Not bad. She paused, then followed with another question. However, you possess a fire seed but can't seem to utilize its power. Do you know why? Is it because I haven't felt the Sea of Rules yet? Exactly, Ji Hanyin nodded. The fire seed and the Sea of Rules are like an engine and fuel. Without the fuel, the engine can't run. Then how do I sense the Sea of Rules? Lin Lu quickly asked. The Sea of Rules is truly enigmatic. Come to my office in 3 days, and I'll send you to a place where everything will become clear. Understood, Lin Lu promptly agreed. Ji Hanyin's gaze then fell upon Jiang Xiaoxiao. Having already been confused by the conversation thus far, Jiang Xiaoxiao became instantly nervous upon being singled out. Don't be nervous. Ji Hanyin's tone was gentle. I only have a few words to say. Divine Array Master is a late-stage profession with immense potential, but you rely too heavily on skills and lack personal creativity. A true Divine Array Master employs the world as their array board, encompassing all beings and reversing yin and yang. I once saw a senior of the same profession, a demigod. With a single pattern of his array, the sun and moon would shift, and all demons would flee. If you want to grow stronger, you must carve out your own path. Carve out my own path. Jiang Xiaoxiao echoed softly, as if enlightened. She suddenly realized that while she had always worked diligently, she'd merely been following standard procedures. Even if the profession was powerful and she might stand out in the future, there was still something missing to reach the very pinnacle. Ji Hanyin's words showed her a direction she hadn't seen before. The same profession could lead to vastly different outcomes. Only by finding one's unique path could one witness a wholly different landscape. These words did not merely resonate with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Lin Lu and the others pondered them deeply as well. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. Jiang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said earnestly, It has nothing to do with me. It's good enough that you understand, Ji Hanyin said calmly. But don't neglect your foundation. Next, you'll go to Vermilion Bird Academy. There's an observatory there, where array masters from Longjing University's history have. They all left their reflections above. Ji Hanyin reminded Lin Lu to first stabilize his level, visit the Star Observatory frequently, and come to her again in 3 days. The freshman challenge had concluded, and Lin Lu gained overnight fame, causing an uproar throughout Longjing University. He had single-handedly suppressed the 4 major academies and swept through all 3 competitions. Such feats were simply astounding. At the celebration party, Zhao Linger was leading the commotion. Su Yushuang and Sun Xiaoro joined in and drank until they were ecstatic, while Jiang Xiaoxiao blushed halfway through her conversation. On the way back home, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gave Lin Lu a kiss. After the kiss, she took off running, leaving him standing there, stunned. Even after returning to the dormitory, Lin Lu hadn't recovered from the shock. Jiang Xiaoxiao sent him another message, inviting him to attend a birthday banquet at her family's ancestral home the next day, explaining that her father wanted to meet him. Just as Lin Lu replied with a casual, okay, his system updated with a new task. The new goal was to advance to the SSS level profession of Sword Sovereign. The requirements were daunting. Reach level 70, fuse the 7-colored Divine Jade, collect 5 mythical grade swords, and single-handedly slay a mythical grade creature. The mission only allowed 3 months, and failure would result in the random loss of 1 innate talent. It was then that Lin Lu realized this path was far harsher and longer than he had initially imagined. Reassessing the task, Lin Lu found that completing everything within 3 months would be a formidable challenge. The 3rd and 4th requirements were particularly difficult. However, the one thing he didn't lack right now was opportunities to grow stronger. As long as he completed the task, a new innate talent would unlock, further elevating his power. He was reminded of the Netherworld Sword Edict he acquired last time. He still had 3 slots available for divine grade sword thralls. For now, this would serve as a considerable reinforcement to his current strength. When the opportunity arose, he needed to hunt and fill these positions as soon as possible. In addition, there were many other tasks he could work on. 3 days later, Ji Hanyin would teach him how to sense the Sea of Rule. If successful, he could step into the God-tier realm much faster. That would mark a true transformation. Lin Lu went on to review the main quest. He was currently at level 59, and ascending to level 70 within 3 months would be an almost impossible hurdle for most. For him, however, it wasn't too challenging. The hardest part was obtaining the 7-colored Divine Jade. It was even rarer than the 5-colored version and greatly increased the likelihood of career ascension. The 9-colored Divine Jade was even more extreme, practically guaranteeing maximum success rates. But even the 7-colored Jade was difficult to acquire, as only a select few world-class bosses dropped it, and even then, with an extremely low probability. Lin Lu decided to first take a shot at defeating a world-class boss. If he couldn't acquire the 7-colored Jade, he would wait until the mysterious star vortex reset its lottery chances next month to try his luck. Compared to that, the real challenge lay in collecting 5 mythical-grade swords. He currently had 3, meaning 2 more were still missing. Completing this part of the mission would not be easy. He thought of the 7-star swords of the Big Dipper constellation. The 7 legendary swords were closely connected to the Ziwei Star Destiny sword. If they could truly be assembled, their combined power would likely be immeasurable. Unfortunately, up to now, he hadn't discovered any leads. As these thoughts consumed him, Lin Lu unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he went to the school cafeteria for breakfast. Just as he finished eating, he ran into Chun Mo-ji, the very mentor he had first met at the admissions office. Chun Mo-ji greeted him with a smile. He commented on Lin Li's recent rise in prominence, noting that people discussed him everywhere. He even praised him for overshadowing the 4 major academies and claiming first place in all 3 challenges. From their initial meeting, he had felt Lin Lu was extraordinary. Now, that judgment had proved correct. Lin Lu listened quietly, only offering a polite smile without saying much. Sensing there was more, he asked Chun Mo-ji directly, "What else is on your mind?" Chun Mo-ji appeared somewhat embarrassed before pulling out paper and pen, handing them to Lin Lu. It turned out he wasn't there for anything serious. He wanted Lin Li's autograph. Lin Lu froze in surprise. After all that build-up, it turned out to be just this? And a mentor asking a student for an autograph at that. How absurd. Chun Mo-ji hastily clarified. It wasn't for him, but for his niece. She also attended Longjing University and had been utterly enamored after watching Lin Li's competition yesterday. In a moment of ego, Chun Mo-ji had bragged in front of her about arranging Lin Li's enrollment and claimed they were especially close. His niece, believing every word, had pestered him to get Lin Li's autograph. Having revealed everything, Chun Mo-ji looked at Lin Lu with a mixture of embarrassment and expectation. Lin Lu couldn't help but find it both amusing and bewildering. He hadn't expected the usually composed Chun Mo-ji to have such a side to him. To maintain face before his niece, Chun Mo-ji had even gone out of his way to wait for him here. Seeing the embarrassed yet hopeful look on Chun Mo-ji's face, Lin Lu stifled his laughter and asked with a smirk, "Just an autograph. Could you write a few more words of encouragement? That would make it even better." Chun Mo-ji rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. "All right," Lin Lu agreed without hesitation. But it was his first time doing such a thing, and it did feel a little awkward for him. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the pen and wrote down his name, casually adding a short line of encouragement. All done. Chun Mo-ji took the notebook, exhaling in relief. But when he looked down at the words, he froze in place. A sword's edge is honed through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Amazing. His face was full of astonishment as he repeatedly praised. I never thought Lin would not only excel in strength, but even his words carry such weight. In this world, there were no classic verses or poetry, but the power of words was universal. In just a succinct 14 characters, Chun Mo-ji felt a deeply profound impact strike him. A sword's edge is honed through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. He recited the line over and over, appreciating its depth more with each repetition. This isn't just a perfect summary of a professional's practice, but also a reminder about life itself. Lin, you truly are a rare talent, a prodigy of the century. Even an offhand phrase from you is astounding. Lin Li's face turned red from the praise. Especially seeing Chun Mo-ji holding the signed notebook like a precious treasure, he regretted it even more. If he'd known this would happen, he would have just scribbled some casual words of encouragement. Why did he have to borrow that phrase? Instructor Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Lin Lu felt he couldn't stay any longer and just wanted to leave quickly. All right, go ahead. You must be busy. Chun Mo didn't even look up as he continued staring at the words. This line, "The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold," is truly powerful. It's worth spreading everywhere. Hearing this, Lin Lu almost stumbled as he walked away, nearly tripping. Inwardly, he vowed never to resort to borrowing literary phrases again. Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet was in the evening. Since it wasn't time yet, Lin Lu spent the interim keeping himself busy. After preparing the birthday gift, he headed to the Instance Dungeon Hall to level up. His destination was still the level 69 large-scale party dungeon, Gloomy Swamp. Soloing this dungeon continued to provide significant experience. After a dozen runs, his experience bar had increased by 1/5. Just as he was about to finish his final run before heading back, the boss dropped a treasure chest, giving him a pleasant surprise. UVE opened a platinum chest. You've obtained a skill enhancement stone. Skill enhancement stones, though categorized as epic tier items, were incredibly valuable and nearly irreplaceable. Several of Lin Li's skills had previously undergone qualitative improvements after being enhanced by these stones. So, which skill should I enhance this time? Looking at his interface, he saw there were still 4 class skills left unenhanced, namely Sword Flash, High Energy Growth, Sword Guard Form, and Sword Flight. Originally, he had planned to enhance High Energy Growth, but then he realized this skill wasn't eligible for enhancement. In the end, he chose Sword Flash. Sword Flash was a skill that increased his sword flight speed, proving immensely useful in combat. Sword Flash, level 20, increases sword flight speed by 200%. After enhancement, it became Sword Flash, level 20, increases sword flight speed by 400%. Although there were no added effects, the improvement in numbers alone, doubling the speed, was satisfying. Lin Lu was quite pleased with the outcome. The faster the sword's flight, the harder it would be for enemies to react, and the greater his burst potential. Pondering this, he decided to go a step further and continue leveling up this skill. Sword Heart Clarity, 912, 200. He didn't have an abundance of skill points, but it was enough to level Sword Flash another dozen times without issue. Spent 900,000 skill points, increasing Sword Flash to level 35. Roughly 60,000 skill points per level. That's steeper than most other skills. Sword Flash, level 35, increases sword flight speed by 700%. 700%. Lin Li's sword flight speed was already extraordinary, and now, increasing it 7-fold bordered on the terrifying. Go! In a flash of silver light, only a thin white streak was left in the air. The flying sword had already vanished. If not for Lin Li's continual mental connection with the sword, even with Sword Heart Sight, it would have been impossible to track its movements. Perfect. He sheathed his sword and exited the dungeon, feeling quite satisfied. After a simple preparation back in his dormitory, the time finally came. Lin Lu grabbed the gift and headed to the party location. At the Jiang family's villa, the birthday banquet was in full swing. The courtyard was adorned beautifully, balloons, string lights, banquet tables, and drinks, all meticulously arranged. Guests in refined attire mingled and exchanged quiet pleasantries. The atmosphere resembled a high society gathering more than a simple birthday party. As soon as Lin Lu stepped in, he spotted Jiang Xiaoxiao amidst the crowd. She wore a black evening gown with a blue diamond necklace, drawing all eyes on her. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly noticed Lin Lu too. She walked over with a smile and directly linked her arm through his. The scene immediately sparked murmurs among the onlookers. Who's that guy? Never seen him before. Seems pretty close with Miss Jiang. Oh, Li Hao is here too. There's bound to be conflict. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face turned a little unnatural, and her arms tightened slightly. Lin Lu smiled and asked, "You brought me here. It wouldn't happen to be to make me a shield, would it?" Jiang Xiaoxiao glared at him and whispered, reluctant, "Besides, aren't you my boyfriend right now?" As soon as her words fell, a man in a white suit led a group of people and stopped in front of them. Li Hao held a wine glass and spoke with a frivolous tone. "Xiaoxiao, aren't you going to introduce this friend of yours?" Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. "He's my friend. I don't need to introduce him to you. And stop calling me Xiaoxiao, we're not close." Li Hao's face stiffened slightly, but he forced a smile. "But the elders are already planning for us to be engaged. Acting so intimate with another man in front of me. Isn't that inappropriate?" Jiang Xiaoxiao turned hostile on the spot. "Who's your fiancé? Stop being delusional. My life isn't something for others to decide." "You." Li Hao laughed angrily, his tone growing colder. "Jiang Xiaoxiao, you've got guts." He turned and locked eyes on Lin Lu, warning in a cold voice, "Stay away from my woman, or you'll bear the wrath of the Li family." Jiang Xiaoxiao was about to lose her temper, but Lin Lu raised a hand to stop her first. He looked at Li Hao, his tone calm. "Are you threatening me?" Li Hao was just about to retort when his face suddenly paled. A powerful sense of pressure enveloped him instantly. In the next second, a flying sword appeared, hovering right in front of his face, barely half an inch from his eyes. Terrified, Li Hao stumbled backward, cold sweat pouring down his face. What are you trying to do?" His voice shook, completely unlike before. Normally, he only postured and threw his weight around. Truly faced with life and death pressure, he immediately caved. The flying sword buzzed in the air, the tension in the atmosphere reaching its peak. The fear of death pressed heavily on Li Hao's heart. The calmer Lin Lu appeared, the more panicked Li Hao became. "I'm warning you. I'm the eldest son of the Li family. If you dare harm me, the Li family won't let you go." he stammered, trying to put up a tough front, but his heart was already sinking. He assumed Lin Lu wouldn't seriously act. But the next second, the chilling edge of the sword grazed his neck, and beads of blood appeared instantly. In a panic, Li Hao clutched his neck, falling to the ground with a thud. The warmth beneath him spread as an acrid stench filled the air, and a foul liquid slowly began to flow out. "Don't kill me." "This?" Lin Lu retracted the flying sword, his gaze filled with mockery. "So this is the great eldest son of the Li family. Pathetic." Only then did Li Hao realize Lin Lu had been toying with him all along. The humiliation surged over him, even eclipsing his earlier fear. "You're dead." Li Hao trembled with rage, shouting at the men behind him. "What are you standing there for? Kill him for me." Just as they were about to make a move, a deep and commanding voice suddenly interrupted. "Stop." The voice was calm, yet filled with an authority that silenced the entire room. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qiheng, the head of the Jiang family and Jiang Xiaoxiao's father. Accompanying him were several heads of other prominent families. One of them, a man with graying hair and a stern face, was Li Hao's second uncle, Li Yuanfeng. Li Hao immediately acted as though he'd found a lifeline, wailing, "Second uncle, you have to stand up for me. He tried to kill me." Li Yuanfeng had come to represent the Li family in proposing a marriage alliance today. He hadn't expected Li Hao to disgrace the family name before the event even got underway. He wanted nothing more than to slap this useless nephew to death. But Li Hao was still the eldest son of the Li family. Their pride couldn't simply be trampled upon. Li Yuanfeng's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lin Lu, his voice as cold as a venomous serpent. "Boy, I don't care who you think you are. Humiliating the Li family comes at a cost. Now, you have two choices. Either you kneel down and apologize to Li Hao, or I'll personally break your legs." "You wouldn't dare." Jiang Xiaoxiao fumed, stepping protectively in front of Lin Lu. "Today's my birthday banquet. Don't push things too far, Li family." "Miss Jiang, this isn't something you have authority over," Li Yuanfeng replied coldly before turning to look at Jiang Qiheng. "Jiang family head, what's your stance?" Jiang Qiheng remained silent for a moment before his tone turned indifferent. "This matter doesn't involve the Jiang family. Settle it yourselves." His gaze briefly landed on Lin Lu, his meaning unmistakable. Jiang Xiaoxiao was incensed. "Jiang Qiheng, Lin Lu is my guest and a classmate. You're seriously going to let outsiders bully him? If anything happens to him, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life." "Take the young lady back," Jiang Qiheng ordered with a wave of his hand. The house steward appeared behind Jiang Xiaoxiao almost instantly, knocking her out with a single blow and carrying her away. Once the scene quieted, Jiang Qiheng gave Lin Lu a meaningful look. "Lin Lu, I know you and Xiaoxiao have a special relationship," he began slowly. "But some things have to be observed first. I need to see what you're capable of before I decide how to proceed. Do you understand?" Lin Lu understood. The Jiang family was a top-tier family in Longjing. Before Jiang Qiheng could take him seriously, he had to assess Lin Li's competence. Today's conflict was clearly a test. A test. If Lin Lu could handle the trouble on his own, only then would he be qualified to continue getting closer to Jiang Xiaoxiao. But Lin Lu did not like this kind of approach. In Jiang Qiheng's eyes, Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to be merely a tool for assessing benefits. At that moment, Lin Lu finally understood Jiang Xiaoxiao's plight, realizing just how much determination she had summoned for his sake. She had defied her family and stood by his side, no matter the cost. Thinking of this, Lin Li's heart wavered ever so slightly. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Since Jiang Qiheng had laid everything bare, from now on, it was up to him alone. This time, he had to take it on. Lin Lu looked at Jiang Qiheng with a calm expression. "As you wish. But if I cause any trouble later, Uncle Jiang, you'd better be ready to clean up the mess." Lin Li's gaze turned cold as he shifted his focus to Li Yuanfeng. "If you want to break my legs, you'd better see if you have the capability first." No sooner had his words fallen than a flying sword shot out of the void. Its radiance surged as its speed reached an extreme. Li Yuanfeng's face immediately changed. It was too late to evade. He hurriedly summoned a shield of fire. But the flying sword was too powerful, shattering the fire shield in an instant. Li Yuanfeng was pushed back several steps, his expression filled with shock. Before he could steady himself, black tendrils had already entwined around him. Immediately after, the Ice Soul Divine sword struck straight out. The delayed domain, combined with absolute zero, instantly froze him in place. Lin Lu raised his hand and pointed, his eyes cold and sharp. This next strike aimed directly between his eyebrows. Li Yuanfeng's face was pale with terror, already reduced to a helpless prey. Just then, Jiang Qiheng and several other family heads turned pale. Jiang Qiheng dashed between the two, forcibly intervening. However, the Ice Soul Divine sword trembled violently, revealing its sword spirit. An ice crystal dragon soul roared out, counterattacking Jiang Qiheng. Only then did Jiang Qiheng realize that this was actually a mythic-grade weapon. He dared not be reckless and immediately deployed the Earth Array. A yellowish array descended, sending an unending stream of power into his body. With both palms pressed forward, he barely managed to block the strike. The ice crystal dragon's soul disintegrated on the spot, retreating into the sword. Jiang Qiheng's voice was cold, signaling Lin Lu to stop. But Lin Lu had no intention of letting it go so easily. Stop? That's not how this works. Dragon roar. With those words, yet another divine sword slashed out of the void. This was the Dragon Roar sword, specially forged for Lin Lu by He Qianxue. Among the 3 divine swords, excluding the purple micro sword's power building, the Dragon Roar sword was the most destructive. As the offensive sword formation activated, its power reached its peak instantly. Go! The Dragon Roar sword, entwined with thunder and fire, tore through Jiang Qiheng's earth array, severing his connection to the earth veins. What? For the first time, Jiang Qiheng panicked. He never expected Lin Lu to have a second divine sword, let alone one as powerful as the Dragon Roar sword. By the time he gathered his thoughts, 2 cries of agony echoed from behind him. With one slash, Lin Lu severed both of Li Yuanfeng's and Li Hao's legs. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Only faint background music lingered in the corner. Lin Lu, how dare you cripple my legs? The Li family will never let you go. This is a fight to the death. Li Hao quickly succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Li Yuanfeng struggled to remain standing, his gaze a venomous mix of hatred and malice. But Lin Lu paid him no mind. For now, the Li family was no real trouble to him. He turned to Jiang Qiheng, his voice calm. Uncle Jiang, Xiao Xiao is the main focus today. Keeping her locked away doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Jiang Qiheng was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fine, I won't meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Take Lin to see Miss Xiao Xiao. The butler led Lin Lu to Jiang Xiao Xiao's door. As the door opened, Jiang Xiao Xiao immediately looked up. Her eyes were red, with traces of tears still on her face. Seeing Lin Lu unharmed, she threw herself at him without hesitation. Are you all right? Did my father give you trouble? Lin Lu gently wiped her tears away and shook his head. I'm fine. Uncle Jiang didn't trouble me much. Jiang Xiao Xiao clearly didn't believe him. Lin Lu smiled, taking her hand as he led her outside. Come on, the birthday banquet has just started. Let's enjoy ourselves. When the two returned to the banquet hall, they instantly became the center of attention. Especially Lin Lu. After his ferocity earlier, no one dared look down on him. A hero at such a young age. Lin, come visit the Zheng family sometime. You're always welcome. I'm Wang Tianhai. The Wang family has a few industries in Longjing. If you ever need anything, just say the word. My granddaughter is about your age. Perhaps you young folks should get to know each other better. In an instant, Lin Lu became the center of everyone's flattery. It was clear to all that Lin Lu, young and capable, had caught the attention of the Zhang family. His future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. But Lin Lu wasn't interested in any of this. He had come here to Sun Yan de Ruqin. Lin Li's gaze followed her finger, settling on the blackened horizon. His heart stirred as he grasped the gravity of what lay before him. So this city, Tianyuan City, is humanity's fortress against the onslaught of the abyss? He asked, his voice colored with a mixture of intrigue and reverence. Exactly, Ji Hanyan nodded. For centuries, this battlefield has been the front line where countless warriors have spilled their blood to protect our world. Dragongxia built these 9 cities to hold the line, but the fight remains relentless. For every demon slain, another takes its place, and the abyss never ceases its erosion. Lin Li's eyes traced the ancient scars that marred the towering city walls. He could almost hear the echoes of past battles, see the shadows of warriors etched into the air. I brought you here, Ji Hanyan continued, her tone unyielding yet serene, because this place will teach you the true meaning of power and resolve. The sea of rules you seek to comprehend flows through this battlefield, intertwined in the chaos, the blood, and the unyielding will to resist destruction. Her words struck a chord deep within Lin Lu. He tightened his fists as a sense of determination ignited within him. What do I need to do? He asked, standing taller. Ji Hanyan's eyes softened just a fraction, a faint trace of approval flickering there. No need to rush, she said. First, follow me into the city. There's something we need to take care of before I let you step into the combat zones or start exploring the Sea of Rules. With that, she turned and started walking toward the towering gates of Tianyuan City. Lin Lu hesitated for only a second before stepping forward to follow her, each stride taking him closer to the crucible where his abilities, and perhaps his very spirit, would be tested. The path ahead seemed like a bridge between past and future, between the ordinary man he once was and the legend he was yet to become. Living with abyss demons. Lin Lu gazed into the distance, where dark clouds loomed overhead, feeling a palpable sense of danger even from afar. Ji Hanyan explained, the void battlefield is divided into two layers, the upper layer and the lower layer. Currently, they were in the upper layer. While this level was filled with countless demons and considerable danger, it also offered numerous opportunities. This is the borderland between two realms, where the forces of the rules are highly active. As a result, precious materials, secret realms, and dungeons frequently appear here. Lin Lu asked, what is the lower layer? Ji Hanyan's expression darkened as she replied, the lower layer is called the Abyss Frontline. The environment there is harsher, the space more chaotic, a place dangerously close to the abyss itself. There are far more demons there, and there are even stable passageways that directly link to the abyss. The more stable a passageway, the stronger the demons it can allow through. A level 1 passageway is merely a rift, typically allowing only low-level demons to emerge. A level 2 passageway is more stable. It can release mid to high-level demons and even commander-grade demons. Once such a passageway appears, it must be either destroyed or sealed immediately by a heavy defense force. A level 3 passageway is the most terrifying. It can allow the mass dissension of demon kings and even serve as a gateway for an abyssal army invasion. If even one level 3 passageway falls out of control, the entire battlefront could collapse, placing the human realm in grave peril. Hearing this, Lin Lu understood that, no matter how strong an individual's power was, it was impossible to single-handedly alter such large-scale events. For now, the most critical goal was to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Lin Lu then asked, what is the connection between the void battlefield and the Sea of Rules? Ji Hanyan explained, the Sea of Rules is not a physical entity. Only when someone reaches level 89 and their soul is strong enough can they sense its existence. Those who can sense and absorb the power of rules can break through their limits and ascend to godhood. As a rule of thumb, anyone below level 89 cannot access it at all. But there are other ways. That's one of the reasons I brought you here. In the lower layer of the void battlefield, there's a place called the Wellspring of Myriad Laws. It was formed by the collision of the rules from two realms. The well periodically releases pure rule energy, and sometimes, even glimpses of the Sea of Rules can be seen within it. Ji Hanyan looked intently at Lin Lu and continued, you've already been to the Tower of Myriad Worlds and obtained a spark capable of harboring rule energy. While you aren't a demigod yet, you possess some of the traits of one. If you can find the Wellspring of Myriad Laws, there's a chance you'll be able to absorb rule energy ahead of time and directly aim for godhood. It was then that Lin Lu understood the true significance of the Tower of Myriad Worlds. Without the spark, there would be no way to use the Wellspring of Myriad Laws even if one found it. After all, those who reach level 89 can naturally sense the Sea of Rules on their own, making the Wellspring of Myriad Laws less crucial. Yet in Lin Li's possession was an unprecedented level 10 spark. The mere thought of how terrifying his power could become after absorbing rule energy made Lin Li's heart race. But Ji Hanyan cautioned him not to get carried away too soon. The Wellspring of Myriad Laws appears unpredictably. Whether you find it or not depends entirely on fate. And when it does appear, it won't just attract human professionals. Demons will rush there in droves as well. If you truly wish to take hold of the opportunity, in the end, it will all come down to strength. Lin Lu was puzzled. Why would demons fight so desperately for it? Ji Hanyan explained, the essence of rule energy is a higher order, purer form of power. If demons absorb it, they can undergo evolution, potentially breaking through into the rank of demon kings. Furthermore, there are level restrictions in the void battlefield's lower layer. Only professionals at level 70 and above are allowed to enter. Until you reach that threshold, you can only stay in the upper layer to level up. She gave him a final piece of advice. Don't underestimate the upper layer. Yes, there are plenty of demons here, and the dungeons are also more dangerous. A single moment of carelessness can lead to disaster. Lin Lu nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at Tianyuan City. The city streets were wide but had an oppressive atmosphere, entirely different from the bustling cities of the human world. Most of the pedestrians were professionals, and patrol squads were a constant presence. There were many shops along the streets, selling high-level equipment and tools. Ji Hanyan left him with a choice. You can either leave the city to hunt demons or head to the dungeon hall to level up. However, she recommended leaving the city. You'll gain more from killing demons of the same level while also familiarizing yourself with their combat styles. After hearing this, Lin Lu immediately decided to venture outside the city. So far, his only combat experience with demons was against the Shadow Demon King. He hadn't encountered any other types. Given the vast variety of demon species and their strange methods, understanding them early would only benefit him. Ji Hanyan had said everything she needed to. She would stay in Tianyuan City for a few days to handle her affairs before returning to the academy. From here on out, Lin Lu would have to rely on himself. Her parting words of advice were simple but vital. No matter what happens, make survival your top priority. With that, she handed Lin Lu a light green jade token. It was a communication jade token. In the void battlefield, ordinary means of communication methods cannot be used. If something happens, crush the jade token, and she will be able to sense it. Lin Lu took the jade token and immediately noticed a strange energy inside it. Seeing his expression change, Ji Hanyan revealed the truth directly. This kind of jade token is not something from the era of professionals. Lin Li's heart was suddenly shaken. He flipped the jade token over and saw a Z character inscribed on the back. That was not the script of this world. It was written in seal script. What shocked him even more was that this character was identical to the one he'd seen earlier on the broken bronze fragment. Ji Hanyan, however, did not notice his peculiar reaction. She explained that the Z character may have been left behind by an ancient civilization. Based on some extremely old documents and clues, before the era of professionals, the human world might have hosted one or even multiple glorious civilizations. The more Lin Lu listened, the more alarmed he became. If this wasn't another world, but merely a different era in the same world, then the secrets he carried on him might be far more complicated. Unable to hold back, Lin Lu pressed for more information about this ancient civilization. Ji Hanyan appeared slightly surprised and asked if he was particularly interested in such things. Lin Lu immediately reined in his emotions, explaining that he was simply curious. After all, a civilization capable of creating such an item must have been incredibly powerful in its time. Fair enough, Ji Hanyan nodded. Your assumption is correct, she said. Based on our conjecture, the parent-child sensory jade comes from a certain cultivation civilization. A cultivation civilization? Lin Li's heart trembled, though he didn't let it show on his face. They took a different path from the professionals. They didn't rely on killing monsters to level up. Instead, they refined their bodies and spirits, seizing the mysteries of creation itself through an entirely different avenue. Such people called themselves cultivators. The truly powerful among them could shift mountains and overturn seas, and the top-tier ones were said to be even more terrifying than god-tier professionals. Ji Hanyan continued. But oddly enough, this civilization seemed to have been wiped out overnight. The cultivators disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only scattered remnants as proof that they once existed. That's all for now. If you want to learn more, you'll have to investigate it yourself in the future. She turned to leave. Suppressing the turmoil within, Lin Lu said, Then I'll head out of the city now to hunt demons. Go ahead, Ji Hanyan agreed, but added a reminder. Make sure to buy a map first. The void battlefield is larger than the entire human world combined. There are countless dangerous places, and even god-tier professionals have to be cautious. Don't take it lightly. After parting ways with Ji Hanyan, Lin Lu went to buy a map in the city. The map revealed that the upper spatial layer had only two massive cities for humankind, Tianyuan City and Tianhua City. The two cities were 1,000 miles apart and formed a defensive position, guarding the most critical strategic locations. Within 100 miles outside the cities was marked in light green, indicating relative safety. There were fewer demons, and their levels were low, making it suitable for beginners and lower-level professionals. Beyond this zone, up to 1,000 miles out, was an orange danger zone. This area was riddled with fissures, filled with countless low-level demons, many mid-level demons, and even the occasional high-level demon. High-level demons had some degree of intelligence and were often more powerful than seasoned professionals above level 80. Typically, it would take a team of experienced professionals to bring one down. Beyond the 1,000-mile mark was an expanse of glaring red. This represented extreme danger. In such regions, stable secondary channels could appear, through which commander-level demons might descend. Commander-level demons were stronger than demigod-tier professionals. Unless a god-tier professional intervened, the casualties could be catastrophic. Further into the unknown territories lay dangers too mysterious to describe. For instance, the sudden appearance of gray mist might conceal some terrifying, unknown creatures, from which even god-tier professionals might never return. Additionally, there were relics that didn't seem to belong to this era, equally dangerous and unpredictable. For this reason, humanity's strongest did not push the front lines any further. The void battlefield was enormous and riddled with eerie anomalies. Rashly venturing deep into it could lead to the fall of god-tier professionals. Using the two massive cities to form a defensive line remained the safest solution. But where there is great danger, there is also great opportunity. Survival could yield rewards. After making all the necessary preparations, Lin Lu followed the map toward the eastern city gate. He didn't plan to linger in the safe zones. His target was the dangerous area beyond the 100-mile mark. Demons there were stronger and more suitable for leveling up. The heavy metal city gates stood open, with soldiers standing in neat formations on both sides. Outside the city, more patrols were constantly on the lookout for any abnormal movements. Lin Lu stepped through the gates. Beyond the walls lay a scorched black plain, seemingly burned in wars countless times over. Dark clouds loomed low overhead, the air thick with the stench of blood, pressing heavily on anyone's chest. Near the gates, patrol teams and scattered professionals were persistently hunting solo low-level demons. Most of these demons were around levels 40 to 50. The most common among them were abyssal demon hounds. They lacked rationality, driven solely by their instinct to kill. Their bodies were slender, their movements vicious. They were about the size of a small pony, covered in black scales with blood-red, vicious gleams in their eyes. Whether it was professionals or roaming monsters refreshed in the wild, they would become the hound's prey. Once these hounds identified a target, they wouldn't stop until one of them fell. Luckily, anyone daring to step onto the void battlefield had some level of capability. A few people working together could handle a single demon hound with relative ease. Lin Lu did not stop and continued heading deeper. Occasionally a demon hound lunged at him on the way, but he dispatched them in an instant with just a single gesture. Soon, the people around him began to notice something unusual. He's so strong. That abyssal demon hound was killed with just one strike. He looks so young. He must be a prodigy raised by one of the great families. People weren't particularly surprised by this. Many prominent families would send their members here specifically for training. He's heading in the direction of the Bone Plain, isn't he? That's a high-risk orange zone. He's going alone. Well, who knows? Since he dares to go, he must have confidence in himself. While the chatter carried on, Lin Lu had already disappeared from sight. Once far away from the crowd, Lin Lu initially intended to summon Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng seemed to repulse this place, adamantly refusing to come out. Helpless, Lin Lu let it go. Fine, I'll just let it gain experience inside the pet space. He continued moving forward. Every lower-ranked demon he encountered along the way was instantly killed. Before long, he reached the orange zone marked on the map, the Bone Plain. The demons here were significantly more numerous, and their levels were higher. The weakest ones were at least level 55, with plenty in the low 60s as well. Most people coming to this place had usually undergone their second job transition. They typically operated in teams of 5 to 10, cautiously clearing out demon bases to earn merit. Killing demons not only netted experience points. The most important reward was merit. Merit could be universally exchanged in the 9 large cities. It was also the main circulating currency on the void battlefield. Each city had a merit pavilion, where rare resources could be exchanged. Rumor had it that with enough merit, even mythical-grade equipment could be obtained. Thus, earning merit became the primary goal for every professional stepping onto the battlefield. Lin Lu was no exception. Before leaving the city, he had acquired a merit token to keep track of his gains. He still needed 2 mythical-grade swords for his main quest. If he could exchange for one directly, it would be a perfect solution. Let's get started. He purposefully chose a spot far away from others to avoid contesting for targets. Before long, he discovered a demon stronghold. It housed over 100 fallen demons and a level 65 elite demon, the Abyss 3-headed hound. The demons noticed him immediately and launched a frenzied attack. To ensure safety, Lin Lu refrained from using AoE attacks. Go! Hundreds of flying swords shot out simultaneously. In a flash, each sword locked onto a demon. The next moment, blood and flesh erupted. The fallen demons couldn't withstand the onslaught and were instantly wiped out. Only the Abyss 3-headed hound barely survived a round. Its 3 heads displayed expressions of terror. Realizing Lin Li's overwhelming strength, it turned to run, trying to escape. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outpace the flying swords. 3 swords formed a triangular formation, piercing through its 3 heads in an instant. You have slain Abyss 3-headed hound, elite demon. Experience plus 1.99 million. Swordsmanship leader plus 20. Merit plus 500. Lin Li's eyes lit up. The experience gain was incredible, at least 3 times that of elite dungeon monsters of the same level. The attribute points earned were also substantial. This place was practically a leveling paradise. Not bad. At this rate, I'll reach level 70 in no time. Then, I can head to the lower tier battlefield. Satisfied, his gaze shifted toward a larger demon base. There, hundreds of flying swords formed a dragon-like shape, sweeping through the demon base. In one attack, the elite demon was instantly killed, along with the materials it dropped. Lin Lu continued his rampage from there, specifically targeting areas densely populated with demons. The orange zones had numerous rifts and hordes of demons, so he never ran out of targets to kill. In just 6 to 7 hours, he had already leveled up once. At this rate, He'd reach level 70 in about 10 days. But as he frantically harvested demons near the void rifts, something unusual happened. The demons started to grow sparse. After killing the last one, the rift itself suddenly vanished. Before Lin Lu could fully process this, the surrounding space trembled violently. Then, a much larger, a wider rift in the void appeared. Upon seeing it, someone's face instantly turned pale with dread. They immediately recognized it to be a secondary void channel. This meant that a demon commander-level entity could emerge, and such a being was far beyond what these second-tier professionals could handle. Lin Lu, however, didn't panic. His eyes lit up instead. A secondary void channel? Perfect timing. More demons. Higher levels. That meant faster leveling for him. And if a demon commander showed up, his merit points would skyrocket. Very soon, the ground began to tremble violently. A massive, glistening black humanoid demon emerged from the void channel. Behind it followed a horde of demons surging forth like a tidal wave. The creature roared, vowing to tear Lin Lu into pieces. The surrounding professionals who hadn't fled far enough turned pale with fear. Some were even overwhelmed to the point where they couldn't remain standing. They all thought they were done for this time. But in the next second, the tide of the battle shifted completely. Lin Lu alone approached the mouth of the void channel. Facing the thousands of demons surging forward, he released a cascade of flying swords into the air. Both his sword formation and sword gleam abilities activated, and the flying swords swept across like a net. The demon commander leading the charge didn't even have time to react. It was instantly killed in a single strike. With their leader slain, the remaining demons fell into chaos. It didn't take long before the entire swarm of demons within the channel was annihilated. The void channel collapsed in turn. Those who had just moments ago sunk into despair stood there in stunned silence. In mere seconds, an entire secondary void channel had been obliterated. All that was left in their hearts was the astonishment of having narrowly escaped death. Glancing at his experience bar, Lin Lu noticed it had already risen to halfway. This confirmed his theory. Secondary channels were the best spots to grind for levels. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the battlefield. Over the next few days, he continued his rampage, leveling up tirelessly. Though progressing became increasingly difficult with each level, he managed to locate and clear more than 10 secondary void channels, pushing his level all the way to 69. Now he was just one step away from reaching level 70. Past level 60, every level up granted an impressive amount of attribute points. Combined with his equipment bonuses and skill advancements, his total attributes had exceeded 6 million. Even ordinary demigods couldn't match up to him. Newly ascended god-tier professionals might also fall short. The relentless killing over these days had also earned him a considerable amount of merit points. While he was still far from exchanging them for mythic-grade gear, the progress he'd made was evident. Lin Li's current stats were already outrageously powerful. Yet, as he reviewed his status panel, it was obvious there was still room for improvement. Especially when it came to equipment. Apart from a mythic-grade sword, the rest of his gear was still platinum tier. Once he had the time, he planned to grind for at least an epic or legendary grade set. High-quality equipment not only improved attributes, but also yielded tangible combat advantages. For now, though, his top priority was reaching level 70 and venturing deeper into the battlefield in search of the Well of All Mana. Setting his thoughts aside, Lin Lu pulled out his map for a closer inspection. Most of the nearby secondary channels had already been cleared out. New ones would take time to respawn, so his only option was to venture further into the depths. A few dozen miles ahead lay a hazardous zone marked in red. The area was shrouded in so much mystery that even god-tier professionals dared not venture there lightly. Hesitating for a brief moment, Lin Lu finally made up his mind. Fortune favors the bold, after all. His plan was to stick to the outskirts of the area, avoiding reckless exploration. That way, the risks should remain manageable. Once his decision was made, he immediately pressed onward. The closer he got to the red zone, the more unsettling the environment became. The scorched earth gradually shifted into a dark, blood-soaked red, as if steeped in a cruel baptism. The clouds above pressed lower and lower, giving the eerie impression that they might crash down at any moment. A faint gray mist drifted through the air, sending chills down his spine. The mist obscured visibility, but thankfully, Lin Li's spirit sight, a gift of his sword heart, rendered it negligible. The instability in the space surrounding him also grew more apparent. Void rifts flickered into view everywhere, appearing and vanishing in an instant. In some places, the spatial distortions deepened, threatening a collapse at any moment. Lin Lu personally witnessed one such spatial collapse consuming a high-level demon. The demon didn't even get the chance to scream before being swallowed whole. This sight only made Lin Lu more cautious. Once caught in the turbulence of a spatial collapse, survival was uncertain. Fortunately, spatial collapses were usually preceded by discernible signs. As long as one remained vigilant, they could still avoid danger, at least for now. After traversing several more miles, Lin Lu suddenly halted. He sensed a surge of intense combat energy ahead, accompanied by the sounds of shouting and battle cries. Quickening his pace, he climbed over a ridge of dark red hills. What lay before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. In the open plain below, a fierce and bloody battle raged on. Several professionals were engaged in a desperate struggle, encircling a colossal, monstrous creature. The monster resembled a scorpion, yet it was as massive as a small mountain. Its entire body was covered with black scales that exuded a cold metallic sheen. Its tail was raised high, at the end of which a venomous stinger shone with a dark green, chilling gleam, like a poisoned spear. As it swung its massive, pincer-like front limbs, the air itself was torn apart, showcasing its immense destructive power. Gray Mist Scorpion King, Boss, level 85. 5 players surrounded and were battling it. Leading them was an 89-level demigod knight. Using a massive shield, he endured much of the damage, occasionally delivering counterattacks to forcibly disrupt the boss's rhythm. The other 4, all above level 80, included a mage, a priest, an assassin, and an archer. Their teamwork was seamless, clearly indicating a seasoned group. Logically, facing a level 80-something boss should not have been such a struggle. Yet, strangely, they were being completely overwhelmed by the monster at this moment. They were being thoroughly suppressed by the boss. Several times, the team was on the brink of wiping out, narrowly saved only because the demigod knight was resilient enough to hold the boss's aggression steady. Without him, they would have been annihilated already. Lin Lu stood watching, utterly baffled. This scorpion-like monstrosity was absurdly strong, thoroughly abnormal for a boss of its supposed level. He quickly noticed something strange. The gray mist in the air was being continuously absorbed by the Scorpion King. As the mist entered its body, the creature's aura became increasingly berserk, and its speed and strength kept climbing. The 5-person team below was in even greater peril. The arrows fired by the archer struck the Scorpion King's armored scales, but only left pale marks, barely causing any damage. The knight, sensing this worsening situation, immediately instructed the priest to attempt a purification spell to see if it could dispel the mist surrounding the boss. The priest, having just cast a healing spell, began chanting again without hesitation. Holy light descended, enveloping the Scorpion King. As the gray mist made contact with the holy light, a sharp, corrosive hiss echoed loudly. The Scorpion King froze momentarily, and the gray mist surrounding it thinned slightly. The assassin, noticing the effect, dashed forward to target the softer underside of the boss. However, just then, the situation took a sudden, dramatic turn. The faintly dissipating gray mist surged violently all at once. It was as if the Scorpion King had been waiting for this precise moment. It instantly inhaled even more of the mist into its body. In the next moment, the assassin's dagger struck its underside, but only produced the discordant clang of metal on metal. To make matters worse, the creature's tail stinger launched directly at the assassin with ferocious speed. Everyone thought the assassin was done for. At this critical moment, a streak of sword light flew down from the hill. Lin Lu made his move. The flying sword severed the Scorpion King's stinger just in time, successfully saving the assassin. Enraged, the Scorpion King immediately shifted all its aggression toward Lin Lu. It lunged toward the hill, its massive pincers slicing through the air like giant shears as it aimed to crush Lin Lu in an instant. But in the next breath, sword light erupted behind Lin Lu. Countless flying swords materialized simultaneously, descending in a torrent toward the Scorpion King. A web of swords formed, shredding the charging Scorpion King to pieces in an instant. You have slain Gray Mist Scorpion King, Boss, plus 3 million EXP. Sword Master Prestige, plus 50. Loot, Venomous Stinger 1, Dark Green Scorpion Shell, Gray Mist Core. Venomous Stinger, Epic Grade Material. Can extract venom or forge equipment. Dark Green Scorpion Shell, Epic Grade Armor. Equipable at level 80. Strength plus 3. Gray Mist Core, a peculiar energy crystal. Current use unknown. As Lin Lu examined the loot, the 5-person party, led by Li Qingyun, stood dumbfounded. One strike, a total kill. The boss that had nearly wiped them out was so effortlessly dealt with by this young man. Just who was he? What shocked them even further was the fact that Lin Lu was only level 69. How could this be a normal person? He was more like a monster himself. Recovering from his shock, Li Qingyun suppressed his astonishment and spoke first in gratitude. I am Li Qingyun, a member of the Golden Knights Guild. Thank you for saving our lives. The Golden Knights Guild? Lin Li's gaze flickered toward him. He had heard of this name before, one of the top 10 professional guilds in Longxia, renowned and prestigious. He hadn't expected to encounter them here. No need for thanks. It was just a passing thought, Lin Lu replied coolly, then turned to examine the gray mist around him. How much do you know about this mist? Lin Lu assumed this group had prior experience here and might know something about the mist. To his surprise, Li Qingyun offered a bitter smile and shook his head. To be honest, we're here for the first time too, and we don't know much about it. But we've found that the creatures in the mist undergo terrifying mutations, becoming several times stronger than they are outside. They can also absorb the mist to recover, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. The further you go in, the thicker the mist becomes, and the monsters grow even more frightening. As Lin Lu listened, his brows furrowed slightly. Then why did you come here? Li Qingyun's expression darkened. We're looking for someone. Several days ago, their guild leader had led an elite team inside to carry out a mission and hadn't returned since. The guild leader is a god-level professional, and every team member is at least demigod level. Logically, as long as they didn't enter the red zone, nothing should have gone wrong. But they've been out of contact for several days, so the guild sent us here to investigate. Did you find them? Lin Lu asked, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he was asking too much. As expected, Li Qingyun shook his head. No, the communication here is completely cut off, and the monsters are too strong. If it weren't for your intervention, we wouldn't have survived until now. All we can do now is hope that the guild leader and the rest are still alive. But even they didn't believe their own words. No news for this long usually meant the worst. The atmosphere grew heavier. Lin Lu fell into deep thought. If even god-level professionals could potentially die here, this gray mist was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He began to reconsider whether he should stay any longer. What's your next move? He asked. Li Qingyun gave a bitter smile. We're in terrible shape right now. Continuing to search would be suicide. So we're planning to return to Tianyuan City, regroup with the guild, and decide our next steps from there. Be careful, Lin Lu nodded. When he didn't make a move to leave, Li Qingyun couldn't help but ask, You're not leaving? I'll stay and take a look, Lin Lu replied in a low voice. This place was indeed dangerous, but he wasn't afraid. Besides, this gray mist clearly concealed a massive secret. It had the power to mutate monsters. He was determined to figure out what was behind it all. Li Qingyun knew Lin Lu wasn't an ordinary person, so he didn't push further. Then take care. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. Don't recklessly enter the red zone. Understood. Just as the group was about to leave, the gray mist around them suddenly began to churn violently. It was as if some unseen force was disrupting it. Soon, the mist started converging frantically from all directions. In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. The gray mist thickened, rolling in wave after wave like a rising tide. Lin Lu hadn't quite figured out what was happening yet, but the expressions of Li Qingyun and his team had already drastically changed. Damn, it's the gray mist tide. What's that? Lin Lu asked. Li Qingyun's face turned pale as he explained in a trembling voice. It's one of the most terrifying disasters in the red zone. The gray mist suddenly surges, the monsters inside become crazed, and it can even trigger a monster horde from the depths. If you get caught in it, even god-level professionals could be wiped out instantly. But we're far from the red zone. How could this happen here? Li Qingyun said in confusion. One of his teammates was already panicking. Captain, this isn't the time to think. We need to retreat now, or it'll be too late. Li Qingyun quickly turned to Lin Lu. This is too dangerous. Come with us. Lin Lu, however, remained fixed on the front, his voice cold. I'm afraid it's already too late. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground began to tremble violently. From within the mist came an unnerving screeching sound, dense and grating, sending chills up everyone's spine. Lin Lu activated his sword intuition vision, piercing through the fog. What he saw made his heart sink. Skeletal monsters were crawling up from the ground, beast-like, human-like, grotesque amalgamations of remains of all kinds. And the most terrifying part? There was no end to them. Gray Mist Skeleton Soldier, mutated. Gray Mist Death Sentinel, mutated. Gray Mist Mage, mutated. Gray Mist Archer, mutated. These monsters were all high level, at least above level 80, and their stats were ridiculously overpowered, far exceeding bosses of the same level. Worse still, trailing behind the skeletal army were even larger horrors. Colossal monsters stood dozens of meters, even hundreds of meters tall, exuding a suffocatingly oppressive aura. Lin Lu strained to make out their forms. Gray Mist Bone Dragon, mutated lord. Gray Mist Giant Wraith Demon, mutated lord. There were already over 100 such towering monstrosities. To make matters worse, these creatures possessed at least demigod-level strength, with some close to reaching god-level power. As if that weren't bleak enough, the gray mist continued to churn, birthing more and more monsters that grew stronger and stronger. It's the Undying Legion. We're dead for sure this time. Li Qingyun stood frozen in despair. Does the type of monsters in the gray mist tide change every time? Lin Lu asked. Li Qingyun nodded. That's what we've heard. The Undying Legion is the worst, relentless, tireless, and able to endlessly resurrect within the mist. They're impossible to kill. Lin Lu frowned deeply. If that were true, they were in enormous trouble. By now, several skeletal creatures had charged toward them. Lin Lu summoned his flying sword with a wave of his hand, striking them down in seconds. The sound of explosions rang out as the skeletal monsters were obliterated on the spot. But in the next moment, the remnants reassembled themselves in the mist, standing once more. The flames in their eyes had turned a ghostly green, and their aura had grown even more dangerous. Indeed, they're impossible to kill. Lin Li's expression darkened. This was trickier than he had hoped. As the monster tide advanced closer, threatening to encircle them, he knew he had to act quickly. Without hesitation, Lin Lu led the group toward the black stone mountain on the right rear. At the foot of the mountain, there was a narrow cave entrance that became their only chance for survival. In the gray mist, the skeletal creatures quickly discovered them and swarmed toward them in droves. Lin Lu immediately summoned his flying sword, forcing a bloody path forward and guiding everyone into the mountain cave. He then collapsed the cave entrance, blocking their pursuers outside. For the time being, everyone was safe, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the cave was far from ordinary. On the walls were inscriptions in ancient scripts and murals depicting the Qianghua sect, battles between immortals and demons, and the rise and fall of cultivation civilizations. The more Lin Lu examined them, the more alarmed he became, faintly guessing the cause of this civilization's demise. At that moment, Li Qingyun suddenly noticed a flicker of white light deeper inside the cave. As the group moved forward, the cold intensified, and frost crystals formed on the rocky walls. Rounding a corner, they encountered a vast ice cavern. At its center hung a rhombus-shaped ice crystal, emanating an eerie aura. Encased within the ice crystal was a sword radiating white light. Lin Lu froze upon seeing it and exclaimed that it was a legendary grade sword weapon. Li Qingyun and the others also became tense. An archer attempted to approach, but the resonance of the sword's song forced him back, causing him to vomit blood. Li Qingyun quickly warned that the divine sword possessed a will of its own, and recklessly approaching it was tantamount to courting death. Everyone finally understood that this treasure wasn't something just anyone could claim. They all looked toward Lin Lu, urging him to try. Lin Lu nodded and stepped forward without hesitation. Sure enough, the divine sword immediately emitted an intense resonance, unleashing a surging force straight at him. Lin Lu stood his ground. 3 divine swords of his own flew out autonomously, shielding him from the impact. Everyone was stunned on the spot. 3 legendary divine swords? That was simply outrageous. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Lu approached the ice crystal and noticed inscriptions engraved upon it. Heavenly Heart Demon Suppressing Sword, a treasured artifact of the Qianghua sect. Those fated may claim it. He immediately recalled the murals depicting the Qianghua sect, which was likely a major sect from the cultivation era. Suddenly, the ice crystal shattered. An array of sword light shot straight toward Lin Lu. Li Qingyun and the others were horrified, but Lin Lu was already prepared. His 3 divine swords flew out to intercept, engaging in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Heart Demon Suppressing Sword. The Purple Veil Star Sword was the first to unleash its might, surging with violet aura as its spirit form revealed itself, an iridescent, multicolored divine bull. The Ice Soul Divine Sword followed suit, manifesting a blue ice dragon, which roared and lunged forward. Finally, the Dragonheart Sword appeared, astonishing everyone with its twin-headed dragon form, one head black, the other red, emanating ferocious energies of lightning and fire. The pressure on the Heavenly Heart Demon-Suppressing Sword grew immense, and its sword spirit was finally forced to reveal itself as well. Surprisingly, its spirit was a tiny, chubby white figure no larger than a palm, wielding a miniature sword. Lin Lu was momentarily dumbfounded and almost burst out laughing at the sight. The little figure was so enraged by his reaction that it shrieked in fury, raising its tiny sword to release a blazing white slash of energy. Lin Lu quickly dodged, and the sword light struck the ground, leaving a scorched, blackened crater. His amused expression vanished as he commanded his 3 sword spirits to surround and attack. Though small, the little spirit was incredibly fast, making the battle suddenly intense. The sword light was ferocious, but the little figure initially held its own. However, it was still a 3-against-1 fight, and the power imbalance was evident. Before long, the little spirit was overwhelmed, caught in a relentless barrage from the 3 sword spirits. It howled in frustration as it darted about in desperation. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Lu asked directly, "Are you going to submit or not?" The little spirit, stubborn to the end, refused to yield, baring its teeth defiantly at Lin Lu despite taking a beating. Lin Lu, naturally, wasn't about to show mercy. He understood that if he didn't subdue it now, it'd only cause more trouble in the future. The three-sword spirits resumed their fierce assault, pummeling the little figure until it was battered and bruised. At last, the tiny spirit could endure no more and quickly retreated back into the sword. It even attempted to slip away through a crevice in the rocks, but Lin Lu anticipated this move and seized the sword directly. He warned it sternly, "Don't try anything funny, or I'll beat you so badly you won't recognize yourself." To everyone's surprise, this threat worked, and the Heavenly Heart demon-suppressing sword soon quieted down. After it acknowledged him as its master, Lin Lu examined its properties and his mood sword. This sword boasted extraordinary offensive power and came with additional abilities: automatic defense of its wielder, demon suppression, immunity to negative effects, and an ultimate one-hit kill move. The last ability, the Heavenly Heart Slash, was especially devastating, a true weapon of mass destruction. Though the cost of its use was high, once unleashed, even powerful foes could be instantly defeated. The more Lin Lu learned about the sword, the more satisfied he became. He didn't pay much attention to the engraving that said, "The wielder of this sword becomes the master of the Qianghua sect," as the cultivation civilization had long since vanished. After storing away his other divine swords, he grasped the Heavenly Heart demon-suppressing sword with great satisfaction. Not only had this venture turned out to be a win, but he had also stumbled upon an incredible treasure. With this, he was now one step closer to collecting all 5 legendary swords. Lin Lu was already looking forward to what the lower battlefield would have in store for him. He then stored the sword into his sword god space. Only then did Li Qingyun and the others dare to approach, asking if he had successfully subdued the legendary grade equipment. Lin Lu nodded in affirmation. Although he described it as subduing, it felt more like he had beaten it into submission. He glanced towards the cave entrance again, worried that the gray mist tide outside had not yet subsided. Li Qingyun mentioned that the tide typically wouldn't last more than half a day, suggesting they wait just a little longer before leaving. The group had no choice but to continue hiding in the cave. Only after the outside finally fell silent did Lin Lu smash the stone blocks sealing the cave entrance. The gray mist outside had considerably dissipated, and there were no signs of the undead legion. Only a few mutated creatures wandered in the distance. The group finally exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly survived. But a lingering fear still gnawed at them. A sword imprint lit up in his pupils as Lin Lu gazed into the depths of the gray mist. In the red-colored zone dozens of miles away, the mist churned menacingly, radiating an unsettling aura. "We cannot linger here," Lin Lu said firmly. "You all should return to Tianyuan City. I should retreat as well." "All right." The others agreed without objection. The nearer one got to the red zone, the more dangerous it became. No one could predict when the next calamity might strike. Having endured the gray mist tide, Lin Lu had no desire to go further into the depths. He decided to play it safe and first focus on reaching level 70. The journey back was uneventful. Before long, the group retreated to the safety zone, the oppressive weight of the gray mist finally lifting from their hearts. Li Qingyun and his companions were heading to Tianyuan City to meet with their guild members, while Lin Lu stayed outside to continue leveling up. "Here's my contact information, should you ever need me in the future." All right. Reaching level 70 from level 69 required a massive increase in experience points. Fortunately, demons in the void battlefield were appearing continuously. Even though low-level demons didn't provide much experience, Lin Li's efficiency in eliminating them made leveling up manageable. After just one day, a golden light flashed around him, marking his advancement to level 70. Now at level 70, his main quest was only missing the mythical grade sword artifact and the 7-star emerald stone. However, Lin Lu wasn't in a rush. He still had plenty of time. "It's time to head to the lower battlefield," he mused. As long as he could find the source well of 10,000 arts on the lower battlefield, he could use the seed of fire within his body to attain divine powers. Only then would he truly qualify to enter the grand game. However, to access the lower battlefield, he would first need to return to Tianyuan City to apply for a pass, and then use the teleportation array to travel there. These procedures had been explained to him by Ji Han before he entered the void battlefield. Riding his sword, Lin Lu quickly made his way back to Tianyuan City in less than half an hour. But upon entering the city, flying was no longer permitted. Tianyuan City enforced a no-flight rule, even for divine-level practitioners, who were not allowed to move through the air arbitrarily. Let's first find out where the administrative hall is. Before long, Lin Lu arrived at the hall where passes to the lower battlefield were processed. There were numerous counters, and the section for processing lower battlefield passes was located at the far end. A short queue formed in front of the counter. "I heard the lower battlefield's been quite chaotic lately," a burly man holding a giant axe whispered. Not long ago, there was a fierce battle. Over 30 demon lords launched an assault on Tianmong City. If reinforcements hadn't arrived in time from other main cities, Tianmong City might have fallen. The human race has built 9 cities in the void battlefield, with 7 situated in the lower battlefield, another commented. Each of those 7 cities is critical, blocking key points of the abyssal invasion. If even one were to fall, the consequences would trigger a chain reaction. Lin Li's heart grew heavy as he overheard the conversation. He hadn't expected the conflict between humanity and the abyss in the lower battlefield to have escalated to such an extent. 30 demon lords attacking simultaneously. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. With his current strength, dealing with 1 or 2 demon lords would already be his limit. If 30 came at once, he would undoubtedly be crushed in an instant. What made things worse was the uncertain number of abyssal demon lords. No one could provide a definitive answer. But one thing was certain. Their numbers far exceeded the divine-level practitioners among humans. On this front, humanity was clearly at a disadvantage. If not for the difficulty abyssal demon lords faced in entering and exiting the void battlefield freely, humanity would have likely been overrun long ago. Just then, the burly man lowered his voice again. What's even more terrifying is that this assault on Tianmong City might have involved the intervention of a demon emperor, a being capable of rivaling human demigods. Hey, demon emperor, someone nearby nearly shouted in alarm. Wasn't there an agreement 100 years ago between humanity and the abyss, stating neither demon emperors nor demigods could act recklessly? The burly man sneered. An agreement? When have those creatures from the abyss ever truly honored one? If they weren't cautious of human demigods, they'd have already launched a full-scale invasion. Damn it, the other person gritted his teeth. And what about Tianmong City? What's its current state? It's holding for now, the burly man sighed. But the losses were significant. I heard that 3 divine-level practitioners died, with more than a dozen others injured. That's why they're urgently calling for reinforcements. Even if our strength isn't great, every additional fighter might help. Hearing this, Lin Lu fell silent as well. To humanity, every divine-level practitioner was invaluable. But now, 3 had fallen in a single battle. Set out immediately. Lin Lu followed Zhao Tiangang, swiftly moving toward the entrance of the abyssal corridor. Along the way, they passed through dilapidated streets, where the desolation painted a vivid picture of despair and horror left by the demon invasion. The lingering demonic aura was so suffocating it pressed down on the chest, but Lin Li's expression remained resolute. There wasn't so much as a hint of wavering in his eyes. As they approached the dungeon's entrance, they were ambushed by demons. Zhao Tiangang let out a thunderous roar, his entire being erupting with intense divine power, easily obliterating the obstructing demons, turning them into nothing but ash. As expected of a god-tier expert, he cleared the surrounding threats with a single strike. Hurry inside. I'll hold the line here, Zhao Tiangang instructed Lin Lu. Nodding without hesitation, Lin Lu strode into the entrance of the abyssal corridor, radiating an eerie, ominous energy. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a spatial distortion. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a completely different world, dark, chilling, and reeking of decay. The surroundings revealed a dimly lit corridor. Twisted runes covered the walls, and faint, ghostly whispers echoed, enough to make one's skin crawl. A sudden system notification chimed. You have entered the solo dungeon, abyssal corridor. Task objectives: defeat the boss and destroy the altar. Clenching the sword in his hand, Lin Lu sharpened his focus. He knew that in this battle, he couldn't afford to fail. It was all or nothing. Just as he moved forward, shadows of demons emerged up ahead. A mix of low-level demon warriors and mages waited for him in what seemed like a deliberate ambush. Though the narrow hallway gave the demons an advantage in numbers, Lin Lu showed no fear. Suddenly, he surged forward, his sword flashing brightly. In a stunningly brilliant flare, the entire corridor was bathed in radiant light. Where his blade's aura swept through, demons fell en masse. Lin Li's exceptional combat prowess, paired with his level 70 strength, left these ordinary demons powerless to even get close. Against high-tier demons, he still maintained overwhelming control, dispatching them with precise, decisive strikes. After carving his way through the dungeon's first half, Lin Lu began to sense that this dungeon wasn't merely designed to wear him down. The demons of the abyss seemed intent on deliberately delaying him, likely to buy time for the altar to reach full activation. Realizing this, his expression tightened with seriousness. He knew he couldn't afford to let these time-wasting underlings slow him down any longer. He had to locate the boss before it was too late. Rushing forward with urgency, he suddenly triggered a new system prompt. You have entered the dungeon's core area. The area guardian is about to appear. Prepare yourself. Lin Lu halted, taking a moment to adjust his state as he stared into the oppressive darkness ahead. A faint sheen of sweat lined his palm as his guard heightened to the maximum. He knew this would lead to a decisive battle with the dungeon's god-tier boss. A low, guttural growl emerged from the shadows, and the ground began to tremble as a colossal figure stepped into view. The demon guardian's massive body radiated flames and black mist. Its glaring, blood-red eyes locked directly onto Lin Lu. Demon guardian of the abyss, the scourge of flames. The sheer scale of its mountainous form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, enough to take one's breath away. Yet Lin Lu refused to look away. A single thought coursed through his mind: defeat it. Destroy the altar. There was no retreat, no room for hesitation. Bring it on, Lin Lu murmured, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Lowering his stance ever so slightly, his sword subtly gleamed with cold light, and his entire body emanated the energy of a blade poised to strike. The battle began. Complete annihilation awaited. Remember, your life comes first. If it gets too dangerous, retreat immediately. Wu Songxing reminded Lin Lu once more, his tone solemn. There's only one chance, and we're all counting on you. Oh, and take out the soul-gathering jade I gave you earlier. I'll replenish it again. Lin Lu retrieved the soul-gathering jade from his bag. This particular piece of jade had the ability to store Wu Songxing's blade force. Previously, Lin Lu had already exhausted its stored energy when he used it to kill the Shadow Demon King. Wu Songxing took the jade back and began channeling his energy into it once more. This time, it took him a full 30 seconds before handing it back to Lin Lu. Despite his immense strength, Wu Songxing's face showed signs of exhaustion. Noticing something was amiss, Lin Lu hesitated, intending to speak, but Wu Songxing waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Just overexerted. A short rest will remedy it. The blade energy stored in the jade this time is capable of instantly killing a third-tier demon king. Anything below the third stage of the divine path, Wu Songxing explained. However, in the abyssal corridor, external tools are prohibited, so whether or not you can truly resolve the ordeal relies solely on yourself. This is all I can do for you. Thank you, Senior Wu. Lin Lu expressed his gratitude earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang stepped forward, pulling out a golden scroll. This is a world-breaking scroll. In times of dire danger, it can forcibly create a void passage. This scroll is extremely rare, a divine-tier artifact, and it can bypass most prohibitions. Keep it safe. In a life-or-death situation, it might save your life. Without unnecessary words, Lin Lu accepted it directly. Other divine-tier powerhouses present also handed Lin Lu various life-saving tools, each brimming with significance, underscoring the importance of the mission ahead. No time left, Wu Songxing declared as he steadied himself. The fluctuation of the altar is growing stronger. We must take action now. Let's move. The group quickly dispersed into their assigned roles. Wu Songxing and two other divine-tier professionals departed first to engage the Demon Kings and the infernal army stationed outside the abyssal instance. Zhao Tiangang was tasked with escorting Lin Lu, ensuring he would make his way into the instance undetected. The rest of the team returned to their respective cities to maintain vigilance, prepared to counter any attempts from the abyss to exploit their absence with diversionary strikes. As Lin Lu hurried through the route, he could see that Tianlong City was already in full battle-ready mode. Troops streamed toward the steel fortress walls, taking their positions with steadfast resolve. The oppressive atmosphere within and beyond the city weighed heavily, leaving people struggling to breathe under the pressure. We're here. Zhao Tiangang eventually stopped, leading Lin Lu to a secluded mountain valley outside the city. At the center of the valley, a swirling spatial vortex crackled ominously. This was the entrance to the abyssal corridor instance. The area surrounding the vortex teemed with demon forces. The valley itself hosted an impressive demon army, their encampments emanating dark and terrifying auras, a clear mark of demon kings stationed within. Hovering above the valley, Zhao Tiangang cautioned Lin Lu again, emphasizing their time constraint. You've got 30 minutes. Regardless of whether or not you clear the instance, you must return by then. If we wait too long for reinforcements to arrive, escape will be impossible. He further explained the general structure of the abyssal corridor map as a circular, maze-like design. The main boss lay at the very center. Beware of the mirror demons, Zhao added gravely. They can duplicate the abilities of any professional, mimicking your exact combat skills and appearance. Lin Li's heart sank as he etched this into memory. Just then, Zhao Tiangang informed him softly that Senior Wu and the others had already begun their assault. Moments later, explosions of energy resounded from multiple directions within the valley. Wu Songxing soared into the air with his blade, unleashing a devastating strike that instantly obliterated countless demons. Simultaneously, the other two divine tier professionals lunged into the demon army, carving open a path with brute force. The massive demon horde descended into chaos. From the encampments, powerful demon king auras surged forward, answering the assault. Stop them! Furious roars echoed as monstrous figures leapt toward Wu Songxing's team. Now, Zhao Tiangong's eyes sharpened as he urgently grabbed Lin Lu, charging toward the instant's entrance. But just as they neared the vortex, a demon king turned abruptly, barreling toward them with overwhelming demonic energy. Zhao Tiangong's expression darkened. With a mere palm strike, he conjured a golden seal that blasted the demon king back. Seizing the opportunity, he shoved Lin Lu toward the vortex. Hurry, get in, he barked. You've only got 30 minutes. Using the momentum, Lin Lu hurtled toward the spatial whirlpool. Before entering, he glanced back. Behind him, the demon army had surged forward in unrelenting waves, while overhead, Wu Songxing and the others waged fierce battles against the demon kings. Thankfully, their extraordinary power held the tide at bay for now. Knowing that time was precious, Lin Lu clenched his fists and plunged into the vortex without hesitation. The world spun wildly as he was transported. When the disorientation subsided, Lin Lu found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor. The passage stretched long and narrow, its dark crimson walls etched with sinister engravings that pulsed faintly, lending the place an eerily ominous atmosphere. Lin Lu didn't waste any time. He quickly prepared himself, reinforcing his energy and heightening his state of readiness before cautiously advancing forward. It wasn't long before several twisted silhouettes emerged ahead. Activating his sword seal, Lin Lu assessed his foes, a flame demon, an ice demon, and a nightmare demon. Relieved that there wasn't a mirror demon among them, he exhaled slightly. In the blink of an eye, numerous flying swords materialized around him, slicing through the air toward his enemies. These minor demons, though formidable in strength, were far from posing a challenge to Lin Lu. In mere moments, they were completely annihilated. Kill them all. Lin Lu didn't stop, continuing to charge forward. In this square corridor, waves of demons would emerge at intervals. Elite units, bosses, strong enough to be considered a challenge in a single-player dungeon. Yet, for Lin Lu, these blocking demons couldn't halt his advance. Before long, he had fought his way to the dungeon's center. Pushing open the iron door, Lin Lu laid eyes on the boss in the room's center. A shadowy figure, pitch black and oppressive, loomed over the altar, standing 3 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms. It hovered in midair like an ominous god. Runes etched onto the altar glowed faintly, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Lin Lu recognized instantly. This must be the altar master Wu had warned him about. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the boss above. Abyssal Soul Demon, God-tier boss, level 91. The rest of its stats were all question marks. Lin Li's guard went up at once. The Abyssal Soul Demon noticed him too. Its 3 heads turned synchronously, and 6 cold, murderous eyes locked onto him. With an earth-shaking roar, the entire room trembled as a devastating shockwave hurtled towards Lin Lu. Fortunately, his divine sword shielded him, allowing him to withstand the blow. Lin Lu struck back without hesitation. His 4 divine swords shot forth, slicing through the air like a storm of blades. At the same time, he summoned Lin Feng, who unleashed its true form, a magnificent phoenix engulfed in golden flames. Lin Feng spread its wings wide, transforming the room into a sea of fire. Every flying sword danced with imbued flames, turning the blade's storm into a fiery rain. The relentless barrage crashed against the Abyssal Soul Demon, echoing thunderously. To Lin Li's surprise, this so-called god-tier boss was even weaker than the Shadow Demon King he had faced while injured. Overwhelmed, it barely had any room to counterattack. Seizing the moment, Lin Lu charged up his Chaos Sword Aura. 9 seconds later, he released it with a single, decisive slash. The sword energy cut through space itself, halting even the air in its wake. Sensing impending doom, the Abyssal Soul Demon let out 3 simultaneous roars. Its 6 arms flailed desperately in an attempt to block the attack, but it was too late. With a flash of sword light, all 3 heads and 6 arms were severed. You successfully defeated the Abyssal Soul Demon, God-tier boss. Experience points plus 10 billion. Lin Lu leveled up 3 times in succession, reaching level 73. After level 70, every level provided a massive 10,000 attribute points, a significant boost to his strength. He didn't hesitate to invoke his unique skill, Underworld Sword Oath, transforming the Abyssal Soul Demon into his first sword slave. Only 10 minutes. There's still time, Lin Lu muttered, turning his gaze toward the altar. He prepared to destroy it without delay. But just as he moved, a sudden and deadly danger descended. A purple sword light streaked through the air, stabbing precisely where he had stood a moment ago. If not for his quick reflexes and timely activation of the sword god's space to swap positions, that strike would have impaled him. Lin Li's eyes fell on the blade embedded in the ground, the purple star sword. His expression darkened. In the next instant, a familiar figure appeared by the purple star sword. The individual raised a hand, and within moments, the sword trembled and flew back into their grasp. Accompanying it were 3 additional divine swords. Lin Li's face instantly turned grim. It was the replication demon. No wonder he had felt like something was amiss earlier. This creature had been hiding all along. Waiting for the moment, he let his guard down after defeating the boss. It struck when he was at his most vulnerable. Worse still, it possessed the terrifying ability to replicate not just Lin Li's abilities, but also his equipment, including all 4 divine swords. Now, the true challenge wasn't the abyssal soul demon. It was this replication demon. Killing the boss was one thing, but facing an identical version of himself? That was a far more daunting task. The replication demon studied Lin Lu with an icy smirk. Surprised? Your powers are mine now. Once I kill you, I'll take over your identity and live as Lin Lu in the human world. Lin Lu almost laughed out loud from sheer disdain. A mere demon, thinking it can replace me? He said coldly. Keep dreaming. Die. Without hesitation, Lin Lu unleashed his 4 divine swords, launching a head-on assault at the replication demon. The replication demon didn't dodge. Instead, it replicated the same attack, summoning its own 4 divine swords to counter. The 2 clashed with identical strength. Every strike was perfectly mirrored, neither gaining the upper hand. Realizing a direct confrontation wasn't working, Lin Lu shifted tactics and unleashed a sword rain skill. Tens of thousands of starlit swords filled the sky, descending like a relentless downpour. It was an attack no ordinary opponent could evade. But the replication demon, refusing to back down, withstood the onslaught and retaliated in kind, launching an equally devastating counterattack. Lin Lu had no choice but to activate his Immortal Dragon Soul ability, granting him 10 seconds of invincibility. Sword after sword rained down, but none of the attacks could harm him. However, the replication demon had also activated the same ability, rendering Lin Li's assault useless. For the first time, Lin Lu realized the dire predicament he was in. If this fight dragged on, he'd be the one pushed to the edge. The demon wasn't just copying his skills and gear, it had perfectly mirrored even his combat instincts and strategies. It truly was like facing another. Himself. He had to find a flaw that couldn't be duplicated. At that moment, he noticed the Phoenix True Flame on the Star Rune sword. A sudden thought hit him. Lin Feng couldn't be copied because she wasn't gear, nor was she a skill. She was an independently existing pet. More importantly, the copy demon could only replicate one target at a time. Since it had already copied Lin Lu, it couldn't possibly copy Lin Feng as well. This was the key to victory. As the invincibility timer neared its end, Lin Lu summoned Lin Feng. A flash of golden light, and Lin Feng took to the skies. Her wings spread open as the Phoenix True Flame swirled and burned fiercely around them. The copy demon's face finally changed. It could mimic Lin Lu, but there was no way it could mimic Lin Feng. Lin Lu immediately commanded Lin Feng to unleash her flames for suppression. Although the sea of fire couldn't burn the copy demon to death, it was enough to disrupt its rhythm. In the split-second invincibility vanished, Lin Lu seized the flaw. The Heaven's Heart demon-suppressing sword erupted in a dazzling white light. Tiny Bit with the wielder's sword dashed forward, aiming straight for the copy demon's forehead. The demon had not anticipated the presence of a sword spirit, leaving it no time to react. In the next instant, the copy demon was pierced through by a single sword strike. Its body shattered and dispersed into black smoke. Lin Lu let out a long sigh of relief. This battle had been perilously close, as if fighting a life-and-death struggle against another version of himself. With the copy demon defeated, experience points flowed in, and Lin Lu leveled up twice, reaching level 75. Lin Lu first checked his status panel, then noticed a ball of golden light on the ground nearby. Upon approaching, he discovered that it was a skill book. Such rare drops were practically unheard of. He immediately recognized it. A general-purpose skill. Mirror Clone. It consumed mental energy to produce a clone identical to the original self. Once the clone was destroyed, it required a 24-hour cooldown to reset. Lin Lu was instantly intrigued. In the hands of someone else, this skill might not be particularly strong. But for him, it would be a divine ability. Because the clone wouldn't just look like him. Even its combat prowess, talents, and divine sword would be the same. The only unfortunate limitation was that the pet and sword spirit couldn't be carried over. But even so, this skill was terrifyingly powerful. Without hesitation, Lin Lu immediately learned the skill. The next second, an exact duplicate of Lin Lu appeared beside him. Lin Lu tested controlling the clone and found it as natural as moving his own limbs. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his attention toward the altar. The runes on the altar had already begun to glow. Spatial distortions were forming around it. Clearly, something to follow was being summoned. Lin Lu knew he couldn't afford to delay. He and his clone attacked simultaneously. 8 divine swords unleashed their power onto the altar. The altar was crushed in an instant. But a moment later, the entire dungeon started to quake. The ground cracked, and space itself began to collapse. The dungeon was being destroyed. Lin Li's face darkened. He immediately reabsorbed his clone and dashed desperately toward the exit. Just as he was about to leap into the vortex, an inky black arm suddenly extended from the void behind him. Don't think you can leave. You've destroyed this emperor's plans and still want to walk away unscathed. Lin Lu was only one step away from the exit, yet it felt like he had been nailed in place, unable to move even an inch. Apart from his eyes, his entire body was paralyzed. Fear flooded his heart. This was the first time he felt death was so close to him. The arm shrouded in black mist reached out, its sharp claws aiming straight for his brow. Just as those claws were about to pierce into him, an intense burst of golden light erupted from the void. Fallen Emperor, you've crossed the boundary. The golden light engulfed everything in an instant. In his daze, Lin Lu saw a golden silhouette appear. With a single slash, it severed the black arm completely. A pained cry echoed through the distant void. Guxian, this emperor will demand retribution for this severed arm one day. The next moment, peace returned to the void, and the bindings constraining Lin Li's body were lifted. Not daring to linger even for a moment, Lin Lu sprinted toward the exit. After a vertigo-inducing whirl, he found himself back in the valley. Yet the sight before him made his heart sink. Wu Cangxing, Zhao Tiangang, and others were completely surrounded by the Demon King's army. Everyone was battered, their bodies covered in blood. Though individually powerful, the heroic humans were grossly outnumbered. Each one of them faced several, or even dozens of Demon Kings, enduring unbearable levels of pressure. Especially Wu Cangxing. He was single-handedly resisting 2 9-turn Demon Kings, along with several ordinary ones. It was clear he was at a disadvantage. His long blade was cracked all over, and a gaping wound had torn open his chest, exposing white bone and internal organs. Old Wu, Zhao Tiangang roared in fury, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be blocked by another Demon King. The same dire situation played out at Zheng Changqing and Li Yuanshan's positions. Things were getting more dangerous by the second. They could only hold on for so long. Lin Li's face was stormy. Though singularly strong, the human race was plagued by the sheer, overwhelming numbers of the abyssal Demon Kings, where heroes had to face multiples or even dozens of adversaries alone. Such relentless disparity was why humanity often suffered losses. Now faced with a multitude of Demon Kings, even with the presence of 9-turn Demon Kings, Lin Lu had no time to formulate better strategies. All he could do was shout, "The altar is destroyed. Everyone retreat now." Upon hearing that, Wu Cangxing and Zhao Tiangang's faces immediately lit up with joy. Retreat. Both erupted with power simultaneously, forcing back the nearby Demon Kings. Wu Cangxing grabbed Lin Lu in one swift motion and bolted towards Tianlong City. Zheng Changqing and Li Yuanshan also followed to break through the encirclement. But the Demon Kings had no intention of letting them leave. A 9-turn Demon King roared furiously, "Stop them! If the altar is destroyed, the Demon Emperor will be enraged. They must all be killed." Over a dozen Demon Kings charged after them like mad beasts. The group was heavily injured and couldn't shake off their pursuers. At this rate, they were bound to be caught sooner or later. At that critical moment, Zheng Changqing suddenly began to slow down. "Old Zheng," someone called out anxiously. With a sorrowful smile, Zheng Changqing replied, "I've sustained injuries to my very essence. Even if I manage to escape, I won't live much longer. Let me make one last stand." Before his words fully registered, a golden radiance burst forth from Zheng Changqing's body, his aura skyrocketing several times in intensity. "Old Zheng, no!" Wu Cangxing and the others roared, their eyes reddening with despair. They all understood. He intended to burn his life force to buy them time. "It's too late now. Go quickly." Zheng Changqing looked at Lin Lu, his gaze tinged with emotion, his eyes slightly reddened. "Young man, you got what it takes. The human race still has hope with youngsters like you. Unfortunately, I won't be around to see the day of victory." Without hesitation, Zheng Changqing lunged towards the rear. Gritting his teeth, Wu Cangxing shouted for everyone to retreat. He dragged Lin Lu forward with all his might. Behind them, the Demon Kings finally panicked, shouting ceaselessly about Zheng Changqing's impending self-destruction. They began fleeing frantically. The next second, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The self-sacrifice of a god-level warrior, burning their life force. unleashed power of unimaginable magnitude. Over a dozen demon kings were either killed or gravely injured on the spot, leaving only two nine-turn demon kings barely holding their ground. Zheng Chongqing exchanged his life for critical time, allowing Wu Zongxing and the others to successfully escape. By the time the demon kings regained their senses, the group had long vanished into the distance. The two remaining nine-turn demon kings glared at the ruins scattered around them, their faces dark. With the altar destroyed and their prey escaped, the fallen Abyss Demon Emperor would not spare them. Lin Lu and his companions eventually made it back to Tianlong City. The city's defenders recognized Zhao Tiangang immediately and activated the city protecting formation. The force staggered into the city, battered and exhausted, and the gates shut behind them. The Great Array reignited, once again fending off the abyssal creatures. Li Yuanshan gazed into the distance, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Where's old Zheng?" Wu Zongxing remained silent for a long time, his only response, "This blood debt. We will settle it with the abyss someday." Zhao Tiangong's eyes turned red, not just because of Zheng Chongqing's death, but for the countless other human souls who had been sacrificed. Lin Li's heart felt unbearably heavy. This was the first time he had witnessed the fall of a god-level being with his own eyes. Zheng Chongqing's final gaze and words were engraved deep into his heart. Inwardly, he vowed, one day, he would flatten the abyss. Wu Zongxing patted him on the shoulder, reminding him that while the departed were gone, the living had to press on. He urged Lin Lu to stay alive. Hope only existed for those who survived. Lin Lu nodded resolutely. He recounted everything that had happened in the dungeon. At the mention of the fallen Abyss Demon Emperor, Wu Zongxing's expression turned grave. He had always known that there were 9 demon emperors in the Abyss, and that there was an unspoken rule between the two sides. Neither demon emperors nor semi-divine beings would act lightly. This agreement had been established long ago. Yet, this time, the fallen Abyss Demon Emperor had broken the pact in person. Fortunately, humanity had been prepared. Semi-divine being Gu Xian had set an ambush in anticipation of such a move. Although they hadn't managed to keep the fallen Abyss Demon Emperor this time, they had severed one of his arms and left him severely wounded. As a result, the pressure in the void battlefield would lessen, at least for a while. Lin Lu understood now. Trading the life of a god-level warrior to destroy the abyssal altar and severely injure a demon emperor. Emotionally, it was a hard pill for him to swallow. But in terms of the outcome, this battle had been worth it. He finally began to understand why, even in a dire situation, humanity had managed to hold out for so many years. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What comes next?" Wu Zongxing's expression grew solemn. This move likely signifies that the Abyss intends to break the treaty. A full-scale war might be imminent. However, that's not something for you to bear just yet, he continued. What you truly need to focus on is improving your strength. Only by reaching the god level can you truly be of use in the upcoming war. Lin Lu nodded. Currently, the best he could do was barely defeat a one-turn demon king. He would struggle heavily against a two-turn demon king, and if 2 of them teamed up, he'd have no choice but to flee. But if he could find the origin spring of all magic and ascend to the god level, everything would change. With his level 10 seed of flame as a vessel, his power in the god-level realm would be unimaginably strong. At that point, anyone below the level of a semi-divine being or a demon emperor would no longer pose a significant threat to him. Seeing through his thoughts, Wu Zongxing produced a map. This is a map of the lower battlefield, marking the possible locations of the origin spring of all magic. Keep it safe. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. With this map in hand, his chances of finding the abyssal well of all laws had greatly increased. Wu Zongxing also reminded him that the location and timing of the abyssal well's appearance were completely unpredictable, and whether he could find it would depend entirely on luck. The points marked on the map could very well have already attracted the attention of abyssal demons, so he urged Lu Yu to be cautious. Lu Yu didn't waste any more time and immediately left the city, heading toward the nearest target location, Demon Burial Abyss. The Demon Burial Abyss was a deep and treacherous canyon. Within it, black smoke churned, the spatial environment was highly unstable, and advanced demons were known to frequently appear. Lu Yu soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly arriving above the abyss. Just as he was about to descend, an ominous feeling surged within him, and he instantly shifted his position to evade an attack. A black arrow streaked past where he had been a moment earlier. Looking up, he spotted 3 demon lords lurking within the black mist. The attacker was a bow-wielding demon, while the other 2, each gripping blood-streaked axes, closed in from both sides. Lu Yu didn't retreat. Instead, he activated his sword array to counterattack. He first targeted the ranged bow demon lord, immediately unleashing a control ability that immobilized it completely. Then, he summoned his Heavenly Heart demon-subduing sword, commanding the tiny sword spirit to charge straight at the enemy. With a single slash, the Bao Demon Lord was instantly killed. You have slain the Bao Demon Lord. Experience gained, plus 10 billion. Loot acquired, ghostly longbow, 7-colored spirit gem. Lu Yu's level rose again, but he didn't pay it any mind. His attention was entirely fixated on the 7-colored spirit gem. This item significantly increased the likelihood of career ascension. In other words, he was now one step closer to completing the main quest and transitioning into the SSS tier Sword Sovereign class. All he needed now was one final divine sword to fully elevate his class. He raised his gaze toward the 2 remaining axe-wielding demon lords, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Having witnessed the Bao Demon Lord's instant demise, the other 2 demons realized they had provoked someone far beyond their league. Sensing the danger, the 2 demon lords turned and tried to flee deeper into the abyss, each seeking self-preservation. Lu Yu sneered and unleashed his mirror image clones, commanding, "You chase the one on the left, I'll take the right." His clone was the first to catch up with one of the axe-wielding demon lords. The clone's divine swords whirled and shredded the demon into fragments, killing it on the spot. Lu Yu's main body also gained another level, but seeing his clone outperform him, he felt a surge of competitiveness and sped up his own pursuit. Just then, the remaining axe demon lord, panicked and out of options, shouted toward a nearby cave, "Lord Mo Yun, save me." Lu Yu's heart sank instantly. If someone was addressed as Lord, they had to be far stronger than a mere demon lord. Sure enough, a surge of oppressive demonic energy erupted from the cave as a towering shadow over 3 meters tall emerged. Wielding a dark gold spear and cloaked in malevolent black clouds, the entity's aura was leagues above that of a second-tier demon lord. With a kick, Mo Yun sent the terrified axe demon lord flying before locking eyes coldly with Lu Yu. "Daring to cause trouble in my domain? You're dead." Lu Yu's expression darkened. Knowing he was no match for Mo Yun, he immediately turned to flee on his sword. But Mo Yun wasn't about to let him escape so easily. With a casual upward motion, he summoned a massive claw of condensed demonic energy, sealing the space around Lu Yu and swiping downward fiercely. Forced to confront the attack head-on, Lu Yu sent his Dragon Roar sword and demon-subduing sword to block the claw. He barely managed to fend it off, but the impact left him reeling, blood churning, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, Mo Yun was already upon him, spear thrusting forward with such speed and power that even the surrounding space began to shatter. At the critical juncture, Lu Yu called forth his sword slave, a soul-bound abyssal demon spirit, sacrificing it to buy himself a moment. Mo Yun's spear obliterated the sword slave instantly, but that brief pause was all Lu Yu needed to make his escape. He unleashed a torrent of over 10,000 star-patterned swords in a violent storm against Mo Yun before bolting away. By the time Mo Yun emerged from the rain of swords, Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Enraged, Mo Yun swept his spear in frustration, reducing nearby cliffs to dust as he roared, vowing to hunt Lu Yu down. With his dark gold spear in hand, Mo Yun transformed into a streak of black light, pursuing with deadly intent. Lu Yu pushed his sword-flying technique to its limits, streaking across the canyon skies. However, Mo Yun was faster, and the distance between them rapidly closed. At this rate, getting caught would mean certain death. Lu Yu glanced at the chaotic depths of the demon burial abyss below, gritting his teeth as he made a desperate gamble. He dove headlong into the rift-ridden abyss, aiming to use the unstable spatial tiers to his advantage and escape. Mo Yun, seeing through Lu Yu's intentions, sneered and hurled his spear. The dark gold spear tore through space and smashed toward Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu's face fell. He activated his indestructible dragon soul, granting 10 seconds of invincibility to endure the blow. Even so, the sheer force of the spear sent him hurtling through the air. Behind him lay a newly formed spatial rift, and Lu Yu barely had the time to summon a distant flying sword and force a position swap using the sword deity's domain, narrowly avoiding disaster. But Mo Yun was already dangerously close, his gaze locked onto Lu Yu. Mo Yun thrust his spear again, this time aiming directly for the back of Lu Yu's head. Sensing something ominous about this particular strike, Lu Yu prepared to shift positions again when, without warning, a massive void fissure several meters wide opened up behind him. A terrifying suction erupted suddenly, and before Lu Yu could react, he was swallowed whole by the void. The demon cloud was greatly startled by the sight and hastily retreated. The chaotic turbulence of the void was too dangerous. Even he dared not charge through recklessly. As he watched the ceiling rift, his teeth clenched in anger. Even though he hadn't managed to kill Lin Lu with his own hands, in his view, Lin Lu falling into the chaotic void meant his death was inevitable. Before long, however, the the demon cloud became aware of something else. Within the abyss of the demon burial, a well of myriad laws had emerged, and a mid-tier one at that. If he could consume the rule's power within the well, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the 5th rotation or perhaps even the 6th. As the son of the fallen demon emperor, he had always been looked down upon for his mediocre talent. Now, seeing a chance to rise above, his ambitions reignited within. Meanwhile, Lin Lu, having been swept into the spatial turbulence, was thrust directly into the eye of the storm. The chaotic rules surrounded him from every direction. The endless spatial tearing brought unbearable pain, as though his body was about to be ripped apart. He knew he was doomed if he stayed there any longer. However, to tear through the void and escape, a god-level strength at the very least was required. But in such a chaotic environment, the situation became all the more difficult. In the turbulent void, tearing open a path was even harder. Lin Lu grew increasingly anxious. He refused to die there, where even his body wouldn't remain. Suddenly, he recalled a divine-level scroll that Zhao Tiangang had once gifted him. The Boundless Break Scroll. Boundless Break Scroll, a divine artifact, capable of forcibly opening a random void passage. Single-use item, destroyed upon activation. Lin Lu froze for a moment. A random passage? Yet, he had no other choice. It was far better than dying here. Without hesitation, he tore open the scroll. A golden radiance burst forth as the rule's power surged wildly. A foreign passage was forcibly opened. It's working. Relief washed over Lin Lu, and he immediately dashed into the passage. In the next instant, he crashed heavily onto the ground, his entire body aching. As he recovered, he realized he was now in an unfamiliar valley. Cliffs surrounded him on all sides, and the eerie silence was unnerving. There were no monsters or other life forms. Soon, however, his gaze fell upon a glowing spring ahead. The spring's water was crystal clear, mist curling above its surface. But Lin Lu quickly discovered upon contact that it wasn't water at all, it was pure energy. His mind raced to a conclusion. This was a well of myriad laws. I can't believe it. I actually found one. Elation and amazement filled Lin Lu. He had finally stumbled upon the very thing he'd been searching for. He recalled what Ji Hanyan and the headmaster had mentioned. Wells of myriad laws were graded, with vast differences in quality. Lower-tier wells only benefited the weak, while higher-tier ones would even make divine or demigod-level beings envious. As for supreme-tier wells, they were treasures of sheer rarity. After carefully assessing it, Lin Lu judged the well before him to be of the lower tier. But for someone like him at present, this was already more than enough. By absorbing its energies, he could break into the divine realm. At that point, his strength would transform entirely. Wasting no time, he unleashed his inner flame. Golden fire darted into the well, greedily devouring the rule's power. Lin Li's body began to undergo changes. However, at that very moment, his expression tightened into a frown. Danger was approaching. A massive shadow had silently crept up behind him. Had he not been constantly on guard and equipped with his sword heart spirit eyes that could see through stealth, he might not have noticed it. This time, he might not have survived. Difficult to detect. It was a gigantic obsidian black lizard, over 10 meters in length, whose presence melded almost entirely with the void. Shadow Demon Lizard, Divine Level Boss, Level 91. Activating his sword heart spirit eyes, Lin Lu immediately discerned its identity. It was none other than a divine level boss, its power comparable to a one-rotation demon king. The Shadow Demon Lizard, too, had come for the well of myriad laws. Upon discovering Lin Lu, it immediately invoked its innate ability, vanishing into the void and stealthily nearing him for a surprise attack. If it had been anyone else, the ambush might have succeeded. But it had the misfortune of crossing Lin Lu. Lin Lu had long since perceived its approach and intentionally feigned ignorance, laying a trap in the process. As the Shadow Demon Lizard crept within 10 meters of him, it suddenly leapt from the void, lunging to bite at Lin Li's neck. But just as the critical moment arrived, Lin Lu vanished from its target. The Shadow Demon Lizard's fierce bite connected only with a flying sword, leaving it stunned. Before it had a chance to react, a freezing chill encased it in place. The next moment, a small figure glowing with golden light shot forward with a divine sword in hand. It was none other than the sword spirit of the heavenly heart, suppressing demon sword, Little Dot. Little Dot moved with incredible speed, closing in instantly and piercing through the Shadow Demon Lizard with a single strike. An explosion of devastating damage erupted then and there. The divine level boss hadn't even the chance to resist before succumbing to a brutal death. You have slain the Shadow Demon Lizard, divine level boss. Experience gained, 11 billion. Items obtained. Invisibility Cloak, Shadow Essence. A flash of radiance illuminated Lin. Lu Sheng had reached level 78. He casually checked the loot. Invisibility Cloak, Special equipment, no level restriction, grants perfect invisibility when equipped, making detection extremely difficult. Shadow Essence. A power crystal of the Shadow Lizard can provide nourishment to a flame seed. Lin Li's gaze lingered on the Shadow Essence. It can provide nourishment to the flame seed? He couldn't quite figure it out for now, leaving it for future experimentation. But now wasn't the time. He needed to wait for the flame seed to finish absorbing the wellspring of infinite arts first. In the meantime, Lin Lu remembered the items dropped by the Axe Demon King that he hadn't yet examined. Seeing that the surroundings were temporarily safe, he took out those two items. Crimson Battle Axe, level 89, legendary weapon, attack plus 3,500, lifesteal plus 5%, 10% chance to trigger double damage on attack. Demon King Essence. A power crystal of a Demon King class creature can provide nourishment to a flame seed. The Crimson Battle Axe was decent, but Lin Lu had no use for it. As for the Demon King Essence, it seemed to be of the same kind as the Shadow Essence. Though its exact purpose wasn't clear yet, Lin Lu already had a guess in his mind. Just then, the wellspring of infinite arts began to shake violently. A whirl of firelight rose slowly from the well's mouth. It's about to complete. Lin Lu could feel it. The transformation within himself was nearing its end. After a while, the flame seed finally emerged. As the wellspring of infinite arts gradually subsided, the flame seed erupted in dazzling light. Within it, Lin Lu sensed a dense power of laws. With a resonating hum, his thoughts moved, causing the flame seed to tremble violently before fully merging into his body. A surge of mighty power pertaining to the laws swept through his entire being. Lin Lu felt every cell in his body cheering, as if his whole existence had leapt into a higher dimension of life. This transformation was indescribable, intangible, but he knew without a doubt that he was no longer the same as he was moments ago. So this is the power of divinity? Lin Lu clenched his fists. He felt an absolute confidence that, should he encounter Mo Yun again, he would no longer be on the defensive as before, and might even have the power to slay his opponent on the spot. Following this, Lin Lu instinctively glanced at his status panel. He noticed several stats had subtly changed. Name, Lin Lu. Race, human. Class, Sword King SS tier. Level, 78, 12.11%. Second tier of Divine Path. Strength, 1,912,121. Agility, 1,912,121. Spirit, 1,912,121. Constitution, 1,912,121. Rare attributes. Critical rate 210%, critical damage 340%. Skills. 1 Thought commands 10,000 swords, level 90. Sword God's Domain, level 90. Upon opening his panel, Lin Lu discovered he had entered the second tier of Divine Path. This indicated that after stepping into the realm of divinity, his progress had pushed forward by another step. He had a rough understanding of the situation. A low-grade wellspring of infinite arts had limited power of laws to offer. The fact that it had directly propelled him into divinity, and even to the second tier of the Divine Path, was already quite the gain. But of course, progress in rank was one thing. Combat effectiveness was what truly mattered. After making a rough calculation, Lin Lu estimated that he could now effortlessly defeat a 4th Transformation Demon King. As for a 5th Transformation Demon King, he might even stand a chance. What thrilled him even more, however, was the emergence of a new skill after reaching divinity. Divine Art, 10,000 swords return to origin. Max used the power of laws to command all flying swords, forming a fearsome sword formation. Within the sword formation, flying sword damage is amplified tenfold, and each sword can further divide into 10 sword shadows. Upon seeing this, Lin Lu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This skill was ridiculously overpowered. A tenfold increase in damage was already excessive, but the ability to split one sword into 10? This meant that at full burst, Lin Lu could simultaneously command 100,000 swords into a formation. This spectacle was exactly like something out of ancient Sword Immortal legends. It took Lin Lu quite a while to calm his excitement. Then, he shifted his attention back to the bottom of the status panel. Rules of Fire, 30%. Rules of Lightning, 10%. He quickly deduced that these percentages represented the primary laws contained within the wellspring of infinite arts. The higher the percentage, the deeper his mastery, and the greater the power he could unleash. And the method to enhance this was fairly straightforward. Continue absorbing the same types of power related to the respective laws. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Lu immediately took out the Demon King Essence and Shadow Essence. These two items were just what he needed to replenish nourishment for the Flame Seed. Starting with the Shadow Essence, he crushed it in his hand. A cold, shadowy force immediately surged into his body. only to be devoured by the flame seed. Very quickly, a new row appeared on his status panel. Shadow Rule, 5%. Lin Lu stared at the panel, finally understanding what nutrients truly meant. For the ember, the power of rules was its food. The more it consumed, the faster the ember grew. Once it fully kindled its divine flame, it could step into the demigod realm and continue on the path to godhood. With this realization, Lin Lu absorbed the Demon King's spirit shard once more. This time, no new rules were introduced. Instead, the rule of fire directly increased by 3%. He immediately understood. Embedded within this Demon King's spirit shard was precisely the rule of fire. With this revelation, his path forward became clear. Apart from leveling up and completing main storyline quests, the most critical task was hunting god-level targets and searching for the wellspring of myriad laws. As long as he killed his way upward, he could rapidly ascend to the 9th level on the divine path, possibly even reaching the demigod stage. However, where exactly am I now? How far is it to Sky Dragon City? It was only then that Lin Lu realized he had stumbled upon this area by sheer accident. He had no clue about his precise location. He had already ascended to godhood and was preparing to return to seek vengeance against Mo Yun. Before that, though, he needed to determine where he was. The lower battlefield was vast. Getting lost could result in significant trouble. Finding himself in an unfamiliar place, Lin Lu took to the skies with the violet sword, using the map to confirm his location. To his surprise, he discovered that he was in a region where the wellspring of myriad laws was likely to appear, and it wasn't far from the abyss of buried demons. He immediately rushed back to the abyss of buried demons, only to find the surroundings eerily silent. Mo Yin had not appeared at all. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Lu suddenly detected a strong surge of rule-based energy deeper within. Following the source, he arrived to find another wellspring of myriad laws, and this one was mid-grade. What made things worse was that the water of the well was still roiling, indicating that someone was actively absorbing its power. Lin Lu immediately recognized that the man was most likely Mo. Not long after, demonic energy in the well suddenly surged skyward, and Mo also appeared, having already broken through to become a 5-transformation demon king. Seeing that Lin Lu was still alive, he was first shocked, then became arrogantly overconfident, thinking he could easily crush Lin Lu to death. But Lin Lu had already advanced to god level by borrowing the well water, and his strength was no longer what it had been. The two enemies met face to face, and Lin Lu directly unleashed god myriad swords returned to the sect. 10,000 flying swords instantly split into 100,000, filling the sky above the burial demon abyss, with killing intent completely sealing off Mo's retreat. Mo's expression changed drastically, and only then did he realize he had kicked an iron plate. But regretting it now was already too late. Even strength couldn't save him now. With a cold shout from Lin Lu, all 100,000 swords rang together, the sword formation's power surging tenfold, crashing down on Mo like a torrential downpour and instantly engulfing him. Mo erupted madly with the power of a 5-transformation demon king, desperately swinging the dark gold spear in an attempt to flee, but it was useless. Having just broken through to the 5th transformation, his foundation was unstable, and he simply couldn't withstand such a sword formation. After the sword formation dispersed, Mo had turned to dust, and the burial demon abyss was left in ruins. Killed a 5-transformation demon king. Experience plus 51 billion. Picked up heavenly demon spear, demon king essence, 5-transformation. Lin Lu leveled up to 81 in one go, and his attribute points also broke through 8 million. The real windfall was the heavenly demon spear and the 5-transformation demon king essence. Although the heavenly demon spear couldn't be used directly, it was still a mythic-grade weapon and extremely valuable. More importantly, the Demon King essence was stronger than the rule power contained in that Axe Demon King fragment. After Lin Lu absorbed it, his power surged again, directly breaking through to God Path Stage 3. His fire rule rose to 53%, and he also gained 30% spear rule. With the spear rule, he could wield the heavenly demon spear and perfectly disguise himself as a spear-type hit, while also making up for a shortcoming in melee combat. Just as Lin Lu was sorting through his gains, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The projection of the fallen heavenly demon emperor appeared. He recognized Lin Lu at a glance, his killing intent surging as he angrily said, "You again? Moa may be useless, but he is still my bloodline. Since you killed him, you'll have to pay the price." After all, he did carry his blood. The bloodline of the demon emperor had been humiliated, and even his son had been beheaded outright. If he didn't get even, where was he supposed to put his face? So the fallen heaven demon emperor didn't have time to heal. He directly locked onto the place where Mo Yun had fallen, cast down a projection, and insisted on reclaiming his pride. But he hadn't expected the one who made the move to be Linlo. That human brat, whom he had only seen not long ago, made his rage burn even fiercer. Human brat, no matter who you are, first you ruined my abyss altar, and now you've killed my son. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Today, this emperor will leave you with no corpse intact. This projection of the fallen heaven demon emperor was terrifyingly powerful, almost on par with a ninth refinement demon king. As that overwhelming demonic might press down, Lin Lu immediately felt a deadly crisis. Just as the fallen heaven demon emperor was about to strike, and Lin Lu was still thinking about how to escape, a tall figure suddenly descended from the void and stood in front of Lin Lu. Fallen heaven, if you dare make a move, then I'll destroy this projection of yours. The newcomer had white clothes and white hair, his aura steady and composed. Every gesture carried the power of laws, as if an immortal had descended into the mortal world. Looking at his back, Lin Lu found him somewhat familiar. At this moment, the fallen heaven demon emperor had already recognized him. It's you again? Gu Xian. Only then did Lin Lu realize. So the person in front of him was the human demigod who had saved him last time in the abyss corridor. This was already the second time he had stepped in to help him. Surname Gu, you keep stopping me. Do you really want to tear up the agreement we made back then? The fallen heaven demon emperor roared. Are you not afraid that the abyss and the human race will go to full-scale war? Gu Xian smiled faintly. Didn't you cross the line first? Am I not allowed to fight back? Besides, when it comes to matters among the younger generation, isn't it disgraceful for you, a demon emperor, to interfere personally? The fallen heaven demon emperor trembled with rage. This brat killed my son. We are sworn enemies. Then he's dead. He can only blame himself for being too weak. Gu Xian's tone was calm, but his words were merciless. You have so many sons. Losing one is no big deal. If you're not Fuqi, feel free to send others. But if you want to bully the weak with strength, last time I could sever one of your arms. This time, I can destroy your projection. Do you believe that right now, I could march into the abyss and cut down your true body as well? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xian's aura surged, directly locking onto that projection. Following the spatial fluctuations left by the projection, he even pinpointed the location of the fallen heaven demon emperor's true body. The fallen heaven demon emperor was shocked and furious, his expression ugly beyond measure. Although the 9 abyss demon emperors were powerful as a whole, the human half-gods were not pushovers either. Apart from the top 3 demon emperors, the others might not even be a match for a human half-god in one-on-one combat. And Gu Xian was the strongest among the half-gods. Among the 9 demon emperors, the fallen heaven demon emperor was already on the weaker side. If they really fought head-on, he would most likely die for sure. But he also didn't dare gamble on whether Gu Xian would really tear up the agreement. Even the demon emperor was afraid of death. He could only grit his teeth and make harsh threats. Gu Xian, I will remember today's humiliation. He then cast a cold look at Lin Lu. Brat, you'd better not fall into my hands, or I'll make your life worse than death. Too much nonsense. Get lost. Gu Xian raised a hand and waved, and a golden giant palm struck out on the spot. The fallen heaven demon emperor's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to flee before the projection was smashed to pieces by a single slap. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, inside a black palace, the fallen heaven demon emperor sat on a bone throne, panting heavily. With the projection destroyed, plus the injury from having his arm severed earlier, his condition was already terrible. In the darkness, his eyes turned red as he growled. Gu Xian, just you wait for this emperor. It won't be long now. Once the abyss flattens the human world, it will be your death day. Many thanks for your assistance, senior. On this side, Lin Lu walked up to Gu Xian and bowed respectfully. This was the first time he had clearly seen the true appearance of this half-god. It was different from what he had imagined. White clothes and white hair gave off an imposing air, but his face was rather ordinary. It was just a middle-aged man, carrying a bit of the wear and tear of life, and his gaze wasn't sharp at all. Instead, it was somewhat clouded. If he hadn't seen him fight with his own eyes, Lin Lu would have had a hard time connecting him to one of the human race's top powerhouses. No need for formalities, Gu Xian said, having seen through his thoughts but not caring. He asked with a smile, You're Lin Lu? Wu Zongxing mentioned you. You're pretty impressive. Lin Lu habitually replied modestly. You flatter me, senior. But Gu Xian said seriously, No? You stormed the abyss altar alone and killed the demon emperor's son. When I was your age, I couldn't have done that. After saying that, he looked at Lin Lu again. You're already at God Road rank 3, right? Lin Lu nodded. I just broke through not long ago. Gu Xian sized him up and suddenly said, The rule of fire, the rule of thunder, the rule of shadow, and the rule of spear. The rule of fire has already exceeded 50%. Raise one rule to 120% as soon as possible, and you'll get an unexpected gain. Lin Lu froze. 120%. Gu Xian explained. Rules don't have a true upper limit. 120% is only a critical point. Once you reach it, you have a chance to turn a rule into a Dao law. A Dao law is a stronger rule. It can let a profession holder erupt with several times their combat power. You can think of a rule as fuel, and a Dao law as purer fuel, with much greater power and efficiency. After hearing that, Lin Lu finally understood where he should be heading. Gu Xian added, when you reach God Road rank 9, if you can turn out 12 Dao laws, you'll have a chance to break through to demigod. But before truly igniting the divine fire, the more Dao laws, the better. Once you become a demigod, you can no longer form new Dao laws, and your future ceiling will be fixed. Among the 9 demon emperors of the abyss, the strongest 3 have turned into more than 20 kinds, while the rest are only around 12 to 15. Even though they're all demigods, the more Dao laws one has, the stronger they are. The reason humanity can withstand the abyss is because our demigods generally have converted more than 18 kinds. Lin Lu was shaken. So the strength of a demigod depended on the number of Dao laws they had comprehended. The human race could suppress most demon emperors not only because its talent was broader, but also because it had walked further along the path. Then what about you, senior? Lin Lu couldn't help asking. Gu Xian said directly. I have transformed 27 kinds, ranking first among the 4 demigods of the human race. Second is Yi Ning, with 26 kinds. Third is Lei Hao, with 21 kinds. Lastly is Ji Yun, with 18 kinds. But she's very special. If she really fights, her actual strength may not be lower than what it seems. Wait. Lin Lu was suddenly shocked. Senior, what was the name of the 4th demigod you just mentioned? Ji Yun. You know her. Gu Xian was first taken aback, then smiled. I see. Your principal must have mentioned her to you. That's right. Demigod Ji Yun is also the master of Ji Hanyan and the founding elder of the Qilin Pavilion at Longjing University. The founding elder and also Principal Ji's master. Lin Lu instantly understood the strange expression Ji Hanyan had at the time and his grandmother's words. You'll understand once you meet her. All fit perfectly now. And since Lin Wanqing and Ji Hanyan were martial sisters, he was almost certain that this founding elder was his grandmother. But precisely because of that, he was even more shocked. That ordinary old woman who always seemed a little reclusive, yet had always been so kind to him, actually had such a background, and was one of the demigods standing at the very top. This world is way too absurd, Lin Lu muttered. What did you say? Gu Xian looked at him in confusion. Nothing, Lin Lu said quickly, shaking his head. Although he had already confirmed it in his heart, it still felt unreal. He had no intention of telling anyone about this either. Gu Xian didn't press further. Instead, he said, your class can control flying swords. I happen to have an opportunity here. Do you want to go and try it? An opportunity? Lin Lu immediately became interested. Please tell me, senior. Gu Xian said, I know of a ruin inside which there may be a powerful sword weapon. If you can obtain it, the benefits won't be small, but a powerful sword weapon? Even a demigod said it like that. Chances were it was of mythic grade. Lin Lu was instantly tempted. The main quest was only missing a sword weapon, and this fit perfectly. But what? He asked hurriedly. To get in, you first have to pass a trial, Gu Xian said solemnly. And it's very difficult, with risks as well. Even when I was young, I didn't pass it. Senior, what exactly is the trial? Lin Lu asked. It's a long story. You'll know when you get there. Seeing how tempted he was, Gu Xian said no more. He directly tore open a spatial passage, led the way in, and Lin Lu followed close behind. Before long, the two arrived at a valley. Cloud and mist shrouded the area, flowers and grass covered the ground, and behind them was a waterfall dozens of zhang wide. There were dozens of thatched cottages scattered throughout the valley, cooking smoke rose faintly, and children were playing by the stream, making it look like a paradise beyond the mortal world. Senior, this place is, Lin Lu grew even more puzzled. He didn't understand why anyone would live here. The children's clothing was also very different from the people outside. Gu Xian said as he walked, Watermoon Cavern Heaven, one of the gathering places of the remnant race. Watermoon Cavern Heaven, the remnant race? Lin Lu was even more confused. The remnant race has a mysterious origin, as if they were left behind by a previous civilization, Gu Xian said. They live in various blessed grotto heavens and have no contact with the outside world, so very few people know about them. I only learned of their existence after accidentally stumbling in here years ago. Also, they can't change class, but they have other ways to grow stronger. The power of the strong among them can even contend with demigods. For example, the master of Watermoon Cavern Heaven is no weaker than me. Lin Lu was shaken to hear this. Unable to change class, yet capable of becoming this powerful. What exactly was the origin of these remnants from the previous civilization? What concerned him even more was that the cultivation civilization mentioned by Ji Hanyin also seemed to be related to this matter. The two of them chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the center of the village. An old man with white hair and a white beard, dressed in coarse gray cloth, was working in the fields. He looked ordinary, yet Lin Lu felt a deep sense of oppression from him. "Gubrat, what are you doing here again?" The old man looked up at them and said, "Didn't I tell you? If there's nothing important, don't keep coming to me. Didn't I tell you? If there's nothing important, don't keep coming to me." It was obvious the old man wasn't very welcoming toward Gu Xian. But Gu Xian shamelessly stepped forward. "Senior Yunshun, I just came to see you. Do you really have to dislike me so much?" "See me?" Yunshun rolled his eyes, not believing Gu Xian's words. He pinched his fingers and muttered under his breath, as if calculating something. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good, I wasn't targeted." But the next second, he started cursing Gu Xian for deliberately dragging him into this. Lin Lu was left completely confused. Yunshun seemed to be hiding from something, and Gu Xian's appearance seemed likely to draw the attention of some terrifying existence. Gu Xian explained in a low voice that the remnants came from the previous civilization and were untouched by the karma of this era. But once they became too deeply entangled with the present, they could be noticed by heaven's will and be forced into this torrent. He said this era was facing a great calamity. The Abyss invasion was only the surface. Behind it lay even deeper karmic entanglements. The remnants kept themselves hidden from the world precisely to avoid this disaster. Lin Lu was shaken. Even Gu Xian was this grave? Just how terrifying was this catastrophe? Could it be even deadlier than Abyss demons? At this moment, Yunshun sighed and said that Lin Li's fortune was too strong, making it very easy for Heaven's will to notice him. He had originally not wanted to have any dealings with Lin Lu, but halfway through his words, he suddenly stared at Lin Lu. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, saying that Lin Lu was entangled in many threads of karma, some even connected to ancient existences. Moreover, Lin Lu didn't seem to fully belong to this era. This made Lin Li's heart tighten. He suspected the other party might have seen through the fact that he was a transmigrator. But before he could think further, Yunshin's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he stepped back several paces. He was drenched in cold sweat, and all he could say was, "What exactly are you?" Gu Xian was also stunned, not knowing what had happened. After Yunshin recovered, his attitude suddenly changed drastically. He enthusiastically grabbed Lin Lu and asked his age, his name, and whether he had a partner. Lin Lu was left bewildered by the questions, and the sudden change in attitude also scared him. He quickly shook off his hand and stepped aside. But Yunshin acted as if he hadn't noticed, and continued saying that he had a granddaughter in her 20s with excellent talent, who still wasn't married. Only then did Lin Lu realize that the other party was trying to introduce him to someone. Gu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly pulled the conversation back on track. They had come this time to ask Lin Lu to enter the Jinshu ruins. When Yunshin heard Jinshu, his expression also turned serious. He said that place was very dangerous, a relic left behind by multiple civilizations. The opportunities there were immense, but so was the killing intent. One wrong step could leave you dead without a whole body. If one were eroded by the demonic will inside, there would be no hope of ever transcending it. Lin Lu was puzzled and asked what the demonic will was. Yunshin's expression darkened as he began to explain. Jinshu was a barren land left behind from the ancient cultivation era. Buried within were the remains of powerful experts, along with the lingering resentful souls of countless sword spirits. Over the passage of time, these things devoured and merged with one another, eventually giving birth to a demonic will with self-awareness. This demonic will was highly deceptive. It could transform into whatever you were most familiar with. Once your mind wavered, it would completely control you and trap you forever in Jinshu. Over the years, the remnant clan had tried many times, but no one had ever passed the trial. Yet Yunshin suddenly looked at Lin Lu and hinted between the lines that if it were him, he might truly have a chance to obtain the opportunity. Lin Lu immediately sensed that something was off and pressed for the reason. Yunshin only said that it was because he was a variable. Lin Lu didn't understand. Yunshin didn't explain in detail either, only saying that the demonic thoughts feared most were people who didn't play by the rules, and that there also seemed to be a power within Lin Lu that restrained demonic thoughts. Lin Lu understood in his heart that this probably referred to the Heaven's Heart demon-suppressing sword. Seeing that he had made his decision, Yunshin said no more and immediately prepared to open the gate of trial for him. Gu Xian reminded Lin Lu to prioritize staying alive. If it didn't work, he should leave immediately. Lin Lu nodded and agreed to give it a try. Yunshin brought up the matter of his granddaughter again, and Lin Lu had no choice but to brush it off vaguely, saying that he already had someone he liked. Yunshin sighed and stopped pressing the matter, then formed seals and chanted an incantation. Soon, an ancient stone gate appeared in midair and opened with a thunderous roar. The moment the gate opened, a sharp sword intent and a thick malice hit him in the face at the same time. Yunshin reminded him that only by truly passing the trial would he be considered to have truly seen the sword ruins. Lin Lu took a deep breath and leaped into the gate. The next moment, he was standing on a desolate plain. All around him were broken swords and shattered blades, and the air was filled with domineering sword intent that crazily battered at his mind. If it were anyone else, they would have long since been unable to endure it. But Lin Lu was different. He was inherently suited to the sword path, and here it instead stirred a resonance, putting him in an even smoother state. You have received a baptism of sword intent, all attributes +1, +1, +1. Watching his attributes keep ticking upward, Lin Lu was instantly delighted. Don't underestimate the fact that each increase was only 1 point. When accumulated, it was astonishing. If he could stay long enough, the gains would definitely be incredible. Even if he couldn't find a mythical sword weapon on this trip, just the attributes alone would already make it worthwhile. But the surprises weren't over yet. You triggered a resonance of sword intent and comprehended a skill. Gungjin Sword Thundered. Gungjin Sword Thunder. 10,000 swords summon lightning. Flying sword damage temporarily converts to metal element damaged. Lin Lu froze on the spot. Not only could this place farm attributes, it could even directly drop skills. For him, this was simply a treasure trove. Most importantly, this skill was extremely powerful. 10,000 swords summoning lightning. Just imagining the scene was awe-inspiring. Lin Lu was itching to try the new skill right away. He raised his hand and waved, and over 1,000 star-rune swords rose into the air at once, then multiplied tenfold, densely filling the sky. The flying swords lit up with a blinding white glow. Gungjin Sword Thunder. As soon as Lin Lu made his move, metal element energy gathered instantly. Fine arcs of lightning burst from the flying swords, finally transforming into clusters of golden thunderballs. Each sword was like a thunderbomb. 10,000 bolts crashed down together, and thunder roared across heaven and earth. The ground was forcibly blasted open by lightning. Half a minute later, the dust settled, revealing a several hundred-meter-wide crater ahead. The ground was charred black, still left with crackling arcs of electricity. Lin Lu was shaken by what he saw. This power had already changed the terrain, but he had only used 1,000 flying swords just now. If he replaced them with 10,000, or even turned all 4 divine swords into lightning together, the power would only be even more terrifying. Just as he was getting excited, a sudden change occurred. The broken swords stuck in the ground all around him began to tremble violently, black mist continuously rising from them and condensing in the air into one hideous ghostly face after another. Fresh flesh and blood. So hungry. They're all mine. Sinister laughter rose and fell one after another as the ghostly faces pounced together at Lin Lu. But Lin Li's sword-heart spirit, I could not see through these things at all. Recalling Yun Shen's warning, he immediately became vigilant, raised his hand to set up a formation, and unleashed all his Starwind swords, directly slashing toward the demonic thoughts. But this time, the flying swords actually had no effect. The swords clearly passed through them, yet could not block them at all. A thought flashed through Lin Li's mind. Since ordinary flying swords wouldn't work, then switch to thunder. Metal Gung Sword Thunder. The Starwind swords shot into the sky, and the power of metal converged frantically, turning in the blink of an eye into tens of thousands of golden thunderballs. The demonic thoughts, the moment they saw the thunderballs, immediately shrieked and retreated wildly. Some that charged too fast were directly melted on the spot by the lightning. It works. Lin Lu no longer hesitated and waved his hand to summon thunder. Rumbles exploded one after another, and swathes of demonic thoughts were shattered by the strikes. But a problem also arose. There were far too many demonic thoughts, covering almost the entire plane. Even as he kept killing them all the way, their numbers still seemed endless. Lin Lu frowned. Although Gungjin Sword Thunder was powerful, it consumed an enormous amount of metal element energy, so it couldn't be used continuously. Sure enough, after the third wave, the metal element in the air had been drained dry, and it couldn't be replenished in the short term at all. With the thunder might gone, the demonic thoughts swarmed back again. The other flying swords were useless against them, so Lin Lu could only switch to the Heart of Heaven Demon Suppressing Sword. Fortunately, this sword truly restrained demonic thoughts, though its effect wasn't as fierce as Gungjin Sword Thunder. But the trouble was that sword chi splash damage didn't work. It had to hit them head-on. Only with direct contact could it kill demonic thoughts more effectively. In this way, even if Lin Lu summoned mirror clones and had 2 Heart of Heaven Demon Suppressing Swords attack together, the efficiency was still too slow. It was impossible to know how long it would take to clear out all these demonic thoughts. If only I could awaken another kind of sword, thunder. Lin Lu secretly looked forward to it in his heart. The air didn't contain only the power of metal elements. If he could gain another elemental skill, then switch back and forth between the two, the problem could be solved immediately. As if hearing his thoughts, the panel prompt suddenly changed. You have obtained a sword intent baptism. All attributes +1, +1, +1. You have triggered sword intent resonance and comprehended the skill, Imu Sword Thunder. You have obtained a sword intent baptism. Lin Lu first froze, then was overjoyed. Imu Sword Thunder. Max 10,000 swords summon heavenly thunder. Flying sword damage temporarily transforms into wood element damage. Haha, great. Lin Lu was overjoyed. What a perfect coincidence. The Sword Immortal's blessing talent was still taking effect. The moment the E-Wood Sword Thunder appeared, it solved the problem of the metal element power being depleted too quickly. He immediately tried to use the new skill. With his previous experience, this time it was clearly much smoother. After the flying sword rose into the air, the wood element power immediately surged. Lightning arcs coiled around the sword body, quickly condensing into one azure sword thunder after another. Unlike the Gung Metal Sword Thunder, the E-Wood Sword Thunder was not nearly as violent. Instead, it carried a powerful life force. Go! The azure sword thunder descended from the sky and slammed directly into the swarm of demonic thoughts. The instant it hit, its power erupted violently. The life force contained within it was like poison to these evil demonic thoughts, and it continued to spread. Any demonic thought that was touched let out a shriek as it rapidly dissolved. Compared with that, the lethal power of the E-Wood Sword Thunder against demonic thoughts was even stronger than the Gung Metal Sword Thunder. Good. Alternating between the two Sword Thunders can greatly increase the number of times I can attack. The E-Wood Sword Thunder consumed wood element power, while the Gung Metal Sword Thunder consumed metal element power. The two forces did not interfere with each other. Once one was used up, he would switch to the other. In the gap between them, although it wasn't enough for the elemental power to fully recover, it could still replenish a large portion. When he had no skills left, he could then use the Tianshin suppressing demon sword to deal extra damage, and he should be able to clear out all the demonic thoughts very quickly. Lin Lu was greatly invigorated and continued to urge the E-Wood Sword Thunder onward. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning scattered in all directions, and the demonic thoughts on the plane were terrified into fleeing everywhere, but they simply could not escape. Each time the sword lightning fell, they died in masses. After 3 uses of the skill, the power of the wood element had been almost completely depleted. Lin Lu switched to Gung Metal Sword Lightning and continued slaughtering the demonic thoughts. Soon, the number of demonic thoughts was clearly reduced. At the very least, it was no longer that densely packed sight with no end in view. You triggered a resonance of sword intent and comprehended the skill Gue Water Sword Lightning. Another new type of sword lightning appeared, Gue Water Sword Lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Lin Lu now understood. There were likely 5 kinds of sword lightning that could be comprehended here. After obtaining Gue Water Sword Lightning, he no longer even needed to use the Heaven Heart Demon Suppressing Sword to finish them off. The 3 elemental powers formed a perfect cycle, and the skills could be chained almost seamlessly. Moreover, Gue Water Sword Lightning was extremely destructive, no weaker than the first 2 kinds. Deep Blue Sword Lightning fell, bombarding repeatedly, killing the demonic thoughts to the point of crying out for their mothers. This time, they truly shouted mother. While Lin Lu was using Sword Lightning to clear out the remaining demonic thoughts, the depths of the plane suddenly trembled violently. A pitch-black demonic thought, a full 100 zhang tall, suddenly burst out from the ground. Its form was twisted, as if countless vengeful souls and a powerful will had been forcibly kneaded together. It had no fixed shape, only 2 scarlet points of light burning like eyes, staring intently at Lin Lu. Demonic thought aggregate, Yang. It was looking at Lin Lu, and Lin Lu was looking at it. But the panel likewise showed no useful information. Yang, Lin Lu muttered softly. So that means there's a Yin too? Kill, without pardon. At that moment, the demonic thought aggregate let out an extremely hoarse voice. It sounded like countless people weeping, and also like millions of swords humming in a low tone. That strange sound made one's head feel as if it were about to split open. Before Lin Lu could react, 2 streaks of red light shot out from its eyes. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lu was blasted hundreds of meters away. What terrifying damage! White light flowed over Lin Li's body. The seal of defense had been triggered. In other words, this monster's one attack directly took away one of Lin Li's lives. Not only was the damage high, but the speed was absurdly fast. Even the divine sword didn't have time to protect its master. Gotta be careful. While the seal of protection was still in effect, Lin Lu quickly steadied himself. After the seal was triggered, Lin Lu only had 3 seconds of invincibility left. He immediately unleashed 10,000 swords at once, directly taking on the stance of myriad swords returned to the sect. Then, he released the Gung Metal Sword Thunder. 100,000 streaks of golden sword thunder hung in the air, their brilliance so blinding that no one could open their eyes, and the nearby metal spiritual energy was instantly drained away. Fall. At his command, the sword thunder roared down and bombarded the mass of demonic thoughts. No matter how strong the demonic thoughts were, they were completely suppressed when confronted with thunder arts. They immediately erupted in miserable screams, and their 100-zhang body began to crack apart. Lin Lu did not stop. As soon as the Gung Metal Sword Thunder ended, the Yiwood Sword Thunder came crashing down in succession. As the green thunder light appeared, the crimson glow in the eyes of the mass of demonic thoughts also began to scatter. Guei Water Sword Thunder, continue. After another round of bombardment, the mass of demonic thoughts was already on the verge of collapse. Just as Lin Lu was preparing to kill it with a single blow, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait, you can't kill it. Lin Lu froze. The voice sounded very familiar. He turned around to look, and it was actually his cousin Lin Wanqing, whom he had not seen for a long time. Lin Lu was momentarily stunned, as if a piece of his memory was missing. He kept feeling like he had forgotten something. Lin Wanqing hurried over, panting, and said that this thing could not be completely killed. Lin Lu frowned and asked why. Lin Wanqing explained that the mass of demonic thoughts was a yin-yang symbiotic existence. If only the yang thoughts were killed, the yin thoughts would lose control, devour the entire sword ruins, and even spread to the outside world. Listening to her, Lin Lu felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lin Wanqing took the opportunity to suggest that they first go find the hidden yin, then destroy it together. Lin Lu nodded in agreement, even taking the initiative to suggest splitting up to search. Lin Wanqing smiled and pointed him in a direction. Lin Lu turned and left mechanically, his back stiff as if he were being controlled. But once he was far enough away, the smile on Lin Wanqing's face immediately turned cold. She revealed a smug and vicious expression, still scheming in her mind about seizing a body and being reborn. Just as she was preparing to absorb the yang, a flash of sword light suddenly descended from the sky. Lin Wanqing had no time to react at all. A doll no bigger than a palm, wielding a sword, charged straight at her and pierced right through her glabella. She screamed on the spot, her soul suffering a heavy blow, and the whole person went mad. She turned back with difficulty, only to find that Lin Lu, who should have already left, was standing coldly behind her. Lin Wanqing was shocked and furious, and asked him when he discovered it. Lin Lu replied calmly that he had seen through it from the very beginning, and only played along with her acting. Actually, when Lin Wanqing appeared, Lin Lu had indeed been momentarily dazed, but he quickly remembered that he was clearly still inside the sword ruins. Lin Wanqing was clearly already gone, so how could she still show up? Even more absurd was that she spoke about the matters here so confidently, which was obviously wrong. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since been bewitched and unable to spot the flaw. But Lin Lu was different. He quickly came to his senses. He simply went along with her act, wanting to see what exactly this imposter was trying to do. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Yin Thought aggregate, aren't you? As soon as the words fell, Lin Wanqing's body began to twist, and in the end it turned into a writhing mass of black shadow. Lin Lu had guessed right. It wasn't Lin Wanqing at all, but another demon thought aggregate. This thing was sinister and cunning, and had wanted to control Lin Lu by confusing his mind. Damn human. Even if you saw through me, you still can't kill me. The wounds on its body were still recovering at a terrifying speed. In the sword ruins, resentment is endless. As long as the resentment doesn't disperse, I won't die. Is that so? Lin Lu sneered coldly. He looked toward the dying Yang thought aggregate not far away and slowly raised his hand. The Yin thought aggregate immediately panicked. It turned out that the origins of the Yin and Yang demon thoughts were linked. Kill one, and the other would die too. That was why it had rushed to stop Lin Lu. Unfortunately, it was already too late. With one slash of Lin Li's sword, the Yang thought aggregate shattered on the spot. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Lu obtained Bing Fire Sword Thunder. The 5 elements Sword Thunder had already gathered 4 types, with only the final Earth attribute left. The Yin thought aggregate also collapsed with it. Lin Lu casually followed up with another sword strike, completely finishing it off. The system prompted again that he had obtained the Earth Sword Thunder. Then, a new notification popped up. The 5 types of Sword Thunder had now been gathered, and they could be fused into a stronger skill. Lin Lu directly chose to fuse them. Very quickly, he obtained a new skill, Great 5-Element Sword Thunder. The power of a single Sword Thunder surged dramatically, and it could also be freely combined and transformed. Most powerful of all, it could directly form a thunder domain, Enemies within its range would simultaneously take damage of all 5 attributes, along with anti-magic and annihilation effects. Lin Li's eyes lit up as he looked at it. This time, his trump card was even stronger. He was just about to enter the real sword ruins. But at that moment, the entire plane suddenly began to shake violently. After a dizzying whirl, he was teleported to a void-like place. There was no sky here, and no ground. The surroundings were empty, with only countless golden light dots floating in the void. Like stars, they varied in size. The smallest was even smaller than a fist. Some light dots radiated astonishing fluctuations, sharp as swords, and even Lin Lu now felt a tightness in his chest when he looked at them. Entered the core area of Sword Ruins, the Sword Dao Star River. Just as the panel popped up with the notification, a great deal of information about this place also appeared in Lin Li's mind. The Sword Dao Star River was the most important place in Sword Ruins. It was hidden in the boundless void. Without passing the trial, there was no way to find it. The floating light spots around him each represented an opportunity. It might be a legacy of cultivation civilization, a powerful treasure, or even a divine artifact. Just the earthly grade sword artifacts alone numbered 124,600. There were also more than a dozen heaven grade sword artifacts. Earthly grade and heaven grade were the classification ranks used by cultivation civilization for artifacts. From the information Lin Lu had obtained, earthly grade was roughly equivalent to legendary rank nowadays, while heaven grade corresponded to mythic rank. More than a dozen mythic grade sword artifacts. Lin Li's eyes lit up immediately, but very quickly he calmed down again. The rule here was simple. Each person who passed the trial could at most take away one opportunity from one light spot. In other words, no matter how lucky he was, he could only obtain one mythic grade sword artifact. And more importantly, it wasn't him choosing the light spot, it was the light spot choosing him. If his luck was a little worse, he might end up here empty-handed after all. I can't be too greedy. As long as I can get a divine sword and complete the main quest, that'll be enough. Lin Lu reminded himself inwardly. He could sense that some light spots had already begun moving toward him. But most of those were just dim, small light spots. At a glance, it was obvious their opportunities were rather ordinary. Lin Lu wasn't in a hurry to choose. There was still enough time. This place wouldn't close until half an hour later, so he decided to keep waiting. After a while, several brighter light spots moved toward him. Among them, the light spot directly above him emitted more terrifying sword intent the closer it came. Lin Lu froze slightly. This sword intent was very strange, and within it was an extremely dense aura of destruction and death. Could it be a powerful sword weapon inside? Lin Lu thought. After hesitating for quite a while, he still did not reach out to touch it right away. There was still time, perhaps something better would appear later. But as it turned out, he was overthinking it. Even until the half hour was almost over, no glowing point appeared that moved him more. Then it's this one. Lin Lu finally reached out and touched the glowing point. The next second, the astonishing sword intent suddenly exploded forth. The glowing point vanished in an instant, and a long sword, entirely black and covered with blood-red cracks along the blade, floated before him. On the hilt was also inlaid a gemstone that looked like a frozen drop of blood, now emitting a soul-stirring radiance. This is a mythic-grade sword weapon? Lin Lu held his breath. From this sword, he sensed an extremely powerful aura. As Sword Heart Spirit I activated, a purple gold sword seal immediately appeared in his eyes. Ancient Demon Sword. Mythic grade. Attack power plus 150,000. Critical hit plus 100%. Critical damage plus 100%. Automatically protects its master. Blood of Demons Boiling. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to increase damage by 10% for the next 5 seconds, stacking up to 30 layers. 10,000 Demons Soul Devour. Unleash the power of the 10,000 demons sealed within the sword, dealing massive dark attribute damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front, and inflicting the Lost Soul status. Ancient Demon Pact. After killing a target, there is a certain chance to permanently increase the base attack power of the 10,000 demons ancient sword. Lin Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his luck really had always been pretty good. The 10,000 demons ancient sword, a mythic grade sword. In this way, the main quest at this stage was finally completed. And this sword's stats were also very strong. A base attack power of 150,000 was even slightly higher than the Tianxin Demon Suppressing Sword. Its attached skills were not bad either. Blood of Demons Boiling could stack up to 300% damage, raising his already outrageous output even further. 10,000 Demons Soul Devour, with its Lost Soul status, directly reduced the target's damage by 50%, making it very useful at critical moments. As for the Ancient Demon Pact, it was an even rarer growth type skill. This was the first time Lin Lu had ever seen such an ability. The only question was how high the probability of increasing attack power was, and what the upper limit could be. B. All quest conditions have been met. Now, as long as I fuse the 7-colored Divine Jade, I can advance to an SSS grade class. Thinking of this, Lin Lu took the Divine Jade radiating 7-colored light from his storage space. The jade suddenly merged into Lin Li's body. Sword Immortal Path 6 quest completed. Congratulations, you have advanced to SSS grade class Sword Sovereign. Reward: free attribute points plus 100,000. Congratulations, you have obtained new talents. Sword Heart Divine Insight, SSS. Sword Heart Without Thought, SSS. Lin Lu was finally promoted, and his strength surged all at once. 100,000 attribute points were in hand, and new talents followed one after another. Sword Heart Divine Insight, SSS. All skill ranges are increased tenfold. Sword Heart Without Thought, SSS. You can adapt to all rule powers, and your mastery level of rules is increased by 100%. These two talents happen to make up for Lin Li's biggest weaknesses. The range of sword control was directly expanded to 100,000 meters. The fire rule and spear rule also broke through in turn, beginning to transform into the Tao. Lin Li's combat power surged dramatically, and he was overjoyed. But the surprise was not over yet. Sword Heart Clear Insight, SSS. Sword Heart Profound Understanding, SSS. Sword Soul and Zither Heart, SSS. Sword Heart Divine Insight, SSS. Can be fused. Fuse them. Fuse. Fusion successful. You have obtained a new talent. Great Freedom Sword Heart, SSSS. This 4S level talent was absurdly powerful. Effect 1. Gain 10 skill points per second. Effect 2. All skills have no cooldown and no consumption. Effect 3. All skill ranges are increased 20-fold. Effect 4. All sword weapons below the mythic level within the sword god space will slowly improve in quality. Lin Lu drew a sharp breath. This meant that the sword weapons in his hands would grow on their own. As long as enough time passed, the nearly 10,000 star-pattern swords in the sword god space could all eventually rise to the mythic grade. By that day, even if a god stood in his way, he could slash it down with a single sword. He suppressed his excitement and checked the panel. Name: Lin Lu. Race: human. Class: Sword Sovereign, SSS rank. Level: 81, 13.21%. God Path Stage 3. Strength: 2412121. Agility: 2412121. Spirit: 2412121. Physique: 2412121. Rare attributes: critical hit 310%, critical damage 2640%. Skills: 1 Thought, Command 10,000 Swords, LV 90, Sword God Space, LV 90, Sword Heart Spirit Eye Max, Strong Strike Sword Formation, LV 60, Sword Flash, LV 35, High Energy Growth, Max, Defensive Sword Stance, LV 20, Sword Flight, LV 19, Amplification, LV 100. Passive, Low-Grade Movement Technique, Max, Mirror Clone, Max, Divine 10,000 Swords Return to the One, Max, Great 5-Element Sword Thunder, Max. Talents: Chaos Boundless Sword Bone, SSS. Great Freedom Sword Heart, SSSS. Sword's Ultimate Extent, SSS. Innate Indestructible Sword Body, SSS. Extreme Sword Intent, SSS. Sword Immortal's Blessing, SSS. Sword Tao Leader, SSS. Sword God Armament, SSS. Yellow Spring Sword Edict, SSS. Sword Heart of No Thoughts, SSS. Equipment: Star Pattern Sword, Silver. Family Heirloom Necklace, Platinum. King's Cloak, Platinum. Linging Temple Offering Beads, Death Set, Platinum. Life Dragon Pearl, Low Grade. Purple Star Constellation Sword, Mythic Grade. Ice Soul Divine Sword, Mythic Grade. Dragon Chant Sword, Mythic Grade. Heavenly Heart Suppressing Demon Sword, Mythic Grade. 10,000 Demon Ancient Sword, Mythic Grade. No Delusions Ring, Legendary Grade. Looking at his panel, Lin Lu was more than satisfied. Although he was only at God Path Stage 3 now, his true combat power was already no weaker than a Stage 7 cultivator. He closed the panel and left the sword ruins. After the world spun around, Lin Lu returned to the door. Gu Xian and Yun Chen saw him come out and immediately went up to greet him. Gu Xian asked first, "Did everything go smoothly?" Lin Lu nodded. "Thank you for your concern, senior. Everything went smoothly, and I also got what I wanted." This trip into the sword ruins had been a huge gain for him. Not only had he obtained the ancient demon sword, completed the main quest, and advanced to Sword Sovereign, he had also obtained the Great 5-Element Sword Thunder. More importantly, his attributes had also increased by quite a bit. After hearing this, Gu Xian visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to watch a younger generation grow stronger so quickly also made him happy. He then took his leave of Yinshun and prepared to take Lin Lu away. Unexpectedly, Yinshun suddenly stopped them and turned to persuade Lin Lu to stay. He spoke very directly, even promising to help Lin Lu sever the karma tied to this era and let him avoid the catastrophe. The moment Gu Xian heard that, he panicked and quickly told him not to poach people. Lin Lu was also stunned for a moment. Yinshun was being too enthusiastic toward him. So enthusiastic it was a little abnormal. But he didn't think too much about it and still refused seriously. He told Yinshun that he was a member of the human race. Since the catastrophe had come, he could not hide from it. Moreover, his parents, relatives, and friends were all in the human world, so he could not just stand aside and remain unaffected. After saying this, Gu Xian was completely reassured. Yinshun was silent for a while, and in the end there was only a sigh. Well then, this old man was being unreasonable. Since you're unwilling to stay, then go. Come no more when there's nothing to do, and even when there is something, still don't come. My watermoon cave heaven can't withstand your torment. Gu Xian smiled and cupped his hands, saying he would try to come less often in the future. Before the words had even faded, he had already torn open a spatial passage with Lin Lu and left directly. Watching the two disappear, Yinshun remained silent for a long time. A strange glimmer flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly to himself. The karmic entanglement on Lin Lu is far too heavy. With 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, it may be even more terrifying than he imagined. Whether this person is the hope to break the deadlock or the beginning of a greater disaster, even he could not see through it. After Lin Lu and Gu Xian returned to Tianlong City, Gu Xian dropped him off and left first. Lin Lu looked at the dark red sky, and his heart grew even heavier. The calamity is coming soon, and it's more terrifying than the abyss. He must become stronger as soon as possible. He quickly made a plan. First, improve the power of rules, then level up and wait for the main quest to update. To break through to demigod, he would need to master at least 12 kinds of rules and elevate them all into Dao laws. But he only had 2 right now, still far from enough. Moreover, Gu Xian had said that 12 was only the minimum threshold. It was too weak. Lin Lu set his goal for himself, at least 20 Dao laws, and then ignite the divine fire. Only then would there be even a sliver of hope for self-preservation. He wasn't going back to school for now. He would continue staying on the void battlefield. There were plenty of opportunities here. The source well of all laws would refresh, and there were also demon lord-level demons, making it perfect for him to improve. He immediately took out the map given by Wu Xing and picked a few possible locations where the myriad law source well might spawn, preparing to set off. But before leaving, he first needed to awaken his new class skills. He was already an SSS rank sword sovereign, so it was time to update his skills. Once he had enough skill points in the future, he would max them out all at once. After reaching God level, he would probably be able to awaken the universal skill, Void Gate. He had long wanted that ability to tear open spatial passages with a wave of his hand. After opening the military merit shop, Lin Lu himself was startled. His military merits had actually already reached 96.31 million. Only then did he remember that killing demons and slaying demon kings both could accumulate military merits. He had killed many demons on the upper battlefield, and later slain several demon kings. Even the 5 rebirth demon king Mayun had died at his hands, so naturally his military merits were far from small. He refreshed the interface, and his 7-star major general became a 2-star dragon general. He had directly been promoted to dragon general, and it was even a 2-star rank. There were plenty of god-level professionals in Longxia, but not many who could earn the dragon general rank. Because military merits were too hard to accumulate, killing ordinary demons in large numbers still wasn't enough, and not everyone could hunt demon kings. Lin Lu unknowingly earned another achievement, the youngest dragon general. It was just that, for now, not many people knew about this. He didn't care too much either. With military merits, things would be much easier from here on. Advanced skill awakening stones cost 10,000 military merits each, and he directly bought 10 of them. He also obtained a skill enhancement stone, and immediately bought that too. Then, he also bought life-saving items such as replica force break stone, random teleport scroll, and substitute death scroll. This round alone cost nearly 1 million military merits. Among them, the substitute death scroll was the most expensive, costing 500,000 military merits each, but it could save his life at critical moments, so it was worth it. Lin Lu then looked over his equipment. He had no intention of replacing the Star Mark sword. After all, he was already used to it, and the slight difference in base attributes was nothing much. With the Great Freedom Sword Heart, sword weapons could still be slowly cultivated. 4 sword weapons of the same quality, those nurtured by the Great Freedom Sword Heart, would have stronger attributes. So there was no need to replace the Star Mark sword. Lin Lu planned to keep nurturing it all the way to legendary level, or even mythic level. As for the other equipment, there were quite a few pieces that could be replaced. The platinum-grade death set should have been retired long ago. Although Death Coil was still usable, the enemies Lin Lu would face in the future were getting stronger and stronger, and this set could no longer keep up. Soon, Lin Lu took a fancy to a legendary-grade equipment set, the Starry Sky set. This set had 4 pieces in total: helmet, armor, boots, and bracers. The price was terrifying as well, a full 3 million military merits. But its attributes were exactly to Lin Li's liking, so he bought it directly. Starry Sky set, legendary grade, wearable at level 80, all attributes plus 30,000, block chance plus 15%, movement speed plus 50%, when attacked, a 10% chance to generate a shield with shield value equal to the wearer's own HP. It comes with the skill Starry Sky Protection, which, when actively activated, grants immunity to all crowd control for 10 seconds and reduces damage by 30%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This set is very powerful. Whether it is the automatic shield generation or Starry Sky Protection, both can greatly improve Lin Li's survivability. To make the shield even thicker, Lin Lu spent another 1 million military merits to buy a top-grade Life Dragon Pearl. Life Dragon Pearl, top-grade HP plus 200 million. Lin Li's own HP was already high to begin with, and now it had surged past 300 million. If his shield triggered again, his HP could even reach 600 to 700 million. He was tougher than many tanks of the same level. After finishing with the gear, Lin Lu bought another pile of potions. Mental Potion, permanently plus 10 intelligence, limited to 100 uses. Health Potion, permanently plus 500 HP, limited to 100 uses. Attribute Pill, permanently plus 5 to all attributes, limited to 50 uses. And many similar items. Each one gave only a small boost, but the gains added up over time. Besides, there were many kinds of these potions, at least over 1,000, by rough estimate. With everything used together, the improvement would be quite substantial. Lin Lu spent nearly another 10 million military merit points, and only then did the big shopping spree come to an end. He entered the shipping address. Once the package arrived, he took out the Advanced Skill Awakening Stone and the Skill Enhancement Stone. Every time a class promotion occurred, new skills would awaken. He was also curious about what would appear this time. He held the Awakening Stone, his heart filled with curiosity. The next second, the Awakening Stone turned into a warm current and poured into his body. Lin Li's consciousness was drawn into a mysterious void. In the void, 99 stars revolved around him along a specific trajectory. Some were bright, some dim. Lin Lu quickly understood. Each star represented a professional skill. 99 stars meant that in the future, he could obtain at most 99 skills. The ones that were shining had already awakened. The ones that had gone dim had not yet awakened. Among them, 3 stars were especially unusual, flickering on and off. Lin Lu immediately realized that these 3 stars meant he could awaken 3 more new skills. This was his first time using a high-grade awakening stone, and he hadn't expected it to have this effect. It could actually show directly how many skills could be awakened. Lin Lu no longer hesitated and used 3 awakening stones in a row. All 3 stars lit up. You have obtained new skills: Weakening Sword Formation, Void Sword Escape, and One Sword Soaring Immortal. Weakening Sword Formation, Level 1. Within the sword formation, all enemy attributes are reduced by 30%. Radius, 50 meters. Can stack with Strengthening Sword Formation. Void Sword Escape, Level 1. Transform into Sword Light and instantly cross space. Maximum displacement, 10 meters. One Sword Soaring Immortal, max at the cost of half your own HP. Unleash a killing strike that cannot be dodged. Damage is 100,000 times that of Sword Control. These 3 new skills were all pretty good. Weakening Sword Formation was the second sword formation type skill Lin Lu had obtained after Strengthening Sword Formation. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and they could even be stacked, very practical. As for Void Sword Escape, there was no need to say more, it was a blink skill. Combined with the special effect of Sword God Space, Lin Lu could almost keep teleporting continuously, appearing and disappearing without a trace. As for the last skill, One Sword Flying Immortal. This is a pure burst damage skill. 100,000-fold sword damage is already terrifying. The price isn't too high either, just half health. With 1 slash from Lin Lu, lifesteal can fill it right back up. After awakening all 3 class skills, Lin Lu also obtained the general skill Void Gate. This is a method only Divine Tier class professionals can use. It can directly tear open the void and create a passage leading to the destination. With it, Lin Lu can travel faster in the future, and in critical moments, it can also be used to escape. But the void contains many dangers, especially void turbulence. Once caught in it, Even divine tier class professionals would have to pay a heavy price. Without a clear coordinate, it's best not to enter the void recklessly. With the new skills dealt with, the next step was to use the skill enhancement stone. Linla thought about it and realized he didn't lack damage-dealing skills at the moment. The skills built into several divine swords, plus the newly awakened one-sword flying immortal, were already enough. In that case, he would strengthen the weakened sword array. Linla didn't hesitate and used the enhancement stone directly. Skill enhancement successful. Weakened sword array, level 1 within the sword array, all attributes of hostile targets are reduced by 30%. Sword array radius, 50 meters, can be used in conjunction with the strong attack sword array. Weakened sword array, level 1 within the sword array, all attributes of hostile targets are reduced by 50%. Skill consumption increased by 100%, cooldown extended by 100%. Sword array radius, 50 meters, can be used in conjunction with the strong attack sword array. The result proved that he hadn't made the wrong choice. The enhanced weakened sword array not only increased the weakening effect from 30% to 50%, but also added 2 costs, doubled consumption and doubled cooldown. As long as he raised the level again and expanded its coverage, this move would become very useful. Lin Lu already had over 3 million skill points. He no longer hesitated and directly spent them. You have consumed 2 million skill points. Weakening sword array has been upgraded to level 50. At level 50, the sword array's range expanded to over 3,000 meters, which was already sufficient. Lin Lu planned to use the remaining skill points on Void Sword Escape. You have consumed 1.2 million skill points. Void Sword Escape has been upgraded to level 30. Void Sword Escape, level 30, transform into Sword Light and instantly traverse space. Maximum displacement per use, 300 meters. After preparing everything, Lin Li's strength had been pushed to its current limit. Now it was time to set off. He had previously looked at the map and already picked out several locations. The chance of a 10,000 lost source while appearing at these places was not low, and Demon Lord level demons often showed up there too. While searching for the 10,000 lost source well and killing demon lords, he could accomplish 2 things at once. Set off, Soul Rift Gorge. Lin Li's first stop was Soul Rift Gorge. It was more than 1,000 li away from Tianlong City, not too far. The last time a 10,000 lost source well appeared was 3 months ago. Judging by the timing, the chances of one appearing again recently were quite high. Lin Lu decided to go there first and try his luck. The map had coordinates, and he had just mastered the Void Gate, so it was the perfect chance to test it out. A flash of sword light instantly tore open a void passage ahead, and Lin Lu walked straight in. This was his first time traveling through a void passage alone, and it felt completely different. The passage was like a pitch-black corridor, with raging void turbulence on both sides. If he got swept into it, he'd either be seriously injured or killed. Lin Lu didn't dare make any reckless moves. Standing on his flying sword, he sped forward along the passage. But just as he had only a few thousand meters left before the exit, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted ahead. A jet-black beast claw reached out from the void turbulence beside him. A void creature? Lin Li's heart tightened. He had been mentally prepared for this kind of situation, only he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The void wasn't empty at all. On the contrary, it hid many strange and eerie creatures. In terms of danger, void creatures were even more terrifying than abyss demons. It was just that when normally traversing a void passage, the chance of running into them was extremely low, almost like winning the lottery. Lin Lu hadn't expected that on his very first solo crossing, he'd really run into one. For a moment, he didn't even know whether to say his luck was good or bad. At that moment, the void creature had fully crawled out of the turbulence and was blocking Lin Li's path. It was a massive void beast, covered all over in black scales. Its eyes were like red-hot lanterns, radiating a bloody, ferocious glint. It let out a low roar and pounced at Lin Lu, with intense killing intent. Black Armored Void Beast, 1-star King rank. Total attributes, 23 million. Traits, Life Enhancement, Spirit Enhancement, Physical Damage Immunity. Skills, Spatial Traversal, Energy Explosion, Void Slash. Lin Lu could tell that this information was not complete yet. However, a 1-star King-level Void Beast was roughly on par with a first-turn Demon King, so it was not that troublesome for him. The real problem was that this was a spatial passage. If the battle got too intense, the entire passage could collapse. If that happened, being swept into the void turbulence would be a true dead end. The Black Armored Void Beast attacked first, and in an instant it rushed from 1,000 meters away to in front of Lin Lu. With a sweep of its sharp claws, 5 black void slashes came straight at him. The 5 divine swords automatically blocked the attack. The terrifying impact shook the entire passage. Lin Lu immediately realized that he could not drag this out. He urged the ancient sword of 10,000 demons and unleashed the power of 10,000 demons. Once the dark power spread out, the black armored void beast was instantly suppressed, barely able to resist. Lin Lu thrust out a sword, directly piercing its core. The black armored void beast was slain, and both experience and loot were obtained. But the next second, its body suddenly swelled, and violent energy surged out crazily. Immediately after, it exploded with a boom. The aftershock of the blast surged through the passage, and the cracks spread rapidly. The passage began to collapse. Lin Li's expression changed. Once he fell into the void turbulence, he would truly be in danger. Fortunately, he was already not far from the exit. He exerted all his strength to perform void sword escape, desperately rushing forward. The collapsing sounds behind him grew closer and closer. Just before the passage was completely destroyed, he finally burst out. Lin Lu let out a breath of relief and turned to look around. This was Splitsoul Canyon. At first glance, it was nothing more than an ordinary mountain valley. He first took out the void core he had just obtained and absorbed it. After absorbing it, the shadow rule was enhanced, and the space rule was strengthened as well. Lin Lu felt even closer to the power of space. If he could condense the space Dao pattern, then even if he encountered void turbulence again, he would not be too afraid. After finishing all this, he walked into the canyon. He had not gone far when a strange fluctuation came from ahead. Lin Lu immediately recognized it as the myriad lost source well. Lin Lu rushed toward the fluctuation, and before long he found a glowing spring in the secluded valley. Just as he thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, he immediately sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly flashed away to 100 meters distant. Looking back, that source well had actually come to life. The ground split open, a pile of tentacles with suction cups shined out, and the mouth of the well had turned into a huge maw full of sharp teeth, shrieking toward him. Only then did Lin Lu realize that he had almost lost his life. It turned out that this was not the myriad lost source well, but a trap disguised by a split-soul beast. Seeing that its disguise had been exposed, the soul-rending beast flew into a rage at once. Dozens of tentacles shot toward Lin Lu like arrows, while it also unleashed a psychic shriek. But Lin Li's Heavenly Heart demon-suppressing sword happened to counter this kind of technique, and mental attacks were completely ineffective against him. He deliberately pretended to be hit, and when the other side relaxed, he instantly teleported behind the soul-rending beast and unleashed the ancient sword of 10,000 demons, piercing through its mouthparts with a single strike. Then, Lin Lu directly activated the twin arrays and used his new skill, One Sword Soars, as an immortal. Golden sword light exploded forth, its power outrageously terrifying, and the soul-rending beast was blasted to pieces on the spot. Killed soul-rending beast, 7-star divine rank, experience plus 71 billion, obtained soul crystal. A vast amount of experience surged in, and Lin Lu leveled up 3 times in a row, reaching level 84. He felt a wave of satisfaction. As expected, divine tier bosses were the best leveling materials. Then he looked at the dropped soul crystal and immediately chose to absorb it. The 7-star soul-rending beast was already close to a rank 7 Demon King. The power of laws within its body must have been plentiful. Sure enough, as soon as the soul crystal was absorbed, Lin Li's power of laws surged dramatically. Shadow Law increased to 125%, transforming into Shadow Dao Law. Space Law increased to 125%, transforming into Space Dao Law. Fire Dao Law increased to 170%. Thunder Law increased to 115%. New Law obtained. Soul Law, 115%. Advanced to God Path Tier 4. This haul came in too fiercely. No wonder it was a 7-star soul-rending beast. The power of laws it provided was indeed abundant. Under the blessing of Sword Heart No Thought, 2 more of Lin Li's rules had transformed into Dao laws. And he had also gained a new rule, the Soul Rule. His realm also shot straight up to the 4th stage of the divine path. From the moment he advanced to godhood until now, it had only been 3 or 4 days at most. At this rate of improvement, it was already terrifyingly fast. Name, Lin Lu. Race, human. Class, Sword Sovereign SSS rank. Level, 84, 19.52%. 4th stage of the divine path. Fire Dao Law, 70%, plus 100%. Thunder Rule, 15%, plus 100%. Shadow Dao Law, 25%, plus 100%. Spear Dao Law, 30%, plus 100%. Space Dao Law, 25%, plus 100%. Soul Rule, 15%, plus 100%. He already had 4 Dao laws and 2 rules. These 2 rules would soon be able to evolve further as well. Add to that his own level 10 Fire Seed, and his capacity for rule power far exceeded that of ordinary people. With all these advantages stacked together, although he was only at the 4th stage of the divine path, Almost no one below the ninth stage of the divine path could suppress him. Even if he ran into an opponent at the ninth stage of the divine path, he might not be able to win, but surviving would not be a problem. Linlu looked at his own status and was fairly satisfied. He then glanced around him again. After the soul-splitting beast died, the valley once again fell silent. But Linlu did not relax. The lower battlefield was full of danger. There was no way for it to ever be truly peaceful. Keep going deeper. Linlu planned to keep moving inward to see whether he could find the 10,000 laws source well. He had not forgotten his true purpose in coming here. But before he could even take a step, he stopped. Main quest update complete. They're here. Lin Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the quest details. He was already an SSS rank class Sword Sovereign. Since the age of professionals began, SSS had already been the highest rank. After this quest, could he break through to an even higher level? Path of the Sword Immortal 7. Advance to Sword God, Desolate rank. Quest objective. Advance to the Desolate rank class, Sword God. Completion requirements. 1. Raise your level to 100. 2. Fuse 3 pieces of 9-colored Divine Jade. 3. Collect a total of 10 Divine Swords. 4. The Fire Seed must contain more than 99 laws and ignite the Divine Fired. Failure penalty. None, and no time limit. Quest reward. 3 to 5 new talents at random. After Linla finished reading, he was completely stunned. Ancient rank, Sword God. Level 100. This is not a normal class change at all. It is asking him to become a god. A god in the truest sense of the word. Ever since the era of class changes began, a level 99 demigod has already been the pinnacle. Can he really cross that threshold? First, the level. Level 100 clearly isn't something that can be reached by simply stacking up experience. Otherwise, after all these years, there's no way no one would have reached level 100. But the truth is, neither human adventurers nor the demons of the abyss have ever heard of anyone reaching level 100. Looking at the conditions that follow, each one is even more difficult than the last. The 9-colored Divine Jade is the highest grade Divine Jade. Just one piece is enough to transform anyone and any class, a truly priceless treasure. In the entire history of humanity, only a few pieces have ever appeared, and he wants 3 of them at once. 10 Divine Swords is no small number either. He has accumulated opportunities all the way to this point, and even now he only has 5. The last requirement is even more outrageous. Not long ago, Gu Xian, the demigod, had just told him that among humans and demons, no one had been able to transform more than 30 Dao laws. Gu Xian, who can transform 27, is already the number 1 among humans. 99 kinds. Linla felt that it was absurd just thinking about it. Even with his heaven-defying ability like Sword Heart, no thought, his heart still sank when faced with the requirement to ignite divine fire with 99 kinds of Dao laws at this moment. It was too hard to grasp. This task had no time limit and no penalty. Linlu could only brace himself and move forward. The reward says there are 3 to 5 talents. It sounds tempting, but unfortunately it's impossible right now. He smiled wryly. He had no choice but to take it one step at a time. If he really could ascend to the Sword God, or even become a god in the age of professionals, wouldn't destroying the abyss and reviving the human race be only a matter of time? But he quickly pulled back his wandering thoughts, his brows tightening as he stared into the depths of the valley. Someone's fighting. The battle fluctuations over there were too intense. He could feel them even from far away. The terrifying aftershocks kept spreading, the entire valley trembling as energy storms swept across all directions. So strong, at least at the 9th level of the divine path. Linlu was shocked, and also even more curious. There was no way beings of this level would fight without reason. He restrained his aura and quietly moved closer. The further he went, the more terrifying the aftershocks became. The ground split open, rocks shattered, and the storm nearly swept through the entire valley. The elements and laws in the air were also in complete chaos. If he hadn't just advanced to the 4th level of the divine path, these aftershocks alone would have been enough to give him trouble. After passing through a patch of leveled rubble, Lin Lu suddenly jolted. At the end of the valley, 2 terrifying figures were fighting furiously. One of them was the soul-splitting beast. Only, the one before him was even larger and stronger, and its aura far surpassed that of the 7-star soul-splitting beast he had just killed. Soul-splitting beast, 9-star god rank. Level 99, total attributes, 3.2 billion. Traits, all-around boost, spell immunity, control immunity. Skills, mimicry camouflage, psychic shriek, tentacle attack, space traverse. Level 99, 9-star god rank. Lin Li's eyes went straight. Wild monsters can only reach level 99 and 9 stars at most. In other words, this was the top-tier existence among bosses. No wonder even the shockwaves from their fight could cause such a huge commotion. Its opponent was a two-headed demonic ape, Tinjong Tal. Fear Demon Ape, 9-star God rank. Level 99, total attributes 4 billion. Traits: all-around boost, resistance enhancement, curse immunity, tenfold damage. Skills: Thunderflame Breath, Earth Stomp, Berserk Bite, Fear Roar. Another peak boss, and its attributes were even higher than the soul-splitting beasts. Especially tenfold damage, which was simply absurd. Lin Lu didn't dare get too close and could only watch from afar as they tore into each other. At this moment, he also noticed that not far from the battlefield there was a well, exuding a dense power of laws. Wanfa Source Well. Lin Lu almost cried out in shock. The power of laws was too dense, at least 80%, it was still a high-grade source well. No wonder the two bosses were fighting to the death here. They were battling so fiercely for this thing. Lin Li's eyes turned red. If he could absorb the power of laws from the well, he would definitely be able to break through again. But he also knew very well that charging up now would be courting death. Two peak bosses were not something he could touch. However, he was not completely without a chance. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. He was waiting for an opportunity, betting that they would fight until the very end. If he was lucky enough, he could not only get the high-grade Wanfa Source well, but also take in the power of laws from both bosses. At this moment, the center of the battlefield had already descended into a frenzy of killing. The Fear Demon Ape let out a long roar toward the sky, opening its mouth with both heads at the same time. One side spewed out crimson fireballs, while the other spat out lightning balls wrapped in electric arcs. Lightning Fire Breath. Lightning and fire intertwined into a torrent, directly blasting toward the soul-splitting beast. With the tenfold damage buff, this strike was terrifying to the extreme. The split-soul beast let out a shrill screech and wildly lashed its tentacles, cracking even the void apart. At the same time, soul power surged forth, condensing into a transparent soul shield in midair to forcefully block the attack. With a boom, two masses of thunder fire breath slammed viciously into the split-soul beast's soul shield. The barrier shook violently, almost unable to hold. The split-soul beast was clearly panicking and immediately tried to escape with spatial traversal. But the Fear Demon Ape had been prepared all along. A roar of terror directly interrupted its skill. In the next instant, the thunder fire breath struck head-on, blasting the split-soul beast's body to pieces and leaving it dying on the ground. Seeing this, the Fear Demon Ape let out a triumphant roar, only to fail to notice the trace of malice that flashed through the split-soul beast's eyes. Just as it leaped up to finish it off, the split-soul beast suddenly let out a piercing screech, and a mental shriek instantly surged toward the ape. The ape feared this kind of spiritual attack the most. It was hit on the spot, its mind thrown into chaos, and it directly fell from midair. Taking advantage of the opening, the split-soul beast erupted in power, and more than 10 tentacles viciously pierced through the ape's body. The ape roared in pain, its eyes instantly turning blood red. But after all, it was a 9-star overlord, and it forcibly grabbed the split-soul beast's tentacles, dragging it hard in front of itself. Immediately after, both heads once again spewed thunderfire breath, blasting half of the split-soul beast's body to pieces at close range. The remaining tentacles of the split-soul beast also stabbed into the ape at the same time. Both sides were severely injured almost simultaneously, both on the brink of death. Lin Lu, who had been waiting nearby for an opening, finally made his move. He cast Strong Strike Sword Array and Sword Flash Amplification on himself, then unleashed a weakening Sword Array to suppress the two bosses. After that, his main body charged at the twin-headed demon ape, while his mirror clone went to deal with the split-soul beast. The ape was already heavily injured and had been weakened on top of that, so it simply could not withstand him. With a single sword strike, both heads exploded at once. The split-soul beast on the other side was soon split in two by the Heavenly Heart, subduing Demon Sword. With the two 9-star Divine Tier bosses slain in succession, Lin Li's experience surged, and he directly leveled up to 89. More importantly, he obtained two 9-star crystal cores. The Thunderfire Crystal Core and the Soul Crystal both contained extremely powerful rule power. That was the reward he truly valued. Lin Lu looked up and saw that there was actually still a top-grade 10,000 law source well ahead, and he was instantly overjoyed. At this point, he had essentially picked up two top-grade source wells for free, and his strength was definitely going to rise sharply again. He no longer delayed, and first absorbed both the Thunderfire Crystal Core and the Soul Crystal. After absorption, the Fire Dao Law rose to 220%, the Thunder Rule also increased to 165% and directly transformed into the Thunder Dao Law. The Soul Crystal likewise brought a massive boost. The Shadow, Space, and Soul Rules all rose together, and the Soul Rule also successfully transformed. By now, all 6 rules that Lin Lu had mastered had fully turned into Dao laws. His strength jumped directly from God Road rank 4 to God Road rank 5, and he was not far from rank 6 either. He then tossed the fire seed into the 10,000 laws source well, and the power of the source well was quickly drained dry. After retrieving the fire seed, the system notified him that he had once again comprehended the water, earth, and wood rules, and both the Water Dao Law and Earth Dao Law had successfully taken shape. In this way, all 5 elements rules were now in hand. Coupled with the source well's effect, Lin Li's level also skyrocketed directly from God Road rank 5 to God Road rank 7. Looking at the surging numbers on the panel, he finally let out a breath of relief. The 99 Dao laws required by the main quest had only just begun to be touched upon, but at least now he could see hope. More crucially, although the void battlefield was dangerous, the rewards were astonishingly great. When he first arrived, he wasn't even at the divine level. In just over 10 days, he had already surged to the 7th stage of the divine path. Just thinking about it was astonishing. He also obtained 2 divine swords, the Heavenly Heart Demon Suppression Sword and the Ancient Demon Sword, causing his battle power to soar dramatically. Shuehuan Gorge won't refresh the Myriad Law's origin well until at least another month. Lin Lu didn't want to wait for nothing. There were still more than a dozen other locations on the map, so he decided to change places and try his luck. He looked at the map. In the end, he chose Lele Valley. There were 2 reasons. First, the last time an origin well appeared in Lele Valley was over a month ago. By timing, there was a strong chance it would refresh again soon. Second, there were rumors that a boss-level overlord might have appeared there. Lin Lu was now at the 7th stage of the divine path, so it was just the right place to test himself. If he could kill another boss-level overlord, the gains would definitely be considerable. Boss-level overlords are said to have a small chance of dropping the 7-colored divine jade. I wonder if I'll have a chance this time. He put away the map and prepared to set off. However, Lele Valley was near Tianhuang City, far from here. He would also have to pass through an area of chaotic spatial turbulence on the way. For safety's sake, Lin Lu didn't take the Void Channel. He flew there directly on his sword. Consumed 800,000 skill points. Sword Flight, level 19. Sword Flight, level 59. Sword Flight, level 59 maximum flight speed 680 m/s. He casually upgraded Sword Flight. At a speed approaching twice the speed of sound, he headed straight for Lei Lu Valley. He had not been in a hurry to level up this skill before, because if he flew too fast, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the impact. But things were different now. He had already advanced to the divine tier, and his total stats had exceeded 10 million, so he could fully handle it. Not long after he took off, Lin Lu suddenly frowned. He felt something approaching. After the purple gold sword seal appeared, he took a look. In the rear left, there was a monster snake with flesh wings, quietly following him. Void-winged snake, 7-star divine tier. Level 96. Total attributes, 180 million. A 7-star divine tier beast dares to target me? Lin Lu sneered. This snake wanted to approach invisibly, then launch a sneak attack and bite him. Once poisoned, an ordinary divine tier professional wouldn't be able to withstand it at all, but it had chosen the wrong target. Lin Lu was not only unafraid, but even treated it as an experience pack. Just right, I can use you to practice. He deliberately pretended not to notice and kept flying forward. Seeing this, the void-winged serpent immediately showed mockery. It kept closing in, and once the distance was enough, it suddenly revealed itself and lunged in for a bite. Courting death, Lin Lu had long been prepared. Just as the venomous fangs were about to bite down, he directly used Void Sword Escape and instantly broke away. Missing its strike, the void-winged serpent immediately tried to flee. It had always relied on ambushes. If the ambush failed, it ran. But this time, it had kicked an iron plate. Weakened sword formation. Lin Lu countered with a full set of weakening effects. All of the void-winged serpent's attributes dropped by 50%, and its speed instantly slowed by a huge margin. In the next instant, the Heart of Heaven subduing demon sword and the 10,000 demons ancient sword struck out at the same time. The void-winged serpent didn't even have time to react before it was cleaved into several pieces. Even in death, it still couldn't understand. Both being 7-star, how could the gap be so enormous? Killed void-winged serpent, 7-star god tier, experience plus 70 billion. Obtained poisonous essence, 7-star, *1. After the 70 billion experience was credited, the experience bar only increased by a tiny sliver. Lin Lu was not in a hurry to level up, because right now, leveling up by 1 only added 10,000 attribute points. But the attributes gained from killing a god-tier boss were far more than that. He looked at the dropped toxic essence, and a thought flashed through his mind. This thing was very likely related to poison. You have obtained a new power of the laws. the law of poison has transformed into the Tao of Poison Da. The Tao of space has increased by 5%. After Lin Lu absorbed the toxic essence, his strength increased again. By now, he had already accumulated 10 types of Tao. Although he was only at the 7th step of the divine path, he could still fight head-on against someone at the 9th step of the divine path. He continued on his way, and half a day later arrived at Thunder Valley. Thunder rumbled endlessly here, and the lightning elemental energy was terrifyingly violent. All over the valley were elemental monsters, thunder mammoths, thunder serpents, thunder eagles, an astonishing number of them. Deeper inside, there were also several extremely powerful auras, like 9-star overlords. Lin Lu was both shocked and excited by what he saw. In a place like this, the weak would only come here to die. But with his current combat power, plus 2 overlord-level sword servants, he had every chance of cutting through here. He immediately released the soul-rending beast and the fear ape, then deployed the sword formation and his clones. For forces close to the 9th step of the divine path moved together, and Thunder Valley instantly exploded into chaos. The fear ape smashed through everything in its path. The soul-rending beast's mental shockwaves swept across the Thunder Eagles, while Lin Lu and his clones directly unleashed the 5-element sword lightning at full force. In an instant, monsters below the divine level died in droves. The Thunder Giant Elephant, which tried to escape, was also frozen by his Ice Soul Divine Sword, and then pierced through with a single strike. Next, the entire Lei Lu Valley had almost turned into a slaughterhouse. Lin Lu killed as he wildly picked up experience and crystals. The experience bar surged upward, quickly reaching level 90, and then breaking through to level 91 and level 92. His strength also entered a new explosive phase. Lin Lu leveled up twice in one go, and each individual attribute directly skyrocketed by nearly 1,000,000. According to the algorithm after high-energy growth, his total attributes instantly increased by 4,000,000. This increase is simply absurd. Even a divine-tier practitioner would find it far-fetched. As the attribute gap widened further and further, the combat power gap would be completely pulled apart as well. More importantly, the Thunder Crystals could continue to enhance his power of laws. Absorbed Thunder Crystal, 6-star. Thunder Tao Law plus 40%. Absorbed Thunder Crystal, 5-star. Thunder Tao Law plus 30%. There were too many divine-level creatures here, and Lin Lu had absorbed so many that he was almost numb. Unfortunately, this kind of improvement was too one-dimensional, only able to stack the Thunder Law. Even so, by the time he cleared the perimeter, his mastery of the Thunder Tao Law had already become terrifyingly high. Thunder Tao Law, 380%, plus 100%. This was currently the strongest Tao Law Lin Lu had mastered. And the stronger his mastery, the keener his sensitivity to thunder became. The power of the great 5 elements sword thunder also surged dramatically. Now, whenever he made a move, it wasn't just thunderballs anymore. He could also directly unleash thunder phantoms, thunder oxen, thunder serpents, and even humanoid lightning. Its power was more than 10 times greater than before. Lin Lu even felt that if the Thunder Tao principle broke through further, it would trigger an even greater change. After the outer area was cleared, he turned his gaze toward the depths of Liu Valley. There, several terrifying auras were stationed in guard. It's time to go meet those 3 Overlord-level beasts. For safety, Lin Lu had the 2 sword slaves lead the way, the mirror clone rearguard, and himself take the center to respond. The farther inward he went, the more violent the thunder element became. If an ordinary god-level being came in, they probably wouldn't even be able to walk. But Lin Lu had mastered the Thunder Tao principle to a deep level, and this pressure alone could not hurt him. Soon, he arrived at the most core area of Liu Valley. Ahead of him lay a massive thunder pool. Within the pool, thunder liquid roiled and 9-colored lightning intertwined, exuding a terrifying aura. Top-grade source well. Lin Li's eyes lit up. Top-grade source wells were extremely rare, and the power of laws within them was the purest. This thunder well was even of a single attribute, offering an especially powerful boost to the Thunder Tao. If he absorbed it all, the laws of thunder would surely skyrocket. It could even directly transform someone who knew nothing of the Thunder Tao into a lightning element affinity body. Lin Li's heartbeat quickened. This thunder well might very well cause a qualitative transformation in his Thunder Tao principle. But he did not act immediately, because around the thunder well, 3 Overlord-level creatures were standing in a triangular formation, guarding this place tightly. 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon, Purple Lightning Thunder Phoenix, and Thunder Sovereign. All 3 are 9-star divine level, all at level 99. Among them, Thunder Sovereign is the most terrifying. It is still a humanoid being, like a figure clad in a suit of thunder armor. Its aura is the strongest, and it is frantically absorbing the power leaking out from the thunder well. At this rate, It might even show signs of breaking through to semi-divinity. We can't let them keep absorbing it. Lin Lu immediately made up his mind. If Thunder Sovereign really breaks through, the Thunder Well will have nothing to do with him, and even he himself will be in danger. Although Lin Lu is now somewhat stronger than an ordinary 9th rank on the divine path, he is still far from semi-divinity. So he had to strike first. He sent the 2 sword slaves to hold back the Thunder Dragon and Thunder Phoenix, while he and his mirror clone simultaneously charged at Thunder Sovereign. 1 sword soars as an immortal. 5 divine swords appeared suddenly, and a tide of sword light instantly swallowed Thunder Sovereign. Thunder Sovereign raised a hand to shake off the flying swords, condensed a Thunder Spear, and thrust straight at Lin Lu, forcing him to evade. The Thunder Spear could actually lock on and pursue him. Lin Lu was still hit and blasted away, but fortunately the seal of protection blocked the fatal blow for him. He immediately counterattacked, with the flying swords and the clone pressing in at the same time. Soon they tore apart the Thunder Domain and beat Thunder Sovereign until it roared in fury. But Lin Lu quickly realized something was wrong. This guy wasn't simply durable, his recovery was absurdly strong, and the Thunder Armor could crazily absorb Thunder elements to restore his health. As long as he remained in Thunderjoy Valley, Thunder Sovereign was practically unkillable. Lin Lu gritted his teeth and bombarded him for 2 or 3 minutes, even using the tenfold stacking of Chaos Sword Chi, and finally blew him apart. But in the next second, lightning reassembled, and Thunder Sovereign actually relied on an endless stream of thunder elements to repair his body, becoming even stronger. Laughing wildly, it said that it had already broken through its shackles. But it was still not quite enough. The key was that the rules were already useless against it. Its becoming a demigod was only a matter of time. Human, if not for you, I might never have had this chance. Thunder Sovereign stared at Lin Lu, and intelligence had actually appeared in its eyes. For this favor, I'll use you as the first stepping stone on my path to demigodhood. Its voice was filled with might and wisdom. At this moment, it was no longer a manipulated wild monster, but was beginning to break free of the rules and truly touch the threshold of a demigod. Bad, it's transforming. Lin Li's expression darkened. After Thunder Sovereign reassembled, its aura surged to an outrageous degree. Within the lightning, there was even a trace of divinity. Lin Lu knew very clearly that if he let it succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have to stop it. Since the 10 layers of chaotic sword chi still couldn't kill it, then there was only the final move left. Heart of Heaven Slash. Lin Lu no longer hesitated and directly revealed his strongest trump card. Heart of Heaven Slash ignores everything and directly kills the target. Cost: user loses 10 levels. Unavailable below level 90. This was the instant kill technique inherent to the Heart of Heaven Demon Suppressing Sword. It could directly erase the target, but the price was enormous. Lin Lu was level 92 now. After using it, he would drop to level 82. Warning: using Heavenly Heart Slash will reduce your level by 10. Confirm? Confirm. Lin Lu did not hesitate in the slightest. As long as he could kill the Thunder Sovereign, he could level up again. But if it were allowed to complete its transformation, that would be the real trouble. Whoosh! The Heavenly Heart Demon Suppressing Sword trembled violently. Lin Li's level also began to plummet. Level 91, 90, 89. In the end, it forcibly dropped to level 82. But at the same time, a terrifying power surged into the sword body. That power seemed to come from the origin of heaven and earth, carrying an intent to kill without fail. The thunder elements throughout the entire Thunderjoy Valley came to a halt. Even time seemed to be frozen. The Thunder Sovereign finally panicked too, fear appearing in its eyes for the first time. Heavenly Heart is my heart, slash. Lin Lu struck with a sword. There was no dazzling sword light, no earth-shattering momentum. Only an ordinary-looking white sword trace silently cut across the void. Yet this seemingly ordinary sword trace carried an irresistible killing intent. It ignored everything and locked onto its target directly. No. The Thunder Supreme roared furiously, desperately burning its origin power, trying to tear open space and escape. But it was all in vain. Once Skyheart Slash locked on, it was useless no matter where it ran. TSK. A white sword mark swept across its body. No blood, no explosion. Yet the Thunder Supreme shattered like foam in an instant and disappeared completely. Killed Thunder Supreme, demigod level. EXP plus 1 trillion. Obtained Thunder Crystal, demigod, *1, 9-color Divine Jade, *1. Lin Li's gains from this wave were astonishing. Not only was the 10-level loss fully made up, he even leveled up once. Now he was already level 93. Even more unexpectedly, he had obtained a 9-color Divine Jade. In this way, with only 2 Divine Jades left, he would be able to fulfill one of the main quest conditions. He put away the 9-color Divine Jade. then looked at the demigod-level thunder crystal. Unlike ordinary crystals, this one's surface was already wrapped in fine azure lightning. A terrifying force of thunder erupted fiercely from within. Lin Lu only held it in his hand, and his heart was already tightening. He did not absorb it right away, but first looked toward the other two battlefields. The soul-rending beast and the fear demon ape were fighting the thunder dragon and thunder phoenix to the death. Their strengths were about the same, so neither side could suppress the other for the moment. Lin Li's eyes flashed, and the mirror clone immediately controlled the flying sword to charge over. With it joining in, the situation instantly turned around. A few seconds later, both 9-star bosses were slain. His experience points soared, and Lin Lu was only 1/3 away from level 94. At that moment, he spotted another blood-red jade stone, and curiosity welled up in his heart. He used his sword heart spiritual eye to inspect it, but could see nothing. Just as he was about to put it away casually, Lin Feng suddenly grew restless. For the first time, it actively rushed out of the pet space. By now, it was no longer that little chick without feathers. Its body was huge, its feathers gorgeous, and divine light flowed all over it. You want this? Lin Lu tossed the phoenix marrow over. Lin Feng swallowed it in one gulp, and its body immediately burst forth with a dazzling red light, while a phantom image of a phoenix also appeared behind it. Its bloodline was rapidly awakening. A system prompt followed. Lin Feng successfully absorbed the phoenix marrow. The purity of its phoenix bloodline increased by 50%, and it advanced to the first rank of the divine path. Its level also rose to 90. Looking at its new attributes, Lin Lu could not help but sigh. This single piece of phoenix marrow directly completed Lin Feng's transformation. Not only did its level break through, but its skills and talents were all strengthened as well. Especially Nirvana Rebirth, which had changed from a high chance of revival to certain revival, and even gained a brief invincibility effect. As expected, divine beast bloodlines were truly powerful. However, Lin Lu was also a little puzzled. Lin Feng, at the first level of the divine path, had actually mastered only one power. But after taking a closer look, he realized it was not a rule at all, but a Tao law, and its mastery had reached as high as 300%. Only then did he understand. Lin Feng, who had just completed his transformation, was clearly a bit exhausted. Lin Lu patted its head and sent it back to the pet space to rest. After that, he prepared to absorb those few thunder crystals, 2 9-star ones, and 1 demigod grade 1. Lin Lu was very curious about how far he could push the Tao Law of Thunder. As soon as he began absorbing them, he received a system notification. The 2 9-star thunder crystals were successfully absorbed, and the Tao Law of Thunder directly increased by 240%. Current Tao Law of Thunder, 620%. Thunder crystal successfully absorbed. The Tao Law of Thunder skyrocketed, directly surging to 1,200%. Tao Law transformation. The great Tao takes shape. With a boom, thunder roared inside Lin Li's body, as if countless heavenly bolts were surging through his flesh and blood. He looked up and saw the thunderlight in the entire valley converging toward him. Even the air seemed to be bowing before him. In that instant, his combat power more than doubled in a sudden surge. But an even bigger surprise was still ahead. As soon as he walked to the side of the top-grade thunder well, he found that there was actually a little creature squatting inside, as big as a fist, wrapped in crackling lightning all over its body, baring its teeth and claws like a miniature Qilin. Thunder Qilin, untamed. Lin Lu immediately understood that this thing could be tamed. But trying to forcefully snatch it wouldn't work. It would only drive it into a frenzy. So he changed his approach. He drew all the lightning elements in the entire Thunder Joy Valley over, letting it devour them. At first, the Thunder Qilin was still very guarded, but it couldn't resist how delicious it all was. Gradually, it let down its defenses, and even the aura around its body began rising toward the demigod realm. Lin Lu seized the opportunity to pat its head, then used lightning elements to shape little thunderballs, little rabbits, and little butterflies to tease it. The little guy was quickly coaxed into submission, and its gaze shifted from wariness to anticipation. Lin Lu took the chance to speak. "Follow me, and you'll never go hungry again." The Thunder Qilin hesitated for a moment, then finally took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Successfully tamed the Thunder Qilin. Lin Lu held it in his arms, feeling overjoyed, and casually gave it a name, Lin Lin. Lin Lu thought it was fine, and the little guy nodded in agreement as well. Name, Lin Lin. Race, Thunder Qilin Clan. Level 1, 9th rank of the Divine Path. Strength, 1000000. Agility, 1000000. Spirit, 1000000. Physique, 1000000. Thunder Tao Principle, 900%. Lin Lu was stunned on the spot. At level 1, He was already at the 9th rank of the divine path. This was just too outrageous. All 4 attributes had surpassed 1,000,000. Just imagining how terrifying it would be once it grew up made one's hair stand on end. He was just about to put Lin Lin into the storage space so it could get acquainted with Lin Foam when a sudden change occurred. A huge spatial rift suddenly split open in the sky above Lei Lu Valley. 3 terrifying auras instantly pressed down from within. Put it down, and I'll spare your life. The leader was a pale-faced young man, looking like the son of some noble family, but his aura was shockingly powerful. He was actually a demigod. Even more outrageous was that the 2 maids behind him were also demigods. Lin Li's heart sank. 3 demigods so young. This was far too abnormal. The young man stared fixedly at Lin Lin, greed filling his eyes. A heaven-born marvel like the Thunder Qilin was actually obtained by you. Hand it over, and today I can still take you in as one of my men. Lin Li looked at him coldly and asked who they were. The young man simply disdained to answer. One of the maids stepped forward and arrogantly said that they came from Langia Cave Heaven, held noble status, and that Lin Lu should hurry up and kneel in thanks before offering the Thunder Qilin with both hands. Lin Lu immediately understood that these people were probably remnants of an ancient clan as well. Only unlike the Yun clan, this branch was clearly even more arrogant and looked down even more on people from the outside world. Ancient clans are still human. The great calamity is upon us, and even if you won't contribute, coming here to steal our things, isn't that going too far? After hearing that, the maid sneered and cursed him as nothing more than a lowly commoner from the lower realm, completely unworthy of being compared with them. Killing intent surged in Lin Li's heart. Want Lei Lin? If you've got the ability, come get him yourself. The maid's expression darkened, and in an instant she flashed in front of him, striking down at the crown of his head with a palm. Lin Lu didn't move, but the Ziwei divine sword protected its master first, a flash of sword light directly sending her reeling back. She froze. 3 flying swords instantly locked her down. With a slash from Lin Lu, sword light crisscrossed, and the maid was cut to pieces on the spot. A system prompt rang out, his experience surged, and a trace of residual divine flame essence even dropped. Lin Lu was very surprised. He had originally thought there would be a hard battle, but he hadn't expected the other side to be so weak. He quickly understood. The people of Langia Cave Heaven were too comfortable, having semi-divine realm power in name only, but never having truly fought to the death. So although they looked like semi-divine beings, their actual combat strength was greatly reduced. For Lin Lu, that was good news. Otherwise, if he really ran into 3 true semi-divine beings, even if he didn't die, he would still be gravely injured. The young master and the other maid saw their companion killed in an instant, and their expressions changed completely. No matter what, they had never imagined that someone from the lower realm could actually be this strong. The young master was shocked and furious, shouting threats, but inside, he was already panicking. Lin Lu saw through the fact that they were all just showy but useless and attacked directly. Seeing the situation turn bad, the young master actually shoved the maid beside him out to block the sword. Before the maid could even react, she was pierced by the sword light and died miserably in an instant. Lin Lu leveled up again, already surging to level 95. What surprised him even more was that killing these people could also make the residual divine flame essence drop. This thing was clearly a treasure. On seeing it this way, they were no enemies at all. They were clearly opportunities delivered right to his doorstep. Lin Lu originally did not want to kill anyone, but the other party was asking for death, so he had no choice but to strike. He no longer worried about offending the entire Langia Cave Heaven. With his current rate of improvement, if anyone really came, they would be perfect sparring fodder. Seeing that even the maid had died, the young master was so frightened that he turned and fled. But before leaving, he still did not forget to throw out a threat. And it was precisely those few useless words that gave Lin Lu an opening. The time delay domain unfolded, and absolute zero pressed down in an instant. The cold sealed the void passage. The young master had only just stepped 1 foot inside when he was completely frozen. The passage shattered, and he was trapped to death on the spot. Lin Lu was just about to flee, but his body was frozen solid on the spot, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. He approached with a cold sneer, not giving the other party any chance to live. The Langia Cave Heaven young master panicked and brought up his father to threaten Lin Lu, hoping to survive by relying on his background. But Lin Lu simply did not fall for that trick. With 1 sword strike, he directly beheaded him. After the kill, Lin Lu obtained a large amount of experience and a complete divine flame. But he still could not level up immediately. He only felt that breaking through became even harder after level 95. This haul was considerable, and his 2 companions also grew stronger along with it. Especially Lin Lin, who directly surged to level 90, with attributes skyrocketing far beyond monsters of the same tier. Lin Feng's improvement, however, was very slow, which made Lin Lu somewhat puzzled. He suspected that it might be related to Lin Feng's bloodline not having fully awakened. Lin Lu didn't think much of it, and immediately began absorbing the spoils of war. As a result, the Tao principles of fire, earth, space, and water improved in succession, and he also newly obtained the principle of wind, smoothly breaking through to the 8th tier of the divine path. He then remembered that top-grade thunder well. But when he rushed over, the thunder well was almost empty. The culprit was none other than Lin Lin. The little guy was burping while releasing lightning, and his aura was clearly several notches stronger. The system then prompted that Lin Lin had drained the thunder well dry. The Tao principle of thunder surged dramatically and directly transformed into the great Tao of thunder. Even more astonishingly, Lin Lin also awakened a skill and a talent because of it. Lin Lu was stunned after reading it. SSS rank as an auspicious beast, it can bring good luck to itself and those close to it. Good. Lin Lu was overjoyed. After awakening, Lin Lin finally looked like a Qilin. Not only was its aura stronger, its body also swelled to a height of 3 zhong, with thunderclouds beneath its feet and lightning crackling all over its body. Its scales gleamed with a cold sheen, and it was overwhelmingly imposing. Not bad. Lin Lu was very satisfied. Lin Lin immediately came over to rub against him, acting extremely affectionate. After petting it for a while, Lin Lu sent it back into the pet space. Then he walked to the remains of the Thunder Sovereign and directly used the Yellow Spring Sword Edict. Very quickly, the Thunder Sovereign became Lin Li's 3rd Tyrant-level sword slave, replacing the Abyssal Demon Soul. The Abyssal Demon Soul was the earliest sword slave, but by now its strength could no longer keep up, and leaving it there was just a waste of a slot. At this point, Lin Lu now had 3 Tyrant-level sword slaves under him: the Soul-Rending Beast, the Fear Demon Ape, and the Thunder Sovereign. These 3 each have their own abilities, and all are very strong. With Lin Lin added, Lin Lu already has quite a formidable force around him. Although he himself is only at the 8th stage of the God Path, he can already go head-to-head with a lower-tier demigod. And with the Mirror Avatar added in, his combat power is raised another notch. Thinking of this, Lin Lu himself felt amazed. In just a short time, he had already reached this point. Most of his peers were still at school grinding dungeons, while he was already facing a far greater storm. The more this was the case, the less he could afford to stop. The abyss still existed, and the future catastrophe was still unknown. Lin Lu put away his thoughts and prepared to head to the next refresh point of the Myriad Law Source Well. But just then, the sky above Thunder Music Valley suddenly exploded, and a terrifying figure descended from the void. "Who killed my son? Get out here and die." The voice shook heaven and earth with a thunderous roar. The newcomer stepped through the air, divine radiance blazing around him, and wherever he passed, space kept collapsing and reforming. This momentum was extremely terrifying. Lin Lu could tell at a glance that the other party was slightly weaker than Gu Xian, the strongest human being, but absolutely the strongest demigod he had ever seen apart from Gu Xian. Lord of Langia, Cave Heaven. Lin Lu immediately guessed the other party's identity. It seemed that among these remnants, not all were trash. There were still top-tier powerhouses. The newcomer, Gu Xia, had eyes like lightning and locked directly onto Lin Lu. "Did you kill my son?" Lin Lu felt a wave of oppression, but his expression did not change. "He deserves to die." Gu Xia laughed in fury. "A mere tier 8 of the divine path dares talk back? Today, I'll let you know what it means that there's always a greater sky beyond the sky." As soon as his words fell, he suddenly erupted with pressure. Thunder Music Valley shook violently at once, space shattered, rules became chaotic, as if the end of the world had arrived. Upper-tier demigod. Lin Li's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the other party to be an upper-tier demigod who had condensed more than 21 Tao laws. The strength of a demigod is measured by the number of Tao laws. 12 kinds make a lower-tier demigod, 15 kinds make a middle-tier demigod, and only more than 21 kinds count as an upper-tier demigod. And among upper-tier demigods, the gap is huge as well. For example, Gu Xian had condensed 27 Tao laws, clearly much stronger than someone like Gu Xia who had only just touched the threshold. Lin Lu could suppress lower-tier demigods now, but against an upper-tier demigod like Gu Xia, he was no match at all. Even against a middle-tier demigod, he would find it hard to contend. But he had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. Kill. With a furious roar, Lin Lu summoned the Rift Soul Beast, the Fear Demon Ape, and the Thunder Sovereign at the same time, surrounding Gu Xia completely. Psychic Shriek, Thunder Fire Breath, Supreme Thunder Seal. All 3 sword slaves emerged at once, and their killing intent instantly surged to the limit. Gu Xia attacked directly, and a terrifying wave of power exploded instantly. Lin Lu did not stop either. He immediately brought out the Ice Soul Divine Sword and cast 2 control skills in succession. Delayed Domain. Absolute Zero. He didn't expect to trap Guixia to death. It would be enough if he could delay him for even a moment. Such a petty trick, and you dare bring it out? Guixia snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the snow vanished on the spot. Divine Light shot straight toward the 3 sword slaves. Boom! The streak of divine light showed no discernible move, yet it was wrapped in terrifying power of laws, even erasing the void in its wake. The 3 Overlord-level sword slaves couldn't even resist and were instantly blasted into energy fragments. Guixia stood with his hands behind his back, then raised one hand to condense a giant hand of laws, pressing it directly toward Lin Lu. Space was completely sealed off. Lin Li's Void Sword Escape and Sword God Space both lost their effect. There was no way out. Fight! Gritting his teeth, Lin Lu forced himself to attack, with his true body and mirror avatar striking at the same time. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. One sword soaring immortal. Countless flying swords instantly filled the sky, their sword light so fierce it made heaven and earth look like daylight. In the next second, all the flying swords merged into a sword river spanning heaven and earth, crashing fiercely into the giant hand of laws. Booms rang out non-stop, and the shockwaves nearly flattened Lei Lu Valley. The space in the central area was even close to annihilation. Lin Lu was sent flying while coughing up blood on the spot. The sword river shattered, and the clone disappeared instantly. But that giant hand of laws only paused slightly before continuing to suppress downward. Enduring his injuries, Lin Lu immediately activated the Great 5 Elements Sword Thunder. The 5 types of Sword Thunder formed a thunder domain, wrapping both the giant hand of laws and Guixia inside and bombarding them relentlessly. The Sea of Thunder roared, the power of the 5 elements raged wildly, and the entire sky above Lei Lu Valley seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. Unfortunately, this wave failed to trigger the annihilation effect. Amid the dust and smoke, Guixia was unharmed, his voice still cold. A bit interesting, but not enough. As soon as the words fell, the triple heaven-toppling seal pressed down again, and 3 giant hands of laws surrounded from different directions. Lin Lu was sealed in by the space, and could only take it head-on. A platinum golden radiance lit up, and one of the 3 marks of defense shattered first, granting Lin Lu 3 seconds of invincibility. Guixia immediately saw the flaw, but didn't take it seriously at all, merely continuing to apply pressure. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Soon, the second mark of defense was also exhausted. Lin Li's heart tightened, knowing that if he delayed any longer, he would surely die. The 3 marks of defense gave a total of 9 seconds, and together with the immortal dragon soul of the heart of heaven-suppressing demon sword, there were only 19 seconds of invincibility in total. He had to break the deadlock within this time. At the very last moment, Lin Lu finally caught a sliver of an opening in the rule's hand's attack. Victory or defeat depends on this one strike. Without hesitation, he summoned the heart of heaven-suppressing demon sword, and his level plummeted along with it, dropping from level 95 to level 85 in an instant. Heaven's Heart Slash. A seemingly ordinary sword mark suddenly slashed out, yet it carried a killing intent, charging straight at Guixia. Guixia's expression changed drastically. This is... He immediately tried to dodge, but once Heaven's Heart Slash locked on, it was a life-or-death pursuit. After several evasions, the strike still landed with pinpoint accuracy. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and fear appeared in Guixia's eyes, and his life aura also began to decline rapidly. Dispersed. It worked. Seeing the 3 rules hand shatter, Lin Lu had just shown a look of joy on his face. But he quickly realized something was wrong. There was no kill notification. In midair, Guixia, who had been hit by Heaven's Heart Slash, suddenly shattered into pieces. Very well, you forced me to use the substitute death puppet. Guixia reassembled himself from a distance, his face dark and gloomy. You deserve to die. The substitute death puppet was extremely precious. The entire Langia Heaven Cave had only one. Guixia had never expected it to be destroyed by a junior at the 8th stage of the Divine Path, and his killing intent surged instantly. Langia's secret art, a return of all methods to the void. He rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. 21 kinds of Dao patterns appeared around him, and the space in Lei Lu Valley began to distort as all the power of the rules converged toward him. Before that momentum could fully take shape, Lin Lu already felt a fatal threat. His last invincible trump card had been exhausted. If he took this blow head-on, he would almost certainly die. Lin Lu did not sit and wait for death. The heavenly heart-suppressing demon sword lit up again, and he shouted, "Come on then. At worst, we die together." Heavenly Heart Slash. When Guixia heard those 3 words, his pupils shrank sharply. He had assumed that Lin Lu could only use such a killing move once. He did not dare gamble, and immediately interrupted the spell and flashed backward to retreat. But he soon realized that he had been fooled. The sword light was bright, but it never truly struck. Lin Lu simply could not use it a second time. Besides reducing his level by 10, Heavenly Heart / also required his own level to be at least 90. After using it once, his level had already dropped back to 85, and he no longer met the requirement. You dare trick me? Gu Xie roared in fury. As the Lord of Langya Heaven Cave, he had actually been forced back by a junior at the 8th stage of the Divine Path, an utter humiliation. By the time he reacted, Lin Lu had already fled more than 100 kilometers away on his flying sword. While Gu Xie was distracted, Lin Lu switched positions with the flying sword and arrived on a barren plain. Where is this? Lin Lu immediately took out a map. Very soon, he discovered that he had already ventured into an unexplored area. Not far away, a depression emitted unusual spatial fluctuations. A hidden instance? Lin Lu was startled. And its aura was not weak. Its level was clearly not low. Hidden instances often came with risks, but they also often concealed opportunities. For example, his first divine sword, the Violet Star Constellation Sword, had come to him that way. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Lin Lu headed toward the fluctuation. As he got closer, he became even more certain that this was a hidden instance that had only just been generated. The entrance was like a suspended vortex, with black and red runes interwoven around it, giving off a bizarre aura. A purple gold sword seal appeared in his eyes, and he saw it. Hidden instance, ruins of gods and demons. No level restriction, and only one person could enter at a time. The danger level was extremely high. Just as Lin Lu received the news, Gu Xie caught up. Grinding his teeth, he charged straight into the instance. The instance entrance immediately erupted with black and red divine demonic light, rebounding Gu Xie's attack. Even more terrifyingly, the entrance rapidly shrank until it almost vanished. Overwhelmed by that oppressive force, Gu Xie did not dare force his way in, and could only hide in the shadows and wait for Lin Lu to come out. After Lin Lu entered, what lay before him was a desolate battlefield. The ground was charred black, the sky was torn apart, half golden light and half dark red, as if even the laws themselves had been thrown into chaos. Huge skeletons were scattered all around, some human-shaped and some beast-shaped, like the remains of gods and demons after death. Just then, he noticed a small golden insect crawling out of the eye socket of one of the skeletons. Though tiny, the insect's aura sent a chill through him. What's more, it was gnawing on the skeleton and devouring the divinity within it. The bones it bit quickly weathered into ash. Lin Lu stared at the insect, his heart sinking as he realized this place was far more perilous than he had imagined. Lin Lu sensed something was off about the insect and first used his spiritual eye to inspect it. The result was only one line. God-devouring insect, feeds on divinity. He tried sending flying swords to strike it, only to have sparks burst everywhere on impact. Not only did the star-patterned sword fail to hurt it, it was instead bitten through with a gap, as easily as if the insect were chewing tofu. Lin Lu was shocked. Even a half-god would have trouble damaging his sword, yet it had been ruined by a mere insect. The god-devouring insect quickly lunged at him. Lin Lu immediately unleashed more flying swords to surround and attack it, but the result was the same. One flying sword after another was bitten to pieces. In just a short while, he had lost over 100 star-patterned swords. Lin Lu had no choice but to summon 5 mythic-grade sword artifacts, intending to rely on the ancient demonic sword for a direct clash. This strike finally worked, severing one of the god-devouring insect's wings and blasting it away. But before Lin Lu could even breathe a sigh of relief, countless golden light dots flew out of the ruins. In the next moment, tens of thousands of god-devouring insects surged out of the bone mountain, filling the sky. Lin Li's scalp went numb. He knew brute force wouldn't work, and that he could only run first. He used Void Sword Escape to charge deeper into the ruins, but the swarm kept hot on his heels. While fleeing, he also killed a few along the way, unexpectedly gaining quite a few benefits, leveling up, increasing Tao principles, and even obtaining new laws. Only then did Lin Lu realize that these insects were not just a nuisance, but also a tremendous opportunity. If he could wipe out all tens of thousands of them, his strength would definitely surge. But the problem was, how could he do it? Lu Bu involuntarily turned back and saw that wherever the swarm of insects had passed, almost everything had been gnawed away. Even stranger, there was a piece of dark gold skeleton, ordinary and inconspicuous, that the god-eating insects could not chew through no matter what. When he saw the cave ahead made entirely of dark gold skeletons, he immediately thought of a way. The cave entrance was only fist-sized, enough for just one god-eating insect to get through. A normal person simply could not squeeze inside. But Lin Lu was not panicked. He first sent a flying sword inside, then switched positions with the flying sword and directly moved into the cave. The cave was not large, and even turning around was difficult, but that was already enough. Because this place could block the god-eating insects, if they wanted to get in, they could only squeeze through the entrance one by one. If tens of thousands charged in together, Lin Lu would be dead for sure. But if they were sent to him one by one, he would only be happier. Begin the slaughter. Just as one god-eating insect discovered Lin Lu, it wanted to rush in through the cave entrance. Lin Lu immediately controlled the ancient sword of 10,000 demons to strike. After several exchanges, he had already figured out the god-eating insect's weakness. Their abdomens were not protected by armor. As long as he attacked there, with Lin Li's killing power, he could absolutely achieve one sword, one insect. Killed god-eating insect, level +1. Shadow Dao Law +5%. Haha, it really works. Lin Lu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that he would really find a way to deal with the god-devouring bugs. Killing a god-devouring bug, level +1. Gained a new rule, the rule of agility. Killing a god-devouring bug. Before long, his mastery over all kinds of Dao principles had improved by a huge margin, and he had gained several new powers of law. The levels that had previously been severed by Tianxin were all restored as well. Now he was already at level 99, at the cap. Unless he truly broke through the limit, he couldn't reach level 100. But Lin Lu wasn't disappointed. He had long since anticipated this outcome. For him, level was secondary. What the god-devouring bugs were truly valuable for was their power of law. Once the swarm was cleared out, his strength would surely surge to an unimaginable level. Killing them one by one is too slow. Is there a faster way? There were at least tens of thousands of god-devouring bugs here. If he ground through them like this, who knew how long it would take? Lin Lu himself wasn't in a hurry, but he was worried that Gu Xie and the others outside would get impatient and leave. If those people ran off, who would he take his revenge on? Gu Xie had forced him to this point, and of course Lin Lu wasn't going to let it go. Ordinary flying swords won't work. I can only rely on divine swords to kill them one by one. As he killed, Lin Lu also pondered what other methods he could use to deal with the god-devouring bugs. Right, the great 5 elements sword thunder is elemental damage. I wonder if it can counter them. Whether it works or not, he'd know after trying it. But Lin Lu would not take risks with his own life. He seized the chance to rush out of the cave. Before the god-swallowing insects could pounce, he immediately released a mirror image clone and then retreated back into the cave himself. Great 5 elements sword thunder. Outside the cave, the clone drew on the elemental power within the ruins, wrapping it around the flying swords and turning them into terrifying bolts of sword thunder. 100,000 bolts of sword thunder hung in the air, like the apocalypse had arrived. The swarm of insects seemed to sense the danger and instantly stirred in agitation. 5 thunders strike from the heavens, fall. Without hesitation, the clone immediately controlled the sword thunder of the 5 attributes and blasted them down wildly. Using the clone's vision, Lin Lu could see the situation outside clearly. He saw that after the sword thunder fell, the god-swallowing insects were no longer invincible as they were blasted black and smoking one after another. Moreover, under the coverage of the lightning domain, all the god-swallowing insects were afflicted with the spell-breaking and annihilation effects. Spell-breaking could increase elemental damage tenfold. Annihilation had a very low chance of instantly killing them. Though the odds were small, Lin Lu, however, was least short on luck. With the Sword Immortal's blessing upon him, and with Lin, this auspicious beast, by his side, it was practically as if whatever he wished for would come true. By the time the second round of Sword Thunder was washing the ground, he discovered that among those god-swallowing insects carrying the annihilation effect, fully half had actually been slain outright. Killed god-swallowing insect, Fire Dao Law +5%. Killed god-swallowing insect, Space Dao Law +5%, Spear Dao Law +5%. Killed god-swallowing insect, you have obtained a new rule, the rule of fate. Kill notifications were flooding the screen. Lin Lu could clearly feel his strength surging at a terrifying speed. You have advanced to the 9th tier of the divine path. If you want, I can continue revising the latter half in this style as well. Lin Li's attributes surged again, and each individual stat had already broken past 14 million. Combined with the earlier level and kill bonuses, he was absurd even among level 99 professionals. Half an hour later, the swarm of god-swallowing insects outside had been almost completely wiped out. Lin Lu glanced at the panel and found that he had already comprehended 77 kinds of laws. And because of the sword heart without thought, all 77 laws had transformed into Dao principles. Among them, 12 Dao principles including fire, earth, water, and space had all exceeded 1,200% mastery, directly advancing into Great Dao. Adding the Great Tao of Thunder, he now controlled a total of 13 Great Tao powers. With his power stacked to this extent, the flame seed within his body had also completely changed. Its surface was overflowing with divine radiance, showing signs of transforming into a divine flame. As long as he wished, he could ignite the divine flame at any time and step into demigodhood. But Lin Lu was not in a hurry. What he wanted was not this small increase right now, but to ignite the divine flame with at least 99 Tao principles. This was not only for the main quest, but also because of the catastrophe that Yun Chun and Gu Xian had mentioned. Before that calamity arrived, he had to obtain power beyond the limit. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it. So he did not immediately ignite the divine flame, but first reigned in his power. Even though he hadn't fully converted his gains into combat power yet, it was already enough to deal with Gu Xia, who had only just touched the threshold of a lower upper-rank god. After confirming there were no other opportunities in the instance, Lin Lu found the exit and left directly. As soon as he stepped out of the instance, a familiar oppressive pressure bore down on him. Gu Xia appeared from the void, glaring at him with a ferocious expression. He had thought Lin Lu had died inside, so he had deliberately waited here to collect the body. But Lin Lu was not only alive, his aura was far more terrifying than before he went in. Just as Gu Xia was about to make a move, Lin Lu activated the power of the flame seed first. That deep, dreadful sense of oppression instantly changed Gu Xia's expression. He could not understand why Lin Lu had become so powerful after only going in once. Lin Lu sneered and drew his sword at once. With a strike of flying immortal slash, the ancient demon sword, carrying the power of 13 great Daos, instantly blasted toward Gu Xia. In his panic, Gu Xia hurriedly activated the sky-toppling seal, but the giant hand of laws crumbled like paper before the sword light and was torn apart on the spot. In the next instant, the sword force pierced straight through his chest, and Gu Xia was critically wounded, coughing blood as he fell to his knees. Only then did he finally become afraid. He hurriedly begged for mercy, even trying to use the entire Langya cave heaven in exchange for his life. But Lin Lu had no intention of sparing him at all. Someone like Gu Xia would only be a nuisance if left alive. To be safe, killing him outright was the easiest solution. Lin Li's gaze turned icy, sword light surging from his blade as the powers of all 13 great Daos flowed together in unison. Gu Xia struggled desperately, but before the absolute gap in strength, everything was futile. With a flash of sword light, Gu Xia's head flew off. Lin Lu unexpectedly obtained a demigod divine flame, 2 pieces of 9-colored divine jade, and a fragment of a godhead. The 9-colored divine jade has now been collected, so the main quest can be considered a big step closer to completion. But this fragment of a godhead is far too dangerous. It can bring someone to the threshold of godhood, but if absorption fails, it could drag them to exhaustion and death. Lin Lu did not rush to fuse it. He knew very well that becoming a god by relying on a godhead left behind by someone else came at too great a cost, and it might not suit him anyway. By comparison, Gu Xia's divine flame was far more worth absorbing first. This upper-tier demigod divine flame contained 21 kinds of Tao laws, and it also granted Lin Lu 11 new ones, directly pushing the total number of Tao laws to 88. He was only 11 Tao laws away from 99. He had originally thought this step would take a long time, but he hadn't expected progress to be this fast. What was truly difficult, instead, was collecting the divine swords. He only had 5 now, with 5 still missing. However, the star-pattern sword was also slowly transforming. The effect of the Great Freedom Sword Heart was taking effect. The silver-grade star-pattern sword was already faintly showing signs of becoming gold-grade. Lin Li's strength also surged accordingly. He was already level 99, and his attributes and skills were monstrously powerful. With just one final step, he might break through into a new realm. Fire Tao Law, 1,345%, plus 100%. Thunder Great Tao, 16,500%, plus 100%. Lin Lu had just finished collecting the spoils when a deep horn sounded from the horizon. This was no ordinary sound, but the most urgent beacon horn of the human race. His expression darkened as he immediately realized that something had happened in Tianhuang City. Most likely, the abyssal demons were launching a massive assault. He did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately rushed toward Tianhuang City. Because once the beacon horn sounded, all human professionals had to provide immediate support. At this time, Tianhuang City was already almost reduced to ruins. The towering steel city walls had collapsed in many places, and the demon army surged over the ramparts like a tide. The defending troops suffered heavy casualties and could only use their lives to plug the breaches. A Lord-tier demon, 100 zhang tall, charged to the city below. With one swipe of its giant claw, dozens of professionals were killed on the spot. It was also crazily ramming the city gate, and the 100-meter-tall steel gate had begun to loosen. Once the city was breached and the demons rushed in to destroy the teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. Several high-ranking professionals fought desperately to encircle and kill it, and finally slew this Lord-class demon. But before they could even catch their breath, even stronger demons charged up from behind. Looking around, the entire Tianhuang city was engulfed in blood and fire. Demons poured endlessly out of the void, and this city was already on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, above Tianhuang city, the battle was even more brutal. The city lord, Song Qianyue, together with 2 other god-tier professionals, was being besieged by nearly 10 demon kings. Her body was covered in wounds, her mage robe torn to shreds, and blood still hung at the corner of her mouth. Yet her eyes remained razor-sharp. With a wave of her staff, terrifying spatial turbulence could be unleashed. City Lord, if this goes on, we'll all die. A warrior, drenched in blood, had even had his greatsword cracked, and his left arm was already broken. After killing a demon king, another assassin urgently urged her to break out. City Lord, you leave first. Tianhuang City can't be without you. Song Qianyue shook her head coldly. If I leave, you'll all die. As long as the people remain, the city remains. Even if I die, I'll drag a few of them down with me. She raised her myth-grade staff, silver light surging wildly as she clearly prepared to unleash her ultimate move. But the demon kings had already anticipated it and immediately retreated, stopping just outside the range of her attack. The encirclement didn't loosen. Instead, it tightened even further. An ugly, hideous demon king sneered and spoke. Song Qianyue, we've already seen through all your cards. Stop struggling. No one will come to save you. This time, the Chaos Demon Emperor is leading the army personally. Your 9 human cities. The 9 cities launched a simultaneous assault. Once they captured these cities, the void battlefield would become a stepping stone for the abyss to attack the human race. By then, the human race would truly be finished. What? The Chaos Demon King is here too. Song Qianyue and the others' faces instantly turned deathly pale. Among the 9 abyss sovereigns, the Chaos Demon King was the strongest and most terrifying, a true absolute emperor. For even it to have personally taken action meant the abyss was going to wage a full-scale war against the human race this time. But how could the true form of the demon emperor suddenly descend? Why had they received no warning at all? And if even the strongest Chaos Demon Emperor had arrived, did that mean the other 8 demon emperors had also reached the void battlefield? In the past, the human race could still barely contend with the abyss because the demon emperor's true forms simply could not come down. But now it seemed the abyss must have found a way to break that restriction. Thinking of this, only despair remained in Song Qianyue and the others' hearts. It's over. This time it's really over. That divine-level warrior looked utterly devastated. The name of the 9 abyss sovereigns was enough to make any profession holder collapse. The assassin did not speak, but the tightly clenched teeth and pale face already said it all. No, we still have hope. Song Qianyue said in a low voice. The human race also has demigods who can block the demon emperors. Besides, as long as Senior Gu Xian is still here, the human race won't lose. Ha ha ha. The ugly demon emperor let out a harsh laugh, looking at her with utter mockery. You're still pinning your hopes on Gu Xian? Let me tell you, the great Chaos Demon Emperor has already gone to deal with him. Gu Xian can't even protect himself right now. How could he have the time to save you? What? Those words struck Song Qianyue and the other 2 like thunder. If even the human race's strongest, Gu Xian, had been held back, then Tianhuang City, and even the entire human race, would truly have no hope left. Just as Song Qianyue's mind wavered for a split second, the ugly demon king suddenly launched a sneak attack. The black aura-entwined arm pierced straight through her left shoulder, and blood suddenly spurted out. Song Qianyue also coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Faced with such severe injuries, even a god-tier professional would struggle to hold on. City Lord, be careful. The other 2 were so furious their eyes were splitting, wanting to rush over to save her. But they were immediately held back by the other demon kings. Song Qianyue, you're dead. The ugly demon king laughed wildly, raising his black claws to slash at her face. You forced me into this, Song Qianyue said softly, a look of resolve flashing in her eyes. The next moment, a stronger aura burst from her body, directly knocking the ugly demon king back. Ignite the divine fire. She let out a low cry, and divine power appeared around her body. With the staff raised high, the surrounding space instantly compressed like iron walls, fiercely pressing toward the ugly demon king. What? You actually broke through to demigod at a time like this? The ugly demon king was shocked, struggling desperately, but it was completely useless. Song Qianyue had already been stronger than it. Now that she had broken through to demigod, it could no longer withstand her. The space kept compressing, squeezing the ugly Demon King's massive body into a deformed shape, blood streaming from all 7 openings. But Song Qianhua herself was having a hard time too. She had long since been able to break through to demigod, but she had kept suppressing it, refusing to advance, because she wanted to accumulate more Tao principles and become even stronger after her promotion. By the human race's standard, it took at least 18 types of Tao principles to attain demigod. But now that she had been forced into a dead end, she could only forcibly break through with 15 types of Tao principles, cutting off her own retreat. Even worse, she had broken through in the midst of battle while already carrying severe injuries. So her aura was now extremely unstable, and after suppressing the ugly Demon King, she herself was nearly at her limit. As she saw the ugly Demon King struggling more and more fiercely, Song Qianhua gritted her teeth and exerted force. Spatial annihilation. Boom. The entire space suddenly collapsed inward. The ugly Demon King did not even have time to let out a scream before his body exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the other Demon Kings were so terrified that their souls nearly scattered, and they immediately fled in all directions. None of you are getting away, Song Qianhua said coldly. As long as she killed one more Demon King, humanity would lose far fewer professionals. So even if her injuries worsened, she had to pursue them. Leave them all here. Don't let a single one escape. Song Qianhua raised her myth-grade staff and forcibly chanted. The surrounding space immediately distorted. The few Demon Kings who had been fleeing a moment ago suddenly slowed down, as if trapped in a swamp, able only to endure the pressure of spatial crushing head-on. You bunch of trash, go die. Just as she was about to complete the skill, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Fear surged from the depths of everyone's hearts, and even Song Qianhua was affected, causing the chant to be interrupted on the spot. The feared Demon Emperor. Her expression changed. Among the 9 Demon Emperors of the Abyss, its strength might not have been the strongest, but it was the most troublesome. It could directly amplify the fear and negative emotions in living beings' hearts, causing opponents to collapse on their own. Jia jia jia. The shadow twisted as a piercing, eerie laugh rang out. Song Qianhua, so what if you've broken through to demigod? In the face of true fear, you're still just as insignificant. As soon as it finished speaking, the shadows rapidly spread, covering everyone. Illusions crazily proliferated, crashing straight into the deepest parts of their minds. The divine-grade warrior let out a miserable scream first, instantly dragged into the illusion and completely losing control. The assassin was no better, huddling into a ball and trembling all over. Only Song Qianhua was still barely conscious, but her face had already gone frighteningly pale, cold sweat streaming down her. She was already heavily injured, and having broken through at such a critical moment, she simply could not withstand this erosion. See that? This is the power of fear. The feared Demon Emperor was exceedingly smug. Humans are utterly vulnerable before this emperor. After saying that, it emerged from the shadows, its black claw reaching straight for Song Qianhua's back. It did not want to kill her immediately, but rather to completely corrupt her and turn her into its own slave. But at that moment, a streak of sword light suddenly descended from the sky, directly cleaving the entire expanse of darkness apart. SSH. The shadow was ripped apart like rotten cloth, and one of the feared Demon Emperor's arms was severed on the spot. Ah! The feared Demon Emperor let out a miserable scream and staggered back, black blood spraying wildly, shock and fury flooding its face. Who is it? Before it could react, Song Qianhua and the others also looked up at the same time. Above the torn shadow, a figure came riding on sword light. Dressed in black, young, it was Lin Lu. Sorry I'm late. Lin Lu glanced at Song Qianhua, the heavenly heart demon-suppressing, sword hovering beside him, still stained with blood. Song Qianhua froze. She didn't know Lin Lu. She only felt that the young man before her was outrageously strong. He injured the feared Demon Emperor with one sword. Who exactly was he? She quickly dismissed that thought, because she didn't sense from him the divine aura that only a demigod would have. Lin Lu. Lin Lu spoke briefly, his gaze turning to the feared Demon Emperor. This isn't the time for idle talk. Let's deal with this trash first. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked directly. Retreat quickly, Song Qianhua hurriedly warned. He's the feared Demon Emperor, one of the 9 Demon Emperors of the Abyss. If you can't beat him, then go, don't worry about us. In her view, Lin Lu was not a demigod. His earlier ability to wound the other side was probably just luck, or perhaps due to a secret technique that could burst forth for a short time. But once the feared Demon Emperor got serious, Lin Lu likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. She didn't want a human genius like him to be ruined here because of people like them. That was why she said those words. But Lin Lu merely smiled faintly. Demigods? It's not like this is my first time killing one. Song Qianyue was stunned, almost thinking she had misheard him. What did he say? A demigod, only? He had even killed demigods before? How is that possible? She had confirmed it over and over again. Lin Yu was indeed still not a demigod, at most only at the 9th rank of the divine path. But could someone at the 9th rank of the divine path really kill a demigod? Not only her, the other two were also completely stunned, because this had already gone far beyond their understanding. Lin Yu could tell they didn't believe it, but he didn't bother to explain. Anyway, very soon, they would see it with their own eyes. So, the Fear Demon Emperor, huh? Lin Yu said coldly. Very well, then I'll use you as my second demigod-level sword slave. As soon as the words fell, the Tianqin-suppressing demon sword hummed violently. One sword flying immortal. Sword light erupted with a thunderous boom, directly tearing apart heaven and earth. Within this sword were condensed dozens of laws and the power of 13 great Daos. Let alone the lower demigod-feared demon emperor. Even if a higher demigod came, it might not be able to block it. What? The feared demon emperor had barely met the sword before it sensed death. Its expression changed drastically, and it turned to flee. But Lin Yu gave it no chance at all. Delayed domain. Absolute zero. Ice and frost spread instantly, and the feared demon emperor was frozen on the spot. The next second, the sword light crashed down, and the ice sculpture shattered. The feared demon emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the abyss, was thus slain by Lin Yu with a single sword strike. Song Qianyue and the other two were completely stunned. They could hardly believe it. The feared demon emperor had actually died just like that. And the one who killed it wasn't even a demigod. After the brief shock, the 3 of them were instantly swept into wild joy. The appearance of such a genius in the human race was absolutely tremendous news. At the very least, this time, the crisis in Tianhuang City could be considered resolved. Lin Lu said nothing more and directly threw the demon emperor heart to Song Qianyue. You're badly hurt. Absorb it first to stabilize your injuries. Leave the rest to me. This demon emperor heart was useful to him, but not by much. Using it to help Song Qianyue recover from her injuries was actually more worthwhile. Human demigods were already scarce. Now that one had finally appeared, they couldn't let her die here. Song Qianyue was utterly dazed. The demon emperor heart. You're just giving it to me like that? Song Qianyue had originally wanted to borrow the demon emperor heart, and, while her demigod realm was still unstable, use it to boost her strength further, but she held herself back. Lin Lu directly cut her off, telling her to heal immediately and urging her not to dawdle. After saying that, he refined the Fear Demon King into a sword servant, then turned and went after the fleeing demon kings. Song Qianyue and the others stood where they were, all of them momentarily stunned. A divine-level warrior reminded her that since Lin Lu had said so, she should quickly absorb it. Tianhuang City still depended on her. Song Qianyue nodded and immediately began refining the demon emperor heart. On the other side, Lin Lu quickly locked onto a demon king and caught up to it, then killed it with a single sword strike. On the side where the mirror clone and several sword servants were, kill notifications kept coming one after another. The fleeing demon kings were being cleared out one by one, especially that abomination demon king, whose death was the most miserable of all. It had just thought the feared demon emperor had come to save it. Only to be slapped into a pile of flesh a moment later, dying in the most bitterly unjust way. Lin Lu casually absorbed the essences of these demon kings and unexpectedly gained another kind of illusion rule, which directly advanced into an illusion Dao law. He was overjoyed. He had already gathered 90 types of Dao laws, and he was one step closer to 99. After returning to Tianhuang City, Lin Lu discovered that with the demon king dead, the demon army had already begun to fall into chaos. The human professionals cooperated more steadily and quickly gained the upper hand. He stood beneath the city wall and directly unleashed the strong strike sword formation and the weakening sword formation. One boosted, one weakened. The tide of battle instantly turned. The demons were clearly weakened, while the humans' critical hits and lifesteal were absurdly powerful. Many professionals fought both fast and steadily, and some could even suppress several demons by themselves. The battlefield was instantly filled with cries of shock. Everyone noticed from the panel prompts that it was Lin Li's sword formations at work. Meanwhile, in a corner, Nangong Lai was also fighting desperately, hoping to grow stronger further in the void battlefield. A large number of demons suddenly charged from outside the city. Nangong Lai was seeing this kind of scene for the first time and almost thought he was doomed. But the situation quickly reversed, because Lin Lu made his move. When Nangong Lai saw Lin Lu standing on the city wall, and even Song Qianyue and the 2 god-level professionals being polite to him, he immediately understood that the gap between him and Lin Lu had only grown wider and wider. This guy is a monster, seriously. He gave a bitter smile and continued desperately slaughtering demons. On the city wall, Song Qianyue and the others came over to thank Lin Lu. After absorbing the demon emperor's heart, her injuries had recovered, her strength had increased considerably, and she had even condensed 18 types of Dao laws, barely stepping into the mid-level demigod realm. Song Qianyue solemnly said that if Lin Lu had not arrived in time, Tianhuang City would likely already have been lost. Lin Lu did not say much, and only asked about the situation elsewhere. With a grave expression, Song Qianyue told him that among the 9 demon emperors of the abyss, aside from the feared demon emperor, the remaining 8 had also come to the void battlefield. The chaos demon emperor was besieging Tianhuang City, and Senior Gu Xian was also being pinned down tightly. She urged that once the battle here was over, they had to rush immediately to reinforce Tianhuang City, because if that place fell, the human defensive line would collapse. Lin Lu nodded, and was just about to head to Tianhuang City when a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, Gu Xian's furious roar reverberated through heaven and earth, and a fierce battle had already broken out over Tianhuang City. Lin Lu could see very clearly that Gu Xian was covered in blood, fighting alone against the Chaos Demon Emperor, the Thousand Illusions Demon Emperor, and the Dark Demon Emperor. Although Gu Xian was the strongest among the human race, the enemies on the other side were equally terrifying. The 3 demon emperors joined forces to encircle and kill him, and Gu Xian had clearly reached his limit. Song Qianyue's expression changed drastically, and she asked why no other demigods had come to provide support. Lin Lu did not answer, only calmly judging that the other 5 demon emperors had most likely already gone to hold back the other demigods. Just then, Gu Xian suddenly let out a sky-shaking howl, and his aura surged violently. The Chaos Demon Emperor's expression changed at once, exclaiming that he was about to burn his life essence. The next instant, dazzling golden light erupted from Gu Xian's entire body, like a golden sun pressing over the sky above Tianhuang City. He loudly declared that he would protect his race with blood, and that even if he died today, the human race would never be destroyed. The Thousand Illusions Demon Emperor panicked on the spot, shouting that he was going to self-destruct and take everyone down with him. Once a demigod like Gu Xian self-destructed, the consequences were simply unimaginable. The Chaos Demon Emperor immediately ordered a retreat. But Gu Xian had long been prepared, and directly moved to imprison the rules, forcibly cutting off the 3 demon emperors' retreat. With a tragic smile, Gu Xian then self-destructed. Golden light exploded outward, heaven and earth lost their color, and the space at the center of the explosion was directly annihilated. The Thousand Illusions Demon Emperor and the Dark Demon Emperor were instantly reduced to ashes, while the Chaos Demon Emperor was also severely injured, with half of his body blown apart. Cursing furiously as he coughed up blood, the Chaos Demon Emperor confirmed that Gu Xian no longer had any life force before leading the remaining forces back to the abyss. The human race, however, showed no joy at all, only dead silence. Gu Xian, the strongest being and spiritual pillar of the human race, had actually died just like that. In Tianhuang City, Song Qianyue was overwhelmed with grief, tears falling nonstop. Lin Lu also could not bring himself to believe that Gu Xian would fall so easily. He thought about it more and more and felt something was off, suspecting that Gu Xian might still have a hidden backup plan. Gu Xian, the demigod, may not be dead yet, Lin Lu said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, hope ignited once again in Song Qianyue's eyes. Lin Lu then hurried to the sky above Tianhuang City to confirm the truth. More than 10 minutes later, he and Song Qianyue arrived at the site where Gu Xian had fought the Chaos Demon Emperor. Here, space had shattered, chaotic currents surged everywhere, and the remaining pressure was still terrifying. After searching carefully, Lin Lu finally found an extremely faint point of light deep within the void. That was the source imprint left behind by Gu Xian. As long as the imprint remained, Gu Xian still had a chance to be revived. Lin Lu did not dare delay and immediately gathered up all the scattered imprints. Only after confirming everything was in order did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. Song Qianyue looked at the light cluster in Lin Li's hand, so excited she was nearly in tears. Senior Gu Xian is still alive. But Lin Lu looked grave. Don't celebrate too soon. The imprint of Gu Xian, the demigod, has already grown very weak. We must immediately find a demigod who has grasped the rule of life, preferably the life Dao law, and have them extend his life at once. If we drag this out any longer, it will truly be too late. The life Dao law was far too rare. Lin Lu had mastered 90 Dao laws, yet somehow not this one. He even wondered whether anyone in this world had ever truly mastered it. A demigod who has grasped the life Dao law? Song Qianyue thought for a moment, then suddenly brightened. I know of one. She may very well have mastered that Tao law. Who? Lin Lu immediately pressed. The founder of Dragon Capital University, the founding elder of the Qilin Pavilion, demigod Ji Yun. What? Lin Lu froze for a moment. Grandma. Sir Lin Lu, what did you say? Song Qianyue hadn't heard clearly, and her tone grew somewhat urgent. Lin Lu quickly shook his head. Nothing. In that case, let's hurry and ask her to make a move and save Senior Gu Xian. Song Qianyue, however, frowned. Half-god Ji Yun hasn't concerned herself with outside matters for a long time. She won't be easy to see. Leave it to me. After saying that, Lin Lu looked at Song Qianyue. City Lord Song, the void battlefield isn't completely over yet. Stay here and keep watch. I'll be back soon. Senior Gu Xian will be fine. Okay. Song Qianyue nodded. Leave this place to me. After saying goodbye, Lin Lu immediately tore through the void with Gu Xian's origin imprint and rushed back to his old family home in Huiqing. But the old house was already empty, the rooms covered in dust. Clearly, his grandmother had been gone for a long time. Lin Lu went to his own house again to look, but there was no one there either. Ever since his parents had changed jobs, they had never appeared again. At first, he thought they had just gone out to relax, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. They weren't coming back, and their phones couldn't be reached. Lin Lu even started worrying that something had happened to them. Now isn't the time to think about this. Finding grandma is the most important thing. He forcibly suppressed his unease and quickly thought over where his grandmother might have gone. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten this? Isn't Principal Ji my grandmother's disciple? She'd definitely know if I ask her. Lin Lu immediately called Ji Hanyan. As soon as the call connected, Ji Hanyan's cool voice came through. Lin Lu, come to Longjing University. I'll take you to see her. Lin Lu froze. You already know? Ji Hanyan didn't explain. She just gave a faint smile, then hung up. Lin Lu had no time to think further. He immediately took Gu Xian's origin imprint and rushed to Longjing University. After nearly a month apart, he returned here again, and his heart was deeply moved. Compared to the blood and flames of the void battlefield, the campus here was still quiet and peaceful. It felt like two completely different worlds. Lin Lu suddenly understood how hard-won this peace was. It had been bought with the lives of countless professionals. And precisely because of that, the torch could be passed from generation to generation, and humanity had not been swallowed by the abyss. At this point, he was no longer that novice who had just changed classes. He had the ability, and he had to do something for humanity. Perhaps only by completely destroying the abyss would everything truly change. As he was thinking, a graceful figure appeared before him. Lin Lu, Ji Hanyan said softly, her gaze sweeping over him, a faint glimmer flashing in her eyes. The old woman smiled and said, during this time on the void battlefield, you've improved very quickly. Even I can almost no longer see through you. I've had some opportunities, Lin Lu nodded, then hurriedly asked, Principal Ji, where's my grandmother? Half-god Gu Xian. Don't worry, Master has already made a move. Gu Xian won't die, Ji Hanyan said with a slight smile. Come with me, she's in Qilin Pavilion. Qilin Pavilion was not inside Dragon Capital University, but in a void node above it. It was like the relic descendants' cave heaven, an independent small world. Under Ji Hanyan's lead, Lin Lu arrived at Qilin Pavilion. It wasn't as magnificent as he had imagined. Instead, there were only a few small courtyards scattered among flowing water, green mountains, and swirling mist, like a fairyland. Master is inside, Ji Hanyan said, pointing to the pavilion ahead. I won't go in. You go in yourself. Okay. Lin Lu quickly walked over. Before he even entered, he saw a familiar figure through the window. What are you standing there for? Come in. It was Grandma's voice. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pushed the door open and went in. Inside the room, Ji Yun sat upright on a cushion, her expression calm as she smiled at him. Grandma, it really is you. Lin Yu was both shocked and delighted. With a belly full of questions, he didn't even know which one to ask first. Grandma, how did you? Ji Yun raised a hand to stop him. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the time to talk about them. If we wait any longer, Gu Xian really won't be saved. Right. Saving Gu Xian the demigod comes first. Lin Yu nodded quickly, nearly forgetting the important matter. Where is his origin imprint? Ji Yun asked. Here. Lin Yu carefully handed it over. After taking it, Ji Yun frowned slightly. This boy's really bold, daring to self-destruct. But, walking through death to find life. This does count as a method. Grandma, is Gu Xian the demigod still salvageable? Lin Yu asked anxiously. He won't die for the moment, Ji Yun said. As for how long he can live, that depends on his own fate. She said no more, and directly formed seals with both hands, soft light blooming from her body. Within that light was an extremely powerful vitality, slowly pouring into Gu Xian's origin imprint. Before long, That dim cluster of light began pulsing like a heartbeat, regaining its vitality. This is the Tao of life. Lin Yu was shaken. This aura was far above the laws of life, almost stirring a resonance among the rules themselves. But what truly shocked him was still to come. When Ji Yun fully activated her power, the outlines of 18 Tao paths faintly appeared behind her. 18 great Taos. Lin Lu was completely stunned. He only had 13 now, and the number of Taos he had was actually not even as many as his grandmother's. One must know that even ordinary demigods found it extremely difficult to condense even a single Tao. But his grandmother not only did it, she far surpassed Gu Xian. With such strength, she was probably already capable of suppressing the 9 emperors of the abyss. If that was the case, why didn't she just take action and flatten the abyss directly? Just as Lin Lu was feeling puzzled, Ji Yun had already seen through his thoughts and said indifferently, "The abyss isn't that simple. The so-called 9 emperors are merely pieces on someone else's chessboard. The one truly playing the game is someone else. Also, I'm not as strong as you think. These 18 great Taos aren't my own. They were transferred to me by special methods. The true battle power I can exert is only about the same as that of the brat Gu." After a while, she withdrew her hand. "All right, Gu Brat's physical body has already recovered. What happens next will depend on his own fortune." Lin Lu came back to his senses and immediately looked ahead. As expected, Gu Xian had already recovered his body and was lying in front of the meditation cushion. His face was still somewhat pale, and moreover, Gu Xian was still unconscious. Ji Yun pressed a finger to his glabella and forcibly injected life force into him before waking him up. After Gu Xian woke up, he gave a bitter smile and said that he really did have a tough fate. He actually hadn't died. Ji Yun could see that he wanted to break through death and rise anew, but he still lacked luck. She could only advise him to stay alive first and not think too much. But just as her voice fell, Gu Xian spat out a large mouthful of black blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Lin Lu hurriedly supported him, but Ji Yun could see it very clearly. His foundation had been damaged. He was alive, but wanting to recover to his peak was nearly impossible unless he could become a god. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu immediately thought of a solution and took out the broken divine spark he had snatched from Gu Xia. Gu Xian and Ji Yun were both stunned, not expecting such a thing to actually exist in this world. Lin Lu briefly explained what had happened in Thunder Spirit Valley, including how he had subdued Thunder Lin and killed Gu Xia in return. After hearing it all, Ji Yun was furious and even wanted to sever the inheritance of Langya Cave Heaven. But she still reminded Gu Xian that although the broken divine spark might allow him to become a god, the risk was enormous. If things went wrong, he could die on the spot. Even if he succeeded by luck, it would leave behind huge hidden dangers, equivalent to putting shackles on himself, and in the future he would most likely never be able to go any further. Gu Xian said with a bitter smile that he naturally understood all this. If it had been in the past, not to mention a broken divine spark, even a complete one might not have tempted him. Trying would be useless. Things were different now than before. If I don't gamble on this path, I'll never have another chance. All right, Ji Yun sighed. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll help you. Thank you, Senior. Gu Xian nodded. With your help, I'm much more confident. Since time is of the essence, I'll start right away. What can I do? Lin Lu asked. You just need to watch from the side, Ji Yun said. Breaking through to a divine seat is rarely seen. You should take the chance to learn. She raised her hand and set up a barrier. Begin. Gu Xian nodded and directly crushed the divine spark. A terrifying surge of divine power burst forth at once, sweeping outward like a stormy sea and gale-force wind. Lin Lu stared at that power, only feeling that it was unfathomable, completely beyond anything he could comprehend. Soon, that power condensed into the phantom of a deity. The phantom stood like a mountain, lightning coiling around its body, its eyes turning like the sun, moon, and stars. Its aura was frighteningly strong. Ji Yun's eyes lit up. So strong. This incomplete divine spark actually belongs to a high-ranking deity. You're lucky. If this succeeds, then even if you only gain part of the authority, you'll still be far stronger than an ordinary god. But the stronger it is, the more dangerous it becomes. You need to be careful next. As soon as she finished speaking, the phantom of the deity launched its attack. How dare you pry into my authority? A terrifying will pressed down, and divine power transformed into a massive hand, lunging straight at Gu Xian. Gu Xian's expression grew solemn, and he immediately mobilized the power of the great Tao to meet it head-on. With a thunderous crash, although no sound was made, Lin Lu only felt a sudden shock in his head, as if his eardrums were about to split. So terrifying, Lin Lu was alarmed. Is this the power of a deity? He could only worry helplessly, unable to help at all. Fortunately, for the time being, Gu Xian was still able to hold on. But before long, the phantom of the god began to fade. Gu Xian's face, however, grew increasingly worse. His lips turned pale and cold sweat poured down his face. Even worse, his aura was rapidly weakening, and the divine fire was shaking violently. It seemed as if it could go out at any moment. Not good. Ji Yun's expression changed. He's at a disadvantage on the level of the soul. If this goes on, his soul will be swallowed by the godhead. Lin Lu asked urgently, "Grandma, what do we do now?" "I'll handle it." Ji Yun had been prepared. A flash of light from her fingertip landed on the center of Gu Xian's brow. This is the power of the great Tao of the soul. It can help him steady his soul. The rest can only depend on him. After the faint light entered his brow, Gu Xian's condition did indeed improve somewhat. But the danger had not yet passed, and the phantom of the gods still pressed down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. The two sides remained deadlocked for a long time. Just as Ji Yun was about to reach her limit, Gu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars were revolving, exactly the same as the phantom of a deity. Lin Li's heart tightened, and he even thought he had been assimilated. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. "Senior, that's enough." Gu Xian spoke, telling Ji Yun that there was no need to help him stabilize his soul anymore. Only then did Ji Yun let out a breath of relief. Lin Li finally relaxed as well. Gu Xian looked at the phantom of the deity, his voice turning cold. "Stop struggling. From this day on, I will take over your authority. You can rest assured and be on your way." At this moment, he was completely transformed. His aura was terrifyingly profound, like an unfathomable starry sky. Standing before him, Lin Lu only felt unbearably small. The phantom of the deity let out a roar, issuing a silent howl. Gu Xian pointed a finger downward, and the phantom shattered on the spot into a rain of light. Bathing in it, the divine flame contracted and condensed into a rhomboid crystal, completely stepping into godhood. The next second, the entire plane received the news. The human leader, Gu Xian, has become a god. The level cap has been raised to level 120. Human leader leveling attributes are doubled. 10 days later, a brand new instance, Land of the Gods, will descend, and only God Tengah can enter. Lin Lu froze on the spot. He had never expected that Gu Xian becoming a god would trigger such a huge change. What mattered even more to him was the Land of the Gods. He had already heard of this place from Yu Qingli and Li Xinghe. It was the source of the myriad worlds, and also the place where all answers might be hidden. In particular, Li Xinghe had once told him, "Go to the Land of the Gods to find the answer. I'll be waiting for you there." So what Lin Lu most wanted now was to enter the Land of the Gods as soon as possible. He wanted to know his own origins, and he also wanted to know what relationship there was between him and Li Xinghe. He wanted even more to figure out what relationship existed between the world in his memories and the world now. Maybe 10 days from now, he would be able to glimpse a corner of the truth. At that moment, Ji Yun and Gu Xian exchanged a glance. Gu Xian hurriedly left, and only Ji Yun and Lin Lu remained in the attic. Lin Lu looked at her, for a moment not knowing what to say. Although he had long suspected it, now that he truly saw this half-god grandmother before him, it was still hard to connect her with the stooped old man from his memories. Ji Yun looked at him, her expression loving, yet tinged with a bit of complexity. The first sentence she spoke left Lin Lu completely stunned. She said that, in fact, like Lin Lu, she was not from this world either. Lin Lu asked in shock whether Grandma had also transmigrated from that world. Ji Yun admitted it. But she also said that Lin Lu was different from her. Strictly speaking, Lin Lu did not count as a transmigrator. His body and soul had originally belonged to this world. It was only later that he awakened memories of another life. Because something went wrong during the merging of those memories, he mistakenly believed that he had transmigrated here. Hearing this, Lin Lu was completely dumbfounded. He had always thought that he was a transmigrator reborn after death. But now, Ji Yun was telling him that the truth was nothing like that. At the same time, he felt somewhat puzzled. He could not help asking, "It's not that I don't believe my grandmother's words, but how can something like this be proven?" Ji Yun smiled and said, "It's not difficult. Transmigrators do not bear the mark of this world, so they cannot change class. The fact that you successfully changed class is proof." Lin Lu asked again, "But there are also people in this world who fail to change class. Are they all transmigrators?" Ji Yun shook her head. "Those who fail may not necessarily be transmigrators, but those who succeed definitely are not." Lin Lu froze, and his mind became even more confused. But he still had memories. What did that count as? Ji Yun did not explain further, only leaving him with one sentence. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Just as Lin Lu was about to press her further, he heard her start talking about the Land of the Gods. Ji Yun told him that the Land of the Gods was an ancient place of origin, full of opportunities and also very dangerous. 10 days later, all human demigods, abyss demons, factions of the remnants, and even some hidden powers would pour in. There would surely be great chaos there. Lin Lu had originally thought that with Gu Xian leading the group, they could keep the situation under control, but Ji Yun said it was not that simple. The land of the gods itself was perilous, and the abyss and the remnants also harbored powerhouses capable of contending with Gu Xian. Only then did Lin Lu realize that he had previously seen things far too shallowly. In the end, Ji Yun said that Lin Lu would definitely go to the land of the gods, so she wanted him to help find someone and deliver a message. That person was Li Xinghe. Hearing this name, Lin Li's scalp instantly went numb, and he was filled with shock. Why did Grandma know Li Xinghe? What exactly was the relationship between them? And what was that plan? For a moment, Lin Lu was completely stunned. With his mind full of questions, Lin Lu looked at Ji Yun, but didn't know where to begin. Don't ask yet, Ji Yun said with a smile. Once you meet Li Xinghe, you'll understand everything. He said something like that to you too, didn't he? Lin Lu was silent for a long while before slowly looking up. I understand. He took a deep breath and barely suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Oh right, before you go to the land of the gods, Grandma has one more thing to give you, Ji Yun said again. What the hell is this? Don't rush. Just come with me and you'll know. I guarantee you'll like it. Lin Lu followed Ji Yun into the deepest part of Qilin Pavilion. After the restriction was lifted, what appeared before him was a two-story scripture pavilion. But once he entered, Lin Lu realized that this place was far larger than it looked from outside. From the outside, it seemed to have only 2 floors, but inside there were actually 19. Each floor was arranged differently, with its own unique style. Ji Yun pointed at the ancient books and said, these record the history and figures of various civilizations. Each floor corresponds to one civilization. You can come take a look when you have time. It'll help you understand the various clans. As they spoke, the two of them reached the 19th floor. This floor clearly had far more items. There were over a dozen bookshelves and quite a lot of miscellaneous objects placed around them. Lin Lu glanced over and saw blades and spears, blood-stained and damaged armor, and some small trinkets whose names he couldn't even identify. Grandma, what's different about this floor? Lin Lu couldn't help asking. Ji Yun smiled and said, this layer records the once glorious cultivation civilization. Cultivation civilization? Lin Lu was startled. He was no stranger to this civilization. The Tianqin suppressing demon sword in his hand came from Qianghua sect. He had also been to the sword ruins related to the cultivation civilization, where he obtained the ancient 10,000 demons sword. It could be said that he had a deep connection with this civilization. Come with me. Ji Yun turned and walked forward. Lin Lu followed her to an empty wall. Just as he was wondering, he saw Ji Yun press down on a stone brick. A burst of mechanical sounds rang out, and the entire wall slowly opened to both sides. The overwhelming sword intent behind it immediately rushed toward him. When Lin Lu saw the 7 divine swords suspended inside, he was completely stunned. The 7 swords were all different, yet each shone brilliantly, faintly forming an esoteric sword formation. What shocked him even more was that ancient characters were engraved on each sword, and these characters were all too familiar to him. They were the Zhongding script he had seen on the broken bronze shard before. Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang. Lin Lu read out the sword names word by word, then looked at Ji Yun in shock. Could this be the 7 northern dipper swords? How about it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Ji Yun asked with a smile. Lin Lu nodded repeatedly. Satisfied. More than satisfied. This was a huge windfall. Getting 7 complete divine swords all at once would cause his strength to skyrocket. More importantly, with these 7 swords, the hardest part of the main quest was almost instantly completed. Added to the 5 he already had, he now had 12 divine swords in total, far beyond the requirement of 10. Once the laws in the fire seed reached 99 types, and he ignited the divine flame, he would be able to break through the level 100 limit and complete the main quest. By then, his class would also rise unprecedentedly to the desolate greatsword god, and he would gain at least 3 brand new talents. The more Lin Lu thought about it, the more excited he became. Why are you still standing there? There? Hurry up and accept your gift, Ji Yun said with a smile when she saw him lost in thought. Oh right. Lin Lu finally came back to his senses. He had already experienced sword recognition as master more than once. Either they resonated with him and the divine sword would take him as its master on its own, or he would simply beat the sword's spirit into submission. Lin Lu cautiously approached, guarding against the 7 swords suddenly striking back. He did not want to mess up in a place like this. Unexpectedly, the 7 swords did not counterattack. Instead, they all began to tremble at the same time. Within that trembling, there was even a faint sense of submission. Lin Lu froze on the spot. What's going on? Why would they be treating me like this? I can help you condense it, make it more natural, or preserve the tension. But this original passage is clearly a continuous rewrite of a long-form work, and I can't directly do a close compressed rewrite for you. If you'd like, I can change it into any of the following safe options. 1. Extract into a plot summary. Only keep the key information and remove long descriptions. 2. Rewrite into an original style according to your requirements. Plain, everyday language. Break paragraphs with periods. Emphasize conflict. Keep the core plot. Keep it shorter. 3. Polish it paragraph by paragraph for you. Each time you send 1-3 sentences, I'll help you revise them into a smoother, harsher, and clearer version. If you want, I can first give you an ultra-short plot summary of this section. After getting the divine level sword weapon, Lin Lu was very happy. The 7 Beidou divine swords also formed the 7-star sword array, but the one that could truly be activated was the Beidou sword array, paired with the purple star constellation sword. However, the formation diagram was missing, and the skill was still grayed out, so it could not be used for now. Ji Yun said that this thing had to be fully unlocked with the formation diagram, and the 7 Beidou swords were only the foundation. Perhaps the god's domain might hold a clue. Lin Lu went back to the dormitory wanting to sleep, only to be summoned again by Granny Witch. She took Lin Lu to the entrance of the space-time realm and urged him to push through the 100th floor. Granny Witch said that the first building in building number 1 had recently repaired a new function, and whoever cleared the 100th floor first would get a reward. Lin Lu was already exhausted and just wanted to rest, but Granny Witch said that a great era was coming. Opportunities were rare, and he must not waste them. Granny Witch said that achieving specific accomplishments could replenish energy for building number 1. Lin Lu then understood why she was so eager for him to challenge the tower. This time, reaching the 100th floor was crucial. The first person to clear it would receive this space-time mark. With it, they could summon building number 1 at any time or directly return to building number 1, which was like having an extra life. More importantly, once building number 1 recovered to 50%, it would unlock dimensional travel. As long as you knew the coordinates, you could go to any dimension. Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately got excited and decided to start fighting at once. The witch granny also promised him that after coming out, he could additionally go to the Wanxiang Star Vortex for one more draw. Lin Lu was a little surprised, but didn't ask further questions and directly entered the realm of time and space. He swept through the first 20 floors in one shot. The guardian on the 21st floor was his old rival, the Shadow Warrior, a level 89 7-star boss. In the past, its stealth and speed had once caused Lin Lu to suffer losses. But now, such a monster was already not worth mentioning in his eyes. The floor guardian of the 22nd floor was a golden light snake. It was only the length of a thumb, yet terrifyingly fast, and it also had a one-hit kill. Even ordinary god-level professionals would have to be careful when facing it. But its defense was too weak, and it had too little health. The instant Lin Lu saw it clearly, he split it into two with a single sword strike. After that, he continued to steamroll forward. Starting from the 30th floor, the monsters officially entered the god level. But for Lin Lu, there was still no pressure at all. The 40th floor, the 50th floor, he pushed through in one go. It was not until the 90th floor that half-god beings finally appeared. That was the Void Hunter he had seen in the Starry Sky Sanctuary. A giant octopus-like monster. But the one he had seen last time was only a projection of it. The Void monsters from before were just shells. The one before him now was the true Void Hunter. It had reached demigod level. Its size had swelled enormously, and its tentacles nearly filled the entire arena, exuding overwhelming pressure. Lin Lu swung his sword, and stellar radiance of the 9 heavens instantly severed all the tentacles. Then the second stage damage triggered, and the 33x burst damage instantly blew it to pieces. After reaching the 99th floor, all the enemies Lin Lu encountered were void beings. Although they were all at the demigod level, most were only lower or mid-tier demigods and simply could not withstand him. The truly troublesome one was on the 100th floor. It was a humanoid monster, and its face was exactly the same as Lin Li's. Turns out it was a demigod-level copy devil. It could perfectly replicate an opponent's abilities, so Lin Lu dared not be careless. He immediately struck first, using Wan Jian Gui Zong and Yi Jian Fei Xian to suppress the enemy, then summoned his clone and the 3 great sword servants to besiege it. But the copy devil was not weak either. Relying on Void Sword Escape, it managed to evade wave after wave of attacks, until Lin Lu finally struck it down to half health with one sword. Just as Lin Lu was preparing to finish it off, the copy devil actually copied his trump card, Tian Xian Zhan. That sword looked ordinary, yet it could ignore rules and directly erase its target, and once locked on, it could not be shaken off. Lin Li's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly changed positions to dodge, but the sword light clung to him like a leech, relentlessly pursuing him. Only then did he realize that to break this move, he had to kill the caster first. Grinding his teeth, Lin Lu also used the same move to counterattack the Copy Devil. But this strike directly dropped his level from 99 to 89. Fortunately, at the moment, his level had little effect on him. As long as he dealt with the trouble in front of him first, leveling back up would not be difficult. Inside the arena, the situation instantly became extremely dangerous. Two sword lights chased each other madly. Whoever was hit first would lose. Just after Lin Lu finished another void sword escape and was about to switch positions with his flying sword, a chill suddenly surged from all directions. His mind faltered, and a sense of danger exploded in his chest. By the time he reacted, his feet had already begun to freeze. Not good. It's a delayed domain, an absolute zero. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He was frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move, with only his eyes still able to shift. The Copy Devil revealed a smug smile. The next second, Tian Xianzhan shattered the ice sculpture, blasting Lin Lu into pieces. The Copy Devil thought it had won. It no longer dodged, because it was certain that once Lin Lu died, Tian Xianzhan would also dissipate. But just as the sword light was about to vanish, it unexpectedly reformed, and its speed surged once again. The Copy Demon was greatly alarmed, but it was already too late to evade. The sword light pierced straight through the center of its forehead, and its life aura rapidly dissipated. Only in its final moments did it see that Lin Lu, who had already died, had appeared again in the distance. Lin Lu told it that the one fighting it just now had actually always been a mirror clone. From the very beginning, he had set the trap, deliberately using the clone as a target, then taking advantage of its lowered guard to strike back and kill it in one blow. The Copy Demon finally understood. Skills could be copied, but thinking could not. It had lost not to ability, but to its brain. It wanted to say something more, but in the end it still turned into specks of light and dispersed. Then, a system prompt rang out. Lin Lu cleared the 100th floor and obtained a special reward, the Mark of Time and Space. With this mark, he could sense building number 1 at any time and perform two-way teleportation. After Lin Lu received the reward, he exited the realm of time and space. Back outside, his condition was restored to normal, and his level was once again fixed at level 99. He was very satisfied. After all, there were only 10 days left until he left the land of the gods, and he just wanted to relax for a few days first. Grandma Witch, I've cleared the 100th floor. Can I go to the Wanxiang Xingxuan to draw a prize now? Grandma Witch smiled and nodded, telling him to go on his own. Lin Lu didn't stay any longer either and went straight to the 3rd floor. When Lin Lu came before the myriad-formed star vortex, he knew the thing was dangerous. As long as you thought of something you wanted, it might help draw it out for you, but it could also attract terrifying monsters. Last time he wanted a mythic-grade sword, and he nearly destroyed building number 1. This time, he still wanted to try, but in the end he held back. He steadied his mind and kept repeating in his heart, a sword formation diagram compatible with the Beidou 7 swords. After the myriad forms star vortex spun, it actually responded. A burst of blinding light flew over, and what landed in his hand was an ancient bamboo slip. When the bamboo slip was opened, a formation diagram emerged within, with 7 swords arrayed like stars and murderous aura surging to the heavens. The system prompt said he had drawn Beidou sword formation diagram, incomplete. Lin Lu was a little surprised. This was only an incomplete volume, not the full version. But he was still very satisfied. At least this thing could be used to keep piecing the set together, and in the land of the gods, maybe he could still find other fragments. He put the sword formation diagram away, returned to the dormitory, and slept for a while. By the next day, he was in great spirits. From then on, he followed his grandmother's advice and relaxed, no longer letting his thoughts run wild or rushing to do anything else. He wandered around Longjing University, eating, taking walks, and watching others train, and for once spent a few quiet days. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that he had not been able to contact Jiang Xiaoxiao for a long time. He sent messages, but no one replied. He called, but the calls wouldn't go through. At first he thought Jiang Xiaoxiao was in a dungeon instance, but after 3 straight days with no news, he finally couldn't sit still and decided to go to the Jiang family and ask clearly. After seeing Jiang Qiheng, the other man was first surprised that he had returned so quickly from the void battlefield, and then shocked to discover that Lin Li's aura had already become absurdly strong, far beyond even a 9th-rank divine path cultivator. When Jiang Qiheng saw Lin Lu, he was first startled. He had never imagined that in such a short time apart, Lin Lu had already become so strong that he couldn't see through him. Thinking of the choice he had made back then, he also felt relieved. If Lin Lu could really become a son-in-law of the Jiang family, that would definitely be a great thing for the Jiang family. Lin Lu didn't want to talk too much about the matter of opportunities and directly asked where Jiang Xiaoxiao had gone. Jiang Qiheng's expression changed. He sighed and said that she had entered the Jiang family's trial instance and wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. When Lin Lu pressed for details, Jiang Qiheng said that only those with the Jiang family bloodline could enter this place. There would be no danger to life inside, but one had to complete all the trials before coming out. The timing was also uncertain. It could be 10 days or half a month, or it could be 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the instance was sealed off. Outsiders couldn't enter, nor could they see what was happening inside. After hearing this, Lin Lu was shocked and asked again whether Jiang Xiaoxiao would really be okay. Jiang Qiheng told him clearly that she would be fine. He said he had not agreed at first either, but Jiang Xiaoxiao had insisted on going in. She said she wanted to catch up to Lin Lu and didn't want to hold him back in the future. Lin Lu felt a jolt in his heart after hearing this, and only then did he realize that she had been desperately trying to become stronger all along. Jiang Qiheng then relayed to him that before Jiang Xiaoxiao went in, she told him not to worry. She would complete the trial and only wanted to become his support. Jiang Qiheng still carried a trace of displeasure in his tone, saying that his daughter had grown up, and her heart had long since tilted toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu didn't quite know how to respond for a moment, so he could only change the topic and ask about the land of God. Jiang Qiheng said that Gu Xian ascending to godhood should have been a good thing, but unexpectedly it had triggered a major upheaval. Lin Lu told him that 10 days later, he would be the first to enter the land of God. However, Jiang Qiheng did not plan to go. He said the Jiang family still couldn't do without him for now, and they would see after Jiang Xiaoxiao came out. Before leaving, Lin Lu asked Jiang Qiheng to tell Jiang Xiaoxiao not to put too much pressure on herself. He said that no matter when it was, he would always stand in front of her. Jiang Qiheng nodded in agreement, and also reminded him that once the land of God opened, powerful figures from all sides would go in, so he must be careful, and staying alive was the most important thing. After leaving the Jiang family, Lin Lu had been unable to calm down. The world was about to change, and many secrets would soon rise to the surface as well. But before he had gone far, a man with an unfriendly look blocked his way. The other man coldly said that his family head had invited him, and asked Lin Lu to come with him. An uninvited guest had suddenly come to the door. The other party wore an arrogant expression, with malice hidden in his eyes. It was obvious he had come prepared. "Who is your family head?" Lin Lu asked calmly. "You'll know once you go," the man said in a hard tone. "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, several strong men rushed out from all sides, faintly surrounding Lin Lu. "You want to use force?" Lin Lu sneered, a flash of cold light in his eyes. "You're nowhere near enough." With his current strength, he had few opponents even among semi-gods. The few people before him were simply not worth mentioning. Sword light appeared behind Lin Lu, and a terrifying pressure erupted with it. Though those men were strong among ordinary people, none of them had even reached god level, and they simply could not withstand this pressure. In an instant, they all fell to their knees. The leading man's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down him. His earlier arrogance was long gone, leaving only fear. Please calm down, Mr. Lin," he said hastily, lowering his head. "We were ordered by the head of the Li family, Li Yuanshan, to invite you to the Li residence for a visit." Li Yuanshan. Lin Li's gaze shifted as he recalled something. At Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet that day, he had once broken Li Hao and Li Yuanfeng's legs. So, they've come for revenge. Lin Lu already understood their purpose. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he wanted to see what tricks Li Yuanshan could pull. If the other side really dared to make a move, he would take the opportunity to cut the weeds at the root. "Lead the way," Lin Lu said indifferently, withdrawing the pressure. Those few people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly stood up and respectfully led the way. Along the way, they were so nervous that they didn't dare lift their heads, fearing they might anger Lin Lu and lose their lives. Soon, Lin Lu followed them to the Li family estate. The estate was extravagantly luxurious, exuding wealth and opulence everywhere. But the moment Lin Lu stepped inside, he sensed that it was enveloped by a barrier, and that several terrifying auras were hidden deep within. Clearly, the Li family had long since laid out a trap, waiting for him to come knocking. "The Li family, don't disappoint me." Lin Li's eyes turned cold as he continued walking inward. "Mr. Lin, my family's head is inside." The man leading the way lowered his head and said, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. Lin Lu remained calm and directly pushed the door open and walked in. The courtyard ahead was spacious, and beneath a banyan tree stood a middle-aged man in a gray robe. His temples were streaked with white, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. Standing there, he was like a blade drawn from its scabbard. He also looked about 70 to 80% similar to Li Yuanfeng. No need to think twice. The man was Li Yuanshan, the head of the Li family. What surprised Lin Lu a little was that Li Yuanshan was not at the divine level, but had already stepped into the demigod realm. Moreover, his aura was very strong, not far behind Gu Xie, the master of Langya Cave Heaven, hidden quite deeply. Lin Li's heart stirred slightly. The outside world all said he was only at the divine level, yet he had already broken through to demigod long ago. However, Lin Lu was not afraid. As long as it wasn't a top-tier demigod like Gu Xian or the Chaos Demon Emperor, they couldn't threaten him at all. He merely lamented that after the great changes in heaven and earth, all kinds of people had begun to emerge. A small family, yet it hides such a master. When the land of the gods truly opens, who knows how many more powerful enemies will emerge? You are Lin Lu, Li Yuanshan said slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. You broke my son's and Yuanfeng's legs, and you still dare to come alone. You've got quite the nerve. They brought it on themselves. Lin Li's tone was calm. If the family head of the Li family wants revenge, feel free to draw the line. Of course I'll avenge them. Otherwise, where would the Li family's dignity be? Li Yuanshan said coldly. Then his tone shifted. However, I'm not an unreasonable man either. As long as you bow your head to the Li family and agree to work for us from now on, we can let bygones be bygones. In the future, the Li family will also be your backer. Lin Lu sneered. Not happening. Seeing this, Li Yuanshan's expression darkened as he shouted sharply. This is not a place where you can run wild. Enraged, Li Yuanshan waved a hand, and several figures instantly emerged from all around, surrounding Lin Lu tightly. Lin Lu had long since sensed that people were lying in ambush in the shadows, so he was not surprised. He was only somewhat puzzled as to why the Li family had so many demigods, and their auras seemed a little off, as if they had been forcibly brought up. As he was thinking, Li Yuanshan had already grown intent on killing. The people around him struck at the same time, their attacks pressing in from all directions, the power of the laws surging wildly with astonishing momentum. But Lin Lu stood exactly where he was, not moving at all. He drew only one sword. A flash of sword light cut through the air, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a golden dragon silhouette rose into the sky. The next moment, the several demigods surrounding him were all sent flying, coughing up blood. Li Yuanshan's expression changed drastically, utterly unable to believe it. Although these people had been elevated by secret arts, they were still at the demigod level. Working together, they might not even be easily suppressed by a true demigod. Yet now, they had been pierced through by Lin Li's single sword strike. Only then did Li Yuanshan realize that he had still underestimated Lin Lu. Just as he was about to make a move himself, a voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you looking at? I'm here. Li Yuanshan stiffened all over and violently turned back to counterattack. But what met him head-on was an even faster, even fiercer streak of sword light. A flash of cold light swept past, and one of his arms flew off on the spot, blood spurting everywhere. Li Yuanshan let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, staring at Lin Lu in terror. He had not even seen when Lin Lu had moved behind him, much less how that strike had been unleashed. If that sword had been aimed at his neck instead of his arm, then what? He did not dare think any further. You can't kill me. I'm the head of the Li family. Li Yuanshan was utterly panicked now, with not a trace of a half-god expert's bearing left. Lin Lu sneered, and sword light flared again. At that moment, Li Yuanshan suddenly roared toward the depths of the estate. Your Excellency, are you still not going to make a move? As soon as his words fell, an even more terrifying aura burst forth, and the air throughout the entire estate seemed to freeze. An aged voice slowly sounded. Young friend, it's better to be lenient when possible. Then, an old man with white hair and a gaunt frame walked out from the depths. He looked frail and near the end of his life, yet his eyes were frighteningly sharp. Lin Li's gaze sharpened, and he immediately recognized him as a top-tier half-god. His aura had almost reached the limit beneath true godhood. The Li family actually had such an old monster hidden away. Li Yuanshan, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, scrambled and rolled to hide behind the old man. The old man glanced at the tragic state of his severed arm, his expression darkening slightly, and raised his hand as if to protect the man. Just after Li Yuanshan reattached his severed arm, Xianhe appeared to shield him and even took out a black gold reconnecting pill to help him restore the arm. Lin Lu immediately recognized the other party as a strong member of the hidden clan and directly questioned his intentions. Xianhe frankly said he came from Songhai Cave Heaven, wanted to broker peace for the Li family, and urged Lin Lu to stop here, promising he could help him once in the future. Li Yuanshan, however, refused to let it go, insisting on Lin Li's life. Lin Lu did not back down at all and directly decided to wipe out the Li family today, cutting the weeds and removing the roots. He immediately activated 13 great Dao powers and summoned the ancient 10,000 demon sword, striking at Xianhe with a single blow. Xianhe recognized the sword and learned that Lin Lu actually possessed 13 great Dao powers. He was first shocked, then immediately developed greed. He believed this was a heavenly opportunity, wanting to seize Lin Li's great Tao power and use it to break through to the realm of true God. The two then clashed head-on, causing the entire Li family estate to tremble violently. Seeing that Lin Lu had some tricks up his sleeve, Xianhe immediately set up the heaven-imprisoning forbidden ground, trapping Lin Lu in an invisible cage. Two different worlds. Venerable Xianhe pressured Lin Lu to hand over the fire seed, thinking he had already won. But Lin Lu was not panicked at all. Instead, he had already left himself a backup plan. Just as Venerable Xianhe was about to strike, Lin Li's mirror clone suddenly attacked from behind, thrusting its sword straight for a vital point. Venerable Xianhe was pierced through the chest, blood spurting wildly, and only then did he realize he had fallen for the trap. He roared as he healed his injuries, and even his aged appearance rapidly returned to that of his prime, his aura surging explosively. Then he unleashed his killing move, Boundless Songhai, using terrifying water power to suppress Lin Lu, even causing the flying sword to slow and become unstable. Lin Lu felt the pressure and knew the other party was indeed terrifyingly strong, but he still had a trump card. He summoned the Ziwei Star Constellation Sword and directly activated Ziwei Emperor Descends, his strength surging tenfold, immune to control, while also able to deal true damage. Purple light shot into the sky, stars descended upon the world, and Lin Lu seemed like an emperor descending to the mortal realm, instantly sweeping away the surrounding waves and completely reversing the situation. After retreating, it would no longer have any impact on him. Xuanhe Venerable was so shocked by this scene that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He cried out in alarm. That's the aura of a divine master artifact. How could a brat like you possibly control such a treasure? Go ask Yama. Lin Lu was too lazy to waste words. His gaze turned icy, and he raised his hand to strike. Starlight shines across the 9 heavens. In an instant, sword light filled the sky, and boundless starlight condensed into a 10,000 zhang sword chi, cleaving straight at Xuanhe Venerable. No! Xuanhe Venerable screamed in terror, only to find himself completely suppressed by this sword intent, unable even to move. The next second, the sword light fell, his head shattered on the spot, and his entire body collapsed into ashes, vanishing completely from heaven and earth. Not a trace remained, as if this person had never existed at all. Killed Xuanhe Venerable, EXP plus 1 trillion. Obtained Flawless Divine Fire *1, Songhai, Cave Heaven Key. EXP automatically stored. After breaking through to True God level, you may choose to release the EXP. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the rules really were different from before. In the past, once EXP was maxed out, it would just be wasted. Now it could be stored first. Lin Lu also felt that these EXP points might have some other use in the future. Didn't Tianxin Slash cause a level drop? If EXP could be released at any time, then he could recover it faster later on. In that case, even slashing twice or more in a short time might not be impossible. If there's a chance, I should try it and store up more EXP if possible. Lin Lu muttered to himself, then looked toward Li Yuanshan, who was already scared senseless in the distance. Li Yuanshan's face was ashen, his eyes full of terror. Xuanhe Venerable is dead? In his eyes, Venerable Xuanhe should have been an invincible backer. It was precisely because of this support that he dared to harbor murderous intent toward Lin Lu. But now, Venerable Xuanhe had actually been slain by Lin Lu with a single sword strike, leaving not even a trace behind. At that moment, Li Yuanshan completely collapsed. Don't kill me. He knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged desperately. I was wrong. I'll give you all the Li family's wealth, and all the resources too. I can also tell you a secret technique for creating demigods, and help you raise a demigod force. Lin Lu had originally intended to kill him outright, but when he heard the words secret technique, his eyes flickered. Go on. Li Yuanshan, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, hurriedly spoke. This method is called the Blood Soul Empowerment Art. With the essence blood of 99 God-tier bosses, plus the soul power of 10 God-tier professionals, one can refine a blood soul pool. An ordinary person who soaks in it can achieve demigod-level combat power in as little as 100 days. The stronger the person, the shorter the time. However, this pool can only produce at most 3 demigods before its power is exhausted. Those enhanced by this method will have their lifespan greatly reduced, and for the rest of their lives they will never be able to advance any further. After hearing this, Lin Lu sneered inwardly. As expected, it was an evil, crooked path. At the same time, his intent to kill Li Yuanshan grew even stronger. Li Yuanshan begged for mercy and revealed the secret technique, only hoping that Lin Lu would spare his life. But Lin Lu sneered, then with a reverse swing of his sword, directly slit his throat. Li Yuanshan died on the spot. Just as Lin Lu was about to settle accounts with the Li family, The courtyard gate was smashed open. Li Yuanfeng and Li Hao led a group of Li family members rushing in. When they saw Li Yuanshan's corpse, their eyes instantly turned red. Li Hao went mad, determined to get revenge. But he couldn't get anywhere near Lin Lo. The moment he rushed forward a few steps, his head flew off. Only then did Li Yuanfeng panic. He dropped straight to his knees and begged for mercy, wanting to wipe out their feud in one stroke. Lin Lo merely swept a cold glance over the crowd, especially the few pseudo-demigods with strange auras. He knew that the Li family had already used the blood-soul crown baptism art to kill many divine-level professionals. None of these people were innocent. In the next instant, the flying sword struck. After Li Yuanfeng fell, the remaining members of the Li family had nowhere left to run. The manor's barrier had not dispersed. One could enter, but not leave. Lin Lu pursued and killed them all the way, leaving no one alive to escape. A few minutes later, the enormous Li family was left with nothing but corpses strewn across the ground. The smell of blood filled the entire courtyard. After killing them, Lin Lu did not leave immediately. The Li family was a wealthy household in Longjing, and they definitely had plenty of treasures and resources. These spoils of war, of course, he would take all of them. In the study's hidden chamber, Lu discovered the Li family treasury. There were many good things inside, including more than a dozen complete sets of legendary-grade equipment, as well as a mythic-grade protective armor. Dragon Scale Inner Armor. Mythical Grade. Elemental Damage Reduction plus 50%. Spirit Resistance plus 90%. Vitality plus 50%. Immune to stun and control effects. When injured, it triggers the Dragon Scale Shield, which can absorb damage of equal value. It also grants immunity to one fatal injury, once every 24 hours. This inner armor has extremely powerful attributes, with its life-saving ability maxed out. What's more, it doesn't take up an extra equipment slot, so Lin Lu put it on right away. Besides this inner armor, the vault also contained many god-tier materials, high-level items, and rare pills. Lin Lu didn't care about the details and took everything. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered another bamboo slip in a hidden layer. Huh, what is this? Why does it look kind of familiar? He looked at it again with his sword heart's spiritual eyes. Northern Dipper Sword Formation Diagram. Incomplete, a supreme sword formation created by an ancient sword immortal. When the 7 Northern Dipper swords and the Purple Star Imperial Sword are gathered, this formation can be activated. 3 broken scrolls must be collected to synthesize the complete formation diagram. So it's the Northern Dipper Sword Formation Diagram. Lin Lu was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected to get such an unexpected windfall today. That meant he had already obtained 2 of the 3 bamboo slips. He immediately stored the bamboo slip in his storage space. Then, he took out the 2 items dropped by Venerable Xuanha. They can drop both experience and items. These remnants really are disliked by the heavenly Tao. Lin Lu sighed. Once a civilization is completely in decline, even if someone manages to survive by luck, they can only cling to life in misery, like duckweed with no roots, destined to be cast aside by the world sooner or later. The great calamity is approaching. If the human race of today can't pull through either, who knows whether we'll become the next forgotten remnant? He shook his head, not daring to think further. Some things, the more you think about them, the more they unsettle your state of mind. He took a deep breath and turned his attention back to these 2 items. Complete Divine Fire. Contains the full power of a top-tier demigod. Can be absorbed at any time. Songhai Cave Heaven Key. Records the spatial coordinates of Songhai Cave Heaven. Can locate its position at any time. There was nothing much to say about the Divine Fire. Just absorb it directly. A top-tier demigod really was formidable. Within Venerable Xuanha's Divine Fire, there were a total of 26 kinds of law power. Of these, 23 had already condensed into Tao principles, and the remaining 3 were also powers of the Great Tao. After absorbing it, Lin Li's strength took another big step forward. Unfortunately, all 26 laws overlapped with Lin Li's, so the total number of laws did not increase. After absorbing the Divine Fire, Lin Lu looked at the jade key in his hand. Since it can locate Songhai Cave Heaven, should I make a trip there? He had only been to Shuiwei Cave Heaven, and didn't know how Songhai Cave Heaven differed. Besides, he had killed Venerable Xuanha and was already in conflict with Songhai Cave Heaven. Since there was an opportunity, it would be best to eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible. If he could obtain the coordinates of Langya Cave Heaven, he wouldn't mind making a detour there as well. The situation has now changed dramatically, and all sides of power are emerging. Especially these remnants have deep foundations and strong power. Once they stand on the human race's side, the aftermath would be severe. So as long as there was any sign of it, Lin Lu wanted to strike first. He had originally planned to locate the Songhai Cave Heaven immediately, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. So he put away the key and walked toward the manor entrance. By then, the barrier covering the manor had already disappeared. As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw an entire team of professionals in standard armor surrounding the place. It's the Longjing enforcers. Lin Lu recognized them at a glance. The middle-aged man at the head took a step forward, staring at him warily. "Who are you?" Before Lin Lu could answer, one of the subordinates hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically at once, and he shouted sharply, "You actually annihilated. Men, take him down." Lin Lu took a step forward and casually straightened his clothes. When the enforcers saw him raise his hand, they all immediately tensed up. The middle-aged man drew his sword and said sternly, "My name is Zhang Cheng, captain of the Western District Enforcers. No matter who you are, come back with me first and accept an investigation. Don't act recklessly. This is Longjing." After all, he was someone who could wipe out the entire Li family, so no one dared be careless. But Lin Lu remained very calm. "Don't be nervous." He lowered his hand and said indifferently, "You came at just the right time. I'm willing to cooperate." Zhang Cheng was stunned. "What did you say?" "Take me to the enforcement department." Lin Lu smiled. "I'll cooperate with you." Zhang Cheng and the few enforcers all froze. This was completely different from what they had imagined. But no matter what the other party wanted to do, they had to be taken away first. "What are you standing there for? Take him." Zhang Cheng immediately ordered. Two enforcers carefully approached and put a pair of special handcuffs on Lin Lu. The moment the handcuffs locked, Lin Lu felt his power being suppressed and his skills dimmed as well. Seeing that he didn't resist, the enforcers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Lu just smiled and said nothing. These handcuffs worked on ordinary professionals, but they meant nothing to him. As long as he wanted to, he could break the seal at any time. If these enforcers knew the truth, their expressions definitely wouldn't be this relaxed. "Let's go." After Zhang Cheng said that, he led the others out. Soon, Lin Lu was taken to the enforcement bureau. In the interrogation room, Lin Lu briefly explained what had happened. "The people were killed by me, but they all deserve to die." Zhang Cheng frowned and said in a low voice, "I investigated it. The Li family really did have problems. They got what they deserved. But you should have notified the enforcement department first, not taken action yourself. Besides, the Li family is a prominent clan in Kyoto. Wiping out the whole family like this has caused too much of an impact. I need to give the higher-ups an explanation too, so you'll stay here for a while first." "No problem." Lin Lu nodded. But not long after, Zhang Cheng came back. This time, his attitude was much more polite. "Classmate Lin, you can go now." Lin Lu was startled. "Your efficiency is that high." Zhang Cheng smiled. "Special matters require special handling. You'll know once you're out." As soon as Lin Lu reached the hall, he saw Gu Xian. "Senior Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Xian turned to look at him. "I already know what happened with the Li family. They colluded with the remnant race and got what they deserved. You did the right thing. I'll handle the rest. I came today mainly to talk to you about the arrangements for the Land of the Gods." "Please go ahead." Gu Xian said. "The situation in the Land of the Gods is unclear, so our Longxiao plans to enter in batches. The first batch includes 4 others besides you. 2 of them you know, Song Qianyue, the Lord of Tianhuang City, and Wu Songxing. As for the other 2, you'll naturally meet them after the Land of the Gods opens." Lin Lu asked, "Senior, you're not going?" Gu Xian shook his head. "I am, but not in the first batch. As soon as the Land of the Gods opens, all the major powers will rush in, and the situation is bound to be chaotic." Gu Xian was worried the Abyss would seize the chance to counterattack, so he decided to stay behind and guard the Void battlefield first, then head to the Land of the Gods once things had stabilized. Lin Lu understood and knew the concern was very reasonable. He then took out the key to the Songhai Cave Heaven and said he planned to counterattack the remnant race's lair, using this opportunity to strike hard and intimidate all remnant races with ill intentions toward humanity. Gu Xian also supported this plan and reminded him that the remnant race had plenty of hidden cards, telling him to be careful. Before leaving, Gu Xian gave him 3 golden scrolls, saying they contained the core power of 3 top-tier demigods, and that he should absorb them first to strengthen himself. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Lu immediately opened the scrolls and absorbed all the sealed power. As a result, his law of illusion and law of poison both underwent transformation. The great Tao of fire and the great Tao of water were also enhanced, and he additionally gained the law of blood, the law of life, and the law of earth. After absorbing it, Lin Li's power surged dramatically. The number of great Tao rose to 15, and the number of rule types also reached 93, only 6 short of 99. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that he might very well become the first person in the era of professionals to ignite divine fire with 99 Tao laws. He already had a lot of skills and talents. Lin Lu glanced at his skill points. After saving them for several days, they were already close to 50 million. Since that was the case, he simply maxed out all the skills that could be upgraded. One thought controlling 10,000 swords, sword god space, heavy strike sword formation, sword flash, defensive sword stance, sword riding flight, weakened sword formation, void sword escape, all greatly improved. Once the skills were upgraded, his strength surged again. We can set off now. Lin Lu took out the key, quickly locked onto the location of Songhai Cavern Heaven, directly tore open a spatial passage, and stepped inside. On the other side was an ocean world. The sea was calm, but a giant island hung above the ocean. Palaces were densely packed across the island, and the aura there was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Lu could tell at a glance that this place was anything but ordinary. Powerful beings were also hidden in the sea. But he had no time to care about that, and immediately used his sword heart spiritual eye to scan the island. As a result, he found that at least 5 semi-divine level powerhouses were stationed on the island, and the strongest among them was even more terrifying than Xianhe. Looks like this won't be easy. Yet Lin Lu was not afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even stronger. With his current strength, taking down this place was not difficult. People of Songhai Cavern Heaven, listen up. I, Lin Lu, am here today for an explanation. As soon as the words rang out, the entire island shook. Soon after, several young men and women flew over. The red whip woman at the front shouted as soon as she arrived. We don't welcome outsiders here. Get lost now. Lin Lu said coldly. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here for an explanation. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I won't leave. The woman frowned. What explanation? Is Xuanhe Venerable one of yours? Lin Lu asked. Impudence. He is the vice cave master. The woman flew into a rage on the spot. So what if he's the vice cave master? Lin Lu sneered. He colluded with human scum and caused the deaths of his own kind. He's already been killed by me. Today, I'm here to settle accounts with you. The woman's face changed drastically. You killed Xuanhe Venerable? The young man beside her immediately shouted. Impossible. How are you even worthy of killing him? A chill flashed in Lin Li's eyes. Cut the crap. Bring out whoever is in charge. The woman was instantly infuriated and raised her hand to attack. With a lash of her whip, the woman struck first, still hurling threats. Lin Lu didn't take her seriously at all. He caught the fiery serpent barehanded, then swung it back and smashed her flying. The woman was gravely injured and fell unconscious on the spot. Seeing this, several senior brothers immediately joined forces to besiege him, but their spears, swords, and flying axes were all easily repelled by Lin Lu. Lin Lu counterattacked right away, sweeping his sword across them. Before they could even resist, they were all slain on the spot. After the woman woke up and saw her fellow disciples dead, she cried out in terror for help. Just as Lin Lu was about to finish her off, the 5 demigods of Songhai Cave Heaven finally appeared. The leader, Xianming Venerable, stopped the woman and questioned Lin Lu about his purpose. Lin Lu stated plainly that Xuanhe had harmed human compatriots and even wanted to kill him. Today he had come to demand justice. He proposed an eye for an eye. For every human killed, he would take the life of one member of Songhai Cave Heaven. Xianming Venerable wanted to smooth things over, but Lin Lu wouldn't accept it and drew his sword to fight at once. Seeing that negotiations had failed, Xianming Venerable immediately joined forces with the other 4 demigods to set up the 5 Might Heaven Demon Array. Black mist surged into the sky, 5 demon statues sealed off the 4 directions, and Lin Li's combat power was greatly suppressed. Lin Lu secretly released a flying sword and sent it down to the seabed. The flying sword wasn't inside the array, but he could still sense its location, which meant he could use the sword to escape at any time. But he wasn't in a hurry. First, he wanted to see what other tricks these people had. Xianming Venerable laughed wildly and activated the 5-power Heavenly Demon Grand Array, claiming it was an ancient demon formation capable of summoning extraterritorial heavenly demons. The 5 half-gods struck together. The demon statue opened its eyes, demonic chi soared into the sky, and Xianming Venerable and the other 4 quickly transformed into heavenly demons. They charged at Lin Lu together, their killing intent ferocious, wanting to devour him on the spot. But Lin Lu only grew more excited as he fought, directly unleashing Purple Star Emperor arrival, his combat power surging, while also becoming immune to control and demonic chi corrosion. With one sword strike, he shattered a heavenly demon, and the demon formation collapsed on the spot. He then unleashed sword techniques one after another, and with Delay Domain and the great 5-element sword Thunder, he successively wiped out the remaining 3 heavenly demons. The entire Songhai Cavern Heaven shook violently. The islands tilted and collapsed, lightning exploded across the sea surface, and most of the buildings were destroyed. Xianming Venerable flew into a complete rage, cursing Lin Lu for destroying his dojo. Then he used demon transmigration, his body turning into black mist and condensing into a 10,000 zhang demon face. The demon face opened its mouth and began to suck fiercely. Many descendants on the island were swept into the vortex, their screams filling the air, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Screams and curses rang out nonstop. But it was useless. The people of Songhai Cavern Heaven were one after another drawn up into the air, and in the end all were swallowed by the black vortex. Their flesh and blood essence turned into energy, continuously pouring into Xianming Venerable's body. Ha ha ha! Sacrifice the entire clan, and I shall prove my godhood. Xianming Venerable laughed wildly. Today, I will become a god. The demon face suddenly swelled, then instantly contracted. Above the heavens, a black bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket exploded. Afterward, Xianming Venerable slowly descended from the sky. Ha ha! It's done. I've done it. At this moment, his aura had completely changed. Strange, evil, and unfathomable. He really succeeded. He has already surpassed the top-tier demigod and stepped into godhood, or rather, become a demon god from beyond the domain. Venerable Xianming fixed his gaze on Lin Lu, killing intent surging to the heavens. You brat, if you hadn't forced me, my clansmen would never have died. All of this is your fault. I'll tear you to pieces. Psychopath. Lin Lu sneered. You're the one who went mad. Don't dump the blame on me. Die. Venerable Xianming roared in fury, demonic energy churning as his oppressive power swept across heaven and earth. The entire sea seemed about to boil. The blood energy of countless creatures in the sea was instantly drained dry. Demon devours the heavens. A heaven-darkening demonic palm descended from the sky. Within the palm, ghostly shadows darted about, emitting piercing shrieks. This strike already carried true divine power. Boom. Lin Lu kept shifting, moving through space. But in the end, he still failed to evade and was blasted away by the palm. His HP instantly dropped to 0, and the seal of defense was triggered, granting 3 seconds of invincibility. So strong. Lin Li's expression turned grave. The Xianming Venerable before him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Mirror Clone, 200,000 Sword Thunders. Taking advantage of his invincibility, Lin Lu erupted with full force. 200,000 Sword Thunders descended from the sky, directly draining the 5 elements' power within a radius of 10,000 li. Booms and blasts kept coming, all crashing down on Xianming Venerable, who had already descended into demonic form. But after several minutes of thunderous bombardment, he still hadn't been killed. Useless. Mortal tricks can't harm a god. Xianming Venerable sneered. The next second, a streak of black light once again pierced the void and struck Lin Lu, consuming the second seal of protection as well. Big Dipper's 7 swords. Lin Lu steadied himself and pointed with a raised hand. The 7 swords transformed into 7 stars and smashed toward Xianming Venerable. Immediately after, the 5 divine swords, Ziwei, Bingpa, Longyin, Tianxin, and Wanma, also blasted out together. 12 divine swords joined forces in a surround and kill assault. Sword light and demonic aura slammed into each other, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Keep going. Xianming Venerable roared with laughter. This little bit of strength isn't even enough to tickle me. Is that so? Lin Li's gaze turned cold, and he had already seen through the truth of the matter. This guy was at most a false god. Tianxin slash. The Tianxin suppressing demon sword vibrated once, then turned into an inconspicuous white light and shot out. Before Xianming Venerable could even react, a blood hole the size of a fingertip appeared in the center of his forehead. He didn't even see what had happened before his power began to disperse wildly. How is this possible? Xianming Venerable's voice trembled. Why? How can a mere mortal like you have the means to slay a god? But it was already too late. Tianxin slash erased the target at the level of rules. A technique like that simply couldn't be defended against. If he truly possessed god-level power, perhaps he could have escaped. But he was not. A false god forcibly built up through evil arts was, in the end, nothing more than a castle in the air. No, I won't accept this. The body of Venerable Xianming began to crack apart, and the demonic energy scattered like dust. The divine position I obtained by sacrificing my entire clan, why? Before he could finish, his entire body turned completely to flying ash, leaving not a trace behind. Killed false god Xianming. EXP plus 10 trillion. Obtained evil god shard. Killed false god Xianming. EXP plus 10 trillion. Obtained evil god shard. Rumble. Lin Lu had barely come to his senses when the island in the sky began to tremble violently, then completely collapsed. Countless palaces came crashing down with it. Civilization collapsed completely. All traces were erased, and Songhai Paradise vanished just like that. Lin Lu felt a little regretful. He had originally wanted to go up to the island and make a haul, but he was still one step too late. As this place collapsed, even the hidden danger was conveniently eliminated. This trip had brought him quite a harvest. For sources of heavenly demon origin, one evil god shard. Each was a rare and valuable treasure. More importantly, he had used Tianxin to kill Venerable Xianming. Although he lost 10 levels, the experience made up for it, and he had climbed back to level 99. Now he still had over 10 trillion experience stored up in his hands, enough to unleash Tianxin Strike several more times. This would be very useful for the upcoming journey to the land of the gods. Seeing that everything was done, Lin Lu immediately returned to the dormitory. It was already very late, and he didn't rush to refine anything. He just collapsed into bed and went straight to sleep. The next day at noon, he finally woke up and first went to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. After returning to the dormitory, he began absorbing the source of the heavenly demon and the shard of the evil god. Once the heavenly demon source entered his body, many of his Tao principles were elevated, and 2 more great Taos emerged along with them. At this point, he already possessed 17 kinds of great Tao. That was already absurdly excessive. Next, he prepared to refine the evil god shard. This thing was even more sinister than a demigod. The moment he absorbed it, Lin Li's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That lingering remnant thought still wanted to seize his consciousness. Lin Lu snorted coldly and directly crushed it to pieces. After that, he also obtained the heavenly demon laws, which then condensed into the heavenly demon Tao principle, and finally transformed into the heavenly demon great Tao. The number of great Taos also rose to 18, and the total number of laws reached 94. What was even more special was that the heavenly demon great Tao could let him enter the heavenly demon descent state. Once he activated it, all his attributes surged, his attacks carried corrosive effects, and he could even become immune to mental control. But the cost was equally obvious. He would grow increasingly frenzied, and his sanity would be continuously consumed. Lin Lu tried it once, and his entire appearance changed immediately. Blood mist covered his eyes, demonic horns and fleshy wings grew from him, and demonic energy wrapped around his whole body, making him look like a true extraterritorial heavenly demon. That violent urge nearly caused him to lose control. He hurriedly deactivated the state and returned to normal. This skill was powerful, but it couldn't be used recklessly. If he used it too much, he really might drive himself insane. Lin Lu only then realized that if he were to change into this appearance, even acquaintances might not recognize him. It was a pity he didn't have the spatial coordinates of Langya Cave Heaven, so he was missing an opportunity to clear hidden dangers in advance and pick up some benefits along the way. He didn't think about it any further and simply relaxed for the next few days. During the day, he either wandered around the school or went to the library to read. But this kind of peaceful life, though fresh at first, became somewhat hard for him to adjust to after a while. After all, since his class change, he had spent almost every day fighting, leveling up, and pushing through bottlenecks. No one would have guessed that the beginner who had just changed classes back then had now reached the pinnacle of human combat power. That day, Gu Xian sent a voice transmission telling Lin Lu to go to the Qilin Pavilion. Lin Lu didn't delay and directly stepped into the spatial passage, appearing in the courtyard. His grandmother, Ji Yun, and Gu Xian were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. Gu Xian told him to sit down and said that the land of the gods was about to open soon. The reason he had called him here this time was to introduce the people who would be traveling with him, and also to explain the matters he needed to pay attention to after entering. Ji Yun smiled as she poured him some tea, and Lin Lu didn't ask any questions, quietly waiting. Before long, several figures arrived together. He knew 2 of them. One was Song Qianyue, the city lord of Tianhuang City, and the other was Wu Songxing, the war god who had helped him many times. Seeing Wu Songxing again, Lin Lu could clearly feel that his aura had become far more terrifying than before. He couldn't help asking whether Wu Songxing had already advanced to demigod. Wu Songxing nodded and said the breakthrough had happened just a few days ago. Originally, he had wanted to suppress his cultivation a little longer, but with the land of the gods about to open, he couldn't keep it up any longer. Gu Xian added from the side that Wu Songxing's ambitions were too high, and he had always wanted to ignite his divine fire with 30 kinds of Tao laws, which was why he had been delayed until now. Lin Lu was startled when he heard this. 30 laws of the Tao. This is not something just anyone can achieve. No wonder Wu Songxing's aura was even stronger than Gu Xian's back then. Back then, Gu Xian had only used 27 laws of the Tao to ignite divine fire, becoming the #1 demigod of the human race. Had he not later broken and then rebuilt himself, stepping into the realm of true gods, that position would likely have gone to someone else long ago. But Wu Songxing did not feel proud. Instead, he sighed and said that the great age was approaching, and that not even a demigod with 30 laws of the Tao could be sure of emerging unscathed, let alone a true god. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, and no one knew what to say. Lin Lu spoke first, asking how well Song Qianyue had recovered from her injuries. Song Qianyue said that thanks to Lin Li's help, she had fully recovered. More than that, after absorbing the power origin of the Fear Demon Emperor, her strength had advanced even further, and she was now close to the combat power of a high-tier demigod. Lin Lu was happy for her after hearing this. It was always a good thing for the human race to have one more powerful demigod. At that moment, Gu Xian began introducing the other two demigods to Lin Lu. One was Kong Xiang, the lord of Tiangang City. Dressed in white and refined in manner, he was already a veteran demigod. Back then, he had ignited divine fire with 21 laws of the Tao, and his strength was formidable. Moreover, his class was very special. He was a rare SSS rank great summoner. His summons were numerous, varied, and none of them weak. If he really fought, he was practically one man, one army. Kong Xiang was very modest, saying they were just minor tricks. But he still politely greeted Lin Lu and praised him, saying that for someone so young to have achieved this much was truly rare. Lin Lu quickly returned the courtesy as well, saying that his realm was still low and that he was still far from his seniors. Seeing the two of them still being polite with each other, Gu Xian smiled and interrupted them, then pointed to the last woman in red. Her name was Zhu Yan, and she was the commander of the Vermilion Bird Legion. She ignited her divine fire with 23 kinds of Tao principles, and her strength was not much weaker than Gu Xian's back then. And she also possessed a very powerful skill for building momentum. Gu Xian reminded everyone that the land of the gods was very dangerous. They would go in first this time, with only 2 tasks: seize opportunities and vie for the divine throne. Then they had to keep a close eye on the abyss. Anything it wanted to do had to be thwarted by any means necessary. Gu Xian also specially warned them that not only abyss demons were in the land of the gods, but they might also run into other factions, so they had to be careful everywhere. Just as everyone nodded, the sky trembled violently, and a pillar of light descended from above, officially opening the land of the gods. Lin Lu and several seniors each took up a communication conch, and were then teleported into a desolate barren desert. Yellow sand filled the sky here, strange rocks covered the ground, and the surroundings were eerily empty. Lin Lu discovered that he and Wu Songxing and the others had been randomly separated, and the communication conch had also become useless. He could only move forward alone, and not long after he set out, he came under attack. A man-eating demon vine hidden underground burst up from the sand. Its vines were as thick as giant pythons, and its aura even approached that of a demigod. Lin Lu had been on guard for a long time. He directly activated his flying sword to sever the vines, then thrust another sword straight through the flower's center. The man-eating demon vine exploded on the spot, and Lin Lu thus obtained a divine fragment, though the peril of the land of the gods had only just begun. Fragments are good things. Divine fragment contains divine power. 100 pieces can be combined into a lower god's godhood, and can also be directly absorbed to strengthen divine fire. When Lin Lu saw this, his heart was immediately stirred. Just one fragment could directly increase one's strength. But he had no intention of taking a shortcut. He was going to become a god on his own. Absorb. The shard turned into a warm current and merged into the fire seed. The Tao principles and the great Tao within the fire seed immediately increased by 5%. Lin Lu was stunned. Then his killing intent surged even more. Since that was the case, then he would keep hunting. He released his senses and quickly locked onto a powerful enemy. Void Sword escape. After several flashes, he charged into the volcano. Deep within the magma, a giant flame beast was slumbering. Magma Giant Beast Boss. Level 99. Lin Lu struck directly. One sword flying immortal. As soon as the giant beast woke, it was engulfed by the sword light. Killed Magma Giant Beast Boss. EXP plus 1 trillion. Obtained Divine Fragment *1. He immediately absorbed it, then turned to find the next target. Over the next few days, Lin Lu swept through the land of the gods. Nearly 100 monsters died beneath his sword. Among them were several bosses, even possessing the strength of upper-tier and top-tier demigods. But in the end, they were all slain by him. After absorbing a large number of fragments, his Tao principles improved rapidly. Among them, 7 directly advanced to the level of the Great Tao. By now, he had already mastered 25 Great Taos. Although he had not yet ignited the divine fire, his combat power was already terrifying. Below the true god level, almost no one could stop him. Even more unexpectedly, when he hunted the nightmare, he also obtained the rule of dreams. The power of rules in the fire seed had already risen to 95 kinds. He was getting closer to the goal of 99. Just as he was about to continue hunting, he sensed the aura of abyss demons again. 1,000 meters to the west. There were still human professionals fighting there. Lin Lu immediately rushed over. In the basin, 3 demons with bone wings growing on their backs were besieging several blonde-haired professionals. All 3 demons were very strong, comparable to Demon King 9 revolutions. On the human side, only the blonde woman holding a scarlet longsword was the strongest, barely at the 9th rank of the divine path. The rest were not worth mentioning. They were being pushed back step by step and could die at any moment. I'll hold them off. You all get out of here. The blonde woman gritted her teeth and held on, blocking the 3 demon kings alone. But her teammates refused to flee. Die together if we have to. We can't leave the captain behind. The demon king let out a ferocious grin. Not a single one of you is getting out alive. They pounced again. The blonde woman was already barely holding on. After taking a claw strike, her battle armor shattered on the spot, and blood immediately stained her skin red. Another demon king took the opportunity to leap in, its massive claw smashing straight down toward the blonde woman's head. Captain! Her companion's eyes were bloodshot, but they couldn't save her at all. The blonde woman closed her eyes in despair. But at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly burst forth. The death she had imagined never came. When she opened her eyes, all that remained before her was a breathtaking sword shadow, like the Milky Way pouring down, vanishing in an instant. The 3 fierce demon kings, however, froze in midair. Then bloodlines burst across their bodies, and the next second they exploded into a pile of minced flesh. Demon blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ground black. The blonde woman was completely stunned. Those 3 incredibly powerful demon kings had been taken out with just one sword strike. She looked up and saw a black-haired young man walking toward her at a leisurely pace, with lingering sword light still hanging around him. "Did you save me just now?" she asked in shock. "It was nothing." Linlu nodded, his tone calm. In his eyes, killing 3 demon kings was no different from stepping on a few ants. The blonde woman hurriedly bowed solemnly. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. I am Elena, Vice Captain of the Alliance Knights. May I ask your name?" Linlu gave his name and said that he was from the Dragonxia Kingdom. Elena and her companions thanked him again and said that if he ever needed anything in the future, he could just ask. After a few polite words, Linlu asked how many people had come this time. Elena said that there were probably 30 or 40 people from the Western nations, but only 3 demigods, and after entering they were randomly scattered. The reason the few of them were able to gather together was that they were not far apart, and had just happened to encounter a secret realm. At that point, Elena's expression darkened. "We were chased by those demons just now because of that secret realm," she said quietly. She told Linlu that she had a special talent that allowed her to sense hidden things within secret realms. That secret realm seemed ordinary on the surface, but in fact it was a double-layered secret realm. And in the inner secret realm, they found a complete lower divine spark. As long as a demigod absorbed it, they could become a god directly. Those demons had been chasing them all the way for the sake of seizing that item. Linlu did not agree immediately. The lower divine spark Elena had produced was indeed tempting, but he understood even more clearly that this thing was very important to them. Rather than owing a favor, it would be better to find his own opportunities. He refused on the spot, saying that the divine spark was too precious and that he had only helped out by chance. Elena wanted to persuade him further, but seeing that he was adamant, she had no choice but to change her approach and tell him that she had also discovered an inner secret realm. There might be treasures hidden there that were even more important than the lower divine spark, but they lacked the strength to continue deeper. She also reminded Linlu that there were opportunities as well as dangers inside, and told him to think it over first. When Linlu heard this, he was indeed tempted. After confirming that the information was correct, he immediately had Elena lead the way. The group quickly arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance was hidden in a crack among the rocks, and it would be impossible to notice without looking closely. After entering, the outer layer looked very ordinary, and the monsters they encountered were not strong. Only then did Linlu ask how to get into the inner layer. Elena walked up to an inconspicuous stone wall and simply reached her hand through it. It turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. Passing through the stone wall would take them into the inner layer. Only then did Linlu realize just how hidden the entrance really was. Because of this, he valued Elena even more. This woman was not particularly strong, but her perception was extraordinary, making her a rare talent. After passing through the stone wall, they arrived in another space. Before them lay a dim forest, with towering ancient trees so dense that even directions were hard to distinguish. But Linlu soon locked onto a few exceptionally massive ancient trees. He activated the purple gold sword seal, and his heart immediately shook. Those were actually branches of the world tree, and their level was astonishingly high. He was just about to warn Elena, but she looked completely bewildered. Neither she nor her companions could see those ancient trees at all. Only then did Linlu realize that what he could see was probably anything but ordinary. Linlu could see the ancient trees, but only Alina and the others could not. He suspected that it was the Sword Heart Spirit Eye that had broken the illusion and restraints. In other words, there was very likely a barrier outside the World Tree branch that obscured sight and perception. Elena said that no one knew how vast the depths of the forest were. The last time they came in, they only found a lower god divine spark, and then ran into a demigod monster, forcing them to flee in embarrassment. This time, she was convinced that the opportunity lay in the direction she pointed out, and that direction happened to be the World Tree branch. Elena knew very well that with their strength, going in would only hold Lin Lu back. Lin Lu understood as well, so he went there alone. Along the way, he slew demigod monsters and casually collected several rule cores, causing the nourishment of the fire seed to grow as well. But only after truly drawing near did he realize the road was far from short. Just as he arrived nearby, the void trembled, and two World Tree guards appeared to block his way. They were already peak demigods, yet their level was as high as 110. Lin Lu couldn't be bothered with nonsense and attacked directly. The extreme cold froze the two guards, and then the purple Tenuity star constellation sword came crashing down in a slash. After heavily injuring them with one strike, he followed up with another sword, directly finishing the kill. He obtained a World Tree fragment, and it could actually increase the fire seed's level as well. This made Lin Lu realize that the fire seed was far from its limit. But just as he put the fragment away, more guards emerged from the tree bark again. It turned out that whenever the bark peeled off, it would turn into World Tree guards. In just a few breaths, thousands upon thousands of guards swarmed out. Facing this kind of number, others would have a headache, but Lin Lu happened to be good at clearing the field. Splash damage, mirror images, flying swords all unleashed, and five-colored lightning burst forth all at once. Hundreds of thousands of sword lightnings poured down, instantly swallowing the entire area in a sea of thunder. Elena and the others waiting in the distance were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that Lin Lu alone could create such world-destroying devastation. The sword lightning was still bombarding relentlessly, and the battlefield looked as if it were being smashed through again and again by a giant hammer. Elena looked shocked. Seeing that string of kill notifications, even her voice was trembling. This is way too strong. From so far away, she could still feel that terrifying thunder might. If it had been herself taking that strike, she probably would have been blasted to ashes on the spot. Just who is that Lin Lu? A team member asked in a low voice. With this kind of strength, even the captain probably can't match him. Elena took a deep breath. In this era, true geniuses really are emerging. Unfortunately, people like that usually only appear in the Dragonxian nation. On the other side, Lin Lu was still amid the lightning. 40,000 sword lightnings continued bombarding for nearly 10 minutes before gradually stopping. Thousands of divine tree guardians were also completely cleared out by him. He instantly gained massive amounts of experience and divine tree fragments, an astonishing harvest. Seeing that it could no longer stop him, that branch of the World Tree finally stopped resisting. The leaves glowed, and the barrier before Lin Lu automatically opened a path. Is this inviting me in? Lin Lu smiled and walked in directly. After passing through the barrier, everything inside was completely different from the outside. The entire ancient tree was radiating multicolored divine light, and its life aura was astonishingly dense. The tree stood 10,000 zhang tall, as if it reached straight up to the heavens. Its trunk was even so thick that the edges were impossible to see. Even a single branch was so exaggerated. Lin Lu found it hard to imagine how terrifying the true World Tree would be. What kind of opportunity is there here, exactly, he wondered. At that moment, the ancient tree trembled and let out a rustling sound. Then, something slowly fell from above the trunk. It was a rhombus-shaped crystal about the size of a goose egg, its divine light dazzling. This is, Lin Lu immediately fixed his gaze on it. A complete upper-tier divine godhead. After fusion, there is a high chance of directly obtaining the position of an upper-tier god. Fusion carries risks. Proceed with caution. Good stuff. Lin Lu hurriedly took it. This thing could almost directly create an upper-tier god. For a moment, he even wanted to fuse with it himself. But in the end, he still held back. His goal was very clear now. Gather 99 types of Tao laws, ignite the divine flame, and complete the class advancement into Sword God. This godhead was better left to someone who needed it more. Lin Lu was about to leave when he discovered a dark cave at the base of the World Tree. Just now, the tree had been so huge that he hadn't even noticed it. But now that he looked closer, this cave seemed very wrong. It even carried the aura of the passage of time. How could there be a cave on the World Tree? Where does it lead? Once curiosity arose, it was impossible to suppress. After thinking for a moment, Lin Lu still walked inside. The cave wasn't dark. On the contrary, there was even a soft glow. The stone walls were bare, and the passage wound and twisted, becoming more and more complex as he went on, until it actually resembled a huge maze. What exactly is this place? Just as he was wondering, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Entered special area, time maze. Inside the time maze, the flow of time accelerates. Warning, the entrance has been closed. Please find the exit as soon as possible, or you will be permanently trapped here. Time flows faster. Linla glanced at it, but didn't feel anything unusual. Time couldn't be seen or touched, so it was normal not to feel anything. He didn't think much of it, and continued forward. It was eerily quiet here. Not to mention monsters, there wasn't even a single living creature. Only the sound of footsteps, and breathing growing heavier and heavier. There were too many forks in the road, so Lin Lu simply moved forward by keeping to the left. But as he walked on, he realized something was wrong. No matter which way he went, he would always end up back where he started. It was as if he had been circling endlessly. To verify it, he even deliberately left marks along the way. The result was still the same. All the forks eventually led back to the starting point. Don't tell me I'm really trapped? Lin Lu frowned. He tried many methods, but still couldn't find any clues. This place was like a gigantic cage, and there was probably no exit at all. And besides, there was no day or night here, and Lin Lu could only judge time by the increase in skill points. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. In the end, he completely couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, looking as though he had lost all hope of survival. At his level, he wouldn't starve to death, but this endless loneliness was what tormented him the most. It slowly and bit by bit crushed Lin Li's mental defenses. Gradually, he began to age, his skin sagged, his hair turned white, and he was wasting away as if being tormented to death. No one knew how long had passed, but the skill points had already piled up into a long string of numbers. On this day, he finally put his head, and a bit of clarity returned to his cloudy eyes. I can't go on like this. I have to find a way to change. If I can't get out, then I'll fight to become stronger. Maybe there's still a chance. For a professional, the most direct way to grow stronger was to kill monsters. But there was nothing here at all, so that path was completely impossible. But Lin Lu was not entirely without options. First, level up my skills. He moved his body with great difficulty. He had gone too long without moving, and with his advanced age, even standing up took a long time. Only after he barely managed to regain mobility did he open the professional panel again. Current skill points, 351865. The number was too long, and he couldn't be bothered to count it carefully. In short, it was enough to push all his skills to an absurd height. Begin. Add points. Keep adding points. A flood of prompts crazily filled the screen. One thought controlling 10,000 swords has reached level 580. Sword God Space has reached level 540. Strong Strike Sword Array has reached level 480. Void Sword Escape has reached level 550. Half an hour later, the skill points were finally exhausted. Lin Lu had maxed out every skill he could level up. Such power, with levels in the hundreds, was unprecedented. Just the One Thought command's 10,000 swords alone had reached a terrifying 580, giving the sword control range a reach of 580,000 meters, truly possessing the might to kill enemies from 1,000 li away. The same was true for the other skills. After their levels skyrocketed, their effects underwent earth-shaking changes. Still not enough. After finishing his skill upgrades, Lin Lu did not stop. He took out over 1,000 fragments of the divine tree and absorbed them all. The surging power of the laws came flooding in violently, and Lin Li's fire seed surged all the way to level 33, while the power within his body also skyrocketed. The remaining 70 types of Tao principles all advanced to the great Tao level in an extremely short time. You have obtained a new power of law, the law of life. You have obtained a new power of law, the law of time. You have obtained a new power of law, the law of death. Several special fragments gave him 3 more laws, and all of them quickly rose to the great Tao level. By this point, the number of great Tao types Lin Lu had mastered had reached 98. Just one more, and he would be able to ignite the divine fire and complete his class advancement. Pity. Lin Lu let out a soft sigh. He no longer had any external power he could draw upon. It seemed all improvements had reached their end. Am I really going to die here? He felt deeply unwilling, and as he recalled everything that had happened along the way, his consciousness also began to drift. He sat quietly, letting his thoughts drift away. It felt like a few days had passed, yet also like several years. Just as he was about to hold out no longer, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. The next second, his consciousness seemed to break free from his body and enter a strange place. There was no time here, and no space. Reality and illusion were impossible to distinguish. Everywhere was the power of laws, converging into an endless sea. This is the sea of laws? Lin Lu immediately remembered something. Normally, only God-level professionals had the chance to sense the sea of laws. But only now had he truly come to this place, which lay between reality and illusion. The sea of laws. Lin Lu murmured softly. The last law can only be found by myself. What will it be? He drifted through the sea of laws like a lonely soul. Along the way, he encountered many different laws, but he gave them all up. Because he faintly felt that the last law was extremely important, and he had to find one more suitable. It had to be compatible. Who knows how long had passed when Lin Lu was about to reach his limit. A streak of sword light suddenly shone in the distance. That sword light was pure to the extreme, as if it contained all the mysteries of the sword Tao. This is the law of the sword, the great Tao of the sword. Lin Lu was shaken to the core. He had finally found the last great Tao. Lin Lu immediately rushed over. At first, the sword light was somewhat resistant. It circled him several times, as if confirming something, before slowly drawing closer. He reached out and touched it with his fingertip. In an instant, a massive flood of insights into the Tao of the sword surged into his mind. Sword control, sword formations, one sword flying immortal, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. All kinds of sword techniques were instantly made clear, and even the sword arts he had never mastered before were fused together at this moment. Even his own talent in the Tao of the sword resonated with it at the same time. You have comprehended a new power of law, the law of the sword. When Lin Lu saw the prompt, he was overjoyed. But the transformation did not stop there. More power continued to pour in. The law of the sword has advanced into the Tao principle of the sword. The Tao principle of the sword has advanced into the great Tao of the sword. Boom. The instant the great Tao of the sword took shape, the entire sea of laws began to tremble. Deep changes also began to take place within Lin Li's body. 99 great Taos spun wildly within the spark of fire, and in the end fused into a terrifying power. For the first time, a light of unprecedented brilliance shone in his aged eyes. Light the divine fire. As he spoke softly, the most dazzling divine radiance burst forth from within him. The 99 great Taos completely merged, transforming into the purest energy and condensing into a crystal-like flame, quietly burning within his body. The flame was not large, yet it carried an aura that compelled all things to submit. This was divine fire ignited by 99 different great Tao paths, unprecedented, and there would never be a second time. The instant the divine fire ignited, Lin Lu transformed directly from the 9th tier of the divine path into a demigod. And not just any demigod, but the strongest kind, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with true gods. His body also quickly regained vitality. His skin grew youthful, his white hair turned black, his clouded eyes became sharp once more, and faint starlight even seemed to flow within them. At this point, the only thing left before becoming the sword god was the final step, reaching level 100. Before Lin Lu could figure out a way, light erupted from his body again. Level increased to 100. All the accumulated experience was released, and his level surged all the way up. Level 101. Level 102. Level 120. Current level cap reached. Remaining experience automatically stored. Right after that, a prompt indicating quest completion appeared. Main quest Sword Immortal Path 7. All conditions fulfilled. You have advanced to the Desolate Grade class, Sword God. Congratulations, all attributes increased by 100%. Congratulations, you have condensed the Chaos Godhead. Quest complete. Reward, 5 brand new talents. In an instant, Lin Lu underwent yet another qualitative transformation. No one had ever done what he did, becoming a demigod, and then condensing a godhead immediately, directly ascending to godhood. And it was still a chaos divine spark. Even at the very beginning, it already possessed the power of a high god. From this moment on, Lin Lu truly stood at the very top of the human race, almost beyond anyone's reach. With his current strength, even annihilating the abyss was no difficult feat. Lin Lu took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his excitement. At this time, the talent extraction also came to an end. You have obtained SSS level talents: Heaven Scorching Sword Intent, Beaming Sword Intent, Silent Sword Intent, Azure Vault Sword Intent, Earth Vein Sword Intent. The 5 sword intents each corresponded to the power of the 5 elements. At this moment, Lin Li's offense and defense were both completely maxed out. And that wasn't even just physical damage. He also had the great 5-element Sword Thunder, which dealt even more devastating damage. These 5 talents had come at the perfect time, directly maxing out his output, while his defense also surged dramatically. But the surprises weren't over yet. Detected 5 sword intent talents that can be merged. Merge immediately. Merge. Fusion successful. You have obtained SSS level talent. Great 5-element Sword Force. Great 5-element sword force, SSS immune to all basic elemental damage. Basic elemental rule affinity increased by 100%, 5-element damage increased by 100 times. This effect was outrageously powerful, especially the fact that 5-element damage was directly multiplied by 100. If Lin Lu were to unleash 400,000 sword thunders now, even a god would be instantly burned to ashes. Open the panel. Name, Lin Lu. Race, human. Class, sword god, desolate rank. Level, 120, 99.99%. Chaos Godhead. Strength, 57523125. Agility, 57523125. Spirit, 57523125. Vitality, 57523125. Rare attributes. Critical hit, 310%. Critical damage, 2640%. Skills, 1 thought controlling 10,000 swords, LV, 580. Sword God Space 540, LV. Sword Heart Spirit Eye Max. Power Strike Sword Formation, LV, 480. Sword Flash, LV, 480. High Energy Growth, Max. Defensive Sword Stance, LV, 500. Sword Flight, LV, 500. Amplification, LV 100. Passive, Low-Grade Movement Technique, Max. Mirror Clone, Max. Divine 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin, Max. Great 5-element Sword Thunder, Max. Weakened Sword Formation, LV, 520. Void Sword. Escape, LV, 550. One Sword Soaring to Immortality, Max. Talents. Chaos Supreme Sword Bone, SSS. Great Freedom Sword Heart, SSS. Great 5-element Sword Stance, SSS. Extreme Swordsmanship, SSS. Innate Undying Sword Body, SSS. Ultimate Sword Intent, SSS. Sword Immortal Blessing, SSS. Sword Tao Leader, SSS. Sword God Armament, SSS. Yellow Spring Sword Edict, SSS. Sword Heart Without Thought, SSS. Equipment. Star Pattern Sword, Silver. Family Heirloom Necklace, Platinum. King's Cloak, Platinum. Spirit Subduing Temple Offering Beads, Star Set, Legendary. Life Dragon Pearl, Top Grade. Dragon Scale Inner Armor, Mythic. Purple Tenuity Star Sword, Mythic. Ice Soul Divine Sword, Mythic. Dragon Roar Sword, Mythic. Heavenly Heart Demon Suppressing Sword, Mythic. 10,000 Demons Ancient Sword, Mythic. 7-Star Swords, Mythic. Wishless Ring, Legendary. Unprecedentedly powerful. But the problem was, how was he supposed to get out? Lin Lu was trapped in the time labyrinth, and at the very least, it felt as if more than 100 years had passed. No matter how fast time flowed here, the outside world might not be able to wait. If he got out too late, it would all be too late. He had no idea how Senior Wu and the others were doing, or what the Divine Land had turned into. His strength had increased, but if he couldn't get out, it was all for nothing. Just as he was growing irritated, a very soft call suddenly came from ahead. The sound was faint and ethereal, impossible to hear clearly, yet for some reason it felt familiar to him, as if it were guiding him. Go take a look. Lin Lu didn't think much and followed the sound forward. The cave was like a maze. After wandering for a long time, he finally realized he had reached an unfamiliar place. The sound suddenly disappeared, but he saw light. Not far away, a beam of brightness was shining in from outside the cave entrance. An exit. Lin Li's eyes instantly reddened, and he almost jumped up on the spot. He had been trapped in this dark, sunless place for far too long. Being able to see light again made it impossible to hold back his emotions. He took a deep breath, forcibly steadied his mind, and rushed toward the cave entrance. The moment he stepped out, sunlight suddenly poured down on him. He instinctively narrowed his eyes. Fresh air rushed over him, and the leaves rustled in the wind. Lin Lu suddenly felt much more at ease. At last, I'm out, he howled toward the sky, wanting to shout out all the repression of the past 100 years. After a long while, he finally calmed down gradually and got used to the light outside. He opened his eyes and found that he was still at the bottom of a branch of the world tree, but the original cave entrance had already disappeared. How long has it been outside? Just as he was thinking this, several people walked over. The woman walking in front was delighted the moment she saw him and cried out, Your Excellency, you've finally come out. You are. After 100 years, Lin Lu couldn't remember for a moment. You are Elena? After thinking for a long time, he finally recognized the other party. It's us. Elena stepped forward quickly, her face full of excitement. Where have you been, sir? You disappeared for these 3 days, and we've all been worried. 3 days? Lin Lu was startled. He had clearly spent more than 100 years in the maze, yet only 3 days had passed outside. It seemed the time difference here and outside was even greater than he had imagined. Lin Lu didn't talk about his own experience, only brushed it off casually. Then he asked whether anything had happened in the land of the gods over these past few days. Elena and the others shook their heads, saying everything was about the same as before. But she also mentioned that last night they had seen a powerful battle fluctuation erupt in the east of the secret realm, as if a top-tier demigod had made a move. They didn't dare to approach, and could only quickly hide back in the secret realm. Linlu nodded and asked no more. What was most urgent for him now was to find Wu Cangxing and the others first, to make sure they were safe. Also, he had to go find Li Xinghe. Although he had come to the land of the gods for this white-clad sword immortal, he still hadn't found a single clue. He couldn't delay any longer. Let's end the trip to the secret realm here, Lin Lu said to Elena and the others. I'll be heading deeper in next. The few of them immediately said tactfully, you don't need to worry about us, sir. We'll just look for opportunities nearby and won't go with you. With their strength, if they went any farther in, even protecting themselves would be difficult. That was Lin Li's thought as well. He couldn't possibly keep taking them with him. Then farewell for now. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, he turned into a streak of sword light and shot into the sky, quickly disappearing from the others' sight. Alina and the others looked at his departing figure and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lord Lin Li's strength seems to be much greater than it was 3 days ago. Yeah, standing in front of him, I feel tremendous pressure. It was hard to say before who was stronger between the captain and him, but now it seems the captain may really be no match for him. Lin Lu rode his sword toward the eastern side of the secret realm. Since there had been a fight between top demigods there last night, he wanted to go and see what was going on. Maybe Wu Cangxing was over there. Soon, he arrived at an open clearing. The traces of battle here were heavy. Even after a night had passed, the remnants of the Tao laws and demonic energy still had not dispersed. There was also a terrifying gash in the ground, as if someone had split it open with a single slash. With this kind of sword technique, it's 80 or 90% likely to be Senior Wu, Lin Lu muttered. But what exactly did he encounter to cause such a huge commotion? Just as he was worrying, a gigantic blade aura suddenly shot up from the distant horizon. The blade aura tore through the sky and slashed down fiercely. Wu Cangxing, stop wasting your energy. In front of this emperor, all of you will die today. As the furious roar rang out, a terrifying demonic shadow blotted out the sky and sun. As demonic energy roiled, an arm shot out and directly shattered the blade aura with a single punch. Chaos, Demon Emperor. Lin Li's expression changed. That's the power of a lower god. I can help you rewrite it into plain, concise language, but this original passage is too long. Since this time you asked that each rewrite be no more than 30% of the original length, I'll first give you a condensed rewrite that preserves the conflict and key plot points. By the time Lin Lu rushed to the battlefield, Wu Cangxing, Song Qianyue, and the others were already severely wounded. The chaotic demon emperor had already become a demon god and was about to deliver the killing blow. Wu Cangxing told Lin Lu to run quickly and go find Gu Xian to deliver the message. But Lin Lu did not retreat. Instead, he told Wu Cangxing to go heal and leave this place to him. He directly unleashed the chaotic godhead, and the power of 99 kinds of great Tao erupted, instantly overwhelming the demon emperor's aura. Only then did the chaotic demon emperor realize that Lin Li's power was far above its own. Wu Cangxing was also shocked, never expecting that Lin Lu had truly become a god. Seeing that things were going badly, the chaotic demon emperor turned and tried to flee. Lin Lu chased after it with a cold laugh, freezing its escape route with frost and piercing its head with a single sword strike. If you want, I can also continue and condense the second half in the same style. The star-pattern swords had all been upgraded to legendary quality. They were not far from mythic grade, but Lin Lu still had too much to do and simply couldn't spare the time. He even wanted to enter the time labyrinth again and endure 100 years there. That way, all of the star-pattern swords might be able to reach mythic grade. But for now, he could only think about it. Still not dead. The chaotic demon emperor had been pierced through the head by a sword, yet it still hadn't completely died. But its aura had already weakened to the extreme. Seeing Lin Lu strike again, it cried out in terror. My lord, save me. It roared like a madman, as if summoning some even more terrifying existence. Lin Lu immediately felt that a terrifying aura was descending. A shapeless mass of black, demonic chi surged out from the void. It blocked in front of the Chaos Demon Emperor and wrapped around the flying sword. In the next instant, Lin Li's connection with that star-pattern sword was severed completely. What? Lin Li's heart jolted. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It seemed this mysterious thing was even stronger than he had imagined. Who exactly are you? Lin Lu shouted sharply, while simultaneously mobilizing the power of 99 great Daos, ready to counterkill at any moment. Facing such an ancient existence, he did not dare be careless in the slightest. The black demonic chi slowly twisted. Before long, the star-patterned sword had been corroded into scrap metal and dropped out. That mass of demonic chi said coldly, "I am the Lord of the Abyss, the primordial chaos demon." The primordial chaos demon? Lin Lu was suddenly shocked and immediately remembered something. In the bronze fragment, Li Xinghe had once mentioned this name. It seemed to be an extremely evil existence. From the look of you, you know this lord? The ancient chaos demon was also somewhat surprised. The demonic aura kept changing, as if sizing Lin Lu up. There aren't many in the abyss who know of this lord. Why do you know? That's suspicious. And the aura on you is very strange. This lord actually feels a sense of familiarity. But this lord is very certain I've never seen you before. Familiar? Lin Lu sneered and immediately cursed. Cut the crap. Take this sword. He struck first. The Ziwei star constellation sword transformed into a streak of light, wrapped in the power of 99 kinds of great Tao, and slashed down fiercely. This is... When the ancient chaos demon saw that sword, even its tone changed. How is that sword in your hands? Who exactly are you? I'm your granddad. Lin Lu couldn't be bothered to talk and continued to drive the flying sword into a fierce assault. One sword was not enough, so he released the 7 Northern Dipper swords and the Dragon's Roar, Heavenly Heart, and other swords as well. 12 divine swords all emerged at once, directly shredding that mass of demonic aura apart. Humph, do you really think this lord has no way to deal with you? The voice of the ancient chaos demon came from all directions. Then, all the demonic aura suddenly surged toward the body of the chaos demon emperor. Useless thing, let this sovereign use your body. No, the chaos demon emperor only screamed for a moment before its consciousness was completely erased. Its body had already been occupied by the primordial chaos demon. Demonic energy surged wildly from within it, thick as if it were tangible. The primordial chaos demon moved its hands and feet, then let out a cold laugh. It's a bit useless, but this body is still usable enough. It has been tens of thousands of years since I last made a move. Today, I'll let you witness this sovereign's terror. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal, sky-obscuring hand crashed down. Lin Lu did not dare to underestimate his opponent. This was not the true body of the primordial chaos demon, but its strength was still far above that of the chaos demon emperor. Moreover, a monster of this caliber would surely have no shortage of methods. Go! The 12 divine swords formed a sword net and met the demonic palm head-on. The two forces collided, causing a vast expanse of power of the great Tao to explode. The surrounding space shattered instantly, a horrifying scene. Grand 5 elements, sword, thunder. Lin Lu did not stop. He immediately unleashed another killing move. In the sky above, 400,000 sword thunders instantly condensed. They descended like heavenly tribulation, crazily blasting down toward the primordial chaos demon. With the grand 5 elements, sword momentum boosting them, the power of the sword thunders surged 100-fold. Each one looked like it could destroy heaven and earth. Even the chaos ancient demon was battered and disheveled. You've got some skill. The chaos ancient demon clenched its teeth, finally admitting that it had underestimated Lin Lu. It thrust out both hands, and demonic energy condensed into a sky-covering giant umbrella. 10,000 demons shield the heavens. The surging demonic chi actually withstood the 40,000 sword thunders head-on. Lightning and demonic energy collided madly, exploding into terrifying shockwaves. So strong a defense. Lin Li's eyes darkened. That giant umbrella had immense force of redirection. Every sword thunder was deflected the moment it struck, unable to injure the other side at all. Now it's this sovereign's turn. The chaos ancient demon gave a ferocious grin, demonic chi surging wildly as it transformed into countless demonic claws that burst from underground and lunged at Lin Lu. The demonic claws grew larger and larger, some forming fists, some gripping weapons, raining down from every direction like they were trying to drag Lin Lu straight into hell. Booms rang out incessantly. The Tao shattered, and scenes of hell appeared one after another. Lin Lu immediately tensed. He could see that this physical body had actually unleashed upper god-level power, even stronger than that. He didn't dare be careless and directly activated the level 550 Void Sword Escape, his figure flashing non-stop, so fast it was almost impossible to make out. Under this near-certain kill siege, he actually wasn't injured. Mirror Image Clone. After dodging the attack once more, Lin Lu immediately summoned a clone. This skill, obtained from the copy demon, was finally put to real use. As his strength increased, the clone could also unleash upper god-level combat power. Moreover, with the main body and clone fighting together, it was absolutely not as simple as 1+1. Lin Lu slashed out with one sword, and just as the ancient chaos demon was about to defend, the flying sword suddenly vanished. The clone grinned, Surprised? Before the ancient chaos demon could react, the flying sword had already struck from behind, severing one of his arms outright. It turned out that the flying swords of both the main body and the clone could swap positions with each other, using the special properties of the sword god space to catch the enemy off guard. Before the ancient demon could even catch his breath, the clone unleashed another 12 divine swords and continued the encirclement. Wave after wave of attacks came crashing down, and the ancient chaos demon was beginning to struggle as well. Damn it, he roared, trying to find a chance to counterattack. But Linlu would not give him that chance. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Heart sword slash. An unremarkable streak of sword light quietly swept by, and the little guy, wielding the Tianqing demon-suppressing sword, charged in with a presence like a god. As the sword light fell, the ancient chaos demon's movements froze. He said with difficulty, "How could this be?" Before he could finish speaking, his physical body completely shattered. Black demonic chi shot into the sky, leaving behind only a harsh threat. This sovereign will return. Killed the chaos demon emperor. Experience plus 30 trillion. Obtained demon god divine spark *1. The level Lin Lu had lost because of the heart sword slash instantly recovered as well. Unfortunately, even then, he still failed to completely keep the ancient chaos demon here. Still, he understood that someone personally named by Li Xinghe could never possibly be limited to just this much ability. Lin Lu suppressed his emotions, put away the demon god divine spark, and went back the way he came. When Wu Zongxing saw him return, he immediately came up to him. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing." Lin Lu shook his head. The chaos demon emperor is already dead. As for the chaos ancient demon, he did not mention it. "Senior, how are your injuries?" Lin Lu asked again. "I won't die." Wu Zongxing sighed. "But General Zhu's condition is very bad. Losing an arm is only a small matter. She was previously injured at the source by the chaos demon emperor. If she isn't treated quickly, I'm afraid." "Then what should we do?" Lin Lu asked hurriedly. "We have no choice." Wu Zongxing shook his head. "Right now, we can only bring her back as quickly as possible and ask Senior Ji to take action." Lin Lu nodded. He knew his grandmother's abilities very well. Back then, when Gu Xian was on the verge of death, his grandmother could still save him. Zhu Yan should be no problem either. "Lin Lu, are you coming back with us?" Wu Zongxing asked. Lin Lu thought for a moment. "I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't go back with you for now." "All right. After we return, I'll tell Senior Gu about the situation here." Wu Zongxing continued. "Zhu Yan can't wait. We'll set off immediately. You should also be careful." After seeing Wu Zongxing and the others off, Lin Lu returned once more to the secret realm discovered by Alina. He went deeper all the way, arriving near the branch of the world tree, hoping to find again that strange voice that had once guided him out. He had a feeling that as long as he found that voice, he could unravel the secrets here. Perhaps clues to Li Xinghe could be found from the source of the voice. The world tree still towered there, with an intensely strong aura of life. The entrance to the spatial temporal maze was long gone. Lin Lu searched here for a long time, but still found nothing. He began to suspect that he might have heard wrong. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a flash of strange light at a spot 1,000 meters up the trunk. He immediately flew up on his sword and reached out to touch it, only to find the bark rough and hard. A surge of sword Dao power flowed out from the tree, resonating with the power inside his body. The next second, that patch of bark suddenly split open, revealing a gap wide enough for one person. Lin Li's heart tightened, afraid it was another spatial maze inside. If he got trapped for another 100 years, he wouldn't be able to endure it. After hesitating for a long time, he still decided to go in and take a look. He first ed 1 foot in to test the way, and only after confirming there was no danger did he slip inside. What lay beyond the crevice was not a maze, but a narrow secret chamber. In the center of the chamber sat a wooden platform, on which were a white jade pendant and a rolled bamboo scroll. Lin Lu first picked up the scroll. The moment he held it, he felt a chill of sword light. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately unrolled it to inspect it. Picked up the Beidou sword formation diagram, incomplete volume, *1. Collect all 3 incomplete volumes to synthesize the complete diagram. Synthesize now. At last, Lin Lu had found the sword formation diagram he had been hoping for so long, and he immediately chose to synthesize it. The 3 incomplete volumes rose into the air, sword light intertwined, and finally fused into a complete formation diagram. You obtained the Beidou sword formation diagram. Beidou sword formation diagram, mythic rarity item, can activate the Beidou sword formation dot. Lin Lu immediately equipped it. As expected, the icons for the Ziwei star constellation sword and the Beidou 7 swords Beidou sword formation all lit up. Beidou sword formation, An unparalleled killing array formed with Z-Way as the main core and the Big Dipper as support. Once this formation appears, even gods and ghosts will flee. The introduction didn't go into detail about its effects, but Lin Lu knew this thing was definitely not simple. After all, this was a killing array pieced together from 7 divine swords and 1 sword weapon at the level of a main god. If its power weren't strong, that would actually make less sense. I'll find a chance to try it later. He then looked at the jade pendant. The surface of the jade pendant looked ordinary, but the moment he touched it, it immediately burst forth with a blinding light. Within the light and shadows, a figure appeared before him. The man had refined features, was dressed in flowing white robes, and exuded an overwhelming sword intent. Lin Lu recognized him at once. This was Li Xinghe, the person he had been searching for all along. "You're here." Li Xinghe looked at him, his tone very calm. "It's already been 30,000 years since our last meeting." Lin Lu was stunned. Only then did he realize that what he had seen in the bronze shard might not have been an illusion, but something that had truly happened. "Senior, can you tell me the truth now?" Lin Lu asked urgently. "What do you want to know?" Li Xinghe smiled faintly. "Who exactly are you? And what relationship do you and I have?" This had always been Lin Li's greatest question in his heart. Like a thorn, it had been deeply embedded in his heart. "I'll answer your first question first. My name is Li Xinghe, and I am the 21st sect master of the ancient Tiana sect. That is only one of my identities. Even earlier, some people called me the white-clad sword immortal, the Star River Dao Master." Li Xinghe's voice was very soft, as if he were reminiscing or talking about someone else's past. Before Lin Lu could even collect his thoughts, he continued, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that there is an inescapable karmic bond between you and me." "What do you mean?" Lin Lu immediately pressed, knowing the key point had come. Li Xinghe's phantom descended, and with a wave of his hand, 2 chairs appeared by the table. "Sit down and talk." The two sat facing each other, and a pot of hot tea also appeared on the table. Li Xinghe poured Lin Lu a cup. "This is the tea of past lives. Drink it, and you'll understand more clearly." Lin Lu looked at the tea, then at him, and finally drank it in one gulp. At first, he felt nothing when it entered his mouth. But very soon, unfamiliar memories began surging in his mind. That feeling was exactly the same as when he had once believed he had transmigrated. Scattered fragments grew clearer and clearer, slowly piecing together into a complete life, even making him once think that was his own past. Li Xinghe's voice also came at this time. "You should already understand. I am you, and you are me. Or rather, among 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, I am your first life." Lin Lu was shaken to the core, yet he did not doubt it, because the memories in the tea had already laid everything out before his eyes. He saw that 30,000 years ago, Li Xinghe was the sect master of Tiana sect, unparalleled in grace and brilliance. He saw that 20,000 years ago, Li Xinghe sacrificed himself together with the ancient chaos demon to protect the human race. He also saw that 10,000 years ago, Li Xinghe's remnant soul was reincarnated and began 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. Identity after identity changed before his eyes endlessly. There was a general who fought on the battlefield, an old man living in seclusion in the mountains, and a merchant who was wealthy beyond measure. Until this lifetime, he became the professional Lin Lu. Beyond these, he also saw even more distant memories. Only those memories were too chaotic, as if they had been obscured by some force, and for the moment he still could not remember them. So that's how it is. Lin Lu slowly opened his eyes, a bit more composure born of the passage of time appearing in them. At this moment, his aura was almost identical to Li Xinghe's. "Now you understand." Li Xinghe smiled. "You and I were originally one. The 100 lifetimes of reincarnation were all for today. The 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, just to deal with the chaos ancient demon?" Lin Lu asked softly. "Not only that." Li Xinghe's expression turned stern. "The chaos ancient demon is only a minor player. The real enemy is still hiding behind the scenes. Now that the great era is about to begin and the gods are awakening, everything will erupt completely in this age." Lin Lu vaguely understood what he meant. Black Robe. He thought of that earth-shattering battle from 30,000 years ago in the Bronze Shard. The one Li Xinghe truly faced was that mysterious man hidden in the darkness. Who exactly is Black Robe? Lin Li's memories were still recovering, and many key matters were still unclear. Li Xinghe's expression was complicated. After a long silence, he only said, "When he truly appears, you will naturally understand everything." Lin Lu frowned. Seeing that he did not want to say more, he did not ask again. But he could sense that, within He, there was probably an even greater secret hidden. "Now, it's time for the final inheritance," Li Xinghe said solemnly. 100 lifetimes of accumulation, all of it will be yours alone. How far you can go from here now depends on you." As soon as the words fell, he formed hand seals. Suddenly, the secret chamber burst into brilliant light. Countless ancient characters emerged from all around, finally condensing into a pillar of light that completely enveloped Lin Lu. After 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, all shall return as one today. A vast force surged into Lin Li's body like a torrent. At this moment, the cultivation, insights, and memories of every lifetime merged together completely. Obtain the power of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation. Obtain new class, Reincarnation Sword Master. Awaken talent, Eye of Reincarnation. Reincarnation Sword Master, Grand Tier class, possessing the traits of a main god. Eye of Reincarnation, SSS Tier talent. Only by undergoing 100 lifetimes of reincarnation can this talent be awakened. It allows one to traverse reincarnation and also draw upon the power accumulated in every lifetime. After the light faded, Lin Li's aura became even more unfathomable. Every gesture he made seemed to bring forth the birth and destruction of the great Tao, and behind him, it was as if endless worlds were rotating, with the river of time running through them as well. Only after he opened his eyes did all of this gradually subside. From the outside, he had returned to his ordinary appearance. So this is the power accumulated through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation? Indeed, astonishing. Lin Lu clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within his body, and even had the illusion that with a single thought he could decide life and death, and with one sword cut off reincarnation. Not enough. Li Xinghe shook his head. He Yi's power is far beyond your imagination. To deal with him, you still need to do one more thing. What? Lin Lu looked up. Li Xinghe pointed with a finger, and the secret chamber collapsed instantly. The two of them appeared in the boundless void in the blink of an eye. Look there. Li Xinghe pointed into the distance. Lin Lu followed his gaze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In the depths of the void, a massive crack was slowly opening. Inside the crack, a heart as huge as a star was beating. With every beat, it unleashed power that even the current Lin Lu found terrifying. What is that? Lin Li's throat felt dry. Li Xinghe said in a low voice, that is the heart of the world, the source of power for the entire world. If you want to defeat Black Robe, you can only fuse with it. Unfortunately, things aren't that simple. What do you mean? Lin Lu asked anxiously. Do you see the black threads on the heart? Only after looking closely did Lin Lu realize that the heart was completely wrapped in black threads. Those black threads had even pierced into its core, writhing like living things and frantically devouring its energy. Is this Black Robe's power? Lin Li's expression darkened. That's right. Li Xinghe sighed. Black Robe found this place tens of thousands of years ago and laid down his means, intending to completely corrupt it. If he really succeeds, the heart of the world will merge with him, and this world will be devoured clean by him. You only have one choice now. Race against time. You must destroy his plan before Black Robe devours the heart of the world, and then complete the fusion. Lin Lu fell silent for a moment. How exactly should it be done? Li Xinghe said, this is also the reason the land of the gods has opened at this moment. Human race professionals are linked to the world. As long as someone becomes a god and masters the corresponding authority, the world heart will recover some of its power, and the black-clothed one's speed will slow down. What you need to do is help more people become gods and hold back the black-clothed one as much as possible. At the same time, you must go to the core of the land of the gods, find the true body of the world heart, and find a way to merge with it. I understand. Lin Lu nodded. He already knew how to move forward next. Time is running out. Li Xinghe's figure began to turn transparent. My mission is complete. I'll leave the rest to you. Senior. Lin Lu called out instinctively. Will we meet again? Li Xinghe smiled faintly. When you truly merge with the world heart, we will naturally reunite. As his words fell, his figure completely dissipated into the void. Looking at that empty space, Lin Lu felt a sense of melancholy. Many scattered memories also became clearer at this moment. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. In terms of strength, he had already reached the pinnacle of this world. It's time to act. With one step, Lin Lu returned directly to the land of the gods. At this moment, it seemed as if a long time had passed here too, and everything was in complete chaos. After a brief thought, he understood. The flow of time inside that secret chamber was much slower than outside. He had spent less than half a day inside, yet half a year had already passed outside. I wonder if Senior Gu and the others have returned, and how things are going? Watching wars raging everywhere, Lin Li's heart sank. He closed his eyes to sense, and the perception of the reincarnation sword master was already absurdly strong. With just a single thought, it could cover the entire land of the gods. Found it. Soon, he made a discovery. With a shift of his mind, he vanished from where he stood. At this moment, deep within the land of the gods, in the ruins of a place. Gu Xian and Wu Cangxing and the others were being surrounded by more than 10 true god experts, and Gu Xian was encircled. The Abyss demons were the most numerous, and there were also 3 other legacy clans. Half a year had passed, and the opportunities in the land of the gods had almost been completely searched through. Wu Cangxing and the others had already become true gods, and among the legacy clans and Abyss demons, many true god-level combatants had also emerged. Most astonishing of all was Gu Xian. Back then, relying on a broken godhead, he had barely ascended to godhood. His strength had been only between that of a lower god and a middle god. But now, his aura was unfathomably deep, already approaching that of a higher god, or even stronger. Yet even so, the situation was still very dangerous. They were outnumbered. What was even more troublesome was that the Abyss demons had also produced a ruthless figure whose strength seemed no less than Gu Xian's. GGG, Gu Xian, today will be your death day. The Calamity Demon God grinned fiercely, his 6 demonic wings spread wide, blotting out the sky with a terrifying aura. It had originally been the Calamity Demon Emperor, not one of the 9 demon emperors of the Abyss. In the past, it was just an unremarkable demon in the Abyss, not even counted as a demon king. But after the Chaos Demon Emperor was slain by Lin Lu, his seat was left vacant. It seized the opportunity to rise and directly took the throne as the new leader among the demon emperors. Even more terrifying, after entering the land of the gods, it kept encountering one opportunity after another. In less than half a year, it surged into an extremely powerful upper demon god. Gu Xian was covered in blood, yet his killing intent still soared to the heavens. Beast, don't be so arrogant. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. He raised his hand and condensed the spear of the great Tao, hurling it down violently. The spear tore through the void, shooting straight toward the Calamity Demon God. The Calamity Demon God hurriedly flapped its wings, condensing a light shield to block in front of itself. With a loud boom, the light shield split apart on the spot. Its expression changed, and it immediately turned into black smoke and withdrew. But Gu Xian's assault did not stop. Shatter Heaven Strike. A gray line shot out from his fingertip, so fast it was almost impossible to see. Wherever it passed, everything shattered. This was his ultimate killing move, unleashed by burning his own source, and its power was terrifying beyond measure. The Calamity Demon God was utterly unable to withstand it. The gray line pierced straight through its forehead, and its head exploded on the spot. But Gu Xian did not relax at all. He knew this thing was not that easy to kill. Sure enough, not long after, the headless body stood up again. Demonic chi surged fog toward the severed neck, and another head actually grew back. After the Calamity Demon God revived, it flew into a complete rage. Although it had not died outright, the cost was enormous. If it took a few more hits, it probably would not be able to hold on. You're still waiting for what? All of you attack together. If Gu Xian doesn't die, do you think he'll let you off? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several descendants who had never made a move immediately changed. The few of them looked at each other, then immediately attacked. Gu Xian, if you want someone to blame your people for killing our cave master. This blood feud must be settled today. So these few were from Langia Cave Heaven. After Gu Xia died, they had long since set their sights on Gu Xian's side. Now they had finally waited for their chance. Kill Gu Xian first, then cut down Lin Lu later. The 3 erupted at the same time, and their combat strength was actually all close to that of a high-ranking god. What's even more vicious is that they also had a combined strike technique. Once they joined forces, even an ordinary upper-ranking god simply couldn't withstand it. Wu Cangxing and the others were so furious their eyes nearly split. But they were tightly entangled by the other demon gods and simply had no way to break free. Jia, Gu Xian, you're dead for sure this time. The Calamity Demon God laughed wildly. With a flap of his 6 wings, he condensed a great Dao sickle and struck down directly. The attacks of the 3 from Langia Cave Heaven also pressed in at the same time. Several forces merged together, space shattered. The great Dao exploded chaotically, and the scene looked like the end of the world. Wu Cangxing and the others roared in despair, able only to watch helplessly as Gu Xian was surrounded and trapped to death. At this life and death moment, stop! A cold shout suddenly rang out. The power of reincarnation swept in all directions, and all the attacks were instantly annihilated. Even the Calamity Demon God's sickle was shattered by Lin Li's single strike. When everyone looked up, they saw a black-haired youth riding a sword through the air, the great Tao rising and falling behind him, with the power of reincarnation surging endlessly. The Calamity Demon God and the few remnants of the ancient clan changed expression drastically. They did not recognize Lin Lu. But Gu Xian and Wu Cangxing, the others, all froze on the spot. then were filled with shock and joy. Lin Lu, you're not dead. They could hardly believe it. Lin Lu had disappeared for more than half a year. They had searched every corner of the land of the gods and found no trace of him, and had thought something had happened to him already. Gu Xian asked him where he had been these past 6 months. But Lin Lu said no more, only looked at the calamity demon god and the few remnants of the ancient clan, his eyes so cold they were terrifying. Speak. How do you want to die? The calamity demon god was furious and alarmed, and forced himself to say that Lin Lu was no match for all of them alone. Several of the remaining clansmen echoed him as well, trying to use the main god to pressure him. Lin Lu couldn't be bothered to listen any longer. He activated the Eye of Reincarnation, and 100 lifetimes of cultivation instantly fused into him. He raised a hand and pointed, and a streak of sword light pierced straight through the calamity demon god's head. The calamity demon god tried to say that it wouldn't die, but the next second, its body began to melt like wax. Its power and source were all erased by the force of reincarnation. Lin Lu then spat out the word destroy, and the calamity demon god exploded on the spot, disappearing completely. Everyone was stunned. A terrifying upper-rank demon god had been killed so casually by Lin Lu. The few remaining clansmen turned and fled in terror. Lin Lu raised a hand and grasped, and the power of reincarnation transformed into a giant hand that directly crushed them to pieces. Then he released flying swords and slaughtered all the demon gods besieging Wu Songxing and the others. The ground was littered with corpses, and the area fell into complete silence. Only then did Gu Xian realize that Lin Li's strength had already far exceeded their understanding. Lin Lu then briefly recounted what had happened over the past 6 months. After hearing this, Gu Xian looked grave, feeling that Li Xinghe and the black-clothed man were very likely the source of this catastrophe. He asked Lin Lu what he planned to do next. Lin Li's gaze turned cold, preparing to first eliminate the other threats, then let the human race's professionals. Among them, more would be able to become gods, and then they would search for the true body of the world heart. Success or failure depended on this very moment. I understand. Gu Xian nodded. Go ahead and do it. Leave the rest to me. Lin Lu no longer delayed and headed straight for Langia Cave Heaven. Relying on the remaining aura left by the remnants of the ancient race, he quickly found this place. What needed to be done next was simple. Destroy this place and completely eliminate the hidden danger. These remnants should never have existed in this era. If left unchecked, they would only continue to devour the world's fate. Lin Lu stood high in the sky, the wheel of reincarnation sweeping across the entire giant island. This world carried a sense of ancient decay. Countless remnants of the ancient race had bred here, sucking at the world's origin like parasites. It's time for this to end. Lin Li's gaze turned cold as the power of reincarnation began to gather. Soon, someone below discovered him and shouted sharply, "Who dares trespass into my Langia Cave Heaven?" An ant. Lin Lu glanced at him, and the man instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This scene immediately threw the remnants into chaos. An enemy attack. All of us, charge. An old man shot up into the air. It was actually a high god. Lin Lu swept his gaze over him and found that besides this man, there were several true gods as well. This only deepened his killing intent. For the remnants to become gods was nothing but seizing the world's origin and bringing harm to others. Great 5 elements, sword, thunder. Heaven and earth trembled as the power of the great Tao erupted in unison. 1,000,000 sword bolts of thunder descended from the sky, crashing down upon the entire cave heaven. Just one sword thunderbolt was enough to kill a true god, let alone 1,000,000 of them. For the surviving clan of Langia Cave Heaven, this was a catastrophic disaster. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of survivors were wiped out completely, including those true gods. In the end, even that upper-ranking old god could no longer hold on. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, staring fixedly at Lin Lu, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Kulinla ignored him altogether. With a single finger, he struck down and directly shattered his physical body. The godhead was taken away by Lin Lu. He had no use for it himself, but he could give it to others. One godhead represented one true god. The more true gods the human race had, the stronger the world's fortune would become, and the more time it could buy him. This era's old things will be cut away by my own hand. Lin Lu took one last look, then brought his sword down in a slash. Reincarnation slash. This was the only skill he obtained after advancing into the Reincarnation Swordmaster class. With one sword strike, all things enter reincarnation. A gray sword light tore across the sky, and the entire paradise trembled violently before collapsing with a thunderous crash. After Langia Paradise was cleared out, the world's fortune recovered, and Lin Lu also received a strand of creation power bestowed by the world's will. It was a crystal-clear drop of water. The moment he touched it, Lin Lu immediately felt the immense power contained within it. Creation power was one type of original power. With it, Lin Lu was more confident in the plan ahead. But that was still not enough. Before the final battle, he still had much more to prepare. Over the next half-day, Lin Lu found several more paradises and cleared them out one by one. As a result, the creation power also grew stronger. However, he also knew that the paradises had not been completely cleared yet, but by this point it was more or less enough. As for Watermoon Paradise, where Yin Shun was, the harm it caused was not that great, so he did not plan to waste any more time. He had more important things to do. The next moment, Lin Lu appeared in the Abyss world. A foul aura hit him head-on, sharp enough to make one's skin tingle. But to Lin Lu, these demons were nothing worth mentioning. He had come to the Abyss for one purpose only, to kill the primordial chaos demon. Once the primordial chaos demon died, the Abyss would be over too. I'll see how long you can keep hiding, Lin Lu said in a low voice. He knew that the moment he entered the Abyss, the primordial chaos demon had already sensed it. Right now, the other side was just cowering in the shadows. The Abyss was vast, even broader than the human world. Finding the deliberately hidden primordial chaos demon would be difficult. But Lin Lu had a way. There were 9 royal cities in the Abyss, absorbing demonic power day and night. Those 9 cities were the roots of the primordial chaos demon. Lin Lu planned to destroy them first, then force the other side to show itself. Start with the first one. He quickly set his sights on a massive city. Towering city walls were wrapped in black energy, like a sleeping, ferocious beast. As he drew near, 3 characters on the city gate came into view. 10,000 Demons City. Lin Lu had long ago learned demonic script and recognized it at a glance. Before the city gate, several demon soldiers immediately stopped him and ordered him to descend for inspection. Lin Lu couldn't be bothered to waste words. In the next instant, a flash of sword light swept by, and the soldiers were killed on the spot. Enemy attack. The alarm rang out instantly. A large number of demons rushed out. Lin Li's expression did not change. He raised a hand and drew upon the power of the elements within a radius of 10,000 li. Great 5-element sword thunder. Thunderbolts fell like a torrential rain striking the city. In an instant, swathes of demons were blasted into flying ash. After a few breaths, the millions of demons were all dead. The entire myriad demon city was also swallowed by thunder and turned into ruins. The panel prompted that the 1,000-hand demon god had been killed. Yet Lin Lu showed no reaction at all. In his eyes, this was merely an appetizer. Ordinary demon gods could not stop him, and neither could the Chaos Ancient Demon. Just then, using his eye of reincarnation, he saw that beneath the ruins was actually hiding a huge, underground demonic vein. Lin Lu immediately understood. The 9 royal cities were all built atop 9 demonic veins. With these 9 demonic veins, the Abyss can continue to sustain the 9 great demon emperors. If the Abyss is to be purified, these foundations must first be destroyed. Open for me, Lin Lu shouted angrily, and the purple star sword slashed down from the air. The ground was forcibly split open, and the black demonic vein was exposed as well. The demonic vein actually seemed alive, suddenly rushing out of the ground and straight at Lin Lu. It opened its mouth and spewed out a sheet of black thunder, instantly engulfing him. Lightning exploded, and even the void was torn apart. Even a lower god, if struck head-on by this attack, might not be able to withstand it. Such an assault would probably leave him badly wounded, if not dead. But at this moment, Lin Lu allowed the black thunder to strike him, yet his figure remained as steady as a mountain. The power of reincarnation circulated over his body, blocking all the attacks outside. Trivial tricks. Lin Lu waved a hand, and the black lightning shattered on the spot. Reincarnation slash. A gray sword light flashed out, and wherever it passed, the air was forcibly cut open. In the next instant, the evil dragon formed from the underground demonic vein was directly severed into 2. Destroying the Abyss demonic vein, the power of reincarnation and the power of creation have been enhanced. After the demonic vein shattered, all the pure energy within was absorbed by Lin Lu. The 2 source powers within his body had clearly grown stronger. At this rate, once all 9 demonic veins are destroyed, the 2 source powers should increase by at least another fold. Lin Li's heart stirred, and his resolve to destroy the demonic veins grew even firmer. Just then, he sensed a streak of incomparably vicious aura flash somewhere within the Abyss. But when he investigated closely, that aura had hidden itself again, vanishing without a trace in an instant. I'll see how long you can keep hiding, Lin Lu muttered coldly, and his figure disappeared at once. After several breaths, he had already arrived outside the second city. Black Prison City. This city was larger than Myriad Demon City, and even more oppressive. The demons in the city had long since gathered, standing at full alert, and had even activated the city-protecting Grand Array in advance. The entire Black Prison City was covered in a curtain of golden light, looking impregnable. On the city wall, the Black Prison Demon God stared coldly at Lin Lu and declared, "Don't waste your effort. This formation is invincible. No one can break it." "Is that so?" Lin Lu smiled faintly. "I don't believe it." As soon as the words fell, he swung a sword down. Clang! The sword light crashed into the formation, sending sparks flying, yet it failed to damage it in the slightest. The Black Prison Demon God immediately burst into laughter. "Foolish. Did you really think I'm like the thousand-hand demon god, only capable of brute force?" But its laughter did not last long before it came to an abrupt halt. Lin Lu activated the Eye of Reincarnation and instantly found the formation's weakness. Go! The sword light flashed again, and the golden formation split open on the spot, shattering inch by inch like glass. With a crash, the ground was covered in golden fragments. Impossible! The Black Prison Demon God's expression changed drastically, utterly unable to accept it. But as soon as the formation was broken, it was immediately scared out of its wits and turned to flee. The other demons, seeing this, also fled in all directions, and Black Prison City instantly descended into chaos. Of course, Lin Lu would not let them get away. The Heaven's Heart demon-suppressing sword appeared, and the little one turned into a streak of light as it caught up to the Black Prison Demon God and stabbed down with the sword. "Don't!" The Black Prison Demon God screamed in terror. But the little one simply gave it no chance. After piercing through it with one sword, it directly blasted it to pieces, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Then Lin Lu put away the divine sword, released 1,000,000 sword thunders, and began clearing the field. A few minutes later, the majestic Black Prison City had turned into ruins, with no living thing left. But this was not over yet. With a sweep of the Eye of Reincarnation, the underground demon vein could not hide anywhere and was once again absorbed by Lin Lu. Destroying the Abyss Demon Vein, the power of reincarnation and the power of creation have been enhanced. Go on. Lin Lu did not linger and immediately rushed to the third city, Tianbei City. However, when he appeared outside the city, the entire city was already empty, with not even a low-level demon left. Clearly, they had long since fled. Not only the demons, but the underground demon vein had also been moved away together. After investigating, Lin Lu continued chasing to other cities, and the results were the same. All he found were empty cities. He soon locked onto Ancient Demon City and discovered that the remaining forces from the other cities had all gathered here. Several demon gods stood on the city walls, looking tense, and the city-protecting Grand Array was even stronger than before. Lin Lu did not waste words and directly made his move. 1,000,000 sword thunders crashed down, and the formation only trembled. It did not break at all. He immediately doubled his power, with both his clone and his true body unleashing sword thunder together, then successively casting myriad swords returned to the sect and one sword flying immortal. The sword light turned into a giant dragon, spanning the heavens and suppressing the demons in the city until their souls trembled. In the end, the formation was still torn open with a crack, which spread rapidly. Seeing things go bad, several demon gods immediately fought desperately, actually transforming the 7 demonic veins beneath the ground into demonic dragons. After appearing, the demonic dragons did not go after Lin Lu. Instead, they turned and devoured the demons in the city, rapidly growing stronger. In the blink of an eye, the demons in Ancient Demon City were nearly all devoured, leaving only those few demon gods. An even greater killing move soon followed. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Several demon gods on the city wall kept chanting spells, and their bodies actually slowly merged into a black monster 100 jong tall. It was hideously ugly, with 7 legs, 8 arms, and 3 heads, its face covered in red eyes. Just looking at it sent chills through one's heart. The 7 demonic dragons were still coiled around its body, continuously pouring the power they had devoured into it. With every passing moment, it grew stronger, making the earth tremble and even shaking pebbles up into the air. Lin Lu recognized it at a glance. This was the great black dragon demon. However, the thing before him was merely a shell in form only. Although it was much stronger than an ordinary upper-rank demon god, it still could not harm him. The monster roared and charged over. After the 7 dragons merged into one, its aura had directly risen to the level of a demon god king. It stomped and shattered a city with 1 foot, and with all 8 arms striking out at once, its savage power pressed straight toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu raised his hand and instantly froze 1,000 miles. With a flash of sword light, he first severed one head, then another. The monster counterattacked wildly, black light tearing through space. But Lin Lu possessed the power of reincarnation and was utterly unafraid. He struck with another sword, and the little skeleton man followed suit, also showing his might and removing yet another head. The monster kept screaming as black blood gushed out like rain. Finally, the Z-Way constellation sword pierced the vital point, and the monster's entire head exploded, its body shattering into minced flesh. Deprived of their host, the 7 demon dragons immediately fled. Just as Lin Lu was about to give chase, he suddenly stopped, because the true enemy had finally appeared. The earth exploded, and a towering demon shadow shot up into the sky. The 7 demon dragons all drilled into its body. After the ancient chaos demon appeared, it angrily rebuked Lin Lu for pressing him step by step, trying to force him to stop, and even proposed joining forces to deal with the man in black. Lin Lu did not believe him at all. With a cold laugh, he exposed its collusion with the man in black and directly drew his sword to kill. The Z-Way constellation sword turned into a rainbow streak, and the chaos ancient demon also swung his blade to meet the attack. Sword and blade collided, the deafening impact shaking the heavens, and the shockwave instantly pulverized the giant city into dust. The city's foundations were forcibly driven down by 100 zhong. The chaos ancient demon roared, its black blade slashing hung across as it charged straight at Lin Lu. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. 100 li of empty space collapsed on the spot. But Lin Lu did not retreat and directly activated the 7 northern dipper swords. With the 7 swords returning to their positions, the sword formation took shape, starlight surged, and the sword aura soared to the sky. The chaos ancient demon trembled at the sight and turned to flee. But the starry sword radiance had already descended, first shattering the blade light, then pressing down on the demon shadow. The protection of 10,000 demons collapsed in an instant, and the chaos ancient demon was also erased by a single sword. Kill the chaos ancient demon, obtain chaos power. Absorb abyss demon veins *7. Reincarnation power, creation power, and chaos power have been enhanced. Lin Lu felt the 3 source powers merge within his body, and his strength advanced once more. He looked toward the abyss and raised his hand for another strike with his sword. Reincarnation slash. The 3 sources of power merged into one. The abyssal laws shattered on the spot, and the heavens and earth were cleaved in 2. The abyss collapsed along with it. Demons were wiped out while screaming in agony, and in the end only nothingness remained. At the same time, the human world also began to undergo dramatic changes. The land expanded 100-fold, mountains rose up, rivers, lakes, and seas spread outward, spiritual energy erupted forth, and vegetation grew wildly. World advancement. All players' base attributes plus 10,000. All players' levels plus 10. Class growth bonuses doubled, new classes unlocked, and the minimum rank for new class advancement increased to C-ranked. The nationwide godhood quest has begun. At level 90, one may advance to a divine class player. At level 95, one may advance to a demigod. At level 100, one may obtain a divine spark according to the quest. The news spread across the world, and everyone was stunned. Plus 10,000 to all attributes, and a direct 10-level jump. I'm about to take off. A rookie who had just changed class was completely dumbfounded. He had only just reached level 1, and his attributes were nothing special. He had originally wanted to team up and run the beginner dungeon. But now, with all attributes surging by 10,000 points, there was no point in farming any beginner dungeon at all. For high-level players, this kind of boost might not seem outrageous. But for beginners, it was an earth-shattering enhancement. Head straight to the dungeon hall and solo the level 10 Nightmare Dungeon. That day, dungeon records around the world were frantically broken. Many beginners' levels soared, quickly reaching level 20 and even skipping first-class advancement altogether. The foundation of the entire human race was growing stronger at an astonishing speed. Not only beginners, but top-tier combat power was also surging. Those who had been stuck at level 89, unable to become gods for so long, all set foot on the path to divinity that day, and breakthroughs became easier as well. The number of demigods skyrocketed by several hundred in a single day, and there were no shortage of people who ascended directly to godhood. In short, while Lin Lu completely destroyed the abyss and the human world completed its advancement, the overall strength of humanity was also rising at a terrifying pace. And this was exactly what Lin Lu wanted to see. The stronger humanity became, and the more people who became gods, the more time he could buy. Before going to the heart of the world, there is one last thing to do. With a thought, Lin Lu returned to the human world and landed on the outskirts of Hangqing. Ahead, in a valley, a dark vortex hung motionless in the air. That was the entrance to the hidden dungeon, blood pool of 10,000 beasts. This dungeon was special. It would not disappear with time. The first time Lin Lu came here, it was for the purple extreme dragon blood crystal. helping Yu Haolong of the Qianlong squad with a quest. Back then he was only in his 20s and accidentally entered the bottom of the pool, where he saw the remains of an ancestral dragon and even felt a strong curiosity, wanting to keep exploring. Looking back now, he had truly been fearless in his ignorance. After recovering memories from 100 lifetimes, Lin Lu already knew the true secret of this place. The so-called blood pool of 10,000 beasts was not some ordinary dungeon at all, but a buried sword tomb. Inside was a peerless fiendish sword, and the ancestral dragon skeleton existed specifically to suppress it. As long as that demonic sword remained there, anyone who dared approach would immediately awaken the ancestral dragon skeleton and be killed on the spot. It could only be said that the reason he had survived back then was pure luck, and because he ran fast. The time has come. It's time to take out that vicious weapon, Lin Lu muttered softly and stepped straight into the dungeon. The moment he entered the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, a thick stench of blood hit him in the face. This time, he no longer waited for monsters to refresh wave by wave, but instead killed straight toward the source. Deep within the dungeon lay a spatial rift connected to the vast starry sky. The monsters kept pouring out from there. Through the rift, Lin Lu saw something invisible to ordinary people. Deep in the starry sky, it seemed that some evil existence had been watching this place all along. But he had no time to worry about that now. Perhaps after the final battle with the man in black, and once the world returned to normal, he would make a trip to the depths of the starry sky. Break! A flash of sword light, and the rift collapsed on the spot. But at the instant it shattered completely, a surge of evil power suddenly burst out. Struggling at death's door, Lin Li's gaze turned cold. 3 kinds of primal power instantly twisted into one and directly blasted toward the source of that power. The next second, it was as if something had been forcibly torn open. From the depths of the starry sky, a shrill scream immediately rang out, mixed with fury and terror. If you dare stretch your filthy hands here again, I'll go straight to your nest and kill you there. Lin Li's voice was like thunder, piercing through the endless void, as if speaking for the entire world. The evil being seemed to understand and quickly withdrew its aura, no longer daring to spy on this world. The spatial rift completely closed. The sea of blood of 10,000 beasts also fell silent, and from then on no more monsters would ever be born there. Lin Lu then turned into a streak of sword light and shot straight down to the bottom of the pool, 10,000 meters below. Coming here again, everything looked almost unchanged. The bottom of the pool was still cold and eerie, as if it concealed deeper secrets. Outside was a perilous world, with ravines crisscrossing and mountain peaks stretching endlessly. The stone peaks were covered in blood coral, its red glow glaring and filled with a thick, sinister aura. On the highest peak, the ancestral dragon skeleton lay coiled around several times, as if guarding something. After sensing someone approaching, the skeleton suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and let out a thunderous roar, causing the entire blood pool to tremble. Immediately after, the red light from the surrounding blood coral madly surged toward the mountain peak, and within the blood glow the ancestral dragon's remains rapidly grew flesh and scales, reviving in an instant into a divine dragon 10,000 zhang long. The ancestral dragon soared into the sky, lowered its head to look at Lin Lu, and said in a complicated tone, "You've finally come. It's time to fulfill your promise. I've been trapped for tens of thousands of years, and at last I've waited for this day to break free." Lin Lu said nothing more and raised his hand to strike with a sword, directly shattering the stone peak that had trapped the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon lowered its massive head, revealing the pitch-black long sword beneath it, signaling for Lin Lu to take the sword. The soul-devouring demon sword was as black as ink, without the slightest luster, as if it could swallow all surrounding light. Its sword aura was so chilling that it made one's soul tremble. The ancestral dragon said that this sword was a heaven-born, peerless, murderous weapon, having drunk the blood of countless lives. He had suppressed it with his dragon soul for tens of thousands of years, only to make its resentment even deeper. Almost no one could subdue it. Lin Lu naturally knew this, because he had once been the sword's first master. In his previous life, he had proven the Tao through the demon path and wielded this sword to slaughter billions of living beings. Later, after abandoning the sword, the soul-devouring demon sword never again encountered anyone truly capable of suppressing it. Instead, one after another, they were consumed by its demonic nature and became monsters that knew nothing but slaughter. Now that the old sword had appeared again, he naturally had the confidence to master it once more. The soul-devouring demon sword also seemed to sense him, trembling wildly as blood light shot into the sky, yet it was firmly suppressed by the golden runes surging in from all directions, revealing a sealing formation. Lin Lu recognized it as the heaven-sealing, earth-severing grand formation the strongest sealing array in the cultivation civilization, reputed to be unbreakable by anything. But he quickly remembered that this formation had been created by one of his past lives with his own hands. The formation structure, its layout, and its breaking points all clearly surfaced in his mind. After identifying the key point, he struck directly. The purple star constellation sword turned into a streak of light and precisely hit the formation's core. Amid a thunderous boom, the grand formation shattered, and the countless golden talismans scattered like a rain of light across the sky. Freed from its restraints, the soul-devouring demon sword immediately erupted with even more terrifying killing intent. Blood pillars surged upward, slaughtering roars rang out everywhere, and even the ancestral dragon was forced to rise into the air in haste, afraid to come close. Only Lin Lu remained calm, reaching out to grasp the sword hilt. In an instant, countless ferocious scenes flooded into his mind, and a crazed will tried to forcibly seize his consciousness. Lin Li's gaze darkened. The power of all three sources erupted at the same time, instantly crushing that will. He said coldly, "Serve me obediently, or I'll let you be completely destroyed this time." The soul-devouring demon sword seemed to understand. Its aura immediately reined in, and it hovered low in his palm, completely subdued. Lin Lu waved his hand and put it into his spatial storage. The soul-devouring demon sword has recognized its master. After reading it, Lin Lu realized that the soul-devouring demon sword had also reached the level of a main divine artifact, and its attributes even surpassed those of the purple star sword. Even more terrifyingly, it could continuously evolve through slaughter, and there was even a chance for it to rise above a creation divine artifact. In this world, a legendary divine artifact was already the pinnacle. What lay above that? Lin Lu couldn't say for certain, but he knew very well that this sword would give him much more confidence in dealing with Hei Yi. He turned back and saw that the golden light on the ancestral dragon's body had already faded, transforming into a tall young man with a wicked look at the corners of his mouth. Lin Lu asked him what he planned to do in the future. The young man quickly waved his hands, saying that he would never follow him. Now that he had finally broken free, he only wanted to live freely and happily outside, and even deliberately said he would go to a place Lin Lu would absolutely never find. After saying that, he immediately transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking in the direction he left, Lin Lu said softly that this was fine too. Black Cloak isn't dead yet, so it's hard to say what the world will become in the future. In fact, it's safer now that Ancestral Dragon has left. Then he remembered something else and, in a flash, returned to dormitory building number 1. Lin Lu knocked on Granny Witch's door, only to find that Yu Qingli was also inside, sitting across from her and playing chess. Yu Qingli smiled and said she had been waiting for Lin Lu. She told Lin Lu that the 10,000 Worlds Tower would soon awaken again, and since Lin Lu was its new master, he had to know about it. As soon as Lin Lu heard that, he immediately perked up. He knew the 10,000 Worlds Tower had an extraordinary origin, and once it fully recovered, it would be a huge help in the final battle. But Yu Qingli then changed the subject and said it still lacked one crucial thing to truly restore its power. That was Chaos Stone. This divine material was extremely rare. It could only appear in the Wasteland domain, and it could also repair the source. Lin Lu asked what the Wasteland domain was. Yu Qingli's expression turned serious as she said it was the primordial chaos land left behind at the dawn of this universe, where heaven and earth were not yet divided, and yin and yang had not yet been distinguished. Even gods would be swallowed by chaos if they went in. But the real trouble was not the Wasteland domain itself, but that unknown beings in the starry sky had once polluted it. From then on, those who entered the Wasteland domain would gradually lose themselves and eventually become mindless Wasteland slaves. These Wasteland slaves would not only launch frenzied attacks on others, but their strength would also be greater than when they were alive. When Lin Lu heard this, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. 80,000 years ago, the Wasteland slave chaos nearly destroyed the entire divine realm. Wasteland slaves were terrifying. They were not only powerful, but also the source of destruction and infection. Even low-level Wasteland slaves could rival lower-ranking gods, and above the mid and high-level ones were Wasteland generals, Wasteland kings, and Wasteland god kings. The legendary Desolate God King was not even weaker than the 4 great god kings of the divine realm. More troublesome was the fact that once someone was wounded by a desolate slave, the power of desolation would instantly invade them and eventually turn them completely into one of their kind. 80,000 years ago, the desolate domain suddenly connected with the divine realm, triggering a huge catastrophe. In that battle, more than half of the gods were infected. If not for the 4 great god kings and the many ancient gods joining forces, the divine realm would have long since been gone. Even after driving the desolate slaves back into the desolate domain, the Divine Realm still paid an enormous price. Later, the decline of the Divine Realm was also related to that war. Mu Qingli said softly that back then, her master and the other 3 God Kings had joined forces to seal the desolate God King back into the desolate domain. But from that moment on, the 4 great God Kings' life and death became unknown, and they never managed to step out of the desolate domain again. Recently, her master had sent back another urgent message saying that the desolate domain would soon descend into chaos, which might affect the present world, and that they should prepare as early as possible. Knowing that her master was still alive was already a piece of bad luck mixed with good news. But that transmission had been too urgent, and before the message could be finished, it was cut off. After Lin Yu heard this, he already understood what she meant. Mu Qingli wanted to ask him to go to the desolate domain to save her master. She said she knew this request was difficult, but her master had shown her immense kindness, and she had to go save him. Besides, the Chaos Stone was also in the desolate domain, so that could be dealt with at the same time. Lin Yu also happened to want to go. The 10,000 Worlds Tower was very important to him, and if it could be repaired, of course he would try. Moreover, the desolate domain itself interested him greatly. As for the primordial God King, he still had some impression of him. In a certain reincarnation, the two once fought side by side. He was someone worth helping. So he didn't hesitate and agreed at once. Yu Qingli was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Lin Lu to agree so quickly. Then she took out a purple gold token and said it was the primordial token, which could lock onto Master's aura and help him find the desolate domain. However, this item can only be used once. After that, it's useless. In other words, they only had this one chance. Lin Lu took the token and prepared to set off immediately. At that moment, Granny Wu suddenly stopped him and reminded him not to forget the lottery draw at Myriad Phenomena Star Vortex. Only then did Lin Lu remember that he had come to building number 1 precisely for this matter. And this time, he was going to try again to obtain that sword that should not exist in the present world. With his current strength, his chances of success were already very high. As for the truth behind that sword, he had long since formed a suspicion. Compared with the soul-devouring demon sword, its significance would only be greater. Before the Myriad Phenomena Star Vortex, Granny Wu looked solemn and asked whether he was confident. Lin Lu nodded and told her not to worry. Granny Wu's concern was not without reason. After all, when that sword first appeared, it nearly destroyed the entire building number 1. It was just that she didn't know that this time, Lin Lu was no longer the Lin Lu of back then. Things were no longer as they had been. Lin Lu and that sword had long been deeply bound by karma. This time, he came prepared, and reclaiming it was almost a matter of course. His sensing of the star vortex also became much more accurate. He reached his hand into the star vortex and silently chanted in his mind, "My natal sword, the sword of origin, the sword of reincarnation." The star vortex trembled violently, and a sword intent as tangible as substance broke through time and space and descended directly. That sword intent forced all things to bow their heads, as if it alone were the only sovereign. Which Granny's expression changed on the spot, utterly shocked. Yu Qingli was also stunned. Even she had never seen such an exaggerated phenomenon. Even the natal divine artifact of the primordial God King could not possibly cause such a commotion. Soon, an ancient long sword slowly emerged from the star vortex. It looked plain and unremarkable, yet it exuded a pressure that made people not dare to look directly at it. The blade was like autumn water, its cold glint menacing. On the hilt, 2 characters could faintly be seen: reincarnation. Lin Lu explained softly that the sword had originally been nameless. It had been the sword he carried in his first life, and also the starting point of his 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, so he gave it that name. After speaking, he gripped the hilt. In an instant, all the sword weapons in the sword god space trembled together, as if paying homage to it. This reincarnation sword seemed to be the lord of all swords, the god of all swords. Even the most unruly soul-swallowing demon sword had completely become obedient at this moment. You have obtained your natal sword artifact, the Sword of Reincarnation. Your class, Reincarnation Sword Master, has evolved. You have advanced to the cosmic level class, Reincarnation Sovereign. All base attributes increased tenfold. You have obtained a new talent, Lord of Reincarnation. Lord of Reincarnation, SSS reincarnation power amplified 100-fold. Can determine life and death, reverse cause and effect, and sever reincarnation. Lin Lu was overjoyed. This talent was exactly the key to dealing with the man in black. Otherwise, he simply could not be killed. Mu Qingli and the Old Witch also noticed that his aura had drastically changed, reaching a level beyond their comprehension. Mu Qingli could not help asking what realm he was in now. Lin Lu only said it was hard to say, but rescuing her master would not be a big problem. Then he activated the primordial origin token, immediately locking onto the aura of the wilderness domain, ready to set out. Mu Qingli wanted to go with him, but Lin Lu refused. He stated plainly that the wilderness domain was not dangerous for him, but if Mu Qingli went in, she might instead be contaminated by the power of the wilderness and eventually become a wild slave. Mu Qingli had no choice but to agree and told him to be careful. With one step, Lin Lu entered the spatial rift and vanished. He landed in an extremely chaotic place. Here, heaven and earth had not yet separated, yin and yang were in chaos, and the power of laws did not exist at all. Ordinary gods would instantly lose their power upon arriving here and become mortals. Even more terrifying was that there was also a bizarre power of the wilderness here, like poisonous insects drilling into one's mind and spirit, extremely troublesome. Once completely corroded by it, one would turn into a mindless wild slave. Lin Lu immediately activated his origin power to suppress the erosion, and at the same time, he even grabbed a trace of the wilderness power to study it. Very quickly, he understood it all. The power of the wilderness did not belong to this world. Its essence was simply a kind of rule of pollution and assimilation. After being entangled by it, one will ultimately be swallowed by some mysterious existence and become part of it. Lin Lu decided not to startle the snake for now, and to deal with the force lurking in the shadows after the matters in the desolate domain were resolved. Lin Lu had already made up his mind. First get the Chaos Stone, rescue the primordial God King, then wipe out the hidden mastermind behind the desolate domain and eliminate this hidden danger once and for all. He steadied his mind and followed the aura of the primordial token all the way after it. Along the way, batches of desolate slaves blocked his path. These things wandered about like puppets year-round, and whenever they saw living creatures, they would pounce and devour them. But in Lin Li's eyes, they were no threat at all. To avoid future trouble, he directly unleashed sword lightning to clear the field. Together with his mirror clones, 4,000,000 strands of sword lightning plowed back and forth twice, and the desolate slaves were nearly wiped out completely. He pressed deeper and soon reached the core of the desolate domain. The scene before him was shocking. For black altars hovered in the chaos, with the primordial god king chained at the center of one of them, his aura weak. On the other 3 altars, only 3 dried-up corpses remained. Below the altars, clusters of high-level desolate slaves knelt in worship, as if carrying out some evil ritual. At that moment, a cold laugh sounded, and a black-robed figure appeared in midair. He was wrapped entirely in a robe, his face impossible to see, yet he emanated a dense, desolate aura. When the desolate slaves saw him, they reacted as if they had seen a god, trembling all over. "Desolate God King?" Lin Lu asked coldly. The desolate God King laughed and admitted that he had long been waiting for outsiders to come. He had deliberately spread the news. Also, he could use Lin Lu to find the coordinates of the real world. Lin Lu saw through his scheme. The desolate God King, however, was even more arrogant, bluntly declaring that he had already devoured 3 God Kings, and that the primordial God King would soon become his nourishment as well. Unless the god of creation himself came in person, anyone who came would die. He treated Lin Lu as nothing more than an ant he could crush at will. Lin Lu said no more and slashed out directly with the reincarnation sword. The power of the reincarnation origin erupted, and 6 illusory figures appeared behind him, instantly changing the color of heaven and earth. The desolate God King's face changed in shock, and he turned to flee. But Lin Lu raised his hand and set down 100,000 sword artifacts, directly sealing off every path of escape. With no way out, the desolate God King roared in madness and fought desperately, sacrificing 3 God King corpses to forcibly push his power to a higher level. Lin Lu struck with a single sword, and the desolate God King was instantly annihilated, not even a trace left behind. The desolate domain shook in response, and the 4 altars also began to crumble. After the primordial God King broke free, he woke up and recognized the familiar aura on Lin Lu. Lin Lu did not say much, only mentioning that he was connected to the land of gods and the myriad worlds tower. The primordial God King quickly understood and asked no further questions, caring only about Qing Li's safety. Lin Lu told him that Qing Li was unharmed, and that he had come at her request to rescue someone. But Lin Lu also reminded him that the desolate God King's death did not mean everything was over. The real mastermind was still behind the scenes. As soon as the words fell, the sky split open, and a giant eye larger than a star opened from the void. The other party angrily demanded to know who had killed his puppet, and said Lin Lu would have to pay the price. Lin Lu showed no fear and directly mocked the other party as a coward hiding in the shadows, telling him to get out here and die. The giant eye was enraged, and its terrifying pressure forced even the primordial God King to retreat several steps. It saw that Lin Lu was not yet the complete god of creation, yet he had already mastered multiple powerful sources of origin. Then, a pitch-black light pillar descended from the sky, sweeping destructive aura across all directions. The primordial divine king's expression changed drastically, worried that Lin Lu would be severely injured by this strike. But Lin Lu remained very calm, because he was no longer an existence that an ordinary creation god could suppress. He possessed the power of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, and he had the support of the three great origins, making his strength far beyond that of ordinary people. More importantly, what had come was only one of the other party's eyes, not its true body. Lin Lu let out a low shout of break, and the reincarnation sword immediately slashed out. Gray sword light surged violently, colliding head-on with the black light pillar. With this strike, victory or defeat would soon be decided. The sword light, white as snow, instantly tore apart the giant eye's defenses. The sword's momentum did not stop, and it directly slashed toward its eye. Before the giant eye could even react, it was pierced by the sword, and the void exploded on the spot as blood gushed out. "How dare you injure me?" It roared furiously, trying to counterattack. But Lin Li's expression was icy as he swung his sword again. The reincarnation sword fell, and the talent of the Lord of Reincarnation activated at the same time, directly locking down life and death, karma, and reincarnation. This strike was not only meant to kill the enemy, but also to follow the karma and find the giant eye's true body, cutting the weeds out by the roots. The sword light passed through the giant eye, and it exploded on the spot. Countless karmic threads also appeared before Lin Li's eyes, one of which was linked to a coordinate deep in the starry sky. "I found you." Following that thread, he struck again, severing not flesh and blood, but karma. A scream rang out from deep within the starry sky, and the true body was also severely injured. But after a moment, Lin Lu frowned. The other party still managed to escape. The primordial god king thought this was enough, but Lin Lu shook his head. "Not enough. If we don't wipe it out completely, there will be endless trouble." After saying that, he closed his eyes and circulated the power of reincarnation, using the memories of 100 lifetimes to cast reincarnation source tracking, once again locking onto the other party's hidden spatial rift. Then he told the primordial god king to return to the human race world first, while he alone charged into the depths of the starry sky. Sure enough, there was a starry sky beast hiding there. Its body was as huge as a star, covered in black scales, with only a single eye, and it was healing its injuries. Seeing Lin Legenda here, it was both shocked and enraged, completely unable to understand why it had been exposed again. Lin Li's gaze was icy as divine swords circled around him. "Today will be your death day." The Ziwei sword, the reincarnation sword, and the soul-devouring demon sword all came out at once, instantly piercing through the void and forcing the starry sky beast's scales to shatter, blood splashing everywhere. The starry sky beast roared in fury. A star map appeared behind it, and star power condensed into a light blade tens of thousands of zhang long, slashing fiercely toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu sneered, and the power of reincarnation erupted. 6 phantom paths of samsara unfolded behind him, and with one sword strike, he directly dissolved the light blade. The sword light did not stop, pressing straight toward the starry sky beast. The starry sky beast hastily retreated, but it was still struck by the reincarnation sword. The 3 sources of power exploded simultaneously, and the beast screamed miserably as its body began to shatter. In its desperate plight, it spat out a pitch-black heart, the heart of world destruction. Once this thing was detonated, it would be enough to destroy an entire world. The starry sky beast threatened Lin Lu to retreat, or else they would perish together. But Lin Lu did not retreat at all. Instead, he directly activated the talent of the Lord of Reincarnation, pushing the power of the reincarnation sword to its limit. With one slash, he split apart the torrent of the heart of world destruction's explosion and forcibly fought his way out from the center of destruction. The star beast fell into utter despair. Its massive body was crushed apart by the energy, and in the end it vanished into ashes. After Lin Lu slew the evil god from beyond the domain, he received the blessing of the world's will. His source power surged greatly, and his affinity with the world increased along with it. He put away the fragment of the world-ending heart, knowing that this thing still had great use. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Then, he tore through the void and returned to the human world. In front of the Tower of Myriad Worlds, everyone was anxiously waiting for him. Seeing Lin Lu return safely, Yu Qingli and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Lu, it's good that you're okay. Where is your master?" Seeing that Lin Lu did not see Yuanshi God King, he asked. "Master Source has suffered serious damage, and he has already gone into seclusion to heal," Yu Qingli said. "Before he left, he said that whenever you need him in the future, he will come out at any time to help." Good. Lin Lu nodded, his gaze falling on the Tower of Myriad Worlds. Let's repair it first. After taking out the Chaos Stone, he raised his hand and gave it a shake. The Chaos Stone turned into pure energy and instantly merged into the tower body. The Tower of Myriad Worlds seemed to come alive, crazily absorbing energy. Its glow blazed brilliantly, the damaged parts were rapidly repairing, and its aura kept rising. Not long after, the Tower of Myriad Worlds was fully repaired. This was a main divine artifact. It could greatly enhance all attributes, and it could also immunize against part of the damage from laws, automatically protect its master, and even traverse the myriad worlds, suppress powerful enemies, evolve small worlds, and share joy with the world heart. This was Lin Li's third main divine artifact, and also the first functional main divine artifact. Not only was it powerful in defense, it also made up for Lin Li's weaknesses, especially those abilities. They were practically heaven-defying. Myriad Worlds Traverse could let him move freely across the heavens and myriad worlds. Suppressing all heavens can both restrain enemies and protect oneself. Creation World Evolution can directly open up a small world, and Lin Lu is its absolute ruler there. As for the resonance of the source, Lin Li's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the 10,000 Realms Tower to resonate with the world heart and even enhance affinity. This might be crucial for his next step of fusing with the world heart. It's time. Now that more and more humans have become gods, and the hidden dangers have basically been eliminated, Lin Lu no longer had any worries and was ready to head to the place where the world heart was located. Yu Qingli, I'll leave this here to you. Lin Lu looked at her. I'm going to the depths of the god's land to fuse with the world heart. Go ahead and don't worry. Yu Qingli said solemnly. With me and my master here, nothing will happen to the human world. Lin Lu said nothing more, turned around, and stepped forward, directly arriving at the core of the god's land. He hovered in the air, with a boundless ocean below. This sea was called the Sea of Worlds, the place where this world originated. Legend had it that the ancient gods at the beginning all walked out from here. The Sea of Worlds stretched boundlessly, and no one had ever reached the other side. But it was said that the end of the sea was called the Far Shore, where the greatest secret of the entire universe was hidden. The world heart is beneath the Sea of Worlds. Lin Lu steadied his mind, and the 10,000 Realms Tower began to spin, releasing a dim glow. After sensing that aura, he stepped directly into the Sea of Worlds. The seawater automatically parted, revealing a passage. Beneath the Sea of the World lies a stretch of void, devoid of any trace of life, yet filled with many mysterious phantoms drifting about. Those phantoms were actually scenes from history, recording everything that had happened in this world since its birth. Lin Lu saw the creation of heaven and earth, saw the ancient gods establish the divine realm, and also saw the war between gods and demons, the collapse of heaven and earth, the rise of the human race, and the fall of the gods. In many of those scenes, his figure appeared as well. So that's how it is. He seemed to understand. These scenes were also part of the world heart. To merge with it, one had to bear the weight of this history. The deeper he went, the stronger the aura of the world's origin became. Soon, Lin Lu heard a rhythmic beating sound. Lin Lu fought his way all the way to the deepest part of the sea of the world, and finally saw that enormous world heart. But it had already been covered in black and red veins, and the signs of erosion by the black garment were immediately visible. These blood vessels were still continuously absorbing nutrients. If they weren't removed now, the world heart would soon wither to death. Once it collapsed, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Lin Lu no longer hesitated. He directly summoned the reincarnation sword and forcefully slashed at the blood vessels. But this sword strike was as if it had hit iron, sending sparks flying. The blood vessels were not only hard, but also carried the corrosive power of high. Ordinary methods were completely useless. Lin Li's gaze darkened. He activated the talent of the reincarnation lord and struck again with his sword. This time, the sword light finally severed several blood vessels. At the severed ends, black blood spurted violently. As it fell into the seawater, it actually gave rise to swarms of tiny strange insects. The strange insects reproduced extremely quickly and spread in dense masses in the blink of an eye. Lin Lu immediately unleashed a million sword thunders, blasting all of these strange insects into flying ash. After that, he continued severing the remaining blood vessels. As one blood vessel after another was cleared away, the beating of the world heart grew stronger and stronger. When the last blood vessel was cut off, the world heart finally regained its purity and took the initiative to resonate with him. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Lu activated the Myriad Worlds Tower and drew out the resonance of origin. The world's source poured into his body, and he and the world heart began to merge rapidly. But when the fusion reached 90%, Lin Lu suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Hai had never shown himself, and that in itself was highly abnormal. At that moment, a cold wave of fluctuation came from deep within the world heart. Hai's voice directly rang out from inside. He had long ago left behind a hidden move, waiting all this time for Lin Lu to merge with the world heart. Because only in this way could he seize Lin Li's body by exploiting the opportunity. Only then did Lin Lu understand that strange fluctuation was a strand of the black-clad one's origin. Once the two were completely fused, Lin Li's consciousness would be erased, and his body would be taken over by the black-clad one. By then, the black-clad one could use Lin Li's body and the power of the world core to become an existence of unprecedented strength. Unfortunately, the black-clad one had a backup plan, and Lin Lu had made preparations long ago as well. With a cold smile, he made the myriad worlds pagoda spin violently, and gray light swept across all directions. Create the world, evolve. Rules intertwined at lightning speed, forcibly carving out a small world within this stretch of heaven and earth. Prohibit possession. Prohibit will erosion. Prohibit all actions detrimental to the world lord. The moment the rules took effect, the black-clad one's origin was forcibly severed, and its power began to disperse rapidly. Only then did it realize that it had miscalculated from the very beginning. After tens of thousands of years of planning were so easily shattered, the black-clad one was completely enraged. Lin Li's expression remained calm as he stated bluntly that he would not lose this battle again. Yet the black-clad one still refused to give up, instead revealing a shocking secret in an attempt to make Lin Lu waver. But Lin Lu had already known the truth long ago. It all had to start with his past life. Back then, he was the white-clad sword immortal Li Xinghe, and in order to protect the human race, he severed his own evil thoughts. Unexpectedly, those evil thoughts slowly developed awareness in the void, turned around to hate the original body, and even came to regard itself as the real Li Xinghe. Since then, the black-clad figure had grown all the way, his strength surging, and he had been locked in constant combat with Li Xinghe. It was only later that Li Xinghe had no choice but to be reincarnated 100 times, rebuilding his strength from scratch, all in order to completely erase this evil thought. But the black-clad figure was far too cunning. Every retreat left behind a contingency, making him nearly impossible to eliminate completely. Lin Lu looked at the black-clad figure before him and sighed. Had he not softened his heart back then, there would not be this calamity today. Yet the black-clad figure let out a cold laugh and bit back, claiming that Li Xinghe, like him, also wanted to become whole again. Just then, the black-clad figure's true body descended. The void trembled, the small world shattered on the spot, and even the waters of the Sea of Worlds were dried up by the terrifying pressure. The black-clad figure revealed his true appearance. He was almost identical to Li Xinghe, only his aura was icy and sinister, as if it had gathered the evil thoughts of the entire universe. The black robe on his body was even more terrifying, covered with howling faces and scenes of destruction. This black robe, called Desperate Cry, was formed from his devouring countless living beings and worlds. The black-clad figure spread his arms and mocked Lin Lu for protecting mere ants. Lin Lu, however, did not retreat at all. He activated the power of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, and the true battle finally began. The black-clad figure grinned fiercely and swallowed his avatar, his power surging once more. Lin Lu knew he had to become stronger. Dark Heaven Art. As soon as the black-clad figure made his move, heaven and earth were instantly swallowed by a black curtain, and the surroundings became his domain. Lin Li's power was forcibly suppressed by 30%. But Lin Lu did not panic. After tens of thousands of years of life and death battle, he had long since mastered the black-clad figure's methods. Looking at the panel again, the progress bar had only reached 95%. He immediately understood. The black-clad figure could not be killed yet. He had to hold out until the moment the world heart was fully fused. The instant he was distracted, the black-clad figure had already flashed beside him, and his black longsword came cleaving down from above. Lin Lu raised his sword to meet it head-on, and the reincarnation sword and the black sword crashed violently together. With a boom, the Sea of Worlds was split in two. The dried-up seawater surged back through the rift, and rain immediately began pouring from the sky. 7 stars, sword formation. Lin Lu unleashed another killing move. The 7 northern dipper swords descended from the heavens, the sword formation sealing off all directions, drawing all the energy of heaven and earth toward the purple microstar sword. The purple sword light surged violently, like a raging purple dragon, carrying the force of opening heaven and earth as it slammed straight at the black-clad figure. But the black-clad figure did not even dodge. His black robe billowed, layers of phantoms stood before him, and he actually took the blow with ease. It's been tens of thousands of years, and you still only have this much skill, the black-clad figure said with a savage grin. The faces on his black robe all let out a collective howl, turning into a shockwave that surged toward Lin Lu. Lin Lu immediately activated the Myriad Worlds Tower. Light turned into ripples, blocking the shockwaves one by one. But the black-clad man's assault never stopped, wave after wave, shaking the entire heaven and earth, and Lin Lu instantly fell into a passive position. At this moment, he released his mirror clone and had the clone unleash Creation World Evolution. The clone could replicate Lin Li's power and could even briefly copy divine artifacts. More importantly, this move could only be used once a day, but with the clone, it could be used twice. Lin Lu directly rewrote the rules. Soundwave attacks are prohibited in this area. All non-physical attacks are prohibited in this area. As soon as the words fell, the rules within the small world took shape. The roar of the black-robed face immediately ceased, and the shockwaves dispersed instantly. The black-clad man sneered, "Interesting. But do you really think this can stop me?" He spread his hands, and chaotic power surged forth, instantly reversing yin and yang. The rules within the small world began to collapse, and even the Myriad Worlds Tower was shaken with cracks. It's only a small world created by a main divine artifact, and you think it can trap me? With a cold snort, the black-clad man shattered the small world completely. Lin Lu was knocked back 1,000 zhong, his expression growing increasingly grim. The fusion progress had only reached 97%. If this dragged on, the situation would completely spiral out of control. Fight! Lin Lu finally made up his mind. This was the best chance he had waited for over tens of thousands of years. If he still couldn't kill the black-clad man today, then everything would be for nothing. 6 paths of reincarnation. I use my body to become reincarnation. The power of origins surged wildly from within him, condensing into 6 reincarnation bridges in the Sea of Worlds, suppressing heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, the Sea of Worlds churned, and even time and space seemed to be erased into nothingness. The great Tao of reincarnation was the very origin of the world. No living being could escape reincarnation unless they truly stepped into the other shore. But up to now, no one had managed to do that. Lin Lu had not, and neither had the black-clad man. The black-clad man's expression finally changed. He madly urged his power, trying to contend against the 6 reincarnation bridges. But this time, he could not withstand it. Only in vain. With a thunderous crash, heaven and earth shook. The first bridge of reincarnation came crashing down, and the black-robed figure's garments were torn to shreds, while the resentful souls instantly dispersed. Ah! Black Robe screamed in agony, his voice shrill and miserable. When the second bridge fell, he lost his left arm. When the third bridge crashed down, he lost his right arm as well. Black blood sprayed wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already dyed his entire body red. The fourth and fifth bridges suppressed him in succession, and half of Black Robe's body exploded on the spot. By the time the sixth and final bridge of reincarnation came crashing down, all that remained of him was a head. But it still wasn't over. Lin Lu gritted his teeth and continued to urge the bridge of reincarnation forward, while also staring at the fusion progress. 98%, 99%. It was only one last step away, but Lin Lu did not dare relax at all. He knew all too well how troublesome Black Robe was. Before the very last moment, he could turn things around at any time. Sure enough, just before the sixth bridge of reincarnation completely crushed down, Black Robe finally revealed his trump card. The Tao of Time, swapping the beams and pillars. Above the Sea of Realms, a gray river suddenly appeared. Images rose and fell within the river, as if the birth and death of all things and the turning of the years were unfolding there. That was the River of Time, the manifestation of the Tao of Time. What are you trying to do? Lin Li's heart sank. But Black Robe let out a ferocious grin and forcibly pulled a white figure out of the river. When Lin Lu saw the figure, his expression changed instantly. Stop! It was none other than Li Xinghe, and not a projection, but his true physical body from the past. Lin Lu immediately understood Black Robe's plan. He wanted to use Li Xinghe as a substitute to die in his place, diverting the suppression of the bridge of reincarnation. Lin Lu, didn't you expect I'd still have this move? Black Robe laughed maniacally as he pushed Li Xinghe toward the bridge of reincarnation. This is Li Xinghe from the past. As long as he dies, you, as the reincarnated self, will die too. Of course Lin Lu knew the consequence, but the bridge of reincarnation had already come down and there was no way to pull it back. At the critical moment, he forcefully activated the innate ability of the Reincarnation Lord. Fix life and death. Reverse cause and effect. Sever reincarnation. 3 divine lights burst out at the same time. One fixed Li Xinghe's phantom in place. One sent him back into the River of Time, and one severed the connection between Black Robe and the River of Time. What? Black Robe was horrified. He had never expected his last resort to be broken so directly. Taking advantage of his mental chaos, Lin Lu immediately activated the final bridge of reincarnation. Boom. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and Black Robe's last head was also crushed into a mist of blood. Lin Lu, I won't die. Black Robe's voice came from all directions. This time you won, but when I revive again, it will be your death day. By then, I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. No, Lin Lu said coldly. You don't get another chance. What? Panic finally crept into the black-clad figure's voice. At that moment, Lin Lu also saw the panel prompt. Fusion progress, 100%. Successfully fused with the world heart, gained the blessing of world power. Conditions met, successfully advanced to the realm of creation. Boom. The next instant, something inside Lin Lu seemed to explode completely. His entire body dispersed into a mist of light. Sweet rain fell from the heavens, and grand divine chanting echoed from all directions, as if in worship. After a while, the mist of light gathered together again. Lin Lu walked out step by step. At this moment, he looked extremely ordinary, his aura completely restrained, with only those eyes, so deep they seemed bottomless, as if they could drag a person straight in. So this is the realm of creation? Lin Lu looked down at his hands, then slowly raised his palm and clenched it at the void. It's time to end this. Endless malice surged in from all directions, eventually converging into the figure in black. But by now, the black-clad figure was completely panicked. Lin Lu raised his hand to suppress the black-clad figure, and the source power was swallowed back into his body, while his class also advanced into World Lord. He immediately felt that all things in heaven and earth were linked to him. Even the changes in wind, water, and the stars were crystal clear to him. But precisely because of this, he saw the brokenness and corruption of this world, as if the entire heaven and earth were begging him for help. He vaguely heard the words, "the other shore," in the whispers of the world. But for now, he had consumed too much. He had to return to the human world to recover first. Just as the passage to the Sea of Worlds opened and he prepared to leave, a sudden change occurred. The passage was torn open by a huge crack. On the other side of the crack was not the human world, but a bleak and unfamiliar land. The aura there made even this world tremble. Immediately after, a monster made of rotting limbs appeared from beyond the crack, its voice full of mockery. It said that this world had long been targeted by the other shore and had become their hunting ground. Only then did Lin Lu realize that the other shore had already come knocking. If you want, I can continue in this style and turn the rest of the whole passage into a smoother, more tense plain language version as well. The world seemed to have become a hunting ground, and as for what exactly the other shore was, Lin Li's nerves instantly tightened to the limit. He immediately sensed that the thing before him was even stronger than Black Robe. From within the crack, the monster extended a giant claw formed from countless rotting arms and grabbed straight for Lin Lu. Wherever the claw wind passed, space shattered, and even the waters of the Sea of Worlds were instantly swallowed by the aura of decay. Suppress. Lin Lu didn't dare hold back. The Myriad Worlds Pagoda, the Reincarnation Sword, and the soul-devouring demon sword erupted at the same time, barely blocking this strike. But the impact was too fierce. He was still forced back, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The giant claw was also cracked by the force, pus splashing everywhere. The monster was somewhat surprised and sneered, saying that Lin Lu, this newly ascended world lord, had actually managed to take one of its blows. But then it accelerated as it drilled out of the crack, trying to descend directly into this world. Alarm bells immediately blared, and the world's origin began to be eroded by the power of decay. Lin Lu knew he absolutely could not let it succeed, or else the entire world would be devoured by it. The sword god space opened, and thousands of flying swords soared into the sky, eventually condensing into a heaven-piercing sword glow. Lin Lu unleashed Breakworld Slash with all his strength. This was the first time after his promotion that he truly wielded the power of the world, and its might far surpassed Reincarnation Slash. The sword light grew ever more compressed, and in the end it actually shrank to the size of an ordinary longsword, yet it carried an even more terrifying aura of destruction. With one sword strike, the Sea of Realms evaporated, time and space shattered, and even that rift began to tremble, almost closing up. The monster's face changed dramatically as it hurriedly spat out a pitch-black heart, trying to block this strike. That was the core formed from some bygone era, and also its greatest reliance. But the sword light still severed the heart of the era, and the monster let out a horrified screech. Taking the opportunity, Lin Lu struck a second sword, directly cleaving off half of its body. The monster cried out in agony and retreated, trying to flee back into the rift. Lin Li's gaze was icy as the third sword followed closely, directly annihilating it together with its last escape route. The sword light dispersed, and the sea surface returned to calm. Just then, Lin Lu saw a black object floating on the sea. Its finger bone was entwined with ominous energy. This is, Lin Lu frowned as he deduced it, quickly figuring out its origin. So, the so-called other shore was nothing but a lie. Its true form was a monster that survived by devouring worlds. Lin Lu also discovered that the stitched-together monster from earlier was actually formed from half a finger bone of the other shore. The other shore was born at the dawn of the universe and should have driven the cycle of worlds. But now it had developed its own consciousness, knowing only to devour madly and seize the universe's origin for itself. For the entire universe, it had already become a malignant tumor. Lin Lu continued deducing along the lingering aura of the finger bones. He saw, at the other end of the endless sea of realms, an indescribable colossal being sleeping. Its body was pieced together from countless world remnants, each fragment a world that had been completely devoured. That was the true form of the other shore, a moving graveyard of worlds. Seeing this, Lin Lu also recalled the origin of the Black-Clothed One. The Black-Clothed One was not merely Li Xinghe's evil thoughts. Back then, when Li Xinghe sensed the existence of the other shore, he wanted to eradicate this malignant tumor, but was instead corrupted by the other shore. To save himself, he severed part of his own power. That portion of power, together with the evil thoughts and the corruption of the other shore, fused together to form the Black-Clothed One. The Black-Clothed One's true root was the distortion born from the corruption of the other shore. He was a thunderclap buried by the other shore in this world. If he were allowed to keep devouring, in the end he would not only destroy this world, but also return to the true body of the other shore. Lin Lu finally understood that the other shore's reach had long since extended here. The Black-Clothed One was troublesome, not just because of Li Xinghe. More importantly, within him lurked the source of deathly stillness from the other shore, something beyond the rules of this realm. The more Lin Lu thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The more the Black-Clothed One devoured, the more it seemed he was forging a blade for someone else. Once he became powerful enough, he would turn into a miniature other shore, or even become the coordinate for awakening the true body. By then, the entire world would silently become a brick in a graveyard. We have to stop it. Lin Li's gaze darkened, and his killing intent became more resolute than ever. He lowered his head and looked at the black finger bone in his hand. This thing came from the other shore. Perhaps he could use it to trace back to its true body and weakness. But that would take time. So Lin Lu simply gave up on returning to the human world and sat cross-legged directly in the Sea of Realms. The myriad worlds tower hovered above his head, showering divine light to protect him. The reincarnation sword and the soul-devouring demon sword stood on his left and right, intimidating all directions. He held the finger bone in both hands, while the source power and world power within him surged out at the same time, beginning to forcibly analyze and refine it. But the remaining will of the other shore within the finger bone was also counterattacking furiously. Cold, dead, and greedy auras turned into countless illusions, pounding against his mind. There were scenes of worlds collapsing, desperate wails of living beings, and that abyss-like desire to devour. Lin Lu steadied his mind and firmly guarded his spiritual platform. Unmoved as a mountain, Lin Lu forcefully endured the impact, dissolving and absorbing it bit by bit. He also followed this power in reverse and gradually figured out the operating laws of the other shore. This process was extremely dangerous. A single mistake would have left him shattered to pieces. But he had no way back anymore and could only continue forward. Time lost its meaning in the Sea of Realms. No one knew how long had passed. The half-black finger bone in Lin Li's hand finally turned from black to white, slowly becoming transparent. Then, with a crack, it turned into a strand of pure gray airflow. This aura was no longer violent. Instead, it carried an ancient sense of all things ending and returning to emptiness. This was the source of annihilation from the other shore. No, more precisely, it came from the source of this universe. Lin Lu took a gentle breath and drew that source into his body. In an instant, his aura changed completely. Within the originally tranquil divine light of creation, there was now a trace of deep, somber darkness. His left eye remained clear, as if reflecting the birth and death of the starry river. But his right eye turned into a dead black void, as though it could swallow all light and hope. Creation and annihilation, two supreme sources that were inherently in conflict, had actually managed to barely reach a balance within his body. He felt that the authority of the World Lord had also been elevated along with it. It was no longer merely able to mobilize the vitality of this world, but could also draw upon a sliver of the law of all things ending. Farther away, at the deepest edge of the Sea of Realms, within the body of that sleeping giant entity, There was also a faint tremor of the same origin. Lin Lu even saw through its core at a glance. Deep within countless world ruins, there was a huge heart, imperfect, yet still beating. The heart of the other shore was not flesh and blood. Rather, it was a monster forcibly twisted together from countless world ruins and sources. With every beat, it released a terrifying aura of annihilation. That was the origin of the other shore, and also the root of its chaos and greed. A flash went through Lin Li's mind, and he instantly understood everything. By now, in his eyes, the other shore no longer held any secrets. Everything is about to end, Lin Lu said in a low voice. No one knew how much time had passed during this refinement simulation. Fortunately, he had finally achieved a substantial breakthrough. What made him even happier was that, under the enhancement of the Sword Heart No Thought talent, the star-patterned sword in his space had also undergone a qualitative transformation. One after another, every single one had been upgraded to Mythic Grade. Collected Mythic Grade swords, 10,000/10,000. Side quest. The conditions for the Master of 10,000 Swords have been met. Side quest completed. Reward obtained. SSS grade title Master of 10,000 Swords. Master of 10,000 Swords. Effect 1. You can empower any sword and raise its quality by 1 grade. Each sword can only be empowered once. Effect 2. As long as the sword exists, any of your swords can substitute for you once and take a fatal blow in your place. Effect 3. For every additional sword you have, your final damage increases by 1-fold. Seeing the effect of this title, Lin Lu could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Just the ability to empower swords alone was enough to make his strength skyrocket. Once all 10,000 mythic grade swords were empowered, they would become 10,000 main god artifacts. Not to mention, he already had several main god level divine swords in his possession. If these divine swords were empowered once more, they could directly reach the level of creation artifacts, and their power was simply unimaginable. The other two effects were just as astonishing. As long as the sword exists, it was almost equivalent to having countless extra lives. The doubling of final damage meant that every casual strike of his could potentially devastate heaven and earth. With this title, I've gained a few more chances against the other shore. It's time to set out. After infusing all the swords with spirit, Lin Lu slowly rose to his feet. His eyes flickered with divine light as he looked toward the far end of the Sea of Worlds. At the edge of chaos, a huge monster seemed to sense something. It opened its massive eyes and looked back at him. Their first clash had already begun before either had made a move. This malignant tumor should have been destroyed long ago. Lin Lu slashed out with his sword, shattering layers of space and carving a path through the Sea of Worlds toward the true body on the far shore. Then he stepped forward and entered a vast expanse of chaos. This is... Looking up, Lin Lu saw countless world remains floating all around, with one civilization after another meeting destruction here. He even saw his own past. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation were etched clearly in his heart. It was only after awakening his memories in this world that Lin Lu began to change classes. So that's how it is. I've entered the interior of the far shore. He quickly understood, and then searched through the ruins of one world after another for the far shore's core, the giant evil heart. But once he truly started looking, it was far more difficult than he had imagined. From the birth of the universe until now, no one knew how many worlds had been swallowed by the far shore, only to become part of it in the end. Trying to find a heart among these remnants was no different from looking for a needle in the ocean. Fortunately, Lin Lu was not in a hurry. Since he had already made it here, the opportunity was right before him. All that remained was a matter of time. So he began a long search. Time seemed to have lost all meaning here. But this process was not boring. He witnessed the rise of countless civilizations, and also watched them descend into destruction. The glorious magical civilization ultimately turned to bones in the midst of silence. The technological empires spanning the Sea of Stars also collapsed completely under the swallowing greed. And countless beings unwilling to bow their heads let out earth-shaking roars and resistance in their final moments. These lingering echoes and resentments kept striking his mind. But to Lin Lu, this was also a form of tempering. His will grew steadier and steadier, and his grasp of the authority of creation became more and more proficient. No one knew how long had passed before he finally stopped in an especially spacious region. There were no more floating wreckage here, only a stretch of bottomless darkness, as if it were about to swallow all light and hope. At the center of the darkness, something indescribable was slowly beating. It was so huge that its boundaries could not be seen, and its surface was not smooth either, but pieced together from countless shattered lands, broken star rivers, and twisted faces. It looked like a monster condensed from the tragedy and despair of the entire universe. With every beat, it brought an aura of silence and destruction that chilled the soul. Found it. Lin Li's eyes lit up. The source of the other shore, the heart of the world graveyard. The universe's greatest tumor. As if sensing his approach, the heart suddenly stopped. The twisted faces on the surface all turned toward him at once, and cold, vengeful flames ignited in their hollow eyes. Ants, how dare you? Come near. A torrent of will, interwoven with countless voices, crashed over him like an avalanche, chaotic and frenzied, yet vast beyond imagination. This was not language, but a direct collision of wills. Today is your death day. Lin Lu did not yield at all. His voice rang through the chaos. The two wills collided head-on, sending ripples through the space. Slash. He stopped wasting words, and the sword god's space burst open. Over 10,000 mythic and god-level swords fell at once, all pointing straight at that heart. The sword rain slammed into the surface, and countless world remnants were instantly reduced to dust. In the chaos, shrill screams rang out immediately. That was the voice of the other shore, utterly enraged. The other shore itself had no direct offensive power, but it could use even more terrifying means. Deep within the chaos, several world remnants suddenly lit up, and one mighty expert after another from history actually walked out of the past. They came from different worlds and different civilizations, and now they had all lost themselves, becoming the other shore's pawns. Kill. The cries of killing surged like a torrent, and over 1,000 mighty experts simultaneously pounced on Lin Lu. Forbidden spells, planet-shattering technological cannons, martial intent, divine laws. Countless world-destroying powers erupted at once, instantly engulfing Lin Lu. It's over. Yet Lin Li's voice was astonishingly calm. He stood with his sword in hand, his robes gently swaying in the chaos, sword intent around him complete and flawless. He was utterly out of place in this land of despair, yet also seemed to be its final rule. At last, the other shore felt the threat of death. That colossal divine heart, forged from tragedy and despair, began to beat in disorder, struggling frantically like a beast on the brink of death. The twisted faces on its surface all opened at once, unleashing silent shrieks. Within those shrieks lay hatred and madness accumulated over billions of years. An even more intense aura of annihilation surged forth, rushing toward Lin Lu like a black river breaking its banks. This was the other shore's most fundamental power. It was the very foundation of the graveyard of the world. It wanted to devour Lin Lu, this anomaly, along with every trace of him, and erase him completely. Good. Just right. I'll use you to bear witness to my ultimate sword path. Facing this torrent of annihilation like the end of the universe, Lin Lu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his eyes blazing with fervent battle intent. He slowly raised his hand, yet there was no tangible sword in it. It was a heart sword forcibly forged from his sword intent, the insights of 100 lifetimes, the authority of the world, and that strand of annihilation origin. The sword was formless and intangible, yet it was the pinnacle of all his power. I have observed the cycle of 100 lifetimes, comprehended the mysteries of creation, and mastered the authority of the world. In his left eye, stars rose and fell, all things growing and flourishing. That was the power of creation. I have refined the origin of annihilation, understood the principle of ending, and grasped the path of return to the void. In his right eye, everything was void, all things sinking into silence. That was the true essence of annihilation. Today, with this sword, I shall fuse creation and annihilation, and turn reincarnation into the final end. With that whisper, the heart sword began to transform. The blade was half shimmering with clear, life-giving light, and half surging with gray radiance of extinction. Under his will and the forging power of the world's authority, these two forces that should have clashed were actually slowly merging at the tip of the sword. The clear light and the gray radiance entwined, finally forming an original hue somewhere between creation and return to the abyss. That color was neither black nor white, neither existent nor non-existent. One glance was enough to shake the mind. This sword shall be named Gi. As the words fell, Lin Lu thrust his sword. His movement was calm, without the slightest earth-shattering momentum. No bursting light, no violent shockwave. Only a thread of chaotic colored light, so thin it was almost invisible, silently extending from the tip of the sword. It seemed slow, yet in an instant it shot toward the tide of extinction, aiming straight for the enormous heart Feng Taodong in the rear. But just as this inconspicuous thread touched the black torrent capable of burning away the seas of stars, a sudden mutation occurred. That torrent, which symbolized ultimate destruction, seemed to encounter its natural enemy and began to disintegrate silently at the level of rules. Wherever the thread passed, the torrent melted away rapidly like ice and snow under the blazing sun. Even more terrifyingly, it was not scattered. Instead, It bit by bit absorbed and assimilated those destructive energies, turning them into part of itself. The more it devoured, the stronger it became. The stronger it became, the steadier it grew, and its advanced speed not only did not slow, but increased. No, impossible. The chaotic wolf from the far shore let out a desperate shriek. It could clearly feel that within that thread lay a power far above extinction. That was not destruction, but nothingness, return to zero. Even the very concept of destruction itself would be ended by it. That was the true end of everything. The chaotic colored silk threads ignored time and space, pierced through every obstruction, and even pierced through that layer of defense formed by countless world remnants. It passed through like a curtain of water, landing precisely at the very center of the giant heart. The next instant, centered on that point, a light so pure it defied description slowly bloomed. The light was not blinding. Instead, it was gentle, like a hand softly brushing across ruins. Wherever the light passed, that monstrous heart, pieced together from the tragedies and elegies of countless worlds and civilizations, instantly dispersed. Not an explosion. It was utterly erased. The core of the other shore was completely shattered. The distorted face returned to calm, and in the end, along with that heart, it turned into nothingness. The world origin that had been devoured and twisted finally broke free from its restraints, turning into strands of pure starlight that drifted out from the collapsing wreckage. These specks of starlight carried the laws and traces of life from different worlds. No longer cold and vengeful, they instead exuded a sense of liberation and renewal. They scattered into the silent, deathly chaos of the void, bringing a trace of genuine life to this place that had been left with only despair and devouring. The massive will of the other shore, now left with only instinct, had no time to resist under the sword intent of Gu-Yi before it completely dissipated. The cosmic disaster, other shore, which had loomed over countless epochs and devoured the worlds, thus became the past. Beyond the sea of worlds, the gray shadow that pressed over all heavens also seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, rapidly fading. The light of the cosmic origin poured down once again, illuminating every eroded stretch of void and driving away decay and gloom. Lin Lu looked ahead, and where the heart had been, there was now only a sky-full rain of pure light. As the light rain fell, the deathly aura within the other shore began to recede, and the breath of rebirth quickly spread. He could clearly feel that the long-occupied disease deep within the cosmos had finally been completely removed. The operation of the laws became smooth once more, and the entire universe seemed to have come alive again. He succeeded. With his own path, he fused life and death, upheld unity, and finally severed the greatest malignant tumor in this universe. That unity, Heart's sword restrained its radiance and finally vanished in his palm. He turned and stepped through the void, lotuses blooming beneath his feet, and in an instant returned to the edge of the Sea of Realms. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the human world in the distance. That was the place where he was born, where he grew up, and where he vowed to protect with his life. Now, under the light of the universe, that world was even brighter and more full of life. A trace of weariness flashed in his eyes, but more than that was relief. After 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, a distant campaign to the other shore, and a single sword that ended the outcome, only he knew the cost of this journey best. And at this moment, what he felt more was ease, and the calm that came after the catastrophe weighing on his heart had finally fallen away. The calamity has been quelled, the haze has dispersed, and the road ahead is nothing but rebirth. The end.